It was the night I saw my grandmother off for the last time that I completely gave up on my wife. It was snowing heavily that night. I was standing in the dim corridor of the hospital, clutching the signed consent form for analgesics, feeling as if I were frozen. The doctor patted my shoulder and said expressionlessly, "Leo, your grandma won't make it through the night." My brain buzzed, and I leaned against the wall to avoid falling. I took off my glasses, wiped my tears with my sleeve, and walked into the ward with difficulty, my legs feeling like they were filled with lead. Grandma lay quietly, the oxygen tube on her nose trembling, her face frighteningly pale, but she still tried to smile at me. "Leo, is Tina here?" My throat felt like it was being slashed by broken glass, and I managed to squeeze out a sentence. "She's busy with work and can't leave." A trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. She only murmured, "I want to drink the tomato and egg custard you made." I nodded and forced a smile. "I'll make it for you tomorrow morning." But I know she can't wait until tomorrow morning. After I gave the nurse instructions, I walked out of the ward step by step. My chest felt like a bloody hole was torn open, and every breath hurt. But I never expected that as soon as I went down to the underground garage, I saw her, the woman I once loved with all my heart, throwing herself into the arms of another man, crying heart-wrenchingly. That man was Kevin, her white moonlight, the one who left without saying goodbye 3 years ago and now reappeared wearing a suit of famous brands. They hugged each other tightly, and she cried on his shoulder, "I have never forgotten you. I still love you." Kevin said softly, "I left that year because I was sick, not because I didn't want you." I froze beside the car, the keys in my hand almost broken by my knuckles. She once looked me in the eyes and said, "Meeting you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me." And now she says, "He's the one I've always loved." I walked over and said in a cold voice, "Let her go." Kevin turned around with a sneer on his face, still so unfashionable, just like in high school. He took out a check and gave it to a beggar like alms. "Fill it out. How much do you want?" I slapped him backhanded, knocking him against the car, and growled through gritted teeth, "Did I talk to you?" Tina stood in front of him and yelled at me, "Are you crazy?" I stared at her intently and whispered, "Grandma is dying. Come with me." She hesitated for a moment, turned around, and helped him into the car without even looking back. The white Land Rover sped away. I stood there, watching her go, my heart feeling like it was crushed. At that moment, I realized that some people are not wrong people, but the most painful misunderstanding in your life. Grandma passed away at 11:30 at night. I didn't sleep a wink or cry all night. I knelt in front of the mourning shed and asked the funeral home to make arrangements overnight to send her back to her hometown for burial. The next day, my phone vibrated. It was a few photos sent by my brother. In the photo, Tina and Kevin are walking arm in arm at the entrance of a Jiangcheng villa complex. The media headline reads, "The top 3 beauties on the Rouge list reveal their new relationships. The men have prominent families." No one scolded her in the comments section because we had been keeping our marriage secret. She was the one who suggested it, saying she didn't want it to affect her career. But would someone who truly loves be afraid of affecting their future? I sneered, rubbed my brows, and replied with only 2 words, "Don't move." Outside the mourning shed, a fat man weighing over 200 pounds handed me an old mobile phone. A voice came from the other end of the line. It was a man I had hated for years. "Leo, I'm your dad." I sneered. "You're not dead yet, God is really blind." Instead of getting angry, he smiled. "Your grandma is gone. It's time to go back to Truman." Truman, the most powerful family in Jiangcheng, but I have no interest in this surname. I am the illegitimate child they have hidden for 28 years. He said Truman had a lot of resources and could help me investigate that thing. My heart tightened. "Did you find out?" My tone was frighteningly cold. "What are you going back for? To see you one last time before you die?" He sighed and said that my grandfather was in poor health. He also said that I was his only son and asked me to consider my future. I interrupted coldly. "I am a bastard. I have no qualifications and no interest." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then another bombshell was dropped. "Your wife ran away. I found you the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng. As long as you come home, she will be yours." I laughed in anger. "In a sense, you are not even a human being." He only said coldly, "Make your own decision within a week. No more waiting after the deadline." I threw the phone in anger, and my fingers were shaking. At dawn, the mourning shed was filled with villagers who came to pay their respects. On the other hand, Tina is accompanying Kevin in his new villa to receive his future mother-in-law and prepare for the wedding. Her mother had no scruples in front of Kevin. He's a piece of trash. Nothing happened between Xiaozhu and him. Tina frowned. Mom, that's enough. But she did not deny it. She admitted that this marriage was just a wrong escape. For days later, she called me. I just replied, Grandma's been buried. She was silent for a long time, her voice choked with sobs. Why didn't you tell me? I replied coldly, You don't deserve to know. She was about to say something else, but I interrupted her. I'll do as you say tomorrow morning. After the call ended, she stood at the window of the villa, thinking back to that night in the garage when I said, Grandma wants to see you. It's not that she is heartless, but since she has decided to leave, she doesn't want to look back. She considered giving me some compensation as a final act of conscience. She remembered that when she first saw me in junior high school, I was dressed like a young master. But she believed that what I lacked most was not clothes, but money. I returned home early the next morning, but Tina wasn't there. I was too lazy to guess where she had gone. I signed the divorce agreement, placed it on the coffee table, and prepared to leave. The door suddenly opened, and Tina, Kevin, and Xiao's mother walked in together, talking and laughing. The atmosphere froze when they saw me. Kevin hugged Tina tightly, with a provocative look in his eyes. Xiao's mother was even more rude, calling me a loser and asking Kevin to change the door locks. I was too lazy to care and told Tina that the agreement was on the coffee table. The Civil Affairs Bureau was closed on Saturdays and asked her to contact me another day. I said calmly, as soon as possible. Don't make me wait. Mother Xiao was furious and asked what I was doing. Tina was stunned, feeling empty inside. She thought I would make a fuss, but I was as calm as a passerby. She whispered that she wanted to leave the house to me, but I interrupted her by saying, I think it's dirty. Kevin got angry, pushed me, and scolded me for overestimating my abilities. He threw out the check again and told me to stay away from her. I smiled, took the check, and started writing the amount. 10 billion. He sneered and said I was crazy. I laughed and crumpled the check into a ball and threw it on the ground. Why are you pretending? When I passed by the trash can downstairs, I took off my black frame glasses and threw them in. As I got in the car, my phone vibrated and the second brother sent me a message. He pushed you with his left hand? I'm going to chop him up tonight. Speechless, I called a voicemail. Have you been free lately? Spying through a telescope? He was silent for 2 seconds. Telescope. I reminded him not to do anything rash. After all, my family members might still be watching me. He asked me in a deep voice, Are you going back to Truman? I stared at the indifferent face in the rearview mirror and took a deep breath. Back. If the extravagance of the rich is villas by the sea, luxury cars lined up in rows, then our Chu family has long surpassed this level. My father, Chu Xiaodian, came from the military. After retiring, he entered the business world. It took him most of his life to build a multi-billion-dollar empire from scratch. Over the past few decades, he has built a private garden on Phoenix Mountain in the north of the city, covering thousands of acres, creating a veritable Phoenix villa. That place is more magnificent than the palaces of ancient kings and princes, with pavilions and towers scattered at different heights, surrounded by lakes and bamboo forests. The scenery changes with every step, and the winding paths lead to secluded places. The interior of the garden is decorated with carved beams and painted buildings, with corridors and bridges connecting the courtyards. It is decorated with red and green tiles and gold and jade, making it seem as if you have traveled through time and space to an ancient imperial palace. The half-human-high blood jade piece locket at the entrance of the garden alone can at least be exchanged for a 300-square-meter apartment in the city center. On New Year's Day, the sun was shining brightly and the gate of the park was opened early. A team of security guards stood on both sides, all of them standing in straight military posture and full of energy. Before noon, luxury cars arrived one after another and drove all the way to the villa. The security guards saluted continuously and rushed to greet the next car. In addition to being New Year's Day, there is another big event today. A young master of the Chu family is getting married, so the villa is extremely lively. Just when everyone thought that today belonged only to that young master, I drove over in a Skoda that was burning oil and emitting black smoke. The security guard at the door had just let a Maybach through, then turned around and looked at my broken car, looking confused, and stopped me directly. I was still on the phone. My hair was a mess. I was leaning against the car window in a black windbreaker, yawning lazily. Tina, how busy are you? I said in a neutral tone, devoid of emotion. How many days has it been? Tina on the other end of the phone was as cold as ice. After New Year's Day, I was recently secretly photographed by paparazzi, and I'm working with the company to deal with the aftermath. I chuckled. That's even easier. And I can quickly get the certificate. You too can get it right here and issue a statement, all in one go. Tina certainly understood that if a female star publicly got married, it would be almost equivalent to destroying her own future, and the company had already begun to refute the rumors and make amends. She said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I will get a divorce after New Year's Day. I know I'm sorry for you, Leo, that house." I was too lazy to listen to these hypocritical talks and just hung up the phone. Coincidentally, the security guard also got angry and started calling people with the intercom. I said cheerfully, "Don't get excited, brother. I'm here to get married." The story begins a few days ago. That night, I made up my mind and called my father. When he heard that I was coming back, he was so happy. But he made a condition. I had to marry the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng. I could tell it was a business marriage, so I agreed without hesitation. As a result, the marriage happened faster than I expected. I was still lying in a daze in the morning when he called me and asked me to go back and get married. I was a little confused, but he swore that the wedding would be at home today and no one would know that Tina and I were secretly married. I thought about it and decided to just go with the flow, so I hurried to the villa. When the security guard at the door heard that I was here to get married, he almost laughed himself into a stitch in his side. Today is our young master's wedding. Don't mess with it." I was too lazy to talk nonsense and just call my dad. "Old man, I can't get in." Sure enough, a few seconds later, a voice came from the security intercom. "That's the young master. Let him pass." The security guard's face turned green. He saluted me mechanically and respectfully invited my sheepskin raft in. The guest house by the lake was already full. Given the Chu family status in the business world, the guests arriving today were either wealthy or prominent. My dad, Ben, was wearing a black suit and chatting and laughing with a group of old foxes in the living room, looking very proud. His slicked back hair shone under the light, and when his thick eyebrows were furrowed, the chuan pattern on his face was particularly conspicuous, making him look a bit like Chow Yun-Fat. As soon as I reached the door and stepped into the living room, I called out Ben. He shuddered violently, and the red wine spurted out before he could swallow it. He coughed several times before turning back with an awkward smile on his face. "Son, you're here." His voice had changed, and an unnatural smile was plastered on his face. I walked in slowly, passed by a vase, and picked it up. Grasping the bottle mouth with my backhand, I looked at him with a forced smile. "Long time no see. Let me give you a good beating." He shuddered, hid behind the sofa, pointed at me, and shouted, "Son, give Dad some face, and let's talk in private, okay?" I sneered, "Shameless old thing like you. What's the point of talking about face? Stand there and don't move." We chased each other in the hall, circling the sofa. The dignitaries were all stunned. They had never expected to see such a scene. Ben is a well-known tough guy in Jiangcheng's business community, but today he is in such a miserable state. He ran while begging for mercy. "Leo, if you have anything to say, let's talk in private. Don't hurt the relationship." I stopped, glanced around the room full of guests, and said in a cold tone, "Okay, you pick the place I want to practice alone with you." He quickly pointed upstairs, "Study on the second floor." Come on, come on." I didn't say anything, but walked up to him, grabbed his expensive tie, and dragged him towards the stairs. He hurriedly protected the knot of his tie, fearing that I would strangle him to death, while trying to smooth things over with the guests. "Everyone, please do as you please. I'm going to take my ancestors out for a chat, and we'll be back soon." The guests watched in amazement as I dragged him upstairs. With this attitude, can he come back? In a truly wealthy family like the Chu family, even the servants walk with elegance. A pretty young maid, carrying a fruit plate, walked lightly up to the second floor. When she reached the door of the study, she suddenly heard a series of ping-pong sounds coming from inside. Her heart skipped a beat, realizing that the study was no ordinary place. It contained many antiques, including several pieces of Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain. Without giving it much thought, she pushed the door open and was stunned for a moment. I was sitting on a chair with my legs crossed, looking at a pile of broken porcelain on the ground with amusement, while Ben, the old man who was usually serious, was standing in front of me with a hunchback and a forced smile on his face. When I heard the door open, I just glanced at her, then picked up a piece of porcelain and smashed it like it was free. Ben's expression changed instantly, and he yelled at the maid, "Get out." The maid turned pale, bowed her head to apologize, and quickly closed the door and left. I glanced at the broken porcelain that had just fallen, and picked up a Yuan blue and white porcelain. Ben suddenly became nervous. This is Yuan blue and white porcelain. I sneered, can't smash it. He smiled and said, you can smash it if you want. You can smash me if you want. I shook my head and smiled, then put the porcelain back. I looked up at him and asked, tell me, do you really want me to marry the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng? That's too hasty. What's the matter? Are you afraid she'll run away? He chuckled and didn't mince words. Her name is Sophie. She's 3 years younger than you. Her father got into trouble a while ago and was incarcerated for 3 years. I could hear the clue. So you asked me to marry her so that you could get her into Truman? He nodded. The Zhao family is my longtime friend. After he got into trouble, many people targeted that girl. I can't just stand by and watch. I roll my eyes. Don't you really want to get married? Why don't you get married yourself? You already have enough wives. One more wouldn't be a big deal. He glared at me and said, what are you saying? In my heart, Sophie is no different from my own daughter. I was too lazy to argue with him, so I asked him, it's okay that the wedding was so hasty, but you said there were benefits behind this marriage, so explain it to me clearly. He coughed. The Zhao family used to own an entertainment company. Sophie was the president and held 49% of the shares. Her mother left it to her. He paused, then continued. Old Zhao drafted the contract before the incident. If you marry Sophie, you'll become the acting boss of the company and control 51% of the shares. I snorted. Agent, I guess these shares still have to be returned to them after 3 years. These shares are just a hedge tool. He chuckled a few times. My son is smart. You are right. Our Chu family doesn't care about that little bit of shares. It's all for the sake of our friend's face. As he spoke, he came closer and smiled strangely. But there are many female celebrities in that company, and they're all very beautiful. I rolled my eyes and finally understood what he meant when he said, you'll be so happy if you marry her. Ben, do you really think I'm you? I'm not as mean as you. I'm not interested in women. He even advised me seriously, son, you have to go through the beauty pass a few times. After a long time, you won't want to leave. I was too lazy to waste time on this topic, so I turned the conversation around and asked him, didn't you say Truman could help me? Tell me more specifically, what exactly can I use? He finally became serious, his eyes deep. The meaning of your return to Truman is not just to get married, but to fight for the family property. Only when you have a firm foothold will others help you. I lit a cigarette, and after a moment of silence, I said, actually, I suspected Truman before, but I didn't find anything. He smiled faintly. You didn't doubt me, did you? My eyes grew colder, and I gritted my teeth as I said, you haven't lost your conscience to that extent. But if it really were you, I would kill you with my own hands. I will cut off your flesh piece by piece and feed it to the dogs. When I said this, my eyes were already red. He sighed, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said in a low voice, this place in Jiangcheng is shrouded in fog. It's almost hard to tell the difference between people and ghosts. I calmed down and asked, how much do you know about me? He raised his eyebrows. You are my precious son. Dad loves you the most. I smiled coldly. He changed the subject and said, your uncle and aunt are not in Jiangcheng. Your grandfather is still in the villa, but he doesn't want to see you. I spread my hands and said, I don't really care about seeing them. From childhood to adulthood, when have they ever looked me in the eye? I feel more at ease without them. He hesitated for a moment. Why don't you meet your grandfather? But he regretted it as soon as he said it. I guess he was afraid that the old man couldn't stand it when he thought of the way I greeted him when we met. Oh, you are still alive? I took a drag on my cigarette, smiled, and shook my head. Isn't he in poor health? Don't let him get mad at me. That would be a huge sin for me. He was speechless and could only put out his cigarette and waved. Let's go. Clean up a bit. Don't be too shabby. It's a wedding after all. I stood up and ran into the maid who had pushed the door open earlier. She lowered her head to avoid my gaze, her face a little pale, obviously still remembering the scene in the study. As she passed by my father, she cautiously called out, Chairman. I noticed his grim expression and knew this little girl was likely in trouble. After a moment's thought, I said, Old man, I like her. Let her follow me from now on. He smiled and nodded in agreement. No problem. On the other side, my ex-wife Tina was sitting alone on the sofa, looking dazed, her eyes fixed on the divorce agreement on the coffee table, and she was reluctant to sign it. She could never understand why I was so determined, without any regrets, not wanting even a penny of property, and even voluntarily leaving the house. She thought I was really heartbroken, otherwise why would I choose to turn around and leave so completely? At this moment, Kevin came in from the door, put the fruit in his hand on the shoe cabinet, and said while changing his shoes, Andy went to play mahjong with her friends. so I came back to accompany you first." She responded softly, her voice a little weak, and I knew she was absent-minded. Kevin walked to the sofa and sat down. He caught a glimpse of the divorce agreement and looked at her expression. He whispered, "Are you thinking about him?" She smiled guiltily and said she was thinking about work. She said that something had happened to the Zhao family. Although their company was not implicated, the boss had changed, and she was afraid it would be difficult to get along with him. "I know she's surrounded by negative news right now, and she's indeed worried that her new boss will make things difficult for her, put her on ice, and give her the cold shoulder." Kevin comforted her and said, "Don't worry. The worst that can happen is we can just terminate the contract. I'll find a lawyer to talk to them." Tina replied softly, "You know me. I want to continue acting. Acting is my lifelong dream." Kevin's eyes moved slightly, and his tone was filled with affection. "Of course I know. You kept leaving me messages on WeChat for those 3 years, treating me as if I didn't exist. But I actually saw it all. You don't know. Every time you send me messages complaining late at night, I wish I were right there with you." His words were just right. They didn't seem deliberately sentimental, but rather sincere and moving. Even I was almost carried away by the emotion. Tina's cheeks flushed as she listened, as she recalled those 3 years when she had treated him like a trash can and confided in him. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She suddenly reacted, her eyes flashing. She reached out and grabbed Kevin's arm, speaking faster. "Brother Ning, there's something I can't figure out. I was a little-known actress at the time. I finally got the chance to play the leading female role, but was replaced at the last minute. That night, I drank a lot and told you a lot of my inner thoughts on WeChat. Not long after, director Wang Long contacted me to play the female lead. I became famous thanks to that drama. Tell me, were you the one helping me behind the scenes?" There was a glint in her eyes and a tremor in her voice, as if she had finally grasped the answer to her long-standing doubts. Kevin was stunned for a moment, then smiled softly. "I didn't want you to know." Tina's eyes were red. She patted his arm lightly and said coquettishly, "Why are you so stupid? Don't do this again in the future." At noon, I arrived at Phoenix Villa to attend the wedding. Clothes make the man, and I looked good to begin with. I put on a brand-name suit and had my hair carefully styled, which really caught the attention of many guests. The wedding was held on the lawn by the lake. There were no complicated traditional procedures. The band members all wore uniform suits and sat in rows by the lake, rubbing their hands to keep warm in the cold wind, for fear of playing the wrong tune. After everything was ready, the bride finally appeared. The title of Jiangcheng's most beautiful woman was indeed well-deserved. She was wearing a white veil, her skin was whiter than the wedding dress, and her long burgundy hair was slightly curled and draped over her shoulders. His face was cold, and his brown eyes, hidden under thick eyelashes, were filled with a hint of sadness and indifference. She was tall and slender, with well-defined curves. She looked so cool and stunning standing on the stage that the entire audience was silent for a few seconds. I stared at the curve of her chest in fascination and couldn't help but sigh quietly. "This is too rich. It's so fertile." She seemed to notice it and glanced at me with a hint of contempt in her eyes. She probably felt aggrieved, too, as a rich lady, having to marry an illegitimate child like me. To her, this was just a formal marriage, a 3-year deal, and anyone could do it, but she still checked me out. The 7-year gap, she found, made her uneasy. She suspected that I had been in jail, was mentally ill, or had been involved in gangs. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became, and the expression on her face grew colder. The pastor began to read the opening speech, which made me drowsy. When the formalities began, he began to ask the old question, "Mr. Leo, will you marry this woman?" He asked me 2 or 3 times, but I didn't say anything. I just smiled and looked at him. Sophie finally looked at me with a puzzled look, but I turned my head to look at the pastor and said with a smile, "Old man, why do you foreigners always say things that kill you? Today is a good day for a wedding, and you start by talking about death? If your wife died, would you still marry her? Isn't this a ghost marriage?" The whole place fell silent instantly, as if time had stood still. The pastor was stunned. "I mean, until death do you part." I continued to tease. Look, you're talking about death again? Do you guys in this industry always hope for someone to die? How do you calculate performance? How many lives are lost in a month? Is the commission high?" The priest crossed himself and said, "Lord, please forgive this young man." The guests in the audience were whispering to each other, and the scene was extremely awkward. No one expected me to act so recklessly. Ben, who always has a stern face, had his mouth twitching, but I knew he was very happy in his heart. He knew that this marriage was just a deal, and from now on, my performance had just begun. After a while, I probably realized that I had gone too far, so I finally exchanged rings with Sophie. The pastor was so moved that his eyes were red. A wedding ended up being an embarrassing joke. After the ceremony, beautiful music sounded and the guests returned to the reception building. Some danced, some ate and drank. The atmosphere seemed lively but forced. As the male and female protagonists of the day, Sophie and I, at Ben as persuasion, held up our glasses and symbolically toasted the guests one by one. Sophie's face was as cold as an ice sculpture from beginning to end. If it weren't for Ben's sake, she would have ignored these people. I noticed that she was a little confused, probably because she noticed Ben's attitude towards me just now, a little scared. She was familiar with this close friend of her father, but in all these years, she had never seen him so humble. My way of toasting is quite unique. I just casually exchange pleasantries with people I don't know, and I don't care about the so-called etiquette of wealthy families at all. If I run into someone I know, I'll let loose and say, "Hey, you're still alive." Even Truman's butler, who had been with the old man for decades, couldn't escape my words. "Uncle Wong, are you still alive? You were in poor health when you were a child. Does your urine still split? Are your stools dry?" The old butler didn't bother to pay any attention to me. He stood up calmly and relayed Chu Xiaoyan's instructions in front of everyone. "The master said that you should behave yourself, otherwise I will break your legs." The guests around me looked at each other, and they probably understood in their hearts that the head of Truman didn't like me, an illegitimate child. I continued to smile. Although I didn't dare to talk back to the old man, I didn't take Butler Wong seriously at all. "Uncle Wong, have you heard the story of Go Jian tasting feces? My grandfather is in poor health, so why don't you try it too and see what's wrong? After all, if you're a dog, you have to have a dog's mentality." Sophie's temples were throbbing, and she must have regretted marrying the right person. The old housekeeper remained expressionless. He glanced at Ben without saying a word and said calmly, "You've taught your son very well. Congratulations." Ben quickly smiled and gave me a few symbolic words of advice. I didn't take it seriously at all. I turned around and looked for an old acquaintance in the crowd. My eyes fell on Wang Long, and I walked over with a smile. Sophie didn't want to follow me at first, but when she saw that the person I was looking for was the famous director Wang Long in the entertainment industry, she still followed me. Wang Long's appearance really didn't disappoint the audience, with buck teeth and shifty eyes. He was drunk and hugged me. "My nephew, you are so lucky. You just got dumped by a big star, and now you marry someone even prettier." I smiled and replied, "Uncle, please don't force me to scold you." He laughed heartily, then glanced at Sophie from the corner of his eye before straightening his expression. "Mr. Zhao, congratulations." Sophie smiled and put on a charming attitude. "Director Wong, nice to meet you." She immediately started to get friendly. "I heard that Director Wong is planning to shoot a big movie recently. Has the role been decided yet?" Although it was inappropriate, she naturally had to seize the opportunity to meet a person like Wang Long. Wang Long waved his hands as if playing dumb. "It's just a small quarrel, Mr. Zhao. I have something personal to discuss with Leo. Do you mind?" Sophie paused, then smiled and replied, "Of course I don't mind." She stepped aside, sipping the red wine, probably feeling that this stupid son of the landlord was quite valuable and everyone had to give him face. Wang Long lowered his voice and joked, "Don't you feel cheap driving Didi every day? Tina is an A-list celebrity now, so it's normal for her to look down on you." I smiled and asked, "Poor people don't deserve love?" He curled his lips and said, "Don't try to be so rude. I'm asking you, do you want to punish her? Didn't you beg me to support her in the beginning? Now that I've made her famous, I can also make her fall." I smiled bitterly and waved my hands. "Don't bother with it. I don't hold grudges. Just treat me as dead." Wang Long thought for a moment, then his tone turned colder. "Okay, then she can forget about acting in my play. I promised her a role some time ago, but I'll replace her someday." "Whatever," I replied casually. We chatted for a while, and Ben waved me to continue toasting. Wang Long patted my shoulder and said, "Remember to come to my birthday party. I have 2 bottles of good wine that are 30 years old. Your father has never had a chance to drink it." I smiled and agreed, "I will definitely come." Sophie heard every word of our conversation, and her beautiful face suddenly showed a thoughtful look. By the afternoon, the guests had left one after another. Sophie went back to her room to change her clothes, took her bag, and prepared to go out. As soon as she went downstairs, she ran into me, who was half drunk. I grabbed her wrist and she shook me off as if she had been electrocuted, glaring at me. I was stunned for a moment, then smiled wickedly. We haven't even had our wedding night yet. Where are we going? She said coldly. Don't touch me. My smile got even more evil. I'm asking where you're going? She responded coldly. The company has an urgent matter. I narrowed my eyes and said, on your wedding day, couldn't you just be quiet? Leo, this is just a fake marriage. Don't get too caught up in it. She said this in a cold tone, but I knew she must be very annoyed inside. Aren't you afraid that I might be unhappy? I leaned closer and chuckled softly. I didn't ask for this marriage. If you keep messing around, I'll find Uncle Jiangcheng. I shrugged. Do you think he can control me? She bit her lip and took 2 steps back. You bastard. I wasn't angry at all. I smiled lazily and said, Baby, I'm just a shameless bastard. Are you scared? The atmosphere was tense when Ben came down from upstairs. Sophie, after the holiday, you should get the certificate and do the whole process. Go ahead and take care of things first. I'll take care of him for you. Sophie nodded and left the villa with a sense of relief. I leaned against the railing and complained drily. It's not fun. It's too easy. Ben looked at me meaningfully and said, We performed the play seriously, but it's a pity that no audience came. I glanced at him. It's understandable that the old man didn't come. It's almost the same if the old housekeeper came. But what about my cousins and the sisters you created? Are they all absent? He spread his hands. Who told you to be a bastard? I rolled my eyes. You blame me for this? You're quite cheeky to say that. Stop messing around. He suddenly said seriously, if you want to play the role of a dandy, then play it to the end. This world of martial arts is not as simple as you think. I was silent for a moment, looking at the calligraphy I wrote on the wall. Gentleman hides his treasures. He smacked his lips and said, There's no point in talking nonsense. You might as well give me some money. He was prepared and handed over a bank card. Spend as you like. I took the card and sneered. Ben, besides being a bit lecherous, you seem like a decent person. He smiled slyly. As a man, you must have some hobbies. As he was speaking, a little blonde girl with blue eyes came running in, shouting Daddy in broken Chinese, and threw herself into his arms. I was almost struck by lightning. Do you want to explain? He said cheerfully. A few years ago, I was on a business trip to the United States. I just couldn't help myself. Her mother was afraid she wouldn't get married, so she sent the child here. Her name is Chu Li, and she's 5 years old this year. I looked around for something, gritting my teeth. I'm looking for a knife. I'm going to castrate you. Your reproduction rate is even faster than the donkeys in the production team. Ben hugged his daughter and hid with a smile. Lily, hold on to Daddy. We are going to start playing Death Escape. Daddy, run. That weird uncle is chasing us. My uncle, your grandpa. The New Year's Day holiday was over in the blink of an eye. At 7 o'clock in the morning, after washing up, I made a cup of tea and sat in the study, reading Ziji Tongjian, absorbed in it. At 7:30, Sophie called. I raised an eyebrow, and the phone rang for a long time before I lazily picked it up. The person on the other end of the phone said coldly, Go get the certificate in the morning. My tone was lazy and a little playful. Why? Can't you wait? She ignored me. I continued nonchalantly. You made me wait for 3 days in an empty room, and now you want me to be obedient. Why? Sophie was silent for a moment, then said, 10 o'clock, don't be late. After the phone was hung up, the smile on my lips gradually faded and my brows unconsciously frowned. I don't really care whether she is hot or cold. After all, we're not familiar with each other. What really annoys me is Tina. The marriage hasn't even started yet, but Sophie is already urging them to get the marriage certificate. After thinking about it, I called Tina. A big star like her can sleep until noon when she is on vacation. It took several attempts to get through the phone. Tina, we agreed to divorce as soon as the holiday is over. Now's the time to make good on it, right? There was silence for a few seconds. I guess he was still asleep, as his voice was drowsy. Well, see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau this afternoon. I said angrily. No, leave now. I don't have time to waste here with you. My tone became anxious, and she also got angry. Leo, aren't you just trying to pretend that you don't care and make me feel uncomfortable? Do you think this is fun? I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tina, to be honest, I really loved you, but don't take yourself too seriously. I'm a person who can take it or leave it. There's no need for me to die for you. I could hear her rapid breathing on the other end of the phone, and I could already picture her jumping up and down in anger. Okay, I'll get up right away and come over after I'm done packing. Don't keep me waiting too long. About 40 minutes later, I drove that broken Skoda to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The sky was gray, and the cold wind made my face hurt. I smoked a cigarette and got back into the car to continue waiting. It is really troublesome for women to go out. It is just like decorating a house. It takes at least an hour to do it. It was almost 9:30 when Kevin S. White Land Rover slowly stopped at the door. I got out of the car, glanced at them playfully, and, not wanting to waste time talking, nodded my chin towards the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Let's go. I'm in a hurry. Tina wore a hat and a mask, wrapping herself tightly like a thief. When she saw my new look, she was obviously stunned. I used to dress like a country bumpkin, and my glasses were as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle, and everyone looked at me with disgust. Now I've changed my contact lenses, put on a neat suit, and I feel like a completely different person. I saw the surprise in her eyes, but I didn't say it out loud. I used to be quiet and honest, and anyone could step on me. She doesn't know that those shortcomings are all deliberately pretended by me. But not for her. The surprise in her eyes was quickly replaced by indifference. Kevin took her hand and walked up to me. He glanced at me, glanced at my broken car, and spoke with a sneer. Leo, do you know how big the gap is between you and me? He pointed at the Land Rover behind him and boasted. My car cost over 4 million yuan. I can't even afford the purchase tax on your junky little car, right? He put on a condescending attitude and said, if you're willing to accept the compensation, Xiao Zhuzi will feel better. I scoffed. Are you a plastic bag? How can you hold it so well? Of course I want compensation, but can you afford it? Kevin's face froze, and he was about to explode when Tina said coldly, let's go, Leo. From today on, we owe each other nothing. I smiled nonchalantly. Just what I want. I have always followed 3 principles. No calmness, no consideration, no regrets. The process was completed quickly. When I got the divorce certificate, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was obviously me who brought it up first, but after all, he was someone I once loved deeply, and I still feel a little sad. Memories come to mind like a movie. I first noticed her in junior high school when she was the class beauty in the next class. Seeing her smile in the sunshine every day has become the light of my entire youth. When we were in high school, we were assigned to the same class. I didn't care about the taboos of premature love and chased after her every day. It wasn't until my second year of high school that I was forced to drop out of school. These past events became my only warmth, even during my most desolate years. 2 years ago, I finally married her, and that night, I smiled foolishly until dawn. But now we have reached the end. The female staff member who was handling the formalities looked at our handsome couple and couldn't help but sigh. But her emotion quickly turned to shock. Kevin took out the household registration booklet from his pocket and said gently, Xiao Zhuzi, since we are here, let's do it as well. Tina hesitated for a moment, glanced at me secretly, and whispered, Brother Ning, why don't we wait 2 days? I don't think this is a good idea. I sneered, stop being so hypocritical. What were you doing earlier? After saying that, I walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau without looking back. Tina's face suddenly darkened. Kevin didn't want to urge him any further, so he put away his household registration book and suggested with a smile, let's go and have something to eat first. Tina forced a smile. Thank you for understanding me, Brother Ning. Let's come back in a couple of days. I leaned against the front of the Skoda, lit a cigarette, and stood still. Tina stood about 10 meters away, looking at me, as if she wanted to say something. But before I could say anything, a red Ferrari came roaring over and stopped right in front of me. The car door opened and a fat man got out. He glanced at me and walked around to the passenger seat to open the door. Sophie got out of the car and nodded to him as a thank you. She turned to look at me and said in a low voice, so that only I could hear her, I went to the villa to look for you, but you were not there, so Uncle Jiangcheng asked him to send me here. She paused and continued, Uncle said this car will be yours from now on. Kevin's hand, which was originally opening the car door, stopped in midair, and his whole body seemed to be nailed down. As a native of the industry, he recognized Sophie at first sight. She is the ice goddess that all the men in Jiangcheng dream of. Tina was even more surprised than him, because Sophie was their boss. I looked at Sophie and smiled cynically. Looking for me? Worried I'll be late. You really want to get married with me? She was wearing a black velvet robe, with delicate makeup and a cool temperament. She ignored Tina, just glanced at me and nodded at me. Looks like it's done? Then let's go. I have something else to do. In fact, the moment I saw the fat man, I understood that this was arranged by Ben. Sophie knew that I was getting a divorce today, and he must have told her. My dad really keeps a close eye on me. I spit out the cigarette, and walked towards the Civil Affairs Bureau, with Sophie following me. When passing the Land Rover, Tina whispered, Mr. Zhao. Sophie ignored her, but suddenly pulled my sleeve and said to Tina, Xiao Xia, I hope you can keep my marriage to Mr. Leo a secret. Get married? Tina was so shocked that her eyes widened. Kevin also widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Sophie gave him a cold look and said, You're almost 30. Don't be so obsessed with love. Someone who truly loves you won't destroy your marriage. Stop causing trouble for the company. Tina couldn't refute this. Kevin was holding back his anger and sneered. Boss Zhao, are you so empty-headed? You're just looking for a gigolo. The fat man immediately rushed over and said sinisterly, If you keep talking, I'll beat the shit out of your mouth. Kevin suddenly wilted. Tina was so scared that she quickly stopped him and quietly admitted her mistake. Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry. I won't tell anyone. Sophie ignored them and went into the Civil Affairs Bureau with me. I grinned at her and said, Are you satisfied with my pretty face? She said nothing, her expression indifferent. When we got the certificate, Land Rover had already left. The fat man handed over the Ferrari keys. Young master, you drive this. I'll take care of that broken car. I pointed at Sophie. Let her drive. Leave the crappy car to me. Sophie took the keys, got in the car, and started it. I'm going back to the company. You go back by yourself. I looked at her. Nothing you want to say to me? She looked at me puzzledly. What you said to Tina just now? Were you venting your anger on my behalf? She smiled. Are you heartbroken? I laughed and scolded. Sophie, just say what you want to say. Don't hide it. She stared at me for a few seconds, as if she suddenly understood something. Actually, I want to attend Wang Long's birthday party. Can you go with me? I raised my eyebrows and smiled. If you want to go, go. Why are you talking about this? Just consider it a favor. She said seriously. Then how are you going to repay me? Heir. How do you want me to repay you? Call me husband? Lao. You're not an asshole. Flattery is useless. You are scum. Meanwhile, Kevin was driving angrily and said to Tina, How about I help you find a new job and not stay at Zhao's anymore? Tina had a complicated expression on her face, her mind full of images of Sophie and me. The more she thought about it, the more she felt resentful. She took out her phone and sent me a WeChat message. Congratulations, you really have a new buyer already. I was so blind. I glanced at the message, smiled, and replied, Hey, how could I have forgotten about you? She sent a question mark, and then saw that the message could not be sent. She was stunned and finally understood what I meant. I deleted her. She was so angry that she cursed. Shameless. Kevin saw her daydreaming and asked her, Xiao Zhuzi, are you listening to me? She came back to her senses. I don't plan to change jobs. The penalty is too high. I'll help you with that. Kevin said seriously. Brother Ning, thank you, but I don't want to delay my work because of personal matters. Kevin nodded. If you are unhappy in the future, please tell me. Thank you, Brother Ning. He shook her hand. Don't be polite to me. She smiled and said, By the way, I've been invited to Director Wang's birthday party tomorrow night. You know him. Do you have an invitation? Kevin's expression changed slightly, but he immediately said, Actually, I asked someone to help you. I'm not familiar with Wang Long. Tina didn't suspect anything. Then let's go together tomorrow night. I want to thank him in person. Kevin nodded, his face looking much more relaxed. After dinner, I'll take you to pick out a gift. People like him probably like calligraphy and antiques. I have connections. Tina smiled and kissed him. Then I won't be polite. Chapter 10. The Ferrari stopped downstairs of the company building. I got out and looked up at the 4 words, Chinga Media. I casually asked, Let me guess my mother-in-law's name contains the character Ching. Sophie handed over the key without saying a word, her face frosted. I smiled lazily. Send me away? I haven't agreed to what you asked of me yet. I don't expect it. Her hand froze in midair. I stretched lazily. I was soft-hearted just now, but now there's no need. I waved my hand. Keep it for yourself. I like to keep a low profile. She replied coldly. This is Truman's car. I don't want it. I raised my eyebrows and looked at her with a hint of temptation in my tone. You are my wife, Truman's. She gritted her teeth. Don't let me look down on you. You are so shameless. I smiled and said, Thank you. I have received many compliments. I extended my hand and said, a little more seriously, Mr. Zhao, let me introduce myself again. I'm Leo, the major shareholder and acting owner of Chinga Media. She was shocked and speechless for a long time. Obviously, she didn't know about this, and it was probably that old fox mess doing again. I suddenly remembered what he said. Whether you can achieve results in the future depends on your ability. So this is to create an opportunity for me to develop a relationship with Sophie? I smiled. Do you really think I have time to fall in love? I didn't intend to explain, and with a smile on my face, I said, Mr. Zhao, as your boss, shouldn't you take me to inspect it? She clenched her fists, stared at me for a few seconds, cursed shameless, under her breath, and walked into the building without looking back. I didn't follow her. I watched her enter the elevator, and the nonchalant smile on my face disappeared instantly. I took out my cell phone, found a number marked Lao Wu, and dialed it. Boss, is there something wrong? The voice on the other end of the phone was confused, as if he had just woken up, and his tone was lame. Did you play games all night again last night? He laughed dryly. Oh God, you are amazing. I roll my eyes. You need to practice your Chinese. Lao Wu, there's a job. Do you want to take it? Of course I'm bored. I was stunned. It's a shame you can't use it like this. Never mind. Wait for my call. After hanging up the phone, I took a deep breath, looked up at the gray sky, and my eyes became gloomy. It started snowing at noon the next day. As evening approached, I closed the Ziji Tongjian, changed my clothes, and went downstairs. In the living room, the young maid who had caught Ben making a fool of himself was mopping the floor. When she saw me coming downstairs, she stood up straight in fright. Young master, I hummed, looked at her, and suddenly asked, How old are you? 23, she said in a very low voice. Graduated from high school. My family is poor, and I can't afford to go to college, she whispered. I looked at her. She had fair skin and was shy, but her hands were covered with calluses. She was a hardworking girl. What's your name? Call me Xiaoqing. She followed me and squatted down to change my shoes. I raised my hand to stop him. I can do it myself. She stood there, head lowered, and said stiffly, Thank you for helping me last time, master. Xiaoqing can do anything. Just tell me what to do. I changed my shoes and looked at her reserved expression. You are here to work and earn money. There is no need to be so submissive. She nodded. I understand, master. Seeing that I was about to tie my tie, she came over and said, Let me help you. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you really have free time, go watch TV. No one will dare to say that you are idle. She muttered softly, You dislike me? I raised my hands. Come on, I won't resist. I spread out my hands for her to tie my tie. She tried to hold back a smile and tied the tie for me carefully. Suddenly she stopped and whispered, Master, this one is too light. You should wear a dark tie with your suit. I was stunned. You know this? She blushed and nodded. I usually like to read magazines. I smiled. Not bad. Then go and help me change it. As soon as I finished speaking, Wang Long called. Don't rush me. I'm getting ready to go out. There was a lot of noise on the other end. Nephew, your dad is about to be drunk by these beauties. I frowned. He knows I'm going? Wang Long was stunned. You didn't tell me? Old Chu. Didn't you know your son was coming too? Hey, why are you running? What the hell? I am speechless. Wang Long muttered. Your father ran away as if he had seen a ghost. Don't worry about him. Come quickly to the third courtyard of the Yuchuan Club. They're checking the invitations at the door. I laughed and said, It's such a grand ceremony. You won't do anything shameful, right? How could that be possible? We have to be on guard against reporters. The people who come here tonight are not to be trifled with. It will be troublesome if they get secretly photographed. After hearing what he said, I finally understood why Sophie asked me for help. It turned out that she couldn't get in. Chapter 11 Birthday Party. Yuchuan Club is a well-known high-end place in Jiangcheng with extremely strict security. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw Sophie wearing a beige windbreaker, standing on the porch with her neck hunched to keep warm. She was panting with cold, and there was a gift bag at her feet. It was obvious that she had been waiting for me for a long time. I ignored her and walked straight towards the door, and she hurried over with the gift in her hand. I was handing the invitation to the security guard when I turned my head to look at her. Wife, have you been waiting for a long time? As expected, the security guard didn't stop her, but just saluted and let her go. As soon as I walked in, I teased, Is this what you mean by not counting on me? She said coldly, I got it on my own merits. I stopped and smiled. Really? And turned around to call security. She got anxious and grabbed my tie. Mr. Chu, don't go too far. I stared at her and smiled evilly. Beg me. She took a deep breath and cursed me. You are a shameless villain, a hypocrite, a bastard. I smiled and replied to her. It's okay to curse, but I am an asshole to begin with. Don't praise me. She didn't bother to pay attention to me and walked into the club in her high heels. I followed her and asked, Why don't you ask my dad to take you in? She snorted coldly. Don't bother me. Pretend you don't know me, okay? We weren't familiar with each other. In Villa number 3, Steam rises from the hot spring pool. Handsome men and beautiful women are soaking in the snow-covered spring, and inside the house are guests drinking tea, chatting, and enjoying music. Wang Long was drinking tea with someone when he looked up and saw Sophie and I walk in. He stood up to greet me. Nephew. Then he looked at Sophie. Mr. Zhao. No, niece-in-law. Sophie smiled politely and handed the gift over with both hands. Director Wang, happy birthday. Wang Long took it with a smile and turned to look at me. How nice of you to come here, empty-handed. I pulled out a plastic bag and said, Didn't you say you had 2 bottles of good wine? I used the bag to get the wine. Sophie's face was filled with black lines. Wang Long was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You are such a bandit. After we sat down, he made tea himself and reminisced about the past with me. Sophie smiled and poured tea, nodding occasionally, behaving well-behaved and forbearingly. How could this icy CEO have ever endured such humiliation? But now the Zhao family is no longer what it used to be, and she has to handle many situations personally. She came to ask Wang Long for help, but we were chatting so enthusiastically that she didn't even have a chance to interrupt. I deliberately talked about one topic after another so that Wang Long couldn't stop talking. She realized I was teasing her and gave me a hard twist on the waist. I took a deep breath, stood up suddenly, and glared at her. She looked innocent, but there was a warning in her eyes. Wang Long looked at me strangely. What's wrong? I forced a smile despite the pain. My leg is cramping. Shall I have someone come and give you a massage? No, just take a break. Sophie immediately responded. Let him rest. By the way, Director Wang, I'm quite curious about the part you just mentioned about Tina. Wang Long suddenly looked embarrassed. That's all in the past. Why bring her up? He said as he kicked me under the table. He thought I was really marrying Sophie, but he didn't realize we were just a fake couple. I rubbed my legs and looked up. Why did you kick me? She asked you. Sophie smiled. I wouldn't mind. Tell me. Wang Long laughed dryly twice and had to bite the bullet and say a few words, deliberately avoiding the main point. After a few words, he turned the topic to Tina's current problem. My dear niece, to be honest, I don't plan to let Tina play the role in my new play. As you know, her reputation has been very bad recently. There are rumors that she is dating rich men. I dare not use her. Sophie responded gently. Our company certainly hasn't handled this well. However, I have a new hire here who's been doing supporting roles for a few years and is very professional. How about I arrange for her to meet you some other day? If you think it's not possible, I will withdraw my men immediately and will not cause you any trouble. As soon as she finished speaking, I felt impressed. It turned out that she had deliberately brought Tina out just now so that she could move on to work in a natural way. This step-by-step arrangement is flawless. Wang Long was blocked by her and had to agree with a smile. I looked at her, a smile on my face, and quietly mouthed, Gao. Just then, there was a sudden commotion outside. I turned and looked out the window, only to see a group of young people pouring into the hot spring area. The leading actors from Wang Long's previous play came, causing screams from the audience. I glanced around. Tina and Kevin were also in the crowd. Chapter 12 Birthday Party, Part 2. The sky gradually darkened, and the lights in the yard reflected the falling snowflakes, which had a colorful feel. I stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in the corner, holding a cup of tea in my hand, and my eyes passed through the glass, meeting Tina's somewhat surprised eyes. She was stunned for a moment, with a complicated expression, looking at me as if she saw someone who shouldn't be there. Kevin, who was standing next to her, also saw me and curled his lips. A sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he said sarcastically, Even if a toad eats swan meat, it's still a toad. They're talking about serious matters, and he's sitting there with that sleazy look on his face. Isn't he ashamed? He really looks like a gigolo. I calmly lowered my head and drank my tea, too lazy to pay attention to this jumping clown. If he wants to jump, then let him jump. Tina looked out the French window and said softly, Let's go in and say hello to Director Wang. Sophie was talking to Wang Long in the room, her tone full of sincerity. I will bring the newcomer to visit you in 3 days. I don't ask for a big role, just a chance to show my face. Wang Long nodded. If she's truly dedicated, I'll consider using her. But Tina was originally slated to play the female lead, and I've already made other plans. We did mishandle Tina as public opinion this time, and I apologize. If you're determined to replace her, I have no objection. Wang Long nodded gently. It's a deal. Bring someone for an audition in 3 days. Tina's voice rang out at the door. Director Wang, happy birthday. I saw Wang Long holding a teacup in his hand. When he heard the voice, his hand froze in midair. He murmured to himself. I sent out the invitation to the group and forgot to kick her out. I smiled and said calmly, it doesn't matter. Just go about your business and don't worry about me. Sophie glanced at me with an inexplicable hint of watching the fun in her eyes. Wang Long forced a smile, stood up, and said, Tina, you're here. Kevin intentionally or unintentionally, but did not greet him. Tina quickly handed over the gift box in her hand. Director Wang, this is a gift my boyfriend and I picked out especially for you. I hope you like it. Wang Long didn't even look at the gift box. He waved his hand and said, you're too polite. You should take it back. It's not appropriate to accept your gift. Tina's face stiffened slightly, and she looked a little at a loss. Wang Long had treated her well in the crew, but now he didn't even accept her gifts. Just as things were getting awkward, Kevin stepped forward, glanced at me disdainfully, and said to Wang Long with a smile, hello, Director Wang. I'm Tina's boyfriend, Kevin. I've come here uninvited today with a small gift. Tina often mentions your care for her, and as your junior, I want to express my gratitude. Wang Long's face was calm. I accept your kindness, but you should take the things back. It's really unnecessary. Kevin smiled and said, actually, my father is Gao Jiangcheng, the chairman of the board of directors of the Gao Group. Our Gao cinema is quite famous throughout the country. I've returned to China and am preparing to take over the cinema business. I came here today to thank you and to get to know you. What do you think? Lao Gao is song. Wang Long's eyes changed slightly when he heard this. Although he was not in awe, his attitude was obviously not as distant as before. Tina's expression relaxed a lot, and there was a lot of pride in her eyes as she looked at Kevin. Wang Long smiled, glanced at me, and said to Kevin, let's go, there's a dance party inside, go dance. Tina agreed quickly, and before turning around, she didn't forget to greet Sophie. Mr. Zhao, you're here too. Sophie responded casually, her eyes glancing towards me with a smile on her lips, as if she was laughing at a joke. This laugh made me laugh a little, but I still sat calmly, unmoved. Kevin, however, didn't know how to restrain himself. He extended his hand with a smile. Mr. Zhao, what a coincidence. We meet again. Nice to meet you. Sophie politely shook his hand and said, nice to meet you. Kevin then pulled out a chair and sat next to Sophie, saying to himself, my dad recently collaborated with a certain platform on a variety show. Mr. Zhao, you have so many artists, why don't you chat? Sophie politely responded, which platform? Can you tell me? Kevin raised his hand as if to speak, then glanced at me and smiled provocatively. Mr. Zhao, some things are not convenient to say in front of others. Sophie didn't respond, but just looked at me meaningfully, still with a lukewarm expression. I shrugged, moved my chair back 2 steps, and said with a smile, go on, just don't treat me like a human being. As I spoke, I continued to fiddle with my phone and sent a message to Lao Wu. See you at Chinga Media at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Wang Long looked unhappy, but he didn't lose his temper. He just said to Tina, take your friend to dance. Tina also wanted to ease the awkwardness and pulled Kevin's sleeve. Brother Ning, dance with me. Kevin, however, refused to give in. He stood up and continued. Mr. Zhao, why don't you add me on WeChat? I'll treat you to dinner some other day, and we could discuss it in detail. After saying that, he glanced at me again and sneered. I hope you won't bring this pretty boy with you when the time comes. I really feel sick just looking at him. Tina quickly pulled him aside. Brother Ning, today is Director Wang's birthday. Don't do this. Kevin patted her hands and said with a smile, Little Bamboo, I just want to vent your anger. If it weren't for Director Wang's sake, I would have beaten him up long ago. This guy relies on his family's capital and thinks he is the king of the world, showing off his power here. He didn't take Wang Long and Sophie seriously at all, let alone me, who he regarded as a gigolo. I curled my lips and said softly, I never like to bully others by taking advantage of my power. I advise you not to act recklessly, so as not to bring trouble to your Gao family. He laughed heartily as if he had heard a joke. What did you say? Implicating our Gao family. Mr. Chu, listen to me. You are just a toad. Don't think you are so great. When he said this, he was very proud, as if he had stepped on someone's tail. Little did he know that Wang Long and Sophie were looking at him in such a ridiculous way, as if he were a clown. Chapter 13, Birthday Party, Part 3. I listened to Kevin's expression and sneered. This guy keeps talking about being a giant rice man, but he has no idea whose landmine he is stepping on. Wang Long's face was gloomy and his eyes were as sharp as knives. He slowly stood up and stared at Kevin and Tina. Do you know what day it is today? His tone wasn't harsh, but the atmosphere in the room suddenly dropped. Tina panicked and apologized quickly. Director Wong, I'm sorry. Before she could finish her words, Kevin interrupted. Director Wong, I'm so sorry. I'm a straightforward person and I can't stand those who live off their wife. I raised my eyebrows and looked at Sophie. Mr. Zhao, people are calling you a pretty boy, and you don't stop them? Her eyes were cold, as if all this had nothing to do with her. Wang Long's eyelids twitched, and he slammed the table, angrily shouting, I didn't intend to treat you today. Now I ask you to get out, okay? Tina nodded repeatedly with sweat on her forehead, but Kevin froze. She didn't expect Wang Long to change his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. Director Wong, I was just joking. We'll need to work together in the future. You're using your business to pressure me? Wang Long's tone suddenly rose. Your father doesn't have the final say. Those investors behind me don't even take your Gao family seriously. Kevin's face turned red instantly, and he couldn't say a word. Wang Long sneered and continued to attack. I've already given you enough face. Who do you think you are? Grab your woman and get out. Kevin was scolded so badly that he couldn't even raise his head, and he pulled Tina out. But Tina broke free from his hand and stood in front of Wang Long with red eyes. Director Wong, I don't know what I did wrong. You were so good to me before. She was really confused. Wang Long just sneered and looked at me meaningfully. You still don't understand now? Tina followed his gaze and looked at me, her eyes full of confusion. I shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. Don't look at me. I'm just a pretty boy who makes a living by his looks. Sophie finally spoke up at this time. Tina, go ahead and stop being an eyesore. We'll talk after tonight. Tina bit her lip and nodded. Before leaving, she looked back at me with a complicated look. Just as she reached the door, Sophie called her again. Tina, one last reminder for you. Don't let your love brain ruin you. I glanced at Kevin at the door, who was staring at us with an unwilling look on his face, like a dog whose tail was stepped on. After the people left, I smiled and said to Wang Long, Uncle Long, aren't you really afraid that the Gao family kid will mess with your film schedule? Wang Long smiled and lit a cigarette. How many movies has your father invested in me? How dare that old man from the Gao family lay hands on your father? I smiled slightly, my eyes a little colder. That old bastard Ben, he's clean, dead, or divorced, but he lives a carefree life. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Wang Long laughed dryly and changed the subject. Why don't you two go dancing? It'll be more lively. Sophie and I said in unison, No. Wang Long was stunned for a moment. Good boy. They really are husband and wife. I turned my head to look at her. Wife, are you in sync now? She rolled her eyes at me and said, Leo, be the human being. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. On the other side, Kevin, who had just left the club, kicked the car door in anger, his face distorted. That bastard Wang Long is so ungrateful. He dares to offend me? I wonder how he'll survive in this world in the future. Tina sat in the passenger seat, her face pale, as if she had lost her soul. Kevin started the engine and cursed. That Chu guy is so disgusting. He just got divorced, and he hooked up with Sophie, that busty, brainless woman. He must have hooked up with her a long time ago. I just wanted to help you vent your anger, but ended up getting humiliated by that damn old man Wang Long. He grew angrier as he spoke. Maybe Sophie and Wang Long are also having an affair. Otherwise, why would Wang Long disregard my dad's face? Tina suddenly spoke up. Don't talk about Director Wang. He's not that kind of person. Everything I have now was given to me by him. Kevin sneered. You're too naive. He didn't touch you because my dad was watching from behind. Now that he's close to Sophie, of course he'll turn against you faster than turning the pages of a book. I will make him pay for today's humiliation, believe me. Tina was silent. Have you ever thought about it? Wang Long was so good to you before, but his attitude toward you has changed since you divorced Leo. Isn't this a coincidence? Tina's eyes trembled slightly, and she became more confused when she recalled Wang Long's words. You don't understand yet. What does Leo have to do with this? How could he be so capable? Kevin slapped the steering wheel. He has no ability, but his woman does. He hated your divorce and held a grudge, whispering in your ear. But once Sophie made a move, Wang Long changed his attitude. He became more and more excited as he spoke. It's all Chu's fault. Tina murmured to herself. If he really had been with Sophie a long time ago, then he never loved me? Then he shouldn't have hurt me like this. Kevin shook his head and sneered. Some people are born mean and can't stand seeing you do well. That's just the kind of person he is. Don't worry, Xiao Zhuzi. I won't let you suffer any injustice. The car fell silent, with only the warm air blowing. Tina closed her eyes, feeling as if a huge rock was pressing on her heart. She began to suspect that the man she had loved deeply for 2 years might have been a liar from the beginning. Chapter 14. Rectification of the company. The next morning, Sophie got up early, washed up, heated a cup of milk, and drank it while reading the report in the work group. Ever since the Zhao group encountered trouble, Qingyao Media began to panic. Many employees speculated that there was a high probability that Qingyao Media would also be affected, and it was only a matter of time. In recent days, the once bustling work group has gradually become much quieter, with only a few optimists popping in every day. The working atmosphere in the company is also extremely depressed. Even several old employees have started looking for new jobs. This gave the beautiful president a headache, and she couldn't sleep well for several nights in a row. After breakfast, she drove to the company. When she was almost there, she received a call from her assistant Xiao Wei. "Boss Zhao, the new boss is here." Sophie's temples throbbed, and she checked the time. It was 8:30. What was that troublemaker doing at the company so early? Did he really want to be the new boss? The employees were already emotionally unstable, and if that bastard did anything else, it would be a disaster. Sophie thought about it. The more panicked she became. She wished she could grow a pair of wings and fly to the company immediately. When I arrived at the company, all the employees had been called into the conference room. Leo crossed his legs, tapping the table absent-mindedly with one hand. Seeing Sophie come in, he curled his lips and said, "Mr. Zhao, you're the president of the company. How can you be later than your employees?" Sophie said confidently, "Company regulations require employees to start work at 8:30 and supervisors and above to start at 9 o'clock. Sound a bit bureaucratic to me?" Leo smiled maliciously. After knocking on the table, he said, "How about this? Starting tomorrow, all employees will start work at 9 a.m., and those in supervisory positions and above will come to the company for a morning meeting at 8:30 a.m. Leo with strange eyes, probably because they didn't react for a while. The managers were also shocked and didn't understand what tricks the new boss was up to. "Mr. Chu, we only have a regular meeting once a week. There's no need to hold it every day." Sophie said coldly, "Let's just have breakfast together. You count the number of people and I'll pay. We don't have the habit of eating breakfast." Sophie was merciless. The employees looked at each other, thinking that Mr. Zhao was still very capable. It seemed that he did not take the new boss seriously at all. Leo felt a little embarrassed by being choked. He quietly took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Sophie. "Don't you give me face? It's hard for me to deal with you like this. Otherwise, I should announce our relationship. It's not shameful to be afraid of your wife. It has only been a few days since the two got married. Besides, all the people present on that day were big shots. Even Gao Jiangcheng, chairman of the Gao Group, was not qualified to attend, let alone these ordinary people would know about it." Sophie glanced down at her phone, then pulled up a chair beside her and sat down. She said calmly, "Starting tomorrow, all staff above the supervisor level will have a morning meeting in the small conference room at 8:30. All employees." Leo smiled smugly and said, "That's settled. Next, I'll make a few more announcements." Sophie frowned and glared at Leo with a warning look, fearing that he would do something weird again. Leo completely ignored her and said seriously, "First, from now on, no overtime is allowed. For special departments that must work overtime, such as the PR department, artist management department, agents, etc., the overtime bonus will be increased by 0.5 times. Also, holidays are not allowed to be converted into weekends. You can only take the time off you want." As soon as the words fell, everyone in the conference room looked at each other again, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Could capitalists be so conscientious? The probability of this happening is like being killed by an atomic bomb while walking down the street. Sophie's eyes suddenly became confused, wondering what tricks this spoiled brat would play next. Leo continued, "Secondly, the administration department will collect statistics after the meeting. Employees who have worked at the company for 5 years or more will have their salaries increased by 1,000 yuan. Security guards and cleaners will have their base salary increased by 500 yuan, and bonuses and performance bonuses will all be increased by 5 percentage points. Third, all employees, including cleaning staff, security guards, and other essential staff, will strictly implement the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. If a direct relative suffers a serious illness or accident, the company will reimburse 60% of the medical expenses. Furthermore, if a direct relative's children pass the first-tier college entrance examination, they will receive a bonus of 50,000 yuan. Most importantly, if they are admitted to the National University of Defense Technology, they will be awarded a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment in the city center. Long live the boss. Fuck, that's awesome. The conference room instantly became lively. Sophie felt relieved when she saw the employees who had been uneasy in recent days due to the Zhao incident were now so excited. When she looked at Leo, her eyes softened a lot. Who would have thought that this dandy bastard would have such a serious side? The conditions he promised his employees were more than affordable for the company. Salary increases were within the company's acceptable range, and the college scholarships for their children were, frankly, targeted at older, lower-level employees like security guards and cleaners. These employees' families generally have only one child these days, and even fewer children make it past the first-tier university entrance exams. Ultimately, the bonus wouldn't be enough for many. Not to mention the most tempting bonus, a house. If someone actually gets into the National University of Defense Technology, what good would it do? The company could even profit from a wave of patriotic sentiment. I'm afraid that university's threshold is such that few people can even get in. As for reimbursing medical expenses, while that's absolutely unacceptable for capital, it could be a good story if it's spread about a company's social responsibility. Conscience aside, if an employee's parents or children truly became seriously ill, then perhaps the benefits would outweigh the losses. So, in the final analysis, it was just a salary increase, but it made this dude very excited, and it undoubtedly gave everyone a reassurance. Not only did he stabilize the morale of the troops, but he also gained a lot of goodwill. With just a simple meeting, he established his prestige in the company. Leo raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. As for your benefits, I have increased them quite a bit. But next, I have one more request. When I came to the company this morning, I discovered a problem. You're all mostly Asian and speak Mandarin, but why do you all have English names? I don't like this. In China, when it's not necessary, let's just use Chinese. From today on, except for the artists, everyone will no longer have English names. Rose C. Jack and other names, isn't that awkward? Don't think you're fashionable just because you have an English name. A person's self-confidence comes from their national culture. Those who don't even love their own culture, especially those who worship foreign things, are not welcome in my company. If I hear you calling each other foreign names again, I'll spank you. Sophie. After all, it can't be serious for more than a few minutes. Little did she know that what Leo did today was not only to protect the lives of the grassroots employees, but also had other deeper meanings. When the employees heard the word spanking, their expressions varied, but most of them still looked a little strange. Just now, I thought this new boss was a very reliable young leader. How come? He suddenly revealed some gangster qualities? At that moment, the door to the conference room was pushed open by a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes. Upon seeing Leo on the stage, he excitedly waved, "Hi, Stephen." Everyone turned around to look at him, and then all looked at Leo on the stage. "Stephen?" "Now." After a moment of silence, Leo said dryly, "I've lived abroad for nearly 8 years. Is it okay to have an English name?" Everyone, "Anyway, you're the boss. What you say goes." Leo cleared his throat, glared at the foreigner standing at the door, still waving at him, and said, "That's it. Let's adjourn." After everyone left the meeting room, he hooked his finger at the foreigner and said, "Old 5, is it fun to dismantle my stage?" Lao didn't know what he had done. He blinked blankly and asked, "What does that mean?" Leo sighed, "Nothing. Lao, I just made a rule that no English names can be used in the company from now on. Don't call me Stephen anymore." Lao Wu scratched his head. "You said that when there are outsiders around, you can't let me call you Big Brother. Just call me Mr. Chu." Leo paused. "Also, I thought of a Chinese name for you, Zhu Sheng. Remember that. Zhu Sheng. Life? Life." Lao Wu held his head excitedly. "Oh, my God, this is so meaningful. I love Huan. Is it possible that what you want to express is love?" "Yes, I like it. I like it," Leo said seriously. "As long as you like it. As long as you like it." Chapter 15, Oh My God. After a few brief pleasantries, Leo lowered his voice and said, "Old 5, you'll stay with me from now on. I'll give you a separate office. You don't have to do anything else. Just continue investigating that person. Do you understand?" Lao Wu curled his lips and said, "Brother, I really tried my best, but I still can't find anything after 2 years. Could he be dead?" Leo looked out the window and said with a sigh, "I'll find him alive or dead. Only if I find him will I be qualified to join the game." "I understand. I'll try harder." "Yeah." Leo patted his shoulder and said, "Now, it's time for you to show off your skills." Otherwise, if I ask you to be the head of the technical department, others will be dissatisfied. Lao Wu smiled faintly and took out a thumb-sized USB drive from his pocket. Don't worry. I'm a professional, no. What doubt? Undoubtedly. Yes. There's no doubt about it. Having said that, Lao Wu went straight to the computer in the conference room. Leo left silently. As soon as he walked out of the conference room door, he saw Sophie standing on the side of the corridor with her arms folded across her chest. What's up? Sophie took a breath, took 2 steps towards Leo, and said coldly, Thank you for today. Leo smiled faintly. Thank me? I just can't stand the capitalists exploiting the working people. Sophie didn't bother to pay attention to his pretense of confusion and said, although the morale of the employees has been stabilized temporarily, it's only temporary. What the company should do is to restore the employees' confidence in the company. Aren't you already doing that? Leo said with a sly grin. Shove new actors into that old man Wang Long's crew. Who will dare to say the company doesn't have the strength anymore? Sophie didn't deny it. She stared at Leo without blinking, her red lips tightly pursed. Leo frowned. What? Are you targeting me again? Huh? Are you worried that Wang Long won't want you after all? Sophie, we're not close, so there's no reason for me to help you. Why don't you ask me for help? Sophie rolled her eyes. Leo, I just thought you weren't that annoying. Don't be so far-fetched. Just keep hating me. Leo looked indifferent, paused, and then smiled. Old man Wang Long actually loves talent. If the actress you recommend is really talented, he won't refuse. After all, he's not asking her to play the leading female role. After hearing this, Sophie breathed a sigh of relief. Leo was so familiar with Wang Long that he naturally understood Wang Long's personality. If that was the case, the probability of a newcomer being selected was still very high. After thinking for a moment, she pursed her lips and looked at Leo with a serious look. Leo, it seems you're not as bad as you look. At least, you don't look like a stupid son of a landlord. Huh? I'm not used to you suddenly not scolding me. Sophie paused, about to say something, when she heard a commotion coming from the office area. What happened? The internet is down. Something's wrong. It looks like a virus. Why is the data in my computer automatically transferring? Who is it transferring to? My mouse won't listen to me. Who's controlling it? Hearing the employees' exclamations of surprise, Sophie suddenly became serious and strode towards the office area. Leo smiled and stood at the door of the meeting room. After waiting for a while, Lao Wu poked his head out and said, Brother, is it my turn to take action now? Leo grabbed his collar and pulled him out. Let's go and let them gain some experience. Foreigners probably all have social anxiety. The office was already in chaos. Leo clapped his hands, signaling for silence. Without waiting for his introductions, Lao Wu waved to everyone and began to introduce himself in broken Chinese. Hi, Da Xinggao. I am Beast. I'm from New York, USA, and I'm a network engineer. Everyone was stunned. Good boy. Why is he scolding himself right away? Who the hell is he? Lao Wu continued. Don't be nervous. Your current situation is all thanks to me. I attacked your network with a virus. Am I powerful? An employee from the technical department gritted his teeth and said, Damn it. No wonder he calls himself a beast. Turns out he really is a beast. Give me a minute and I'll make everything right. As Lao Wu spoke, he walked over to a computer and started typing on a keyboard. There are huge loopholes in your network security. A small hacker can paralyze your network and easily steal your secrets. However, as long as I am here, none of this will happen. Sophie turned her head, looked into Leo's eyes, and asked, Do you want to arrange him to work in the company? Leo smiled and said, It turns out that he has the ability to stay in the company. Sophie glanced at Lao Wu. I have to know who he is, right? Leo took out a cigarette from his pocket and bit one of them. A friend I met in the United States, a network engineer named Tony, is now called Chu Sheng. Sophie took the cigarette from Leo's mouth, crumpled it up, and threw it into the trash can. Don't let anyone into the company casually in the future. Also, smoking is prohibited in the company. Leo pressed the tip of his tongue against his cheek. The hand holding the lighter in his pocket stiffened. Then he smiled and said, Boss Zhao, notify all the artists under your management to come to the company this afternoon. It will only delay them for an hour at most. Sophie was stunned for a moment. What are you going to do? Leo said with a nonchalant smile. Boss Zhao, I think I need to remind you that I'm the boss of this company. There are some things I don't need to explain to you, right? Just do as I say and don't ask any more questions. Sophie took a deep breath and didn't respond. Coincidentally, Lao Wu also solved the virus problem. He raised his head proudly and said, "See, this is professionalism. Oh my God, I'm stunned by my handsomeness. So cool." Leo timidly and said in an almost pleading tone, "Boss Chu, why don't you allow him to speak English in the future? I feel like ants are crawling all over my body." Lao Wu was puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Leo, I compliment you on being handsome." Lao Wu's eyebrows immediately danced with joy. "Oh my God, what a beautiful girl with a discerning eye for gold. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Would you be happy to meet me?" Everyone, Leo suppressed his laughter and dragged Lao Wu's arm towards his office. "Okay, I'll treat you to dinner tonight." As he spoke, he took out the bank card Ben had given him earlier and handed it to Lao Wu. "Go change your hairstyle and tidy yourself up later." "Tidy up? What does that mean?" Lao Wu's look can be described as eager to learn. Leo said patiently, "Buy some decent clothes and dress yourself up." "Okay." "Oh, my. Don't fucking mention your god. Listen, after you get yourself ready, go to the Emerald Lakeside Villa District. I asked someone to book a villa there last night. Go buy it, and we brothers will live there from now on. Leave it to me. I'm pretty good at spending money." Chapter 16, Who is So Courageous? Tina, who was treated coldly by Wong Long last night, locked herself in the bedroom for the whole morning, half leaning against the headboard, staring at the ceiling in a daze. There's a photo of her on each leaf of the bedroom chandelier. As soon as the light is turned on, her smiling face appears on the ceiling. It was specially customized for her by Leo. Thinking back on the past 2 years of marriage, Tina couldn't help but feel nauseous. How come I didn't realize earlier that Leo was that kind of person? Knock, knock, knock. After a slight knock on the door, Kevin walked in with a plate of fruit. "Xiao Zhuzi, if you don't want to eat, have some fruit?" Tina smiled faintly and nodded. "Okay." Kevin sat down on the bed, peeled a banana, and handed it over, saying, "Xiao Zhuzi, your aunt has already moved to my place. Why don't you pack up and move in with me this afternoon?" Tina took a bite of the banana, looking a little apologetic. "Brother Ning, why don't we wait a little longer? The public opinion here has just died down, and I don't want people in the company to criticize me anymore." Kevin had intended to bring up the matter of marriage, but seeing that Tina wasn't in the mood, he refrained from speaking. Just then, Tina, his agent, sent her a WeChat message. "Come to the company at 4 p.m. The new boss is here and wants to meet all the artists." Tina frowned and asked hurriedly, "Is there something wrong? Who is the new boss?" Her agent wasn't a professional agent from the company, but rather her high school classmate and best friend. A short while later, she texted back, "I'm on a blind date back home. I just received the notification as well. Remember not to be late." "Tina, I know. I hope you get a stupid date." After replying, Tina felt a little uneasy. They say a new official starts with 3 fires. Of all the artists in the company, I'm the only one with negative news lately. I don't know if these 3 fires will burn me. Kevin stared at Tina's WeChat chat box for a moment, then took out his cell phone and called his father. "Dad, I heard that Chinga Media has a new boss. Do you know who it is?" Gao Jiangcheng was obviously unaware of the situation. "Huh, really? After old Zhao's accident, I haven't had much contact with the Zhao family. Who is so bold as to take over Qingya at this critical moment?" Kevin paused and said, "Dad, didn't you invest in a variety show recently? How about I use this as an excuse to go to Qingya Media and find out who their new boss is? If he's reliable, we can maybe work with him." Gao Jiangcheng laughed and said, "You kid, are you doing this for Tina?" "Huh, go ahead. I'm also very curious. Who has such courage?" After hanging up the phone, Kevin squeezed Tina's hand and said softly, "My little princess, don't worry, I'm here. Pack up, we'll be there soon." Tina smiled and said, "Brother Ning, thank you for always supporting me." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Sophie was reviewing a document in her office when Xiaowei knocked on the door and said, "Mr. Zhao, Tina's here." With her came someone who claimed to be Mr. Gao. "They want to see our company's boss to discuss some kind of cooperation." Sophie looked a little strange. Why was Kevin so irrelevant? He was everywhere. And Tina, her IQ was really worrying. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "Let them in." As soon as she entered the door, Tina nodded gently. "Mr. Zhao?" Sophie hummed and said, "The notice said 4 o'clock. Why are you here so early?" Tina only said one word before being interrupted by Kevin. "Mr. Zhao, nice to meet you again so soon. Do you still remember the variety show project I mentioned to you last night?" Sophie gave him a look and said expressionlessly, "Remember, I'm here today to represent the Gao family and discuss cooperation with Qingya Media." Kevin acted arrogantly. as if he had completely forgotten that he had humiliated himself in front of Sophie last night. But then again, Chinga Media is now at the end of its road in the eyes of outsiders. Kevin is giving Chinga Media a chance, so his arrogance is not difficult to understand. Sophie calmly pointed to the sofa and said, "Sit down." However, Kevin scoffed. "No need for that, Mr. Zhao. I heard your company has a new boss. So, can you still make the decision now?" Sophie forced a polite smile and said, "I'm the CEO of Chinga Media. I have the final say on everything." "Maybe not," Kevin said playfully. "You know your company's current situation better than I do. I think we should let your new boss talk to me. Some things aren't as simple and easy as keeping a gigolo." "What do you think, Mr. Zhao?" Tina tugged at Kevin's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Ning, don't talk to Mr. Zhao like that." Kevin patted her hand and gave her a look that said, "Don't worry," as if he'd already made up his mind about Sophie. Sophie wasn't angry. A faint smile appeared on her cold face. "Are you sure you have to meet our new boss?" "Sure," Kevin said. "And sure." Sophie breathed. "Okay, our boss is busy right now. I'll call him and explain. You guys go out and wait." After that, he called Xiao Wei and said, "Take Mr. Gao to the reception room." She couldn't understand why Tina was stupid, but how could this son of the Gao group be so stupid? Or was he too confident and really thought his father was the local tyrant of Jiangcheng? With that bastard Leo, he looks more like the stupid son of a landlord. Leo, who was being led by a group of executives on a company inspection, suddenly sneezed and muttered, "Who scolded me?" Just as she finished speaking, Sophie called. The prince of Gao Group came to the company and said he wanted to discuss a cooperation. Leo wondered, "Kevin, why don't you just talk to him? I'm not interested in your Chinga Media business." Sophie said calmly. He said he wanted to meet the new boss. After a pause, she added, "His fiancée is here too." When she said the second half of the sentence, a sarcastic smile appeared in the corner of the beautiful CEO's eyes. Leo naturally knew that she was doing this on purpose, and said with a wry smile, "Let me wait. I'm busy now." After hanging up the phone, the head of the marketing department hurried over and said, "Boss Chu, let's continue. The floor you're looking at now is the internet celebrity incubation base that Director Zhao decided on 2 months ago. Then Director Zhao. Ahem, it's been shelved ever since." Internet celebrity incubation base. Leo muttered and asked, "Is it all decorated?" "It's already been renovated. Now all you need is your approval and we can start working tomorrow." Leo nodded and said, "It's possible. Bring the documents to my office later. I'll approve this project." Chapter 17, I Don't Want to See You. In the reception room, Tina was still a little nervous and said to Kevin, "Brother Ning, why don't I go to the artist management department first to avoid gossip?" Kevin said calmly, "Xiao Zhuzi, why don't you understand? I came here today to give Chinga Media a chance. Their new boss is licking my boots. If he's really reliable, our Gao group can also finalize a cooperation agreement with them. Then, he'll have to worship you." "Huh, who made you my woman?" Tina actually doesn't like to rely on some kind of relationship to improve her status, but after all, it's Kevin, the man she loves deeply and who loves her deeply. Therefore, I feel at ease. However, the two waited for nearly an hour, but the new boss of Chinga Media still did not show up. Kevin felt deeply offended and angrily asked Xiao Wei, who came to refill his tea and water, "Where's your boss? You made us wait for so long. Is this how you treat guests at Chinga Media?" Xiao Wei was a timid girl. Seeing Kevin's arrogant attitude, she thought he must be a prominent figure. She said timidly, "Boss, should be here soon. Please wait patiently for a moment." Kevin said angrily, "Please tell him to hurry up. Why don't you figure out what's going on? Do I have to beg him? It's ridiculous." "Got it." Xiao Wei hurriedly left the reception room and ran to Sophie's office, like a child who had come to complain after being wronged. "Mr. Zhao? Mr. Gao is angry," he said. "Well," Sophie interrupted her, looking very calm, "just go do your thing and ignore them." After more than half an hour, Kevin's patience was completely worn out. He stormed into Sophie's office. "Boss Zhao, you guys are really something. Are you kidding me? Are you looking down on our Gao family?" "Huh, good, very good." Sophie remained calm. "Boss Gao, I told you in advance that our boss is very busy. You insisted on putting it in a difficult position. I think you look down on us, don't you?" "Huh, Sophie, don't be so conceited just because you're pretty. I'm telling you this today. If you offend our Gao family, I'll see how long you can keep running around." In Kevin's opinion, a fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken and can be treated as a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Sophie deadpanned, "Whatever. This beautiful president will never offend anyone easily. but she will never be afraid of others easily either. In the past, it was because he had his father's support behind him, but now, I can only say that the backer is even bigger. Otherwise, what's the point of getting married? Although Leo is a playboy and a bastard, no matter what, his last name is Chu. Kevin hasn't delved deeply enough into the technical skill of reincarnation. Just when Kevin was about to lose his temper, a chaotic noise came from outside. Boss Chu, our development department has been planning to set up a live streaming platform. I've already written the plan. Would you like to review it? Boss Chu, would you like to take a look at the company's annual meeting plan? Boss Chu, a group of company executives surrounded Leo, chatting with each other as they walked down the corridor. Tina, who was standing at the door of Sophie's office, was stunned. Boss Chu. At the same time, these two words also clearly entered Kevin's ears, undoubtedly making the stupid idiot feel dazed for a while. After calming down, he muttered to himself, "How could it be him?" However, he soon heard Leo's voice. Okay, come on by one. I'm not going to die soon. Show all these plans to Ms. Zhao. As long as she nods, let the finance department prepare the report, and I'll approve the funds. Long live President Chu." Sophie looked at Kevin, who was stiff all over, with a smile in her eyes. She stood up and said, "Boss Gal, let's go. Our boss Chu is here." The two walked out of the office one after the other. Leo happened to pass by and glanced at Tina. Then his eyes swept across Kevin's face and said with a sly grin, "No offense, but I really don't want to see you, so get out, okay?" After that, he looked at the security manager and said, "If you let this kind of stray dog in again, I will spank you." The security manager's face flushed and paled, and he quickly turned around to chase Kevin away. "Hurry up. Can't you see that our President Chu is angry? Believe it or not, I'm going to spank you." Had just thought Kevin was a big shot and were therefore respectful to him, suddenly burst into laughter and looked at Tina with a hint of mockery in their eyes. This famous star, who's been making a lot of noise about her wealthy boyfriend, is actually just a stray dog in the eyes of her boss. Boss Chu is still so domineering. Lao, you're just a fucking gigolo. A gigolo. What are you so proud of? Kevin, humiliated, gnashed his teeth and practically lost his mind. He turned around and lashed out at Sophie again. "I finally see you're really good to this gigolo. Huh, Qingyao Media, it's over." At this point, he still can't see the current situation clearly, and he doesn't think about it. The person who dares to take over Qingyao Media has the surname Chu. Is there any need to guess what his background is? Sophie didn't bother to argue with him. She looked at the dazed Tina and said coldly, "Go to the artist management department. President Chu has something to announce." Tina's mind was in a mess at the moment. It wasn't until Leo's back disappeared around the corner of the corridor that she walked up to Kevin in a daze and whispered, "Brother Ning, you go back first. I'll be back after I finish my work." Kevin grabbed her wrist and said, "Xiao Zhuzi, let's go. You'd better not stay at this crappy company. I'll ask my dad to find a way to terminate your contract." Sophie's tone was icy. "Tina, don't joke with your future. Go to the artist management department now, immediately." Tina understood the consequences of breaching the contract, and even if the Gao family could help her, she still didn't want to feel indebted. On the other hand, she also didn't want to jeopardize the achievements she had worked so hard for over the years. Looking at the entire entertainment industry, how many of those artists who chose to change jobs when they were at the peak of their popularity had a good ending? "Brother Ning, you go back first and be obedient. I'll be back when I'm done." As she spoke, she squeezed Kevin's hand tightly, forced a smile, and then followed Sophie to the artist management department. Sophie wasn't the type to mix personal emotions with work, so she patiently advised Tina, "I'm telling you again, don't make the same mistake twice. I don't care about your and your boyfriend's private lives, but when you're out and about, please be careful and don't let anyone take photos of you that might be unfavorable to you." "Understand, Mr. Zhao," Tina responded timidly, her mind full of Leo's superior look just now. He was a good-for-nothing DD driver a while ago, but in the blink of an eye he became an upper-class person. How on earth did he become the boss of Qingya? This is unbelievable. Kevin, who was furious, just got back to the car and couldn't wait to call his father, but Gao Jinxing refused to answer the call after he called 3 times. Helpless, he called his mother again. "Son, are you coming back for dinner tonight?" "Mom, I'm in a bad mood today." "What's wrong, son? Did someone bully you?" The woman on the other end of the phone looked very concerned. Kevin, who had been humiliated several times because of Leo, felt extremely aggrieved. He exaggerated his recent experiences to his mother and said, "I called my dad, but he didn't answer. Am I really his son?" The woman sighed and said, "Your father has a big business deal to discuss today, and he'll probably be busy until very late. So don't bother him." Qingya Media, humph, the Zhao family is at the end of their rope, and they still dare to be so arrogant? Son, don't be angry. Mom will take care of it for you. I want to see what kind of person this gigolo is. Mom, please don't make me wait too long. I really can't stand it anymore. Okay. I'll give you an explanation tomorrow. Chapter 18, Shameless. Artist Management Department, conference room. Leo checked the time. It was exactly 4 o'clock. He said, "Is everyone here?" The director of the management department, who was in his early 40s, stood up hurriedly and said, "Boss Chu, for artists are filming in other places, and the others have arrived." Leo nodded, his eyes sweeping across the faces of the celebrities one by one, muttering to himself, "That old guy Ben doesn't lie. They're all really beautiful." Then he cleared his throat and began to talk seriously about the company's future plans, occasionally interspersed with some words of encouragement. He spoke eloquently and humorously, completely losing his usual carefree style. Instead, he acted like a serious boss, with a bit of boss spirit. Sophie was shocked. She didn't expect Leo to have such a reliable face. His words and actions revealed confidence and determination. He could quote classics and speak eloquently. Was he sure he dropped out of school before finishing his sophomore year? What was even more unexpected was that he actually took Xinjiang Media seriously. He could deliver the speech so naturally without a script, so he must have put a lot of thought into it behind the scenes. Gradually, the icy beauty's gaze towards Leo became strange, as if she was slightly mesmerized. Her slender white jade fingers unconsciously drew circles on the table, and it was unclear what she was thinking. After Leo finished his speech, he called her twice, and she seemed to wake up from her dream. Leo smiled, like a teacher who had caught a student whose thoughts were wandering, but he didn't point it out. "Mr. Zhao, do you have any objections to what I just said?" Sophie pretended to be calm. "No, that's good." Leo smiled, then put on a cynical face, crossed his legs, glanced at the artists, and said, "Everyone, I called you here today because I have something to inform you. I know the entertainment industry is a complex mess, and there are many people with bad intentions who like to use unspoken rules. From today on, you don't have to worry about the so-called unspoken rules. I will publish my phone number in a moment. If you encounter anyone plotting against you, you can contact me. Of course, if you are willing, then just pretend I didn't say anything." The artists below were talking about it. "Who is our President Chu? He seems so domineering. Who cares where he comes from? He's handsome and rich, but I don't know if he's married. Why don't I just add him on WeChat and ask him later?" Huh. Listening to these words, Tina lowered her head, fiddling with the buttons of her windbreaker, her face a little gloomy. A female celebrity in her early 20s was even more daring. She raised her voice and asked Leo, "Mr. Chu, can I give you a call when I'm not busy? Can I arrange a meal or something? Hey, are you going there to eat?" The other artists joked, and the atmosphere in the conference room instantly became lively. Leo said with a cheeky smile, "Having a beautiful woman to accompany you for dinner is a great pleasure. Add me on WeChat later." "Boss Chu, you can't be partial." "Yes, I want to join too. I want one too." Watching these women scrambling for attention, Sophie pursed her lips like an emotionless machine. She glanced at the beaming Leo and muttered, "Is this genetic inheritance?" The reason they say is to protect these female stars is self-evident. In fact, those female stars are also well aware of this, but being in this world of fame and fortune, sometimes they have to pretend to be confused. Sophie doesn't care about these things. She is too lazy to interfere with the artists' private lives, and she has no right to interfere. As long as it does not affect the company's development, it's fine. After a while, she received a message on WeChat. "Leo, why are you so sullen? Are you jealous?" Sophie rolled her eyes and replied with 3 words. "Are you worthy?" As soon as the message was sent, a male artist said, "Boss Chu, can I ask you for help in the future?" Leo was stunned for a moment, then smiled strangely and said, "You're a little embarrassing for me." Ha! The meeting ended in a bustle, and the artists left one after another. Sophie stood up and put her chair back in its place. After thinking about it, she still felt the need to thank Leo. However, just as I raised my head, I heard Leo humming Jay Chou's "I'm Not Worthy" and slowly walking down from the stage. Sophie suddenly lost the mood to thank him. She rolled her eyes at the dandy and was about to leave with a cold face. When she turned around, she saw Tina standing at the door with her head lowered, picking at her hands nervously. As if she felt Sophie looking at her, Tina timidly raised her head and whispered, Mr. Zhao, I want to say a few words to Mr. Chu. Is that okay? Sophie was not interested in the trivial matters between them and walked towards the door without saying a word. Leo behind him say, Wife, let's go home for dinner or go to a restaurant. Sophie's body froze and she turned to glare at Leo. But before she could say anything, Leo smiled and said again, Oh, I forgot. I can't call you wife in the company. Don't be angry. There's no one around anyway. Sophie stared at the shameless bastard. If looks could kill, Leo would be dead by now. But after all, Tina was still there, so there were some things she couldn't say. She had to suppress her anger and stride away. Tina bit the corner of her lip, clenched her fists, her fingertips dug into her palms, and her face turned slightly pale. After Sophie walked out of the meeting room, she said with difficulty, Leo. After saying just 3 words, Leo passed by her, seemingly not noticing her, and ran after Sophie happily. Mr. Zhao, you haven't told me yet. Where are we going for dinner? How could such a dazzling star have endured such humiliation? Looking at the backs of the couple living together and returning home, in the corridor, his eyes suddenly turned red. Leo, how could you do this to me? How could you insult me like this? She just wanted to know what was going on. I also want to know clearly, what are the 2 years of marriage actually worth? But it seemed that she didn't even have the qualifications to ask a question. He didn't even bother to look at her. There's a kind of people in this world who are the most free and easy. If you don't cherish me when I open my heart to you, then after I leave you, I will be considered cheap if I even look at you. Leo chased Sophie all the way to the president's office. As soon as she entered the room, Sophie said unhappily, Interesting? Leo pretended not to understand. Huh. Sophie suppressed her anger. Don't involve me between you and Tina. Leo smirked, jealous. Sophie. Leo, we're not close. Can you please keep your distance from me from now on? I admit that you handle company affairs well, but I hope we can stay out of each other's way in our private lives and relationships. Okay? Leo took out his cigarette case and put a cigarette in the corner of his mouth. Okay, I'll listen to you. Sophie angrily took the cigarette from the corner of his mouth, her eyes full of warning. Go out and smoke it, Leo said nonchalantly. Are you interfering in my private life? Sophie, shameless. Chapter 19 begged me. The next day at noon, Tina received a call from her agent. Little ancestor, are you up yet? Tina, who was upset and had barely slept all night, hummed, her voice a little hoarse. Just woke up. Agent, pack up. I'll pick you up later. Tina was a little confused. What's the matter? The agent laughed and said, Our old high school monitor is celebrating his 28th birthday today. He called me early this morning to invite me and specifically told me that he couldn't reach you, a big star. So he told me to let you know and to come if I'm free. Tina pouted, What's the big deal? Forget it. We haven't been in touch for several years. I don't want to go. Besides, if someone secretly takes some unpleasant photos of me, it will be troublesome later. The agent smacked his lips and said, Silly girl, listen to me first. The old squad leader said we're going to Yunhu Villa this afternoon and then to Chun Chong's food stall tonight. You still remember Chun Chong? The one who used to be so poor he couldn't afford a thick coat in the winter and had him in his shoes for 3 years. He opened a food stall a few years ago, and the old squad leader meant to go and show his support and take care of his business. So, Tina was still a little confused. What her agent said seemed to have nothing to do with her. There was no need to go at all. Ew, such a great opportunity. How could you not understand? Think about it. Our class reunion tonight, and you, a big star, can put aside your pride and go to the food stall to support your poor classmates. If this matter were to be exposed, I have to say that this agent did a pretty good job. Tina suddenly realized. Is it possible to suppress the negative news about me recently and gain some popularity at the same time? The agent said, rather smugly, Why don't you pack up? I'll be there soon. Tina immediately perked up and started putting on makeup after hanging up the phone. Knock, knock, knock. Kevin pushed the door open and saw Tina putting on makeup. He asked, Are you going out? Tina smiled and said, It's a class reunion. Let's go have some fun. Kevin was stunned for a moment, frowned and said, When will you come back? It'll probably be a little later. Tina said, We have a dinner date tonight. My mom also invited us to dinner tonight. Tina paused while applying lipstick, turned to look at Kevin, and said embarrassedly, Brother Ning, can we do it another day? Today I'm not only here for the party, but also for work, so I have to go. But Kevin was a little unhappy, but after weighing the pros and cons, he still didn't tell the real purpose of dinner tonight, and said, Okay, let's do it another day. After leaving the room, he called his mother. Mom, is it settled for tonight? Gao's mother said confidently, don't worry. I've already asked someone to put pressure on Chinga Media. Just wait for them to kneel down and beg you tonight. After the call, Kevin couldn't help but let out a sinister smile and muttered, Sophie, Leo, tonight I'm going to show you two. You two bitches, what happens if you offend me? Gao's mother had just put down her phone when Gao Jinqing asked, what are you two planning? Gao's mother snorted and said unhappily, Qingyao Media has bullied your son, and you don't do anything about it? Gao Jinqing had been busy until the early hours of the morning yesterday. He had just woken up and hadn't had time to call his son back yet. Naturally, he had no idea what had happened. He asked in confusion, bullying Kevin? Who? That's Sophie. Gao's mother said, it's not just her, there's also the new boss of Qingyao Media. His name is Lao Zhu. Gao Jinqing's eyes widened suddenly when he heard this word. Gao's mother curled her lips and said, why are you so nervous? Don't worry, I've made inquiries. He's just a gigolo who drives a Didi. The only male of the younger generation in the Chu family is Mr. Chu's eldest son and grandson, Chu Howren. I've never heard of any Leo. In Jiangcheng, Truman is like a big tree. Although the flowers and plants around him are incomparable, as long as he looks up at it day and night, he will naturally know how many fruits are on the tree. Gao Jinqing pondered for a moment and said, you should ask around and find out the truth. In Jiangcheng, it's better not to provoke people with the surname Chu easily. Gao's mother didn't take it seriously. My last name is Li, so isn't Li Ka-shing also my father? Isn't Gao Qiu also your ancestor? Really, the older you get, the less courageous you become. Gao Jinqing wanted to retort a few more times, but after receiving a phone call, he hurriedly left home and put the matter behind him. On the other side, an hour ago, Qingyao Media was already in chaos. Mr. Zhao, the client, just called us for the 3 advertisements we agreed on a few days ago and said they'd like to put the cooperation on hold for now and reconsider. Mr. Zhao, the production team for the reality show we agreed to produce last month, just called and said they're terminating our partnership. Mr. Zhao, I turned down 2 other similar businesses for this advertisement. Now it's like this. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Yes, Mr. Zhao. I've already posted notice on my personal account about this reality show. Now you're saying you're terminating the cooperation? What's the point? In the president's office, several ministers and the implicated artists gathered around the desk, arguing back and forth, making Sophie dizzy. Boss Zhao, I think someone is definitely behind this. The marketing director pondered, could it be that Boss Gao from yesterday? Otherwise, let Boss Chu handle it. In fact, Sophie had already thought of Kevin. No one else was so boring except him. You guys go out first, I'll take care of it. Sophie pinched her brows, and after everyone left, she called the relevant partners one by one. However, after hearing that it was her, the other party was basically perfunctory and hung up without saying a word. Finally, she called the reality show's director. Director Song, what's going on? We've already agreed on a collaboration, and you're terminating it just like that? Do you want to explain this to me? Director Song had some previous dealings with the Zhao family, so he wasn't so perfunctory. He said with a smile, Mr. Zhao, you're a smart man, so I won't beat around the bush. It all comes down to social etiquette, and I can't help it. How about this? Tonight at 8 o'clock, let's have dinner at Ziyang Tower. Someone wants to see you. Oh, and bring Mr. Chu along too. Sophie felt powerless. It seemed that Director Song was not someone who would care about old relationships. Is it the Gao family? She asked coldly. Ah, that's right. Director Song laughed and said, Boss Zhao, let me give you a piece of advice. We're all in this circle. I won't tell you what the Gao family status is. It's better to resolve a feud than to create one. It's not difficult to humble yourself. After hanging up the phone, Sophie took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and called Leo. The Gao family is looking for trouble. Leo on the other end of the phone asked playfully, is it yours or mine? Sophie said coldly, you are the fuse. Leo was silent for a moment. Beg me. Sophie immediately hung up the phone, thought for a moment, and then sent Leo a WeChat message. 8 o'clock, Ziyang building. After a while, Leo still replied with those 2 words, beg me. Sophie rubbed her temples and kept repeating in her mind, don't be angry, don't be angry. But she finally failed. Her slender jade fingers clattered out 2 sentences and sent them to Leo. Despicable, vile, shameless bastard, stinking hooligan. Go to hell. Leo, I'm tired of listening to it. It's not exciting enough. Sophie, I have never seen such a shameless person in my life. This bastard can no longer be relied upon. The ice beauty angrily quit WeChat and found Ben's phone number in the address book. But after hesitating for a long time, he still didn't fight. The Zhao family has already caused Ben a lot of trouble. Not to mention saving Qing'a Media on the wedding day. Not only did Mr. Chu not show up, he also asked the butler to give Leo that warning, making it clear that he looked down on her. One can imagine the pressure Ben was under. She couldn't bring herself to go directly to Ben. In the end, the beautiful president decided to go to the meeting alone. If you just bow your head and admit your mistake, then just admit it. But if the Gao family has any excessive intentions, it won't be too late to find Ben then. Chapter 20 Chunchong. Phoenix Villa. Leo didn't wait for Sophie to send another message. He exited WeChat out of boredom, opened the map on his phone, and typed in Ziyang Tower. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was on Base Inn Road, an area he used to frequent. A high school classmate had opened a food stall nearby a few years ago, and he had eaten there quite often during the 2 years he had been driving for Didi. This classmate is Chun Chong. Of course, he dropped out of school in his second year of high school, and I didn't have much friendship with Chun Chong. The reason why he often went there to eat was because of a past event that was closely related to one of Chun Chong's cousins. Every time he went there, he would intentionally or unintentionally inquire about the whereabouts of Chun Chong's cousin. Chun Chong's cousin is Chun Hong, the person that Leo asked Lao Wu to investigate for 2 years but still had no news of. After staring at the map for a moment, Leo smiled faintly and muttered, "It's been a while since I've eaten at a food stall." In the evening, the sky was gloomy and it was completely dark before 6 o'clock. Leo put down the half-read romance of the Three Kingdoms, put on his coat, and went downstairs to change his shoes. Xiaoqing was half kneeling beside the fish tank, carefully cleaning it. Seeing the young master coming downstairs, she quickly stood up and nodded, "Young master." Leo smiled slightly and nodded in response. Turning around, he saw the blonde and blue-eyed little girl running in from the gate, followed by the fat man. "Wow, weird uncle. Lao. Chuli, run slower. Daddy can't catch up with you." Ben followed closely behind. As soon as he entered the door, he put his hands on his hips, panting heavily, and greeted Leo, "Son, are you going out?" Leo didn't bother to pay attention to him. He strode towards his little sister, picked up the little girl, pointed at the footprints on the ground, and said, "Clean it up yourself, or I'll spank you." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoqing came over with a mop in her hand. The little girl pointed casually, "This is her job." Leo didn't let her get away with it. He snatched the mop from Xiaoqing's hand and forced it on the little girl. "Do it yourself." The little girl was frightened by the serious tone, pouted, and burst into tears. "Daddy, help!" Ben laughed dryly and said, "Leo, your sister is still young." When he said this, Leo raised his eyelids and looked at him with a cold light in his eyes. "Julie, listen to your brother and clean it up yourself." "What?" Leo threw the doll out casually, and it landed right in Ben's arms. For a moment, the little foreigner, who had experienced the flying feeling, widened his eyes and dared not move. "Keep your daughter under control and teach her what good manners are," Leo said with a strange smile on his face. "Just like when my grandfather used to teach me with a stick every day when I was a kid. If she can't learn, I'll beat her until she learns." Xiaoqing raised her eyes timidly, with a hint of heartache in her eyes. Ben, still smiling playfully, hugged Chu Li and sat on the sofa, changing the subject. "Don't you like that Ferrari? After Sophie drove it back, it has been parked in the yard, and you haven't touched it." "I still like my old antique." Leo's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. After changing his shoes, he said to Xiaoqing, "Go and rest. You don't have to wait on them." Then he walked out the door. Before leaving, he deliberately pushed aside the fat man standing at the door and glared at him angrily. "A good dog doesn't block the road. Haven't you heard of it? Fatty." Ben teased his little daughter, his eyes filled with thought, and he smiled faintly, not knowing what he was thinking about. After a while, the phone vibrated slightly. It was a text message from an unfamiliar number. "The Gao family is going to cause trouble for Qingya. 8 o'clock, Ziyang Tower." Ben smiled and shook his head, muttering, "Now that we've given a heads up to the kings of hell, these little ghosts are becoming increasingly difficult to deal with." After leaving Phoenix Villa, Leo went straight to the Emerald Lakeside Villa area. In the newly purchased villa, Lao Wu was sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding a laptop computer with several surveillance images constantly switching on the screen. Seeing Leo push the door open and walk in, Lao Wu waved his hand and said, "Brother, the surrounding surveillance cameras have been set up. Tomorrow I will go install a few more at the nearby intersections. Leo didn't need to worry about these things at all. After looking up and down the stairs for a while, he asked, "What else do you need? Just use that car to buy it." Lao suit, infrared sensors, and a few drones. They've already been ordered and will be delivered in a couple of days. Okay, Leo patted his shoulder and said, "Come on, I'll treat you to dinner." Oh, that's so cool. Lao Wu closed his notebook and followed Leo happily. Are we still going to that food stall? Leo was silent. Lao Wu curled his lips and said, "Brother, Chin Chong probably really hasn't contacted his cousin. I've been monitoring his call records and haven't found anything. Otherwise, just kidnap him, beat him up, and force him to talk. He's a very stubborn person. He's not afraid of death, but he's also an honest and decent person. I can't bring myself to do that to him. Oh my God, there's no other way. This Chun Hong is really like a steam flower on Earth. But I can guarantee that he has never appeared at the food stall and has no contact with Chin Chong." As they were talking, the two of them came to the Skoda. Lao Wu winked and said, "Oh my God, you really don't plan to change it?" Or, just as he said this, Leo suddenly raised his hand and then made a strange gesture. Lao Wu immediately understood and made a zipper motion between his lips. It was already past 7 when we arrived at the food stall. Since it was winter, the entire stall was covered by a large, transparent tent. Leo parked the car on the side of the road. Instead of rushing in, he tilted his head back and looked at the large sign of Zhang building above him. He muttered, "I never noticed this place before." It was dinner time, and quite a few people were already sitting in the food stall. Chun Chong had just finished taking order for a table of guests when he turned around and accidentally saw Leo at the door. He was stunned. Under the dim light, the dandy young master stood tall and straight, wearing a black coat that was obviously expensive and a pair of leather boots on his feet, which made his legs look particularly long. Although his appearance has not changed, the rustic heavy glasses are gone, and his hairstyle is also neatly styled and fashionable. His overall temperament has improved a lot compared to before, and he looks like a real nobleman. However, the old antique car parked next to me really lowers the class. Lao, hey, you're dressed like that. I almost didn't recognize you. Chun Chong came out with a smile and jokingly said, "What have you been doing? You're dressed like a celebrity. Did some rich woman take a fancy to you?" Lao Wu choked on his saliva and started coughing violently. This foreigner had been to the food stall a few times before, so Chun Chong knew him. He said with a smile, "Tony, where's your afro? Why isn't it a braid?" "That's too much," Lao Wu blurted out. Leo put his arm around Chun Chong's shoulders and said, "He probably meant forced. Xiangzi, it's been a while since we've eaten here. Let's have some lamb ribs first." Chin Chong nodded and said, "Are you buying the car today? If so, I'll give you a bottle of wine to warm you up. You can just leave the car on the side of the road tonight. No one will take care of it." Leo thought for a moment and said, "That's fine, but you have to keep me company. Tony doesn't drink liquor." "Lao, what do you mean?" Chun Chong wiped a 4-person table near the door and said, "Okay, sit down first. I'll come out and have a couple of drinks with you after I've finished greeting the guests inside." Chapter 21. Driving for Didi? After a while, a serving of hot lamb ribs was served. The person who served the dishes was Chun Chong's wife, who also came from a poor family, but was quite pretty. However, she was a little dull and taciturn. She just smiled at Leo, an old customer. The fifth brother had been busy all day, and his stomach was already rumbling. He picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth, mumbling, "Brother, the third brother loves this the most. You should call him over too." Leo smiled faintly. "Do you think it's convenient for him to come now?" Just as he finished speaking, a group of people came noisily outside the tent. Leo recognized the person leading the group. He was the class monitor in high school. The old squad leader, who looked like he'd had a few drinks, had a slightly reddened cheek. He lifted the curtain and called out, "Chun Chong, we're here to support you." Another person nearby shouted, "Come and look, Goddessya is here to support you too." Leo lowered his head and ate without making a sound. Lao raised his eyes and saw Tina in the crowd. After a moment of hesitation, he looked at Leo with a faint smile on his lips, but he didn't dare to say a word. Chun Chong heard the noise and hurried out to greet them. Looking at his 7 or 8 old classmates, especially the dazzling female star, he said in awe, "Oh my, what brings you here? Quick, come in and sit down. There's a big table inside." Everyone joked, "Boss Chin's business is booming now. Don't forget us old classmates when you become rich." Tina's agent was also a little tipsy at this moment. He chatted with Chun Zhong for a few words. When he turned around to hold Tina's hand, he found that Tina S' expression was frozen. Her body was slightly stiff, and she was looking at a table of guests at the door with her head tilted. Tina, the agent was halfway through his words when he followed Tina's gaze and saw Leo eating heartily. After all, she was her best friend, so she naturally knew about Tina and Leo's secret marriage, and she also knew that they were currently divorced. Damn, so unlucky. This agent had recently returned to his hometown to visit relatives and go on blind dates, spending over a week there. Naturally, he didn't know the real Lushan Mountain. He openly teased, "How did I run into a toad?" The old squad leader was confused. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, let's go in and eat, come on, come on." The agent pushed the old squad leader inside, holding Tina with his other hand. Tina looked back every few steps, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed classmate recognized Leo and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, isn't this that guy? That Leo, right?" The old squad leader looked at Leo and was also surprised. "Leo? What a coincidence. Oh, I haven't seen you for a long time. Come on, let's eat together." Leo smiled politely and waved his hand. "Forget it, you guys go get together. I'll stay with my friends." The old squad leader slapped his thigh and said, "It's just an extra pair of chopsticks. Come on, we're all old classmates. Let's have a good chat." Before Leo could politely decline, he heard Tina's agent say sarcastically, "Forget it. We've only been classmates for a little over a year, and we're not that familiar with him." As she spoke, she pointed at the tattered Skoda on the roadside outside the door, her eyes full of contempt. "He's making a lot of money driving for Didi now. We're going to drink soon, so we shouldn't delay his fortune, Didi, how about we take care of his business tonight?" "Huh? Hey, goddess, yeah. I remember Leo seemed to pursue you in high school, right?" Tina looked gloomy and kept her head down without saying a word. The agent scoffed. "Who says it's not true? Probably not even a toad in this world can pee. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so clueless about their own identities, daydreaming about eating swan flesh." Lao gnawed on a bone and muttered, "What do you mean?" After a moment's thought, he realized that this sentence was a scolding of Leo. His expression instantly turned cold, and there was even a hint of murderous intent in his blue eyes. He then spat the bone in his mouth onto the table, clenched the chopsticks in his hand, and was about to stand up. Leo gave Lao Wu a warning look, calmed him down, picked up a piece of meat, and started chewing it, ignoring the other party's dirty words. Tina secretly tugged at her agent's sleeve, wanting to tell her that Leo was Qingya's new boss, but was inconvenient to speak out, so she said, "All right, stop talking and go in for dinner." Qinchang also tried to smooth things over. Yes, we're all old classmates, so just say less." After settling all his old classmates, Qinchang took 2 bottles of soju and hurried over to Leo, saying soothingly, "Leo, don't bother with them. They're all drunk." Leo smiled faintly. "It's okay. Go do your thing. Don't worry about me." After he finished speaking, he glanced outside inadvertently and happened to see a white Maserati parked on the side of the road. Sophie, wearing a black wool coat, got out of the car. After locking the car, this icy beauty tilted her head back to look at the sign of Xiang Tower, her pretty face full of melancholy. Then he sighed and looked away, only to unexpectedly see Leo in the transparent tent, staring at him with a smirk on his face, and was stunned for a moment. At the same time, someone from Tina's table exclaimed, "Oh my God, what a beauty!" Everyone looked outside, instantly becoming idiots. The calm old squad leader's eyes lit up. This beauty is truly stunning. The agent didn't expect that his boss would show up here by chance, and said in surprise, "Tina, go say hello." Tina glanced at Sophie, then at Leo, frowned slightly, lowered her head, and said nothing. What is this bastard doing here? Sophie pondered over it, and when she thought of the trouble the Gao family had caused today, she felt inexplicably furious. The look she gave Leo was instantly ice cold, and she hesitated to move her feet as if she still had a glimmer of hope for her nominal husband. She thought, since he showed up here, he couldn't let me face it alone, right? The 2 classmates realized that Tina knew Sophie and quickly joked, "Tina, do you know this beautiful girl? Hurry and introduce her to the class monitor." Yes, although we are all ugly, the squad leader is a handsome man with an annual salary of 1 million. Can you introduce him to someone? Tina looked embarrassed and buried her head even lower. "I'm worried you can't handle it," the agent joked, then patted Tina on the shoulder. "What's wrong? You feel weird. Let's go say hello to Mr. Zhao." Tina wanted to say something, but then she thought, I can't just pretend I didn't see it. right? So she gritted her teeth and let her agent drag her out. Oh, a rich woman. A classmate winked and said to the monitor, "What are you waiting for? Seize the opportunity." "You guys, haven't you ever seen a woman?" The squad leader seemed nonchalant, but he unconsciously straightened his collar and shouted to Tina, "Tina, if it's convenient, ask her to come along." Oh, the other students started to make a noise. Leo was calm and composed, staring at Sophie outside with his peach blossom eyes, a wicked smile on the corner of his lips, and he had no intention of leaving. Sophie greeted Leo warmly in her heart for 10 seconds, glared at him, and just as she was about to walk to Jiang building, she saw Tina and her agent lifting the curtain and walking out. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhao, what a coincidence. Sophie was stunned. After glancing at the two of them, she looked at Leo again. Her eyes were suddenly filled with mockery. She mocked herself, bitch. Leo understood her look, and the smile on his lips widened. He looked a little nonchalant as he picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. Perhaps because she had been drinking, the agent was not very perceptive and did not notice the eye contact between Sophie and Leo. She continued to talk about the purpose of bringing Tina here. Sophie nodded in agreement and whispered, "Okay, but the photos should be casual, not posed. I'll ask the PR department to work with you and release them from a passerby's perspective." The praised agent beamed. "Okay, Mr. Zhao, are you coming here for dinner too? How about join us?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. The three beauties were all startled, and everyone in the food stall was also startled. Lao Wu subconsciously touched his waist. Leo was slightly stunned, turned his head to look outside, frowned, and then smiled evilly. A white Land Rover crashed into the Skoda on the side of the road. Chapter 22 You Don't Know. Half a minute ago, Kevin drove to Jiang building, and just as he parked the car, he saw Sophie and the other two not far away, as well as the Skoda on the side of the road that was particularly eye-catching to him. This self-righteous, second-generation rich kid did not hesitate at all. After his mother, who was sitting in the back seat, got out of the car, he stepped on the accelerator and crashed into the Skoda. Several old classmates in the food stall couldn't help but look at Leo. Their cars were hit, but he was still eating meat calmly. The old squad leader thought for a moment, then stood up and walked towards Leo. "Leo, go out and take a look. Don't be afraid, we brothers are all here." Leo nodded calmly, took out some tissues to wipe his hands, and said with a smile, "Let's go and take a look." Leo holding two chopsticks. Tina outside was the first to react and rushed over to check. "Brother Ning, are you okay?" Kevin slowly opened the car door, naturally put his arm around Tina's waist, and said with a smile, "It's okay. The road is a bit slippery." Tina knew Kevin was doing this on purpose, so she whispered, "Brother Ning, Mr. Zhao is here. Stop causing trouble." Kevin looked at Sophie and said jokingly, "It's okay. She still needs me tonight. Haha." The agent knew the relationship between Kevin and Tina, so he naturally knew why Kevin hit Leo's car. But out of professionalism, she hurried forward, pulled Tina behind her, and whispered to Kevin, "Mr. Gao, Tina is a public figure. You should keep some distance for now. It would be bad if the paparazzi took pictures of her." Paparazzi are best at adding fuel to the fire. If they had captured this scene, within half an hour, a news story about celebrity boyfriend bullying the weak would have appeared on the internet. However, Kevin didn't care at all. He hugged Tina, who was half reluctant, again and said in a raised voice, "Tina and I are getting married. As you know, given the status of our Gao group, the wedding will definitely be a grand one, so there's no need to hide it." As he spoke, he deliberately asked Sophie, "What do you think, Mr. Zhao?" Sophie, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. She crossed her arms and glanced at Leo as he walked out of the tent with a half-smile. She muttered to herself, "This idiot is so pathetic. Even when he's about to die, he still doesn't realize what kind of person he's provoked." The old squad leader was shocked to see Kevin hugging Tina. He had no idea they were a couple about to get married. Even more surprising was that this arrogant, rich second generation was actually the son of the Gao family. He immediately gave up the intention of helping Leo get justice and secretly distanced himself from this old classmate. Gao's elegant mother also came over, ignoring Tina, who was greeting her. She walked around her son and looked him over, then asked with concern, "Kevin, why are you so careless?" Kevin smiled and said, "Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it." As he spoke, he took out his briefcase from the car and walked towards Leo. He took out 2 wads of money from the bag with great disdain and threw them at Leo, saying jokingly, "Sorry, the road was slippery and I didn't pay attention. Is this money enough?" Lao Wu's fists clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound. Leo pinched his wrist, a smile in his narrow eyes. Kevin, you really are very ignorant. Kevin just thought it was ridiculous and said arrogantly, Boss Chu, I think you're the one who is ignorant, right? Huh. As he spoke, he turned around and looked at the lady behind him. Mom, this is the new boss of Chinga Media, Leo, President Chu. For a moment, the agent was stunned. Boss Chu, what he had just said to Leo, the agent couldn't help but feel dizzy. Several old classmates were also surprised. Wasn't he just a low-level driver driving for Didi to make a living? How did he become a CEO? That doesn't make sense. Whose CEO drives a car like this? Is he just playing around? The old squad leader, who was well-versed in the ways of the world, looked solemn, as if he was weighing something. Oh, so you're that pretty boy? Gao's mother snorted coldly. I thought you were some big shot. Leo sneered. You old woman. You are the most ignorant. Are you looking for death? Mr. Chu, you'd better watch your mouth. Otherwise, you will regret it soon. Kevin gritted his teeth. If we were to say who is feeling the most uncomfortable at this moment, it would definitely be Tina. On one side are Leo and Sophie, and on the other side are the Gao family mother and son. All she can do is to quietly remain invisible. Just at this moment, a BMW X5 stopped by the roadside. Director Song, a portly man, got out of the car and hurried over to Gao's mother, saying with a flattering smile, Mrs. Gao, you just arrived too? Director Song, thank you for setting up this plan. We're family, so we shouldn't talk behind each other's backs. It's only natural. It's only natural. Director Song flattered a few times and said hello to Kevin before turning and walking toward Sophie. The flattering expression on his face instantly turned into mockery. Boss Zhao, you're here early. Sophie had stayed out of the current situation and naturally had no good face towards this heartless director. She hummed lightly, took a few steps back, and acted like she was just there to watch the fun. Why are you pretending to be so cool? Don't you see what's going on? Director Song muttered to Sophie, then turned to Gao's mother and asked, Mrs. Gao, everyone's here. Let's go upstairs and talk. Okay, Gao's mother responded, glancing at Leo. Boss Chu, let's go. There are some things you need to explain to me tonight. Hearing the title, Mr. Chu, Director Song's eyes couldn't help but flick to Leo. Several old classmates standing by were shocked, but also felt a bit gloating. Jealousy is an inherent flaw of human beings. Leo smacked his lips and said, Why the rush? Let's talk about my car first. Kevin glanced at the Skoda with disdain and said sarcastically, 20,000 yuan isn't enough to repair your junky car? Oh, I forgot. A gigolo like you who hangs out with rich women wouldn't even consider 20,000 yuan worth of it. Huh. So he's hanging out with a rich woman? I thought. I wonder if my girlfriend celebrated her 60th birthday? Huh. It seems he's not favored. Otherwise, why wouldn't his old love buy him a luxury car? Several old classmates whispered. Leo smiled faintly. It's not quite enough. As he said that, he took out his car keys and walked towards his old antique. When everyone saw him start the car and back up a distance, they all became puzzled. What is he going to do? The next moment, there was a buzz sound, and the Skoda accelerated at full speed and slammed into the white Land Rover. Chapter 23, Young Master. Bang! With a loud bang, the Land Rover was knocked back several meters, the front of the car was dented, and the left headlight was shattered into pieces. Kevin frowned and yelled, Are you fucking crazy? Leo lowered the car window, gave him a middle finger, then put the car in reverse gear, backed up about 10 meters, and stepped on the accelerator again to crash into him. It collided 3 times in a row, and everyone present was dumbfounded. Gao's mother was furious. She glared at Sophie and said harshly, Boss Zhao, you guys at Qingyao Media really don't know your place. I don't think we need to eat this meal today. Just wash your necks and wait. Whatever, Sophie said coldly. You. Mother Gao pointed at Sophie angrily, and was so angry that she couldn't speak. The old classmates looked at each other in bewilderment. Some, eager to watch the fun, shouted at Tina, Tell your fiancé to hit him back. How can you tolerate this? Tina's face turned pale. She wanted to persuade Kevin again, but seeing Gao's mother standing beside her, she did not dare to speak. Due to continuous collisions, the door of the Skoda was slightly deformed. Leo kicked the door open with his foot, got out of the car, walked around the car, and finally picked up a black object the size of a USB flash drive on the ground not far away and threw it to Lao Wu. Lao Wu looked it over, clutched the small object tightly in his palm, walked over to Leo, and whispered, It's the latest generation of tracking device with recording function. It should be installed on the inside of the car door. Leo smiled evilly and muttered, I knew it. That old bastard Ben would act fast enough. In fact, his real purpose in crashing the car was to get the little thing out on its own. Revenge on Kevin was only secondary. No one knew what the two brothers were whispering about, and everyone was confused. Kevin's lungs were on the verge of exploding with anger. He walked angrily towards his Land Rover, and it looked like he wanted to ram the car back. Tina hurriedly took his arm and said with tears in her eyes, Brother Ning, forget it. Gao's mother was also worried that her son would get hurt, so she said, Kevin, let's go home first. Someone will help you vent your anger later. Sophie rubbed her temples and thought to herself, this bastard is truly a scoundrel. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, the honest and dull Chong ignored his wife's obstruction and rushed out of the food stall, tremblingly advising Leo, forget it, just bear with it. You can't afford to offend them. Leo patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Chong, you're actually a friend worth making. Chong's forehead was already covered in a layer of cold sweat for his old classmate. He said in panic, Leo, why are you saying all this? Go and apologize to them. That car is not cheap. How many orders do you have to run to compensate them? Leo shrugged and was about to speak when he saw a few cars approaching in the distance. The cars were lined up in a row, and under the dim street lights, only a red Ferrari could be vaguely seen leading the group. Sophie also noticed the Ferrari and glanced at the license plate. It was the same Ferrari that Leo had driven back to Phoenix Villa a few days ago after he had given up on it. She couldn't help but frown and muttered, Did this bastard plan this? Buzz. As the roaring sound like a wild beast approached, several cars stopped in front of the food stall. Only then did everyone see clearly that behind the Ferrari was a Maybach, and behind it were 3 G-Class cars. One of my old classmates recognized the Maybach and was so excited that he exclaimed, Yellow license plate. Maybach 62 Zeppelin. There's only one in the whole of Jiangcheng. Such a grand display inevitably surprised Gao's mother and son and the director. Kevin had just returned to China, so he naturally didn't know who owned the Maybach. Gao's mother was a woman and knew nothing about cars. But director Song knew very well that the only Maybach 62 Zeppelin in Jiangcheng was Truman's car. Mr. Chu. He looked at Leo and seemed to understand something at this moment. His heart suddenly sank, and his old face suddenly turned pale without a trace of blood. It's over. It's over. Leo was a little surprised. He squinted at the fat bodyguard who got out of the Ferrari, hurried around to the back seat of the Maybach, opened the door, and waited respectfully on the side. At the same time, 7 or 8 people got out of the 3 G-Class cars behind. They were all wearing the same black suits and stood in a row on the side of the road. They nodded to Leo and said, Young Master. The sound of Young Master petrified everyone present. Director Song's legs were so weak that he could barely stand, and a thin layer of sweat formed on his palms. Tina opened her mouth wide, her face full of disbelief. How could this ordinary person, who had been married to me for 2 years, who was always at my beck and call, and who was driving Didi to make a living, it was like a stone that she had been kicking for 2 years. She thought it was insignificant and worthless, but now she discovered that the stone was actually a priceless piece of gold. The shock is beyond words. The agent beside him felt dizzy and kept pinching his thigh, shivering. Tina, am I dreaming? This must be a nightmare. The group of old classmates were stunned. In less than half an hour, Leo's identity changed continuously, from a Didi driver to a company boss to a gigolo, and now he became a rich young man. Looking back at high school, Leo's clothing and appearance didn't look like the son of a wealthy family. This young master identity really caught me off guard. The old squad leader's face turned red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Just now he was thinking of standing up for Leo, but then he found out that the other party was from the Gao family, and he took a half step back so seriously. Just thinking about it made him feel ashamed and regretful at the same time. Gao's mother and son looked at each other, wondering whose young master this was, when they saw Ben slowly get out of the car. Wow, it's quite lively. Ben looked around, and when he looked at Leo, his majestic face suddenly became more smiling, even a little flattering. Son, you didn't get bullied, did you? Dad is here. Not too late, right? Leo rolled his eyes and didn't respond. Instead, he looked at the Ferrari, deep in thought. Gao's mother and son? Sophie hadn't expected Ben to come in person. She looked a little uneasy as she hurried forward and greeted him. Uncle Jiqing. Sorry to bother you again. You little girl. Ben pretended to be angry and said, You still call me uncle? Sophie pursed her lips and called out awkwardly, Dad. Gao's mother and son? Right. Ben left. We've been married for a few days. Why haven't you changed your accent yet? If you call me that wrong again next time, I'll be really angry. I see. Sophie lowered her head, not daring to say anything extra. Chen Chong looked at the wealthy local tycoon who had the demeanor of a god of gamblers, and then looked at Leo, who was staring at the Ferrari, wondering what he was thinking. His heart was a mess, and he timidly took a few steps back. He would never have thought that Leo's identity was so noble. Then why did he drive for Didi before? The melodramatic TV drama plot of a rich young man refuses to accept the family's control, fails to make a living on his own, and has to go home to inherit the property? Sophie, don't be so polite to me in the future. You are Truman's daughter-in-law. If someone bullies you, you should tell me the first time. Ben said, looking up at the Gao mother and son, sneering, I am not a big shot, but in Jiangcheng I still have some face, don't I, Mrs. Gao? The last 3 words were spoken in a very heavy voice. Gao's mother and son shuddered at the same time. Chapter 24, A Great Shame. I thought it was a piece of rotten wood, but when I kicked it, I found out it was a steel plate. Gao's mother and son's faces were exactly the same, as white as paper, and their heads were buzzing. My heart was so filled with shock and fear that I couldn't react for a long time. That's Truman. He can easily destroy the Gao group. Where's Gao Jinshin? Ben walked towards the two of them with a calm expression on his face, but his tone was cold. Gao's mother hurriedly smiled and stammered, Mr. Leo, my husband Gao, is busy with business. Ben nodded and muttered, That's right. The Gao family is big and powerful, so he's got plenty to keep him busy. Then he looked at Kevin and said, Is this your son? Yes, Kevin. Hurry up and call someone. This is your Uncle Chu. Kevin swallowed nervously, but before he could say anything, Ben waved his hand and said with a smile, I don't have any friendship with your Gao family, so there's no need to bother. Your son is quite a good-looking man. Aside from being stupid, blind, and having nothing to show for it, he's quite good in other aspects. Sophie, I finally know who that bastard inherited his bad mouth from. Kevin didn't dare to get angry, let alone speak. He just stood there awkwardly, wishing he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Gao's mother forced a smile. Mr. Leo, it's all a misunderstanding. We didn't know that Mr. Chu was your son. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have dared to cause trouble, even if we had 8 guts. You are so magnanimous. Just give our old Gao some face. What kind of face does he have? Ben said sternly. Tell me, what kind of face does he have? Gao's mother was so frightened by the scolding that she was silent, and her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Ben glared at him, then looked at Director Song, who was hiding not far away. Hey, aren't you that so-and-so, that's so-and-so? Onlookers, which one is it? Director Song nodded and bowed hurriedly, taking small steps to get closer to Ben. It's me, Mr. Leo. A few years ago, Mr. Zhao and I played cards with you. Oh, Ben thought for a moment. Yes, I remember now. I told Lao Zhao at that time that you were a hairless thing on a dog's face. Even if you're a dog, you're not a good dog. Hey, is it verified? Director Song trembled and argued. No, Mr. Leo, you misunderstood. I'm here to be a peacemaker. I'm absolutely on Mr. Zhao's side. It's a pity that you're a director. You're a better actor, huh? Ben said with a forced smile. You seem to be getting quite old. You should stop playing in the film and television industry and try to find another industry. Director Song wanted to argue again, but Ben glared at him and he immediately lost his temper. I know. As soon as she finished speaking, Sophie strode to Ben's side, glanced at Director Song, and said, Dad, Director Song and I are old acquaintances. Please let him go. I believe he really came to help me today. Director Song couldn't believe it. Sophie would actually help him? Ben was not surprised. Instead, his eyes revealed some admiration for Sophie. Patient, calm, and thoughtful. She's a perfect match for her son, whose thoughts are deeper than the Mariana Trench. Okay, then I'll listen to my daughter. Ben smiled and looked at the Gao mother and son again. As for your Gao family, after a moment's silence, he turned to look at Leo. Son, what do you think should be done about this? Kevin raised his eyelids timidly. He had offended Leo again and again these days. How could this wealthy young man, who never showed his true identity, let him off easily? Leo glanced at the crowd of onlookers around him and saw that some of them were secretly taking photos with their mobile phones. After thinking for a moment, he pointed a finger at Kevin with a disdainful smile in the corner of his eyes. and hooked his finger like he was calling a puppy. Come over. Kevin swallowed his saliva, took a timid step, and walked up to him, tremblingly. The second-generation rich man didn't say a word, suddenly raised his hand, and slapped him hard. Is it fun? Huh? Kevin staggered and shuddered. No, it's not fun. Bang. Do you like to take advantage of others? No, no. Pa. Like to compete with your dad? Pa. Pa. Leo slapped Kevin's face repeatedly, as if it were free, until the brainless clown was knocked to the ground. Only then did he stop. Tina and Gao's mother couldn't help but want to step forward, but the former was held tightly by her agent, and the latter was so frightened by Ben's eyes that she dared not move an inch. She could only watch her son being humiliated with heartache, regretting her decision. The few passers-by watching the scene were inevitably filled with righteous indignation, but seeing the situation at the scene, they did not dare to loudly criticize. They could only whisper to each other and speak the loudest words in the smallest voice. Leo clapped his hands, as if brushing off the dirt from his palms. The ugly face of bullying and oppressing the weak was infuriating. He stared down at Kevin, whose dignity and integrity were shattered, for a moment, then sneered, Go kneel in front of my car and apologize to it, and this matter will be over. Seriously, hitting you has made my hands dirty. After that, without caring whether Kevin would obey or not, he turned around and glared at Ben, who looked relaxed and not afraid of getting into trouble, and said angrily, What's wrong with us? Ben was stunned, his expression suddenly fearful. What's the matter? I haven't provoked you recently. Leo took the tracker from Lao Wu and threw it to Ben. Explain it. Ben looked at it and pretended to be confused. What is this? Chen Chong, Leo shouted. Bring me a sledgehammer. Honest and dull Chen Chong didn't know what he was going to do, but in this situation, he had no right to speak. He hurried back to the food stall and took out a sledgehammer. Leo took the sledgehammer, looked at Ben, and walked towards the Ferrari. Without saying a word, he swung the hammer and started smashing it. Bang! Bang! This wasteful act stunned the group of old classmates, and their bodies trembled with the rhythm of the sledgehammer. Chun Chong, who was used to being frugal, was frightened and unconsciously calculated that this hammer would at least be worth his 6 months of hard work. After smashing the passenger door, Leo didn't see what he wanted, so he turned around and smashed the driver's door. More and more passers-by gathered around, many of them filming with their phones, clicking their tongues and saying, Whose son of a bitch is this? Fuck you. You're just going to smash an $8 million car. The rich feast on wine and meat, while the poor freeze to death on the streets. Damn you capitalists. After a while, the car door was smashed by a hammer, and a tracker of the same model as the one in Ben's hand fell to the ground. Leo took a breath, bent down to pick up the small object, raised his hand, and threw it at his father, saying angrily, Pretending? Pretend again. Ben knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he smiled awkwardly and said, Son, let's go home first. I'll explain it to you when we get back, okay? Leo picked up the sledgehammer, his narrow eyes stained with anger, and walked towards him leisurely. Old man, from the first time you gave me this car, I knew you had bad intentions. Ben waved his hands repeatedly. Looking at his expression, he was really scared of this rebellious son to the core. Leo, there's so many people here. Let's talk about it when we get back. Leo pressed the tip of his tongue against his back teeth. After staring at Ben for a moment, he turned and walked towards Chun Chong, handed the sledgehammer back, and said with a smile, I'll transfer the meal money to you via WeChat later. Chun Chong said in panic, No, Leo, you didn't eat much. Leo waved his hand. Save the wine. Come drink it later. After saying that, he looked at Sophie and said nonchalantly, Mr. Zhao, can you give me a ride? Sophie pursed her lips, said hello to Ben, and walked towards the Maserati. You can take a taxi back, Leo said to Lao Wu. After taking a few steps forward, he turned around and looked at Chun Chong meaningfully. Xiangzi, I told you that you were a friend worth making friends with. If you have any problems in the future, remember to call me. I'm always available. Oh, okay. Chun Chong nodded hesitantly, and after watching Leo get into the car, his eyes suddenly became frightened and confused. He understood what Leo meant. But I don't understand why this old classmate is so interested in his cousin. Looking back over the past 2 years, Leo would almost always mention Chun Hong intentionally or unintentionally every time he came. Once, he even asked where Chun Hong's parents were buried. What is the intention? All of Truman's cars left, leaving only 2 people to clean up the scene. The old classmates who were watching the fun had a heated discussion about Leo's identity. The old squad leader sometimes frowned, sometimes sighed, and looked lost. He simply didn't seize the opportunity to get close to a wealthy family. Gao's mother seemed to collapse completely. She trembled as she helped her son, who was still kneeling on the ground and dared not get up, and said in a trance, "It's over. Truman will not let our Gao family go. Son, we are finished. Your father will go crazy. What should I do? What should I do?" Tina beside him with a bitter face. "We are finished. Tina, you really made the wrong bet this time." Tina's mind was blank, and she stared blankly in the direction the Maserati drove away. After being stunned for a while, she suddenly laughed inexplicably, laughing and crying at the same time. The young master Truman actually compromised and married a little actor like me? What role does she play in this bloody marriage drama? Huh, clown? Leo, what on earth are you doing this for? You've deceived me so badly. Chapter 25, the third one. Hey, after returning to Phoenix Villa, Sophie did not get out of the car, but made an excuse to go back to the company. What Leo found when he smashed the car in front of the food stall, nor did she want to know. Ultimately, it was a matter between that funny father and son, and she, as an outsider, should not get involved. Furthermore, she was also worried that what happened tonight would cause bad public opinion on the internet. After all, there were quite a few passersby watching at the time. So I thought about returning to the company as soon as possible, so that if there is any disturbance on the internet, I can personally go to the public relations department and deal with in time. However, just as they left Phoenix Villa, Assistant Xiao Wei called, "Mr. Zhao? Mr. Zhao, this is bad. The internet is full of rumors about you and Mr. Chu. Some people are even saying that Mr. Chu's true identity." I see. Sophie hung up the phone halfway through, then parked the car on the side of the road and checked the internet. Among the hot topics in the city, the first place was Leo, whose true identity was exposed. The second was the video of Leo beating up the young master of the Gao family. And the third was Tina and Kevin. Scrolling down, the seventh article was about her suspected secret marriage with Leo. Truman's public relations department could not turn a blind eye to this kind of public opinion. But they actually ignored it. They even let Leo's news become the #1 trending topic. It's obvious that Ben wants his son to be in the spotlight. But why didn't they make an emergency PR announcement about the video of Leo beating Kevin? Zhao Yanan was puzzled. After a moment's deliberation, the aloof beauty didn't care about anything else. She made up her mind and called Xiao Wei. Contact the PR department and do everything they can to boost the story exposing Mr. Chu's true identity. Also, hire some self-media outlets and influencers to write articles and commentary, ideally with mixed reviews of Mr. Chu's reputation to spark a debate among netizens. As for Tina, have her agent contact the PR department and try to distance herself from the Gao family. As for the rumors about me and Mr. Chu, suppress them at all costs. Xiao Wei said anxiously, "Boss Zhao, are you going to divert all the blame on a Boss Chu and let him take the blame?" "This, Xiao Wei, I'll be at the company in half an hour." Hearing Sophie's cold tone, Xiao Wei quickly agreed. "I understand, Mr. Zhao. I'll do it right away." After hanging up the phone, Sophie took a deep breath. "I married Truman to seek refuge, so the more people who know, the better." But on the wedding day, Ben had already informed all the real big shots, so she wasn't really afraid of the rest of the monsters and demons, and there was no need to make it known to everyone. As for that bastard, he is a shameless bastard. It is understandable that he is scolded by netizens for a few days. After all, he is shameless, and it doesn't cost him any money. On the other side, Xiaoqing was fiddling with a few pots of flowers in the living room out of boredom. She vaguely heard hurried footsteps coming from outside the door. Turning around, she saw Ben running in with a panicked look on his face, as if he was being chased by a dog. Before she could react, Leo followed up with a curse. "Old thing, if you can't explain it to me clearly today, next week will be your 7th day. Son, I'm doing this for your own good." Ben circled the sofa with ease, saying earnestly, "I'm really doing this for your own good. You don't investigate what you should investigate, but you investigate me instead? You're guarding against me like a thief. How interesting. If you don't trust me, then why did you ask me to go back to Truman? Stand right there." The fat bodyguard chased in breathlessly. Looking at the boss, who was chased from the yard into the house, he didn't know whether he should help or not. After thinking for a moment, he took small steps and stood beside Xiaoqing. The two stood on the balcony and looked at each other. Neither of them dared to say a word. "Son, listen to me. I installed the tracker because I was worried you might be in danger." "You're kidding me. How do you explain the recording function? What exactly do you want to know? Ben was old after all, and coupled with his playboy nature, his body was almost exhausted. He was sweating profusely after running for a while. He covered his heart with one hand and signaled his son to stop with the other hand, panting, I'll tell you, I'll tell you. Leo stopped, barely breathing, and raised his chin slightly. Speak. What did you experience during those years you were abroad? Ben got straight to the point. After a pause, he added, I've sent many people to inquire about you, but to no avail. Son, I just want to know what happened to you. Leo stared into his father's eyes without blinking, noticing any lies. After a long silence, he smiled faintly and said, Don't ask too much about social matters. Ben, I can only tell you that I didn't suffer much during those 7 years, so you don't have to feel guilty about anything. Leo exhaled, but I'm warning you, if you dare to investigate me again, I'll never let you go. Okay. I won't be involved in your business anymore, okay? Ben breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the sofa. I'm curious, how did you find out I installed a tracker on you? Don't tell me you found out because of an accidental car accident. Leo smiled faintly. Guess. Ben curled his lips. It seemed that he had underestimated his son's defensiveness. After calming down for a while, he asked, I say, Leo, why don't you trust me? I'm your father after all. Why are you on guard against me? Leo took out his cigarette case, bit a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, and said nonchalantly, How much is the father of an illegitimate child worth? Oh, Ben sighed. Son, I promise you, I have nothing to do with that matter. Also, when I asked you to return to Truman, I was really making plans for your future, not to fight for my inheritance, understand? I don't doubt you, don't confess. Leo said lightly. You didn't doubt me? Ben's lips curled up in a smile for some reason. A sly look flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly shouted, Third brother! The fat bodyguard on the balcony was in a state of nervous tension and responded subconsciously, Hey, now. The fat man, shocked to realize he was exposed, froze in his tracks. His eyes, full of wisdom, widened. After a moment of confusion, he suddenly had an idea and started humming an old song. Hey, kudayo, amo, kauhyanahi, malayo. Theme song from Reply 1988, Don't Worry. Xiaoqing's inner thoughts. What sad thing did he remember? The father and son of Truman were directly silenced by the fat man's magical operation. All right, what are you doing all this howling? Ben glared at him, then turned to look at Leo and said with a smile, Son, why don't you explain it to me too? Your brother is good in every way except that he's not very smart. He's been with me for less than half a month, and I've noticed something. After checking, I found out that he's the third of your brothers. Oh, to be honest, I'm quite relieved. The fact that you can send such a big idiot to keep an eye on me shows that you still trust me, right? Leo curled his lips, looked at the embarrassed third brother, and said unhappily, Is this what you told me? Promise not to show any trace. The third brother lowered his head and muttered, It's not my fault. The chairman is too smart. Smartass. Leo said, Throw away your phone. I'll buy you another one tomorrow. It was not difficult for him to guess that Ben must have asked someone to hack into the third brother's phone. Otherwise, how could he know that he was the third among his brothers? Yes, my son is really smart, Ben said with a smile. Why don't you tell me about the others? Which one is the foreigner you were with today? Also, are there any of your people around the other people in Truman? Leo put out his cigarette in the ashtray and said, I told you, don't ask about social matters. Anyway, you fight for your property, and I'll investigate the truth. If we can help each other, let's help each other and make use of each other. Deal. Okay, Ben said happily. But no matter what, I'm fighting for the family fortune for you. Leo didn't bother to argue. He said, Don't touch the Gao family, then beckoned to the fat man, stood up, and walked out. Your undercover identity has been exposed, and you still dare to stay here? Aren't you afraid that he will eat you? Come with me. I bought a villa, and I won't live here anymore. The fat man hurriedly followed. As he passed the sofa, he chuckled at Ben and said, Chairman, I'm leaving right now. This month's salary and the year-end bonus. You can't leave without me, right? Now. Ben smiled and said, How about I give you some more medical expenses? Leo sighed quickly. Leo, who had walked to the entrance, and a look of loss suddenly appeared in her eyes. She heard clearly that her young master would not live in the villa in the future. A feeling of being abandoned arose spontaneously, and she couldn't help but lower her head silently. Just then, she suddenly heard Leo calling her name. Xiaoqing. The young and introverted girl raised her eyes timidly. Why are you standing there? Let's go. Leo tilted his head. Xiaoqing's mood was like riding a roller coaster, soaring from the bottom to the sky in an instant. She nodded in surprise. Okay, Master. I'll go pack my luggage. Don't bother. Master will take you to the mall tomorrow. If you need anything, we can just buy it. Chapter 26, Every Word is a Pearl. Xiaoqing thought that let's buy it directly meant that her young master was just being kind and buying her some daily necessities. However, she underestimated the arrogance of this dandy. Early in the morning, he took her, the fat bodyguard, and a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner to order a 2-meter-tall statue of Guaneri. Then they went shopping in the mall, bought several sets of brand-name clothes for each of them, and also bought her several sets of expensive cosmetics. After returning home, he generously gave her 20,000 yuan and said, "If you need anything, go buy it yourself. I'm really not good at daily necessities for you girls." Xiaoqing was flattered and wanted to refuse instinctively, but she remembered what Leo said in the mall. I hate nagging the most. Just take it if I give it to you. Don't make me angry. So she had to accept it. Leo noticed the girl's discomfort and said with a smile, Xiaoqing, we have such a big house, and we will be relying on you from now on. Not only will you have to clean it, but you will also have to cook for us from time to time. What I give you is what you deserve. Xiaoqing hurriedly said, No, 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 master, this is what I should do. Leo smiled and said, Don't be so reserved from now on. Just treat it like your own home. Do you hear me? Well, okay. Xiaoqing nodded timidly and unconsciously raised a smile, pure and sweet. After lunch, Xiaoqing stayed at home while Leo and his two brothers prepared to go out. The G-class that Ben, the white girlfriend, had driven last night. Leo glanced at Lao Wu, who understood and said, I checked it carefully several times to make sure nothing was stolen. The third brother got into the driver's seat with ease, and after the two got in, he started the car and drove towards Xingmedia. On the way, Leo said, Old 3, why don't you just be my driver from now on? You're familiar with this business anyway. The fat man responded mutteringly. After serving me, you now serve my son. By the time you have a son, I'll have become a veteran of 3 dynasties. Shit, these founding emperors all love to kill their meritorious officials. What are you mumbling about? Leo slapped the back of that head. Nothing. I am just happy, hee. Leo leaned back in his chair, smiled briefly, and said to Lao Wu, Go to work on time from now on, and don't run around for no reason. Also, keep an eye on Xinchang, okay? I understand. I've installed a lot of surveillance cameras near his food stall. I even hacked into his wife's phone. Don't worry. The third brother interrupted. Brother, why don't you just let the fifth brother stay home? It's just remote monitoring anyway. Why does he have to go to work at Xingmedia? Does this damn hacker need money? Oh, you damn idiot, Lao Wu said helplessly. Big brother wants me to protect big sister-in-law. Don't you understand? The third brother glanced at him and said unhappily, Fifth brother, do you believe that I will beat the shit out of your mouth? Lao Wu curled his lips and said, Oh, my God. I'm going to vomit on you, I promise. Leo shook his head helplessly. Old 5, do you know how Yangxiu died? Lao Wu, what do you mean? In fact, he guessed correctly. Leo arranged him to the company in order to protect Sophie. Although he and Sophie were not familiar with each other, let alone had any feelings for each other, Truman was involved in a complicated matter, and the matter he was investigating was even more complicated. If there was any negligence, he was really afraid that he would implicate Sophie. Leo got out of the car downstairs of the company. He saw a familiar figure. Tina stood at the door of the company with her head drooping. She looked distracted and sickly, like an eggplant hit by frost. Leo was stunned for a moment and was about to ignore this old friend, but the next second, Tina saw him. Now, the dignified A-list celebrity, without caring about her goddess image at all, walked up to Leo with gritted teeth and said sinisterly, Let me ask you, what do you think of me? As soon as she finished speaking, Tina's eyes turned red and 2 lines of tears rolled down her eyes. Leo had a blank expression on his face. He waved his hand to signal the third and fifth children to leave first. Then he looked at Tina and said playfully, What answer do you want? Tell me, and I'll do my best to satisfy you. You, Tina sobbed, since you were Truman's son, why did you lie to me in the first place? You think I'm a vain woman, right? Let me tell you, Leo, I love Brother Ning not because their family is rich. Leo believed this statement without a doubt. Tina didn't understand him, but he knew Tina very well. This woman is not materialistic at all. She is simply in love. I know, so I chose to divorce. As for lying to you, I can only say I'm sorry, because before that, I had no intention of having anything to do with Truman anymore. Are you satisfied with this explanation? You bastard. Tina cried. You just want to insult me, don't you? Tina, Leo said calmly. I admit that I lied to you, but I swear, during the 2 years of our marriage, my love for you was genuine. Do you want to reflect on this? Have you ever looked me straight in the eye in these 2 years? Have you ever really taken the trouble to understand me? Even now, you still think that all this is my fault? That's ridiculous. You're sad because you played the role of a fool in our pitiful marriage. What about me? A dispensable servant? A shameful nanny? Honestly, Tina, I've never blamed you for my humbleness. It's all my own fault. I put my heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys in front of you, but you didn't want them. Every word is a gem. Tina had difficulty breathing for a while, sobbing constantly, and tears as big as beans fell down. Seeing this scene, it would be a lie for Leo not to feel sad. But no matter how heartbroken he was, he would not offer any comfort. Let the past be the past. Let's die cleanly in the old times. After a while, Tina's emotions gradually calmed down. She said with a dead heart, Leo, I have another question for you. When director Wong Long asked me to film a movie, was it you who helped me privately? Perhaps not wanting to make Tina feel any worse, Leo didn't say yes or no, but simply said, that's because you're a good actor and you work hard. Tina smiled bitterly. Her pretty face looked so pitiful at the moment. She could tell that it was Leo helping her. In fact, she had already had some suspicions since that night when Kevin was angrily kicked out of the club by Wong Long. But she forced herself not to think about it and did not dare to face the fact. Leo, I hate you. After leaving behind a chilling remark, Tina walked towards her agent's car on the roadside and drove away. Leo looked at the direction the car left, his eyes unconsciously dimming a little. From this moment on, I can truly let go of this old love. Buzz. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Leo came to his senses, took out his phone, and saw it was Lao Wu. Gao, is it the company? Want to have a meal together? Chapter 27. Sharp-tongued and sharp-tongued. Sophie with his rebellious son who had caused him such a disaster. In fact, the father and son arrived early in the morning and brought a lot of valuable gifts, but Sophie left them aside, and they only met 10 minutes ago. No wonder this ice beauty doesn't like them. She is really too busy to spare any time for them. Several merchants who had threatened to break the contract yesterday came to us one after another. Their attitudes completely changed, and they humbly begged to continue the cooperation. Director Song, who had repented and was determined to turn over a new leaf, was even more sincere. He brought the program's chief planner and producer to Chinga Media and gave all the artist spots previously allocated to another entertainment company to Chinga. The selection was also handed over to Sophie personally. Sophie respectfully to discuss some cooperation, and some even preferred not to make any money themselves, but just to make a name for themselves. No wonder Leo's news was on the hot search last night and fermented all night long. People in the entertainment-related circles paid the most attention to these news. Right now, who doesn't know that the CEO of Chinga Media is Truman's son? For some small companies, being able to do business with Truman means making money. Sophie had a severe stomach acid problem, as she had not had time to eat lunch after being busy all morning. But she still endured the discomfort and chose to meet Gao's father and son first. After all, Gao Jiangcheng was an elder, almost 60 years old, so he still had to be polite. Furthermore, she didn't want to be seen as someone who was unforgiving. After all, Gao Jiangcheng didn't come to ask her for help, but to ask that bastard for help as he had no other choice but to ask Ben for help. Boss Zhao, Gao Jiangcheng said with a smile on his face, his eyes full of humility. My useless son is blind and blind. It's really the flood that washed away the Dragon King temple. I apologize to you on his behalf. I hope you can forgive me. Sophie smiled and said, Mr. Gao, this matter has been put to rest. It's not about offending anyone. I really can't bear it if you come in person. Gao Jiangcheng, if a son doesn't teach well, it's the father's fault. How can I not come? Kevin, who was standing upright beside him with an embarrassed look on his face, why don't you apologize now? You useless thing, I shouldn't have let you go back. Kevin shuddered and said hurriedly, Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry. Although Sophie was a woman, her aura was not weak at all. She said calmly, Chinga Media has not suffered any losses. You don't need to apologize. Gao Jiangcheng scolded his son again, then said with a forced smile, Boss Zhao, isn't Boss Chu here today? I think we should apologize to him in person. Sophie shrugged. No. As soon as she finished speaking, she was slapped in the face. Leo didn't even knock on the door. He just pushed it open and walked in. Sophie, Boss Chu. Gao Zhenxing quickly stood up to shake hands. Nice to meet you. Kevin stood there, not daring to raise his head. Leo didn't choose to shake hands. His narrow eyes swept across the old face. Then he walked to the sofa and said nonchalantly, Nice to meet you, huh? How nice to meet you. Gao Zhenxing remained calm and said with a smile, Boss Chu, my son was blind and did some bad things a few days ago. I came here today to apologize to you. I hope you will be magnanimous and let our Gao family go. Sophie didn't expect that this old man, who seemed unattainable to ordinary people, could be so unconcealed and humble, and she couldn't help but feel a little pity for him. Leo crossed his legs, a smile on his lips as he said, I guess your Gao family has begun to suffer retribution? Gao Zhenxing nodded awkwardly. This is all what I deserve. Last night, late at night, several of the projects we had agreed on were all canceled. Honestly, my phone has been turned off all day. I haven't dared to turn it on at all. Mr. Chu, I'm here to sincerely apologize. I hope you'll be so kind as to leave our Gao family a chance to survive. Leo's thin lips twitched. Sincerely? Haha, if my fucking last name wasn't Chu, would you have spared me? Would you be sincere? Mr. Gao, there are always mountains beyond mountains, and there are always heavens beyond heavens. It's better to be low-key. Yes, yes, yes. Gao Zhenxing quickly agreed. I'll write Mr. Chu's words into the Gao family's ancestral precepts later. Don't talk nonsense, it's boring. Leo said, Go back. I have no interest in bullying your Gao family. As for the retribution you have suffered, I think you should understand what is going on. Gao Zhenxing has been in the business world for decades. How could he not know? The reason why those projects were canceled last night was simply because the other party knew that the Gao family had offended Truman and was afraid of being implicated. How could it be so easy if Ben couldn't wait for revenge? That guy is famous for his ruthlessness. I'm afraid that just an appetizer would be enough to make these two people drink a pot. Hearing Leo say this, Gao Zhenxing breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Chu is very generous, and I'm deeply ashamed. I can't express my gratitude enough. If you need me in the future, please let me know. It's just that. As for Boss Chu, Leo curled his lips and said, Don't worry. I've already told that old man. He won't make things difficult for you. Kevin couldn't help swallowing when he heard Leo call the big man, who scared his father and kept him awake all night, old thing. Looking back, he was still ignorant of the immensity of the world and asked Leo, Do you know how big the gap is between you and me? I couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This gap is really huge. After some flattery, Leo ordered Gao and his son to leave. The huge office was awkwardly quiet. The so-called couple looked at each other, but no one spoke. They were more distant than ordinary friends. Sophie wondered, why isn't this bastard talking so much today? Leo was not in the mood and took out his cigarette box out of habit. Halfway through unpacking it, he seemed to remember something and subconsciously glanced at Sophie. Then he stood up and planned to go outside to smoke. Just at this moment, someone knocked on the door. Sophie, come in. The door opened, and Xiaowei walked in holding a document. She greeted Leo first, then walked over to Sophie and handed her the document. Mr. Zhao, this is from the Artist Management Department. They said it was sent by Director Wang Long. Tina's role has been replaced. Sophie said calmly, I know. Notify the Artist Management Department. This matter must be kept confidential. We'll inform Tina's agent after the new year. Got it, Mr. Zhao. After Xiaowei left, Leo sat back on the sofa and looked at Sophie. Why? Sophie said seriously, she still has commercial value. I don't want this to affect her. You know, Wang Long promoted her. Now that Wang Long is replacing her, it will be a huge blow to her. Leo smirked and said, You're worried about affecting the annual meeting. Yeah, Sophie didn't deny it. She's still the most important person in the company. The annual meeting must be centered around her, and most of the guests we invite are here just for her. So, you're still planning to give up on her after the new year? She's almost 30, a very awkward age for a female artist. No director would choose her first. Besides, her current reputation is really bad. I tried my best, but she just didn't listen. You really are a genuine businessman, Leo said with a smile. Sophie looked at him, a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Feeling bad, Leo raised his lips and said, Jealous. Now, calling someone a puppy. Sophie, you can't get any advantage in front of this sharp-tongued man. Chapter 28, is it over yet? The winter in Jiangcheng is white. With heavy snow every now and then, a month passed in a flash. As the spring festival approaches, the whole city becomes festive. The white world is covered in Chinese red. Every household is decorated with lights, and lanterns. The streets and alleys are crowded with small vendors selling New Year's goods. The New Year atmosphere is strong, and the city is bustling. At noon, Qingyao Media. Xiaowei knocked on the CEO's office door and frowned. Boss Zhao, one of our artists was just caught cheating by his ex-girlfriend, and the news is already spreading online. Sophie exclaimed, just let the PR department handle it urgently. Do you really need to tell me about this? Xiaowei was a little embarrassed. The PR manager said, let me ask you, are you going to use Mr. Chu's scandal as a shield for this matter like you did last time? Ever since the Gao father and son came to apologize, Leo has not come to the company again, and he was even reluctant to show up at the annual meeting. As a result, the nominal couple did not see each other for a whole month. For Sophie, this was undoubtedly a good thing. Out of sight, out of mind, and her life returned to normal with nothing but work. But that bastard is never idle for a single day. After his true identity was exposed, not only his own female artists rushed to get close to him, but even those little-known internet celebrities and socialites were not to be outdone and tried every means to get the opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. Leo is not picky about food, and he accepts anything that is offered to him. In just 1 month, he has become well-known and is on par with his father. Sophie thought for a moment and said to Xiaowei, does the PR department have any gossip about Mr. Chu? Preferably from the past 2 days. Yes. Xiaowei nodded. Last night, an 18th-tier actress from our company was with President Chu at the Imperial Hotel. She took photos and posted them to her personal account, but deleted them immediately. Since she's not very famous and doesn't have many followers, it didn't attract much attention. The PR manager has already asked her for the photos. Sophie smiled. The PR department has everything ready? Then why are you asking me? It's not because I'm afraid that Mr. Chu will blame me. Xiaowei smiled embarrassedly. It's okay. Don't ask me next time. Just use him as a shield. If he blames me, I'll take the blame. Well, okay. Seeing Xiaowei hesitant, Sophie asked doubtfully, anything else? I don't know if I should ask. You've been with me for more than a year. You should know that I hate nagging the most. Just say it directly. Oh, I'm just curious. Are you and Mr. Chu really secretly married? In her opinion, a man of Leo's status, no matter how good his temper is, would never allow his subordinates to use him as a scapegoat again and again, right? This is the 4th time Sophie has taken advantage of him this month. Unless, like the online rumors, they were a secretly married couple. Maybe Mr. Zhao couldn't control this playboy? Xiaowei thought so. Sophie rolled her eyes and said calmly, you believe the rumors on the internet? Xiaowei, are you too idle? No. Xiaowei waved her hands and hurriedly left the office. Half an hour later, the news about Leo and the female artist appeared in the top 3 hot topics. Sophie, who had been busy all morning, stretched her back, and as she stood up to pour some water, she received a WeChat message from Leo. Are you done yet? Sophie calmly replied, news, it's all about facts. Leo, you wanted to take the bullet for that cheating scumbag. Sophie, scumbags are barely human, but you aren't. Leo, jealous? Sophie, get lost, you beast. Leo, I'm a living beast, and you are the wife of a living beast. In the afternoon, the weather, which had been gloomy for several days, finally cleared up. At Phoenix Villa, Ben leaned on the lounge chair on the balcony, sipping tea while watching the staff in the yard busy hanging lanterns and pasting couplets, feeling comfortable and lazy. Behind him stood a beautiful woman, both in figure and face, who was gently massaging his shoulders. Her fiery red lips moved, and her tone was full of seduction. Sir, the young master is having an affair with a female star again. Stinky boy, Ben laughed. Which one is it? Number. The woman raised her eyelids, estimated, and said, there are 7 rumored ones, and there are at least a dozen that haven't been rumored. Some people say online that he's a groom every night. Ben knew his son's character well. These rumors were obviously caused by Leo on purpose. He muttered to himself, I wonder if the fakery has become real. What a shameful waste. The woman continued, there are also a few internet celebrities who hang around the young master almost every day. A few days ago, the young master even beat up a reporter who was secretly filming him for an internet celebrity and smashed his camera. Good urination. The woman curled her lips helplessly. You don't care about it? At least suppressing public opinion is good. Ben clasped his hands behind his back and grabbed the woman's hand. He then pulled the beauty forward and pulled her into his arms. He smiled and said, you're almost 30 years old. Why would you care about him? I'm only interested in caring about you. Come, let me check your body. The woman leaned against Ben's chest and said coquettishly, Sir, you are so mean. I don't know how many girls you have deceived with your mouth, huh? Ben said playfully, I'm after your skin, and you're after my money. Is there a fairer deal than this? It's not really a scam. The woman didn't feel ashamed. She patted Ben and said, hateful. Sir, I'm actually quite curious. Have you ever loved someone in your life? Ben narrowed his eyes, and the smile on his face unconsciously faded. Yes. After a pause, he added, just one. The woman looked up, a little surprised. I really don't know what kind of woman can actually make you fall in love with her. She's not pretty. Her figure is average. She has a stubborn temper, and she's mean. She slaps me in the face every now and then, She seems to have absolutely no merits, but I just like her, deeply in love with her. When saying this, Ben's expression had a kind of bittersweet charm. The woman was very interested. Then, why don't you marry her? Could it be that she still looks down on you? Ben's eyes were suddenly filled with memories, and his smile became bitter. I've had 2 marriages, both for business, with absolutely no emotional connection. Later, I met her and promised to end my second marriage as soon as possible and marry her. However, I was still young at the time, and many things were beyond my control. By the time I was finally able to make my own decisions, she was gone. Haha, what a tragic fate. The woman's eyes showed a hint of regret, and she muttered, It's really fate. Chapter 29, Calling the Police. In the evening, Xiaoqing prepared the meals and brought them to the restaurant one by one. Then he walked to the stairs and shouted upstairs, Master, it's time to eat. As she finished speaking, the girl's gaze unconsciously fell on the tall statue of Guan Yu in the living room. A strange look appeared on her face as she muttered, It's like gangsters. He's obviously a book lover, so why not put up a Confucius statue? Leo, who had gotten up at noon and read all afternoon, walked downstairs lazily. When he reached the corner, his steps suddenly froze. He stared at Xiaoqing with narrow eyes without blinking, and asked in surprise, Why? Are you dressed like this? Xiaoqing's cheeks immediately flushed, and she lowered her head and said, Third brother. He said you like made outfits and asked me to, from now on. He was halfway through his words when the burly third brother walked in. He said cheerfully, Big brother, I've taken care of everything you asked me to do. I've ordered a GTR for each of us 3 brothers. Haha, that's every man's ultimate dream. We can pick up our cars in a week. Oh, by the way, Xiaoqing, you should also go get your driver's license as soon as possible. I'll buy you one later. The third brother seemed to react suddenly. His voice stopped abruptly, and he stared blankly at Xiaoqing in her maid outfit, saying fuck in his heart, and then looked at Leo guiltily. Seeing Leo's face as if it had been quenched with ice, the fat man chuckled. I suddenly thought of something very important. I'll go take care of it now. You guys eat. Don't worry about me. After saying that, he ran out. You bastard. Leo smiled helplessly and slowly went downstairs. Xiaoqing, I think I need to explain to you that this was all that fat guy's idea. It has nothing to do with me. If you don't want to wear it, go change it now. Xiaoqing stammered. Master, don't you like it? Now, what man doesn't like it? If Master likes it, Xiaoqing thinks this dress is also okay. You little girl. Leo stretched out a finger and gently tapped Xiaoqing's forehead, smiling. How many times have I told you? You have to treat this place as your home. Apart from doing your part, you don't have to care about other people's likes or dislikes. As long as you are happy, that's all. Also, don't ask other people's opinions about things you like. Life is actually very short. You have to learn to live for yourself. Do you understand? Xiaoqing's expression froze, and she stood there motionless. Growing up, no one had ever told her, you have to live for yourself. This sentence sounds simple, but for a certain type of people, it is too difficult. The timid and self-deprecating girl's eyes gradually became moist. She lowered her head and walked towards the kitchen. Master, I'll go get the soup. Leo sat on the sofa and just picked up his chopsticks when Ben called. Sophie back to the villa to spend the night on New Year's Eve tomorrow. Leo said with disdain, Let's not talk about whether I'm happy to come back. I'm afraid your good daughter-in-law is not willing to participate in such a grand reunion. Don't forget, she has a PR team. What excuse can't she make for you? Ben smacked his lips and said, It's Chinese New Year. How can I not go home? Sophie is a sensible child. She will definitely come. At this point, Ben lowered his voice and said, Also, it was your grandfather's idea to let you come back for the new year. Huh? Leo smirked. This old guy. Is he trying to teach me a lesson? This past month, my efforts haven't been in vain, huh? It's definitely not in vain. Your uncle was already being sarcastic with me just now. Ben, remember this. I'm hiding my abilities in front of them, but I'm actually paving the way for you to fight for the family inheritance. You owe me a favor. Remember to pay it back. Leo said playfully. Ben, you've spent quite a bit of my money these days, haven't you? We're even for now. Leo said nonchalantly. Even? I think you're bullshitting. My father earns the money and my son spends it. It's only natural. After saying that, he didn't give Ben a chance to refute and hung up the phone. After a moment's thought, I sent a WeChat message to Sophie. I'll be back at the villa tomorrow to stay overnight. On the other end, Sophie was in a meeting notifying people about annual leave. When she saw this message, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seemed like I just remembered that I am now a married woman, and it is inevitable that I will go to my husband's house to have a New Year's Eve dinner during the new year. Ben and his son knew about the fake marriage in Truman, and no one else knew about it. If she didn't go, wouldn't that be putting Ben on the spot? After thinking for a moment, she noticed the words "stay one night" and frowned. She replied, "Stay one night? A big family like the Trumans, with many people and numerous rules, would be enough to overwhelm her just by having a meal there, let alone staying overnight." Not long after, Leo sent a message. "That old man Ben said you are very sensible." Sophie. After dinner, Leo lazily leaned on the sofa, holding his mobile phone in one hand, and his thumb kept sliding up the WeChat interface. He looked at the messages sent by those beautiful girls, but was too lazy to click them, just like the emperor flipping cards in ancient times. After sliding for a while, he casually clicked on the message of a female internet celebrity. "Mr. Chu, are you free for a drink tonight? I've asked you out several times, so it's my turn now, right?" "Leo, are you greedy for my body?" The influencer was probably holding her phone, waiting for Leo to reply. After a while, she replied, "Hate it. Are you coming? I'm alone at home. It's Chinese New Year, and I'm so lonely." Immediately afterwards, 2 more exciting private photos were sent. Leo shook his head and muttered, "Did the king of hell forget to close the ghost gate? Ha, there's so many dirty things." Just as I was about to reply, Lao Wu called me at an inopportune time. "Brother, something happened to Chun Chong." Leo sat up straighter. "What's going on?" "I just overheard his sister calling him and saying she was assaulted last night. It seems it was more than one person because she said they'd..." Leo's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Is Chun Chong still in the store?" "No, his sister is at the police station entrance. It seems like she's afraid to go to the police alone. Chun Chong said he'll be there right now." Leo hung up the phone and began to think to himself. In his heart, Chun Chong could actually be considered friend. Although he had other intentions in getting close to him at the beginning, that honest old classmate was very kind to him. Whenever they went to eat together, he would either give him a big discount or directly give him food and wine, which made him feel very guilty. Now, that Chun Chong's sister has encountered such a thing, he has to take care of it no matter what. Furthermore, Chun Chong is a stubborn person who pays great attention to human relationships. When he was in school, he was extremely afraid of owing others. If someone was kind to him, he would be treated with sincerity in return. Therefore, this matter is also an opportunity for Leo. But the problem now is that this matter was overheard by Lao Wu, and he can't ask Chun Chong directly. Just as he was thinking about it, the third brother walked into the door with a flattering face, patted his stomach with one hand, and said with a smile, "Brother, are you angry now?" I'm going to eat something. I'm so hungry." Leo's eyes lit up, and he immediately walked towards the third brother, with an inexplicable guilty expression on his face. "Third brother, I'm sorry." The third brother was confused and was about to ask when Leo suddenly punched him. Ouch! The chubby, flabby man covered his nose, blood oozing from between his fingers. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion. "Brother, you really hit me? Didn't you say you'd never hit me again in your life?" Men's words are truly deceiving. Xiaoqing, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, ran out in a hurry. Thinking that Leo was venting his anger on her behalf, she tried to persuade him. "Master this. I don't blame third brother. I really don't blame him." "Xiaoqing, this has nothing to do with you," Leo said, looking at the third brother. "Call the police." Xiaoqing, the third child. Chapter 30, There is no wasted journey in the world. Chungbei Police Station. An old police officer brought the Leo brothers into the office hall. The officer on duty took a glance and asked, "Master, what's going on with these two?" The old policeman rolled his eyes. "It's just a small conflict. The fat guy got punched." The police officer on duty looked at the two of them, feeling both angry and amused. "I say, you two look like you're in your 20s, right? It's New Year's Day. And you're making such a fuss about such a small matter? The old policeman said angrily, who said it wasn't true. One of them is clamoring for compensation, and the other is refusing to pay. They insisted on coming here to reason. I tried my best to persuade them for a long time, but in the end, it was all in vain. Oh, it made me want to call the police. The third brother twisted his neck and said angrily, I don't care, pay me. Leo glanced at Chen Chong, who was sitting dejectedly in the corner of the hall, and said nonchalantly, All right, I'm afraid of you. Tell me, how much compensation do you want? Old policeman. I say, where's that stubbornness you had just now? Why did you give in now that you're here? Leo said sincerely, I made a mistake, and I feel guilty coming here. The third brother curled his lips. Then, how much are you going to compensate me? Leo was speechless for a moment, thinking that this guy was really not suitable for acting, and said casually, Idiot. The third brother, Okay, it's settled. Send me your WeChat later. I'm leaving first. Old policeman, are you playing? The police officer on duty was quite surprised. So you two know each other? Hey, what's going on? The old policeman sighed and explained the two brothers got into a fight just because they were arguing about whether the Chinese national football team was useless. Police officer on duty. Is there room for debate on this topic? Leo pretended to leave, and as he passed the 2 rows of benches in the hall, he asked in surprise, Chun Chong, what are you doing here? Chun Chong buried his head, not knowing what he was thinking about. The veins on his clenched fists were bulging, and his body was trembling slightly. Chun Chong. Leo called again. Chun Chong finally looked up. His face was as white as paper, and the corner of his lip had been bitten and bleeding. When his scarlet eyes saw Leo, they froze for a moment, and he asked in confusion, Leo, why are you here? Leo sat down next to him and sighed, Oh, don't mention it. I had a fight with someone. Oh, Chun Chong responded and stopped talking, staring at the ground blankly. Hey, what's wrong? Leo patted his arm. What happened? No, it's okay. Why are you here if you have nothing to do? Leo put on a reproachful, yet concerned expression. Is someone causing trouble in your store? Tell me, and I'll help you deal with them. Old policeman, hey, what are you doing? Go home quickly and don't make trouble here. Lao. Qingqiang está mered. No, it's okay, Leo, you can go. Xiangzi, you don't consider me your friend, right? How can you say that you are okay like this? Don't hide it from me. You know, I can definitely help. Leo vowed. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Chong's sister Chun Ting and his wife were taken out of the office by a police officer, probably after they had just finished taking their statements. Chun Chong rushed over, hugged the crying and trembling Chun Ting, and comforted her softly. It's okay, I'm here. His wife's face also looked extremely ugly, with anger between her brows, and she held Chun Ting's arm tightly. When she saw Leo, this usually taciturn beauty was suddenly stunned. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then she looked away in an instant. The policeman murmured for a while, and then the old policeman said to Chun Chong, Your sister's case needs to be transferred to the criminal police team. Come on, I happen to be going to the criminal police team as well, so I'll take you there on the way. As soon as he finished speaking, Leo exclaimed, Chun Chong, what exactly happened? Why did the criminal police get involved? Chun Chong's emotions were already on the verge of exploding, and after being questioned again and again by Leo, he finally lost his patience. Leo, can you please stop asking? I already said it's okay. Are you annoying me? The old police officer also frowned and said, Get out of here quickly. You have nothing to do here. If you make trouble again, I will arrest you. Leo scratched his head awkwardly and pouted. Okay, I'm leaving. When he reached the door, he turned to Chun Chong and said, Xiangzi, I really treat you as a friend. If you have anything to say, you must tell me. The G-Class was parked in front of the police station. As soon as he got in, the third brother asked, Brother, how was my performance? Leo glanced at the expectant face and said with a smile, Very good. I'll reward you with 2 more punches when I get back. The third brother curled his lips, paused, and asked again, What was Chun Chong's reaction? Did it go smoothly? Leo fastened his seatbelt, made a go gesture, and said, His sister had something like that happen. How could he just tell anyone about it? The third brother started the car and said resentfully, Can I understand that this punch I took was in vain? Leo smiled and said, Nothing is wasted in this world. At least now, he knows I know he's in trouble. As for what to do next, let's see how the police handle it. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to the second brother. Please help me inquire about Chun Ting's case in the criminal police team. Unfortunately, it snowed heavily on New Year's Eve, A good day for family reunion. In the evening, the snow fell more slowly. Sophie was home alone. She looked at the time and saw that it was already past 9 o'clock. She thought that she probably didn't have to go to Phoenix Villa tonight, and she couldn't help but feel happy. But before I could be happy for long, Leo called. Firebar, come pick me up. Half an hour later, Sophie drove to the entrance of the Leo bar. Just as she was about to call Leo, she saw Leo hugging a heavily made-up young girl on the roadside in front of her right. He put his mouth close to the girl's ear, behaved ambiguously, and said something that made the girl tremble with joy. Sophie, who witnessed her husband's romantic and handsome behavior, was very calm. She took out her phone to take a photo and happened to capture the girl kissing Leo on the cheek. The beautiful CEO smiled and sent the photo to the public relations manager, adding a sentence, "Keep it for backup." Then, he honked the horn twice in succession. The two affectionate people looked at the Maserati not far away. Leo had a ruffian look on his face and raised his hand to touch the girl's beauty peak. The girl pursed her lips very consciously and stood on tiptoe to move forward. However, Leo covered his red lips with his fingers, smiled evilly, and staggered into the car. Bang! As soon as the car door closed, Sophie smelled a strong smell of alcohol. He immediately frowned and said coldly, "Are you drunk?" Leo's cheeks were slightly red. His peach blossom eyes were hazy with intoxication, and he said sarcastically, "Care about me?" Sophie rolled her eyes. "Are you sure you want to go home like this?" Leo said nonchalantly, "It seems like you really care about me." Sophie, "I'd rather care about a dog." Leo, woof. Chapter 31 Bastard. Phoenix Villa is brightly lit. It was already 10:30 when the so-called couple arrived. After parking the car, Sophie got out first and stood aside waiting for Leo. The dandy lazily opened the car door, stretched out a hand, and said drunkenly, "Help me." Sophie remained unmoved. Leo said playfully, "Wife, this isn't Truman. You have to understand." "Don't call me that." Sophie glared at him, then reluctantly stepped forward and pulled Leo out by his sleeve. "Wife, you hurt me." Sophie. After a long time of effort, they got the man out of the car. Sophie did not let go. She seemed to be supporting him, but was actually just grabbing Leo's clothes. The two walked side by side towards the banquet hall. Before he reached the door, he saw the old butler walking out with the head of the Chu family, Chu Xiaotian, supported by him, and behind him were the Chu family's big and small people. "We're old after all. You two should get together again, The old man was halfway through his words when his eyes fell on Leo, and his face suddenly turned pale. The others were also stunned. Seeing his son looking drunk, Ben hurried over and asked Sophie, "Why? Are you drunk?" Sophie gritted her teeth and explained, "He has an engagement." As soon as these words were spoken, they were immediately met with ridicule. Socializing? Spending money on wine and women is more like spending money. Please be understanding. After all, he was so poor he had to drive Didi before, and now he's suddenly reunited with his family and become a wealthy young man. So, he has to spend lavishly. It's like a country bumpkin becoming a nouveau riche. Chu Xiaodian has 2 sons and 1 daughter. Ben is the 3rd child, the 2nd child is Leo's aunt, and the eldest child is Leo's uncle. The people who spoke just now were his aunt's children. Leo smirked. "You two outsiders seem to understand me quite well." Then, without waiting for the 2 men to bark again, he turned his head to look at his grandfather and said, "Hey, Grandpa, you are still." Cough, cough, cough. Ben coughed madly, fearing that this unfilial son would say the second half of the sentence. Leo glanced at him sideways and continued, "You're still pretty strong. Leo, if you're drunk, go and rest. Don't make Grandpa angry." The person who spoke was Chu Xiaoyan's eldest son and grandson, Chu Haoran. Compared to my aunt's 2 children who didn't achieve much, my cousin Leo was much more outstanding. Now he was in his 30s, with a noble and elegant temperament and graceful demeanor. However, there was always a hint of fierceness in his eyes, and he had a kind of awe-inspiring charm without being angry. "Brother," Leo burped and mumbled, "I haven't seen you for over 10 years. You become more and more respectable." "Huh, let me tell you, I came back to fight with you." Hiccup, "And your dad for the family fortune." Everyone was silent. Sophie couldn't help but widen her eyes, and a layer of cold sweat suddenly broke out on her palms. He thought to himself, "This bastard is looking for death?" Ben trembled with fear. "Son, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Sophie, help him to rest." "Sophie, okay." However, the next moment, Leo bent over and started vomiting. Chu Xiaodian was furious. He cursed bastard and strode away. The others made a few teasing or sarcastic remarks, and before Leo could finish speaking, they all returned to the banquet hall one by one. Now that there were no outsiders around, Ben's eyes flashed with a subtle cunning. He patted his son on the back and said to Sophie, "Go and rest." With the help of a servant, Sophie helped her dogman back to Ben's yard. As soon as he entered the living room, his true nature was exposed, and he threw Leo directly onto the sofa. Leo bumped his foot and half closed his eyes. "Wife, you hurt me." Sophie ignored it, not even bothering to look at it. "Mate, I feel sorry for the young master, but I won't say it." Sophie took a breath and then looked at the maid. Her face was as cold as usual, but her tone was quite polite. "Hello, which room do I sleep in?" "Maid, madam, you and the young master will stay in the guest bedroom on the second floor. Is any other bedroom available? I live alone," Sophie said calmly. The maid was extremely embarrassed, wondering if the young master had drunk alcohol and made his wife angry. She glanced at Leo out of the corner of her eye and found that he didn't seem to have any objections, so she nodded and said, "Young madam, please wait a moment. I'll go clear a room and prepare pajamas and toiletries for you." Trouble. As soon as the servant came upstairs, Leo sat up, looked at Sophie, and said with a sly grin, "Do you dislike me?" Sophie had no intention of paying attention to the drunk dog. She stood aside with her back to him and her arms crossed. However, the next moment, she suddenly felt a burst of hot body temperature on her back. At the same time, a pair of hands tightly hugged her waist. Leo's magnetic and bewitching voice was in my ears. "Wife, can we make up for the bridal chamber tonight?" Sophie's body stiffened, and the next second, she shuddered violently as if she had been electrocuted and used her arms to struggle free from the restraints. But after all, she is a girl, and the strength is obviously not enough. "Now, let me go," Sophie almost roared. "Leo, beg me. Let me go. Leo, don't touch me. Let me go." Leo clearly felt the beauty in his arms begin to tremble. "Isn't your reaction too extreme? We're all adults, so just let it go." As he spoke, he turned Sophie's body over and, at the same time, leaned his upper body down, pressing the ice beauty onto the sofa. Sophie struggled violently, her pretty face pale and her eyes filled with fear. "Don't touch me. Don't touch me," Leo said nonchalantly. "I told you, beg me. Is that hard?" Sophie placed one hand on Leo's chest while groping on the coffee table with the other hand. When she entered the room just now, she saw a fruit knife on the coffee table. "Get away, get away. Don't touch me. Leo, I'm begging you, don't touch me. Don't touch me." As she said these words, Sophia's pupils suddenly contracted, her eyes gradually became dazed, and tears flowed out like water. It was as if she had fallen into a deeper fear in an instant, and even there was something wrong with the fear. Leo was stunned. He hadn't done anything at all, so why was he reacting so strongly? She is even more chaste and heroic than any other chaste and heroic woman. Just as he was stunned, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a cold light out of the corner of his eye. "Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Get away. Don't touch me." Sophie fell into a very strange state. Her body was shaking violently, her eyes were erratic, and she seemed to be inexplicably crazy. In his trembling left hand, he held a fruit knife with a bloody blade. Leo was sitting up straight now. There was a cut on his white shirt at the heart, and a bright red mark was slowly spreading. If I hadn't dodged quickly just now, I'm afraid the injury would have been more than just a minor one. Sophie, who was still overreacting, as if thinking about something. After a while, Sophia's spirit gradually recovered. Seeing the bloody knife in her hand, she screamed and dropped the knife to the ground. Leo pressed the tip of his tongue against his back teeth and said in a deep voice, "Murdering your husband? Sophie, I'm angry." Sophie wiped the tears from her cheeks and said coldly, "Get lost. Leo, I don't want to see you again. You're a beast." Leo loosened his collar, turned to look at the maid standing at the stairs, and said unhappily, "Take good care of the madam. I'm going to sleep in the guest room." Chapter 32, The Worried Old Father. After lying on the sofa for a long time, Sophie's emotions finally calmed down. After drinking the water handed to him by the maid, he picked up his bag and went home. The maid hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Young madam, you don't call me that." Sophie interrupted the maid and walked towards the door resolutely. As I reached the entrance, Ben happened to lift the door curtain and walked in. "Sophie, what are you doing? Did that little bastard bully you again?" Sophie sniffed and said coldly, Uncle Jiangcheng, I want to go home. Ben smacked his lips and said, It's New Year's Day, and it's so late. What are you doing back home? Come on, talk to me for a while. No, I really want to go home. Sophie insisted. You kid. Ben frowned, glanced at the maid standing behind Sophie, and said, You go out first. Then he pushed his daughter-in-law to the living room and said, Daughter, I know you've been wronged. Come, don't be anxious. I have something to tell you. Ben Isake. Sophie naturally didn't dare to refute him again and again. The two sat on the sofa, and Ben spoke first. Girl, do you really hate Leo? Sophie pursed her lips tightly and didn't respond. It's not that I hate him, I even want to kill him. Ah, you were deceived by him. He just wanted to make you hate him. Sophie raised her eyelids and gave him a puzzled look. Ben said earnestly, You don't know, Leo had a very hard childhood. He lived with his mother until he was 6 years old, then I brought him back home. He lived in Truman as an illegitimate child. On the surface, we seemed to be a family, but in fact, he was like an outsider living under someone else's roof. Sophie was confused by what she heard. Ben continued. When he was a kid, he was often bullied, especially by his grandfather, who would beat him every now and then. I asked him if he hated Truman, and guess what he said? Sophie shook her head. He said, As an outsider, I always feel restrained in your Truman, even feeling that I've taken advantage of you, and often feel guilty. But when you bully me, I don't feel that way anymore, and feel much more at ease. Anyway, I will not stay in Truman in the future, and I will repay my guilt towards Truman with my hatred. Sophie was puzzled. What kind of logic is this? I don't understand it. Ben smiled and said, It's very simple. Let me ask you, do you feel that your Zhao family owes me a lot, so you always feel uncomfortable getting along with me, and you don't tell me about any difficulties you have? Sophie bit her lip, but didn't deny it. But Leo is different. He often bullies you, so he doesn't feel guilty about causing you trouble. Just like he said, he uses resentment to repay his debt. This is a subconscious psychology, and you probably haven't noticed it yet. To put it bluntly, that guy just empathizes with your current situation and wants to make you feel better so that you don't have to always feel indebted to Truman. After hearing this explanation, Sophie was stunned. Leo had done during this period of time. Except for tonight, he didn't seem to have done anything out of line to her. At most, he just said something mean to her and made her angry. Even tonight, after all, I just hugged her. Seeing his daughter-in-law's skepticism, Ben chuckled and continued. Don't be fooled by Leo's unruly nature now. When he was little, he was very quiet. Every day, he would either write calligraphy or read, and his favorite books were history books. His deep thoughts are closely related to reading history books. Love reading and writing? Sophie almost had the words, Are you talking about that scoundrel who live a life of luxury and debauchery? Written all over her face. I'm not lying to you, Ben said, sighing, if it hadn't been for that incident. Well, forget it, let's not talk about it. Sophie had previously investigated Leo and knew he had disappeared for 7 or 8 years. The thing Ben was talking about was probably the reason for his disappearance, right? As for what it was all about, Sophie was a little curious, but not very interested. Instead, he seemed to be thinking about what Ben said about being deep-minded. If he truly had deep thoughts, how could he be so outspoken? How could he be so brazen about dating celebrities and influencers every day? And why would he be so drunk on such an important day? Calling him an idiot would be the most accurate description. As she thought about it, Sophie suddenly realized something and said in astonishment, He was pretending to be drunk tonight? Was he saying all those things on purpose? At the beginning, Leo looked drunk, but after she stabbed him, he suddenly disappeared from the drunken state. It was obvious that he was just pretending. Little did she know that the dude was just frightened by her extreme reaction and forgot to continue pretending for a moment. Ben laughed and said, You figured it out? Huh. Actually, he's been hiding his incompetence since the first day he joined Truman. Sophie guessed easily. Is it to fight for the family fortune? Chu Xiaodian is now in his 80s, and his health is getting worse day by day. It has long been an open secret that his 3 children are planning to fight for the family property. This is a disaster that most wealthy families will experience. In the face of huge interests, family affection is only a tool for intrigue and deception. Ben nodded and lowered his voice slightly. The gentleman hides his weapons and waits for the right time to strike. The more he behaves now, the safer he will be. My sister, who has been domineering for most of her life, only focuses on Chu Howren. Let them fight first, Leo. You have to be the last to appear. Speaking of domineering, the second princess of Truman is definitely the best. Putting aside other things, the fact that she brutally forced her husband and mother-in-law to death is enough to label her as domineering and spoiled. Besides, Ben continued, no one knows a son better than his father. I can tell you for sure that he was drunk and late tonight, not only to play tricks, but also for your sake. You have a cold personality, and you must feel awkward getting along with our big family. What's more, his aunt never gives people a sense of propriety, and her words are very unpleasant, which is bound to make you uncomfortable. So, if it weren't for you, he wouldn't have to be late. According to his personality, I'm afraid he would have been eager to come earlier tonight and scold Truman from top to bottom. Sophie found it hard to accept for a moment. In her impression, this shameless and vulgar man actually has such a delicate mind? Looking at his daughter-in-law's thoughtful and complicated expression, Ben stopped talking. Sophie, now that we've talked it out, you're not going to go home, are you? Huh, just stay put. Otherwise, the old man will be unhappy. You should go and pay your respects to him tomorrow. Oh, and don't call me uncle anymore. Call me dad, do you hear me? I really treat you as my daughter-in-law. This old father was truly worried about his son's future. Seeing Sophie's awkward expression, he quickly changed his tone and said, No, no, no. My dear daughter. My dear daughter. Something should not be rushed. Got it, G-Dad. Sophie called out awkwardly. Ben stood up and said cheerfully, Hey, okay, go get some rest quickly. It's getting late. Dad won't bother you anymore. Living in an unfamiliar room and with a lot on her mind, Sophie tossed and turned until late at night before she fell asleep. When I woke up, it was already past 9, almost 10. It was her first time staying at her husband's house, and she couldn't help but feel a chill on her back when she slept till this moment. The richer the family, the more they valued formalities. Furthermore, she was marrying an unlovable, illegitimate child, so she should have been treading on thin ice. After quickly washing up, the beautiful Sophie nervously opened the door and stuck half of her head out to look. The corridor was empty, and the whole room was quiet. It seems that the father and son are not here. Sophie breathed a sigh of relief and stepped out of the room, thinking about calling Ben to ask. It was already this late. Why not go to pay her respects to the old man? The right choice is to find an excuse to slip away and leave this place of trouble. However, just as she reached the stairs, she suddenly froze in her tracks. In the living room, Ben, his son, and a little blonde and blue-eyed doll were kneeling in a row, neatly and properly. On the sofa opposite, old man Chu Xiaotian sat upright, his wrinkled face full of coldness. Chapter 33. Simply an apology. Young madam, are you awake? The old butler, standing beside the sofa, looked towards the stairs and said expressionlessly. Sophie shuddered and walked towards the living room with heavy and slow steps. After walking up to him, he lowered his head timidly and greeted Chu Xiaotian. Grandpa. Chu Xiaotian didn't even look at her. He calmly picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. The meaning is obvious. He doesn't approve of Sophie at all. Sophie stood there awkwardly, not knowing whether to leave or not. After a while, the old man picked up his crutch, walked around behind Ben, and said angrily, You're already over 50, and all you do is indulge in pleasure. None of your 4 children are successful. Is this how you act as a father? As he said that, he swung the crutch twice on Ben's back. Ben supported himself on the ground with both hands and muttered, Dad, I know I was wrong. This scene stunned Sophie, and, at the same time, she felt a little sympathy for Ben. It's bad enough that his son doesn't respect him, but at his age he still has to be beaten by his own father. Alas, the old man took 2 steps forward and stood behind Leo, his tone slightly sarcastic. You seem to be imitating your father well. Huh, you're almost 30 years old. What else can you do besides spending money? I shouldn't have agreed to let you return to Truman. You useless thing. Leo took 2 solid hits with the cane, but he remained motionless. Just as the old man was about to let him go, he laughed inexplicably and said, No strength. Sophie, you little beast. The old man swung his crutch and hit the little girl 7 or 8 times in a row, scaring her so much that she shrank her neck, squinted her eyes, and her body trembled. Old man, Leo continued kneeling upright and said with a wicked smile, You are old after all. 10 blows from you wouldn't hurt as much as the one I got when I was a kid. Holding a grudge? The old man's tone grew colder. Or are you hoping for my death? Ben looked at his son. Leo, don't be angry with your grandfather. Leo curled his lips and said, Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the laws of nature. What's the point of me hoping for them? Sophie was hit hard again. The old butler walked forward and stood beside Leo, saying angrily, "Young master, it's time for you to be disciplined." After he finished speaking, he swung his arm and slapped him hard. Bang! Leo turned his head and glared at the old butler with a cold and evil look. He put the tip of his tongue to the corner of his lips, licked out a mouthful of blood, and spat on the ground. "You think you can fight for the family fortune? Ha! Compared to your brothers and sisters, you're nowhere near as good as them. Ahem! I'm telling you, stop embarrassing yourself in public and ruining the reputation of our Chu family." Chu Xiaodian cursed, walked up to the little girl, and said, "Chuli, hold out your hand." The doll immediately started crying and said aggrievedly, "Grandpa, I will never put bugs in your teapot again. You have my word." The old man was both angry and amused. He held the little girl's hand and said with a smile, "Come on, play chess with Grandpa." "Ha! Little one, don't dare to catch insects anymore from now on. Be careful of being bitten. Do you hear me? Grandpa, I want to hug." The little girl's eyes were filled with tears. With her other hand, she pinched the $1,000,000 jade ring on Chu Xiaoyan's thumb and pouted, "I want this toy." Without hesitation, the old man took off his ring and placed it in his granddaughter's palm, saying lovingly, "Grandpa can't hold you anymore, dear. Come here, don't cry, don't cry. Grandpa will hug you." Sure enough, no man in the world can escape the fate of being raped. Leo looked at the old man's staggering back, his eyes complicated for a moment. Only after the old man left did he dare to get up. Sophie also breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to help Ben. "Oh, Sophie, I made you embarrassed today." Ben's legs were sore and numb from kneeling for too long, so he pounded them gently with his hands. Sophie didn't know how to respond, so she simply didn't respond. "Son, is your face okay? That housekeeper Wong is really a jerk. He didn't even think twice before hitting me." Leo licked the corner of his lips, his eyes flickering, but he didn't respond. After a moment, he glanced at Sophie and said with a half-smile, "Let's go." Sophie nodded and said goodbye to Ben. After getting in the car, neither of them spoke. Leo rubbed his temple, wondering what he was thinking. Sophie started the car, glanced at Leo's heart intentionally or unintentionally, and asked, "The wound, is it okay?" Leo raised his eyelids, his eyes tinged with suspicion. Guilt or fear? Sophie curled her lips and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry." The sound is as thin as a mosquito. Leo was even more confused. Judging from Sophie's extreme reaction last night, it seemed like she wanted to kill him. So why was she apologizing? This was not her style. "If you're worried that I might divorce you, there's absolutely no need to. I'm not that petty." Sophie's red lips twitched. "That's not what I meant." Leo raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, "It's just an apology." "Oh, that's not necessary. We are not familiar with each other." "Sophie." As the car drove out of Phoenix Villa, Sophie finally remembered to ask, "Where are you going?" Leo looked out the window and said lazily, "Emerald Lake." After that, he paused and added, "If you find it troublesome, just go to the roadside and I'll take a taxi." Sophie remained silent. If it were in the past, I would have pulled over to the side of the road without hesitation and kicked that bastard out of the car. It can be seen that Ben's earnest advice last night had an immediate effect. Perhaps out of guilt, Sophie asked, "Is your face okay?" As soon as the words came out of her mouth, the beauty regretted it. Leo couldn't help but be surprised. He frowned and looked at Sophie suspiciously. "Are you possessed? Why are you talking so much today?" Sophie said coldly, "Then I'll shut up." "Huh? Are you feeling sorry for me?" "Leo, be a good person. People can't do it, but love is good at it." "Go to hell." Disgusting. The fresh good impression was killed in the cradle. Just as the two were bickering, the second brother called Leo. "I've heard about Chun Ting's situation. 2 months ago, she was scammed by a scumbag and took out a loan scam. It was someone from the loan company who assaulted her. There were 4 of them in total. They were all arrested the night before last, but due to insufficient evidence, they were all released last night." Leo clicked his tongue and said, "Why didn't you tell me last night? It's New Year's Eve, and it's hard to get news." Leo was silent for a moment, then said warmly, "I need all the information about these 4 people, including this loan company. Give me half an hour." Hanging up the phone, Leo's expression darkened, and he said, "Stop the car." Sophie glanced at him and pulled over to the side of the road. Leo got out of the car and, while dialing Chun Chong, said to Sophie, "You go back. I'll take a taxi." Sophie didn't know who had called him just now, nor did he know what had happened. But based on the unfamiliarity principle, he didn't ask too many questions and left Leo alone. Chun Chong's call didn't get through until the second time. Leo pretended to be clueless and said, "Xiangzi, Is your food stall open? I'm craving your lamb ribs. There was no response from the other end of the line. Hello, Xiangzi. Is the signal bad? Xiangzi. Leo shouted several times and was about to hang up and call again when he heard a woman sobbing on the other end of the line. I'm his wife. He's in the hospital, sob. Leo's heart tightened. It wasn't hard to guess that this idiot had probably gone out to seek revenge and got beaten up. He hurriedly asked, which hospital? The woman cried. In the intensive care unit of the 2nd Municipal Hospital, the patient is still unconscious. Is it so serious? What's going on? Woo-woo. They're bullying us. They're gangsters, lawless. Mr. Leo, I know you're not an ordinary person. Can you please help us for the sake of being old classmates with Xiangzi? Gangsters? Xiangzi is such an honest man. Why would he mess with that kind of people? Don't get excited. Wait for me. I'll be there right now. Leo put on a good show, raising his hand to hail a taxi while calling the 3rd brother. Bring the 5th brother and meet at the 2nd Municipal Hospital. The 3rd brother on the other end was dazed, as if he hadn't woken up yet. Municipal 2nd Hospital? What municipal 2nd hospital? Don't know. How about you stay there tonight? Leo said in a cold tone. The 3rd brother suddenly woke up. I'm coming. Chapter 34, Beautiful Policewoman. Leo arrived at the 2nd Municipal Hospital. The 2 brothers were already waiting at the gate. Coincidentally, the 2nd brother also sent the detailed information of the 4 scumbags in the loan company, with 3 words attached. I will do it. Leo thought for a moment and replied, no thanks, then assigned tasks to the 3rd and 5th brothers, and then went into the hospital. Arriving at the floor of the intensive care unit, as soon as Leo got out of the elevator, he saw 4 or 5 policemen standing at the door of the intensive care unit. One of them was a slim policewoman in police uniform with only light makeup, who was already extraordinary. She had a worried look on her face and was trying to persuade Gao Chang's wife earnestly. Li Ping, I hope you could trust us police officers. If you don't tell the truth, we won't be able to do our job. Do you understand? Chen Chang's wife sat on a bench in the corridor, clenching her fists and biting her lip. After a moment's silence, she said, Officer, my husband just accidentally fell from the upstairs. It's true. The policewoman sighed and said patiently, the hospital's examination report clearly states that there are 3 obvious blunt force trauma marks on the back of Chen Chang's head. Li Ping, why do you insist that he fell from the building? What are you hiding? The policewoman paused, then suddenly noticed something and asked breathlessly, Where's Chun Ting? When Li Ping heard Chun Ting, her expression suddenly became unnatural. She hesitated for a moment and said, Rest at home. Another young police officer frowned and said, Her brother is already like this, and she is still resting at home? Do you think this makes sense? Where is Chun Ting? You. The policewoman raised her hand to interrupt her colleague, leaned over to Li Ping's ear, and whispered, Did they kidnap Chun Ting and threaten you? Li Ping raised her head, her eyes suddenly showing some moisture. Her hand were clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white from being clenched too tightly. No. It is not difficult to determine from her changes in expression that Chun Ting was most likely kidnapped. Although the policewoman was extremely anxious, she could do nothing. As the deputy captain of the criminal police team, she has seen too many similar situations. For example, in kidnapping and extortion cases, the victim's family refuses to cooperate with the police for the victim's life safety and allows the criminals to lead them by the nose. This not only brings a lot of unnecessary difficulties to the police, but also often ends in a tragedy where both people and money are lost. After staring at Li Ping for a while, the policewoman took a step back and said calmly, Since it was an accident, we won't file a case. Take good care of your husband. Sorry for disturbing you. Having said that, he led people towards the elevator. Leo leaning against the elevator entrance, the beautiful policewoman stopped immediately. Her expression was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly turned cold. The two looked at each other, the warm and cool eyes intertwined with the reckless and evil eyes, and then they passed each other, distant and indifferent. After entering the elevator, a young police officer asked doubtfully, Captain, are you really just going to leave it alone? There's clearly something fishy about this case. How about you guys go back to the team first, and I'll go and try to persuade her? No need, the policewoman said, her red lips parted slightly, her eyes stained with sternness. All of you follow me. Let's go straight to those suspects to investigate. Huh, the young policeman exclaimed in astonishment. Captain, this is against the rules, isn't it? The family hasn't reported the crime, and we're going to investigate their home during Chinese New Year. We'll definitely be complained about later. If you're afraid of complaints, then switch to a civilian position. The policewoman said coldly. This case can't be delayed any longer. I'm sure Ting is in the hands of those suspects. The sooner the case is solved, the safer she'll be. Do you understand? The young policeman curled his lips. I see, Captain. Hey, do you know that man, just now? I saw him staring at you, with a half-smile on his face. A complex emotion flashed across the policewoman's eyes as she answered the question irrelevantly. Send a plainclothes officer over here and keep a close eye on Li Ping. Tell him to report any calls or meetings he makes immediately. Also, call the technical department and have them monitor Li Ping's phone. The young police officer's eyes widened. Captain, should we apply to our superiors for surveillance files? The policewoman said angrily, on New Year's Day, where can we apply for documents? You're clueless. Just say I have the documents and tell them to do it. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame. The young police officer was well aware of the captain's decisive nature, so he said nothing more and nodded in response. Understood. On the other side, when Li Ping saw Leo, she suddenly stood up and tears welled up in her eyes. Ju. As soon as she said a word, Leo held her hand, tapped her wrist with his index finger, shook his head gently, and asked with concern, How is Xiangzi? Li Ping was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a moment, she understood what Leo meant. Maybe someone was staring at her. Thinking of this, she subconsciously looked back. Leo squeezed her hand, remaining calm, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, Don't move. Just talk to me normally. Li Ping was trembling with fear, her body stiff as she spoke tremblingly. Xiangzi was seriously injured in the fall. The doctor said he's still in critical condition. Oh. Leo pretended to sigh and took Li Ping's hand and walked toward the doctor's office. As he passed a bench, he glanced at a man sitting on it, holding a magazine in his hands. He noticed a tattoo on a man's wrist and thought to himself, Looks like he's not from the police, haha. The two found the attending physician, who told him that Chun Chan's condition was not optimistic. The brain damage was too severe. Even if his life was saved, he would most likely become a vegetable, and the probability of waking up was low. Leo's heart sank, and he said, Doctor, please think of a way. No matter how much it costs, you must save his life. The doctor smacked his lips and said, We will do our best, but we can't guarantee the results. Your family members should be mentally prepared. Leo pondered, Are there other hospitals that are more reliable? The doctor shook his head. In his case, our hospital's treatment level is the best in the entire Jiangcheng. I do not recommend you transfer to another hospital. Leo looked a little sad, thanked the doctor politely, and then took Li Ping to the first-floor lobby. As soon as I entered the elevator, the tattooed man followed me. Li Ping was a woman after all, and her body began to tremble unconsciously. Leo squeezed her hand and smiled faintly. Sister-in-law, Xiangzi and I have been friends for more than 10 years. If he gets into an accident like this, I won't sit idly by. Don't worry about the money. I'll take care of it. He said the first half of the sentence to Li Ping in order to reassure her. The second half of the sentence made the tattooed man relax his guard and think that he was just a friend who came to help Chin Chong with his medical expenses. When they reached the payment window in the lobby, the noise was so loud because there were so many people there that Leo finally told Li Ping, I heard everything the police asked you. Don't worry, I will bring Chun Ting back safely. Trust me, all you have to do is stay with Chin Chong. Don't trust anyone else except me. Do you understand? Li Ping nodded and said, I understand. Mr. Leo, thank you so much. We're all acquaintances, so don't be polite. Leo said this, then took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to the third brother. Chun Ting is in their hands. Hurry up. The police may also take action. We must deal with it before they do. Chapter 35, Send them to the boat. Leo, who was accompanying Li Ping outside the intensive care unit, received news from the third brother. Done. No one left behind. Leo, where's Chun Ting? Being with me, he was just a little frightened, but he's fine. Take them to a secluded place and send me the location. After replying to the third child's message, Leo logged out of WeChat and called the fifth child. How's it going? The foreigner said excitedly, Oh God, I transferred all the money from their accounts. Haha. Also, I found a lot of obscene videos and photos of young girls. Damn, there are hundreds of them. Damn these loan company people. Big brother, should I delete them? Leo looked up at the tattooed man not far away and whispered, Keep it, it's still useful. Contact the third brother and go meet up with him first. Clear. After hanging up the phone, Leo patted Li Ping and whispered in her ear, Just listen what I'm going to say next. Don't get excited. Ting Ting has been found and is safe. I'll bring her back right away. Li Ping's eyes welled up with tears, and her pale, pretty face was instantly filled with gratitude. She whispered, "Thank you, Mr. Leo." Leo shook his head slightly and smiled faintly. When Tingting comes back later, if the police ask, just say someone is watching you in the hospital and you were scared, so you didn't dare to tell them you were threatened. Just tell them whatever they ask. But remember to keep my help to you a secret. Don't say a word, or I'll be in trouble. Understand? Okay, I understand. Leo patted the back of her hand, stood up, and left. On the way to the elevator, he glanced at the tattooed man indifferently, then raised his eyelids to glance at a man with a crew cut not far away, and thought to himself, "Plain clothes? Huh." Half an hour later, Leo arrived at an abandoned factory. The four scumbags knelt neatly in a row. All of them were beaten beyond recognition. The third brother sat bored on a gasoline barrel nearby, puffing on a cigarette. Seeing Leo come in, the third brother hurriedly greeted him. "Big brother." "Yeah." Leo responded, his dim eyes sweeping over the four people's faces one by one, and asked, "Where's Chun Ting?" "In the car." As he was speaking, Lao Wu opened the car door. "Hi, boss. I'm comforting this beautiful lady." Chun Ting had often helped out at her brother's food stall, so she naturally knew Leo. She was surprised and said, "Chu, Brother Chu, what are you doing?" At this point, the silly girl finally realized, "You saved me." Leo smiled faintly and nodded. "Yeah, it's okay. Don't be afraid." Chun Ting hurriedly got out of the car, ran over and hugged Leo, crying bitterly. "Brother Chu, thank you. They are not human." "Woo-woo. Brother Chu is my brother, okay? I want to go to the hospital. Can you take me to the hospital?" Leo looked at the anxious Chun Ting and said, "Your brother is fine. I'll take you to the hospital in a moment. Now, wait for me to finish this matter, okay?" Chun Ting wiped her tears and sobbed. "Okay, Brother Chu, I'll listen to you." Leo walked towards the four men. The third one took out a small homemade pistol and pointed it at the man kneeling on the far left. He laughed and said, "Brother, this little toy is his. When I caught him, he was trying to hit me with it, but he didn't hold it firmly, so I snatched it away. I hit them in the face with it. It was so funny." Leo looked at the man and scoffed. "I didn't realize you were still into guns. What? You want to become bigger and stronger? Huh?" The man's face was covered in blood. His violent and ferocious temper had long been subdued by the third brother. He begged, This brother, please let us go. I'll give you any money you want." Lao Wu curled his lips and said, "Damn idiot. How could you think we were robbers? Oh my God. You probably don't know yet. Your money's gone a long time ago." The man raised his head in fear, looked at Lao Wu, and asked Leo, "Friend, you. Where are you from?" Leo exclaimed, "Don't be afraid. I'm not a good person." As he spoke, he paced back and forth in front of the four people. "Let me ask you a question. Do you believe in the existence of hell?" The four of them looked at each other, and no one dared to speak. "Leo, I believe it. I believe it completely. And I know for sure that I will go to hell after I die. What about you? Do you think you're just like me and only deserve to go to hell?" This sentence would make people feel terrified, and the four scumbags immediately cried and begged for mercy. Leo turned to look at Chun Ting and asked, "Ting Ting, do you think they deserve to die?" Chun Ting bit her lip and said, "Brother Chu, let the police handle it. I don't want your hands to be dirty because of my affairs. That is not good for you." "Silly girl." Leo smiled and said, "Okay, I'll do as you say. I won't get my hands dirty." Then he looked at the four scumbags and said jokingly, "After doing so many evil things, there must be a price to pay. How about this? I will donate your stolen money to charity on your behalf, just as a way to accumulate merit for you. As for you four, how can you continue to live here?" After that, he said to the third brother, "Third brother, send them to the boat." The third brother shrugged and said with a pout, "Okay, I'll go then." When they heard there was a way to survive, the four of them hurriedly expressed their gratitude. It didn't matter where the boat went, as long as they were alive. Lao Wu looked at these four scumbags, pursed his lips and smiled faintly, and asked Leo, "Brother, shall I take you back first?" "Well, Ting Ting, let's go. I won't be going up to the hospital when we get there. Stay with your sister-in-law. If your brother wakes up, notify me immediately. Also, you have to promise me not to tell anyone that I saved you. If the police ask you, just say you ran away on your own. Understand? Don't mention me." Chun Ting nodded seriously. "I understand, Brother Chu, I won't harm you." On the other side, the beautiful policewoman who was leading the team to visit and investigate looked melancholy. After leaving the hospital, they went to the homes of the four suspects one by one. Strangely, The families of the four suspects all gave surprisingly consistent answers. Just left. He took a phone call and left. He was cheerful. Maybe he was called out for a drink by a friend. But when the policewoman asked them to contact her by phone, she found that all their phones were turned off, which made her suspicious. Just as she was wondering what was going on, a plainclothes police officer from the hospital called her and said, "Chinting is here." The policewoman hurriedly got in the car, started it, and asked, "Are you here alone?" Well, from listening to her conversation with her sister-in-law, it seems like she escaped on her own. The policewoman frowned, thought for a moment, and then asked, "Before she came, was everything normal at Li Ping's place?" The plainclothes officer replied, "There was a man who had been with him the whole time. They didn't say anything. He left an hour ago. I was on guard and secretly took a photo of him. Send it to me." "Okay, I've sent it." There's also a man with a tattoo on his wrist who's been sitting in the corridor for a long time, occasionally glancing at Li Ping. I think he's a little suspicious. Wait, he's on the phone. He seems like he's about to leave. Hit him. We'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, the policewoman was anxious and clicked on the photos sent by the plainclothes police while driving. Looking at the handsome face in the photo, the serious beauty's expression became even colder. Chapter 36 Have some shame. In a blink of an eye, it is the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. The annual holiday is officially over, and the working class has started a new round of brick-moving mode. In the past few days, based on the confession of the tattooed man caught in the hospital, the police immediately set up a special operations team, with the beautiful policewoman as the team leader. They led the team in a thundering attack, catching the evil forces of the loan company in one fell swoop, and also found important evidence in a computer inside the company. It can be said that the harvest was very fruitful, and a major scourge was eliminated for Jiangcheng. But the only thing missing is the company boss and his 3 right-hand men. Chen Chong was still unconscious in the intensive care unit, barely hanging on. If it weren't for Leo's generous donation, the cost of these few days of treatment alone would have been enough to suffocate those 2 fragile women. By the Emerald Lake, early in the morning before 6 o'clock, Leo got up and went downstairs. He lazily made a cup of tea, then strolled towards the study and shouted at the top of his voice, "Old 3. After a while, the big guy rushed out of the room, wearing only a pair of large shorts. He looked at Leo with sleepy eyes and asked, "What's wrong, big brother?" "Leo, just a reminder, it's still early. You can go back to sleep. Go ahead." "The third child? Do you want to listen to what you were saying?" After being teased like this, the third child lost his sleepiness. He went back to his room, put on a bathrobe, and followed Leo to the study. His eldest brother had been looking worried these past few days, and the fat man naturally knew the reason. He muttered, "Brother, don't worry too much. Everyone has their own destiny. Besides, Lao has been keeping an eye on Chun Chong for so long and has found nothing. In my opinion, he really doesn't know the whereabouts of his cousin Chen Hong." Leo sat in a chair, casually opened the drawer in front of him, and took out a stack of photos. He flipped through them with a lack of interest and said, "The 3 siblings have depended on each other since childhood, growing up together through hardships and sharing weal and woe. This friendship is even deeper than the bond between us brothers. How could they not be in touch?" The third brother looked at the pile of photos. Except for a few old photos of the 3 siblings, the rest were personal photos of Chun Hong. Leo, but even he had looked at these photos dozens of times. "Brother, I'm not trying to pour cold water on you. This is just, the world is so big. Trying to find him is like looking for a needle in a haystack." Leo narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "I have a feeling he's in China, maybe even in Jiangcheng." Every time I mentioned him to Chun Chong before, his eyes would evade slightly, or maybe he was a little afraid of me. "Afraid of you? He didn't know your identity before. Why should he be afraid of you?" The third brother was puzzled. "Chen Chong doesn't know, but Chen Hong does. He used to be my mother's driver and had seen me quite a few times." The third brother's eyes gradually brightened. "This proves that the 2 brothers are connected. Big brother, am I smart?" "Lao." "Very smart." Just at this moment, there was a slight sound of footsteps coming from the living room. It sounded like they were heading towards the kitchen. It must be Xiaoqing. The third brother's eyes rolled around, and he smiled awkwardly. "Brother, if you're thinking about something here, I won't disturb you." Leo glanced at him sideways. "Are you teasing Xiaoqing again?" The third brother waved his hands repeatedly. No. I'll just go say hello." "Third brother, do you have any thoughts about that girl?" Leo smiled and stared at the fat man without blinking. "How was that possible? Don't talk nonsense." The third brother scratched his head and cheeks, his big face suddenly flushed. I haven't fallen in love yet. Leo smiled. Then his expression suddenly darkened again. I heard from Lao Wu that you got drunk on New Year's Eve and talked to Xiao Qing about our past together. Is that right? Hmm. The third brother's expression froze instantly, and he said in a panic, Brother, I was just drunk and said a few words casually. Xiao Qing is not an outsider, so it's okay, right? You idiot. Leo glared at him and said angrily. Before we returned home, I repeatedly warned you not to mention anything about our past to anyone. Have you forgotten so quickly? The third brother lowered his head and said in a muffled voice, I didn't forget. I just drank too much. Being drunk makes you think you're right? Go, burn incense to Master Guan. Oh, kneel for another half an hour and learn your lesson. Oh, half an hour later, the third brother's stern voice came from the living room. Xiao Qing, what did you make for breakfast? Make me a bowl of spicy soup from your hometown someday. When I was a kid, I practiced martial arts in Shaolin Temple. Every few days, I would sneak back home to secretly eat a bowl of spicy soup. It felt so good, but I would easily get beaten by my master. Now, just as I was speechless, Sophie called me for the first time. Leo raised his eyebrows slightly. The only reason his nominal wife remembered him was either because of official business or because she wanted to ask for a favor. It's so early in the morning. Are you missing me so much that you can't sleep? Leo's voice has a natural magnetism and allure that can easily make the opposite sex have wild thoughts. But unfortunately, the person on the other end of the phone was a notorious high-class beauty, an iceberg beauty. Sophie was silent for a long time, as if suppressing the urge to curse. She breathed in, The president of a large advertising company is coming today to discuss business. The appointment is at 2 p.m. You must meet him, Leo said indifferently. Must? An audience. Don't you think it would be rude and disrespectful if you didn't come? Leo smiled faintly. I'm a shameless bastard. Why should I be polite? Sophie was patient. Her breathing could be faintly heard over the phone. If this deal goes through, it will be a good start for the company and will bring us many benefits. I hope you'll take it seriously. Why do I feel like you're ruling the country from behind the scenes? And I'm like the puppet emperor who has to obey you in everything. I'm not interested in being your elder. Sophie regretted the moment she said that. Being sharp-tongued in front of this bastard was only asking for trouble. Sure enough, Leo, you are my wife. Sophie snapped. Leo, are you sure you want to scold me? Think about it. I haven't had time to settle the score with you for cutting me last time. Honey, don't make me angry again. There was no sound on the other end of the phone. After a full minute of silence, Leo looked at the phone that hadn't been hung up yet and said nonchalantly, You're quite persistent. Sophie said angrily, Are you coming or not? Are you anxious? Why not try begging me? I'm a soft-hearted person. Dream on, you bastard. I am angry. You'd better be so angry that you die, or I'll bury you with my own hands. Baby, I can't bear to see you become a widow. Have some shame. Tina goes crazy. In the afternoon, snow began to fall from the sky. Before 2 o'clock, Sophie and several directors and managers of the company were standing downstairs of the company, ready to welcome the distinguished guests. In fact, there was no need to make such a big fuss, but that bastard couldn't be relied upon, and if it wasn't grand enough, the distinguished guest would definitely feel neglected. After all, isn't it because of the word chew that Xinjiang Media was favored by this big company? Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to the trouble to call Leo and insist that he come to the company. As it was almost 2 o'clock, Sophie took a deep breath and looked towards the intersection in the distance. Business people have a strong sense of time. They always arrive at the appointed time and are rarely late. Just as she was looking forward to it, a silver-gray GTR came speeding and stopped right downstairs of the company. Then, Sophie saw the man who had pissed her off so much early in the morning get out of the car. Men call the GTR the god of war and regard it as their ultimate dream, but in the eyes of women, it is just a broken Nissan, which is not as good as BBA. Sure enough, the two female managers of the company looked at each other, seemingly puzzled. Mr. Chu is so rich, why does he drive such a shabby car? If they knew that this car was a rare manual transmission model, they would probably be even more confused. Sophie doesn't know much about cars, but she's not surprised. After all, the Skoda that this bastard drove at the beginning looked even shabbier than this car. Leo was dressed in a smart blue suit and a black shirt. He casually swung his car keys in his hand and strolled towards the company entrance with a scoundrel smile on his face. He said cynically, Hey, my lords, are you waiting for me to come to court? Everyone smiled in unison and greeted him. Boss Chu, Happy New Year. Leo nodded, then looked at Sophie and said with thin lips, Mr. Zhao, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Sophie had a blank expression on her face and didn't bother to respond. But I felt relieved in my heart. Suddenly, she inexplicably remembered what Ben said to her on New Year's Eve. Isn't it verified now? This bastard always makes her angry and helps her at the same time. Thinking of this, Sophie suddenly felt a little awkward. After pursing her lips, she said, Mr. Chu, thank you. Leo smiled playfully. With our relationship, do I really need to thank you? Everyone. Because the two were previously exposed to have secretly married, although no one in the company dared to say it openly, they could not help but discuss and speculate behind the scenes. After hearing what Leo said, everyone couldn't help but want to watch the show. Sophie frowned, a warning flashing in her eyes. She glared at Leo and said, Mr. Chu, be serious. The people from the advertising company will be here soon. Leo shrugged. I'm not serious. Huh? Xiaowei, am I not serious? The president's assistant looked embarrassed and blinked blankly. Yin. Just as she said a word, she felt Sophie's cold gaze and hurriedly changed her words. Strict, strict. Everyone chuckled. Sophie took a breath and was about to speak when she saw Tina and her agent coming to the company. Suddenly, the beauty's lips curled into a smile, and she stared at Leo as if watching a fun event. Her eyes seemed to say, surprised? Unexpected? Leo didn't react at first. He followed her gaze and saw his ex-wife and the agent who was impossible to like. The two people's expressions were completely different. The agent looked a little timid, while Tina looked angry. It is not difficult to guess that she probably already knew that Wang Long had replaced her. Moreover, people would definitely think it was his work. Sophie probably thought of this as well, which is why she was watching the fun with such a cheerful look on her face. Leo rolled his eyes at Sophie and muttered, Don't they say big breasts mean no brains? Huh, men don't like women who are too smart. Sophie smiled faintly. Boss Chu, please solve this problem properly and don't affect the company. As soon as he finished speaking, Tina had already walked up to him. Just when others were wondering what this big star was up to, she pointed her finger at Leo and yelled like crazy, Leo, what do you mean? For a moment, the scene was completely silent, but everyone was talking in their hearts. Did our suave Mr. Chu also sleep with this famous star? Damn it, she's just a pretty face, and she actually talks to a capitalist like that? How dare she? It's over, Barbie Q is gone. Shuizong will definitely not be able to escape. Sophie's eyes suddenly turned cold. She thought that no matter how ignorant or stupid Tina was, she would at least ask Leo for a word, right? Who would have thought that this woman would be so crazy? If she embarrassed the company's boss in public, perhaps the man would not bother with her because of their old relationship. But she, as the president, could not sit idly by. Otherwise, how would she maintain her authority in the future? Tina, I have a piece of advice for you. If you have any problems, please resolve them privately with Mr. Chu. If you continue to make a fuss, you should know the consequences. Tina gave a bitter laugh and glared at Sophie. Consequences? What consequences could there be for me? Sophie, you're a complete businessman, a heartless machine. Even if I haven't done anything for Qingya, I've definitely worked hard, right? It's been so long since I was replaced by Director Wang, and you've been hiding it from me all this time just to squeeze out every last bit of my value. The manager of the artist management department hurried out to persuade her. Tina, stop making trouble. If there is anything, I will explain it to you privately. What's there to explain? The company should have planned to freeze me out a long time ago, right? Huh, you are all birds of the same flock. Tina gritted her teeth, tears streaming from her red eyes. PR manager. The company never even considered freezing you. You've ruined your reputation yourself. Our entire PR department doesn't know how to clear your name. We've repeatedly told you to mind your private life, but have you listened? No fan would like a female celebrity who's hooking up with a rich man, and she's doing it so high profile. Tina completely lost her mind and bit whoever she caught. Stop talking nonsense. Get out of here. Leo curled his lips and accidentally saw a few Mercedes-Benz cars coming from distance. It was not difficult to guess that they were probably people from the advertising company. He smiled lightly and said, Tina, follow me. Tina remained motionless, trembling as she sobbed. That's not necessary. Leo, I've finally seen through you. You're a complete hypocrite. You kept saying you love me, but you lied to me for 2 whole years. Now that you can't have me, you want to destroy me, right? I'm here to tell you that your despicable methods can't kill me. Even if I work as a delivery boy, setting up a street vendor, or sweeping the streets. I can still support myself. Then, she pointed angrily at Sophie again. And you, Sophie, I know you're all laughing at me right now, huh? Do you think I'm blind? I'm telling you, I've never loved Leo, and I've never regretted divorcing him. But congratulations. You got a good eye for gold and found a treasure. I even, I even suspect that you were seducing Leo before we divorced. Chapter 38, If you dare to touch my husband again, I will tear you apart. In just a few passionate and angry words, the information revealed was quite explosive. The onlookers present were shocked again and again, and it was enough to make them eat until they were full. Mr. Chu has been married to Tina for 2 years. Are Mr. Zhao and Mr. Chu really secretly married? Is Mr. Zhao suspected of being a third party? Sophie felt a throbbing sensation in her temples. Seeing the advertising company's 3 Mercedes-Benz cars neatly parked in the parking lot downstairs, she didn't bother to do any emergency public relations for herself. She immediately shouted, "Security, clear out all unnecessary personnel." As he finished speaking, a white Land Rover happened to stop by the roadside. Leo raised his eyebrows and muttered, "Huh?" Even more lively. Such a heartless look almost made Sophie vomit blood in anger. She said coldly, "Boss Chu, please handle your personal affairs nearby and don't affect the company." Leo glanced at the 3 Mercedes-Benzes and smacked his lips. I'm afraid it's a little late." Tina was held by 2 security guards. She struggled like crazy and kept crying. "Let me go. I can walk on my own. I won't come to your lousy company, even if you invite me again. Let me go." At the same time, 2 people got out of the white Land Rover, Kevin and Xia's mother. Ever since Tina was sure that Wang Long helped her because of Leo, she had no contact with Kevin. Even though Kevin begged her again and again in a humble and even servile manner, she refused to see him. She didn't dislike Kevin because he was not as good as Leo, but she hated deception. But Xia's mother's attitude towards Kevin was still friendly. After all, in her eyes, Kevin was a genuine and rare son-in-law, and her view of Leo was still stuck on the identity of a gigolo, as she had heard Kevin say before. This afternoon, after lunch, Tina finally got through to Wang Long on the phone. In fact, she had been calling Wang Long every day since the first day of the Lunar New Year, but no one answered. She finally got through today. She had planned to greet him cordially and ask when the crew would start filming, but she unexpectedly heard news from Wang Long that was enough to drive her crazy. In a sense, Wang Long was her spiritual pillar. Now that this pillar was broken and shattered into pieces, how could she not go crazy? After crying for a while at home, she contacted her agent and said that she wanted to go to the company to vent her anger and give up. After hearing this, Xia's mother was afraid that her daughter would be bullied, so she hurriedly contacted Kevin and rushed to support the situation. Now, seeing that the company security guard treated her own celebrity daughter so badly, how could this old woman, who was always sarcastic, unruly, and unreasonable, tolerate it? In 2 or 3 steps, she rushed to the front door of the company, grabbed Leo by the collar, and started yelling, "You poor gigolo! Have you become more capable? Artina has raised you for 2 years, and not only don't you repay her, but you also bully her. You're a wolf that can never be tamed." Bah! Leo dodged the saliva attack by moving sideways, a hint of helplessness appearing on his calm face. Seeing this, everyone in the company rushed up and surrounded Xia's mother. Sophie closed her eyes and said to the head of security, "If they don't disappear within a minute, you'll have to resign." After saying that, he adjusted his breathing and walked towards the president of the advertising company. "Boss Gene, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Let me take you into the company first." Mr. Gene, who was already in his 40s and had always been a refined and sophisticated person, smiled lightly and waved his hand, saying, "It's okay. I see your Mr. Chu is quite busy." I'm not in a hurry. I'll wait here until he finishes his work." Sophie was helpless. She stood beside Mr. Gene with her arms crossed, watching the show coldly with shame and anger. But that bastard looked so nonchalant, as if he hadn't been in this matter. And he even had the nerve to smile. Sophie was furious. How shameless. Did he not know what it meant to be embarrassed? Tina's agent looked at the chaotic scene, thought again and again, and finally mustered up the courage to rush over to Tina and hugged her tightly in his arms. "Let her go. We can get out of here on our own." Kevin stood not far away, his face hesitant and uneasy. He couldn't bear to see Tina in such a miserable state, but he didn't want to put the Gao family in danger again. Leo, he really is someone he can't afford to offend. No, He's someone even his father can't afford to offend. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, he gritted his teeth, strode up to Leo, and then he knelt down. Boss Chu, it was all my fault before. I hope you can give Tina another chance and not replace her role. She really won't be able to accept it. Leo rolled his eyes. Now that things have come to this, what's the point of saying these things? It's just to please Tina. It's hard to change one's nature, but it's easy to change the country. You'll be a green tea dog until you die, Leo said disdainfully. Kevin was a little surprised when Leo revealed his little thought. Just at this moment, Xia's mother, who relied on her continuous saliva skill to fight against many enemies without losing, caught a glimpse of her rich son-in-law kneeling in front of the pretty boy. She immediately became furious and pushed away the two security guards in front of her and rushed forward. You actually let Kevin kneel down for you. Leo, you shameless pretty boy. You are not a human being. Seeing the old woman rushing towards him, Leo dodged in a hurry. But as luck would have it, the old woman lost her balance and fell flat on her face. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It's over. We're probably going to be blackmailed. Sure enough, Mother Xia lay on the ground, and after she caught her breath, she began to cry out loudly. Someone's being beaten. Is anyone going to do anything? Someone's being beaten to death. Zhu, you pretty boy have been having an affair with that bitch named Zhao behind Tina's back, and now you're trying to force Tina to death. Are you still human? Adulterers, bah. Leo sighed, a stern look gradually forming on his face. He glared at the head of security and sneered. Do you want me to spank you? Get rid of that person, and I'll pay you whatever you want. Just as he finished speaking, he turned around and a jade hand slapped him hard in the face. Now, if anything happens to my mom, I'll never forgive you. The scene suddenly became quiet. Almost everyone seemed petrified, except for Xia's mother, who was still crying without knowing the severity of the situation. Leo is not only the boss of Qingya Media, but also the young master of Truman. What's the difference between slapping him and challenging someone else's rule? Leo looked at the crazy Tina, touched the corner of his lips with the tip of his tongue, and said coldly, Have you gone crazy enough? Huh. In an instant, Tina seemed to wake up from a dream, took a step back timidly, and looked at her hands in disbelief. Go away. Don't make me angry. This was a tone Leo had never used with Tina before. Cold, resolute, angry, and distant. At this moment, Tina was like a clown, lowering her head in shame and resentment, her mind in a mess, and she seemed a little lost, which was heartbreaking to watch. But isn't it all her own fault that things turned out like this? Leo didn't want to bother with her and turned around to go back to the company. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of his nominal daughter-in-law striding towards him. Then there was a crisp slap. Bang! Leo was startled for a moment, then turned around to see Sophie glaring at Tina with a sullen expression. She said in a sinister tone, Tina, between you and Leo, you cheated first, so we're getting divorced. But Leo and I are in love openly and honestly, and we've even got our marriage certificate, making us a legal couple. If you two still want to smear me, please speak with one voice next time. Stop calling me a gigolo and then a vixen. Use some common sense, okay? Also, listen to me. If you dare touch my husband again, I will tear you apart. Chapter 39 Heartbeat. This slap completely broke Tina's heart, which was already on the verge of collapse. Leo was also stunned. Kevin and the agent each took charge of one of them and left with the mother and daughter in a panic. The rest of the people looked at each other in silence. This was the first time they saw this beautiful CO hitting someone since they met Sophie. Sophie remained calm and looked at Leo. Boss Chu, go say hello to Boss Jean. He's been laughing at me for a while now. Leo stared at her without blinking, his eyes a little dull. Mr. Chu, Sophie called again. The dandy remained motionless, as if his soul had left his body. Sophie curled her lips impatiently, twisted his waist with her hand, and whispered, It's crashed. Everyone who saw this scene thought it was just a couple flirting, and their faces had all sorts of expressions. Leo finally responded, but his mind still seemed a little unclear. Huh? Oh, okay, let's go. Sophie was baffled. What was wrong with this bastard? It was like his brain was frozen in time. After greeting Mr. Jean politely, the couple took each other into the company. It was said that they were discussing business, but it was just that Mr. Jean wanted to get to know Leo, and the business was just a favor that came to him. People always strive for higher goals. This is a very applicable rule in any field. Soon, the two parties finalized the cooperation. After a few brief greetings, President Jean took his people away. Sophie returned to the office and called her assistant, Xiaowei. File these contracts. Also, notify the artist management department to replace the lipstick ad that was originally planned for Tina with Jean Shahan. Greeted Leo, who was leaning on the sofa, and left the office with a complicated look. You prepared an advertisement for Tina? Leo sat up straight, a little surprised. It seems that you're not a heartless person. Sophie looked at him and found that his beautiful peach blossom eyes were inexplicably tender. She was stunned for a moment and said, "Don't look at me like that. It's a bit creepy." Leo asked knowingly, "Why am I looking at you?" Sophie, very flirty. "You are my wife. It's only natural for me to look at you this way." Leo held his cheek with his hand, and the tenderness in his eyes seemed to be overflowing. "Leo," Sophie said sternly, "don't get me wrong. I had no choice but to slap Tina, and what I said." "I know," Leo smiled. At that time, it was already confirmed that Sophie had an affair with him, and Tina and her daughter had been slandering them endlessly. If they didn't handle it that way, the whole company would not know how to talk about her in the future, and Mr. Jean would definitely look at her differently. Although she was reluctant to make her relationship with Leo public, it was better to be open about it than to be regarded as a mistress by others. "Then we're even," Sophie said coldly. Leo was slow to react. Huh? What do you mean by even?" "Sophie, I cut you last time, but today, after all, I've saved your face. Of course, if you feel bad for Tina, just pretend I didn't say anything." Leo, jealous? Sophie didn't bother to pay attention to him. She had already become numb to the words. She pursed her lips and looked away. "No need to settle. Just consider it my debt." Leo smiled fondly, saying, "How about we have dinner together tonight, and let me repay you?" "Need not. Could it be that you want me to marry you?" Leo raised an eyebrow. "It's not impossible." Sophie glared at the shameless bastard and said coolly, "If you're in heat, go meet up with your good friends. Or go get neutered at the vet." Leo's heart, intentionally or unintentionally, and said sarcastically, "Or I will sterilize you." Leo smiled mischievously. "Wife, you are so fierce. I like it." Sophie, seeing this icy beauty on the verge of exploding, Leo stopped trying to act recklessly. He stood up, suppressed his smile, and said, "Honestly, from childhood to adulthood, besides my mom, you're the first person to stand up for me. The way you were just now really captivated me." Sophie was speechless. "Fake, understand?" Leo pursed his lips, smiled, and nodded. "I don't mind. At least, you made me happy for a while." A child who has never eaten candy is suddenly given a fake candy one day. Even though it is a plastic model without any taste, it tastes sweet in his mouth. "Leo, you're going too far. Some things can't be taken seriously for even a second." Sophie's eyes were filled with alienation, as if she was keeping people at a distance. "Okay, let's not take it seriously for now," Leo said, and walked towards the door. As he closed the door, he smiled and said, "Wife, I'm in the office. Don't miss me too much." When he said this, his expression and tone were very similar to Huang Xiaoming, who always liked to play the role of a domineering president during his greasy period. "Sophie, he doesn't really think he's cool when he's being cool, does he? There's something wrong." After muttering inwardly, her mind unconsciously emerged with what Leo had just said. "I don't mind. At least, you made me happy for a while." And the expression on his face when he said this, that smile, was a joy that came from the heart, pure and innocent. Recalling the scene on New Year's Day when Mr. Truman beat him mercilessly, even the butler, who was an outsider, could beat up his young master. Then think about what Ben said. Leo actually had a hard childhood. Sophie felt an inexplicable pang of sadness in her heart. What on earth had he been through that made him smile like that just now? It is difficult for flowers in a greenhouse to understand the grass in a greenhouse because herbicides are never sprayed on them. Feeling sad for a while, Sophie thought she might be sick too. Why are you thinking about that bastard for no reason? Elsewhere, Leo had just returned to the office when the third brother, who had been sent to the hospital that morning, called. Chun Chong just came out of the operating room. The doctor said he'll need another operation in a few days. But the chances of him waking up are still low. Leo pondered. "I've paid the medical bills, I've given enough red envelopes, and the rest is up to fate. Well, the money issue has been settled. Brother, I have something else to report to you. Do you want to hear it?" "Leo, whatever." The third brother was stunned for a moment, then coughed and said that fellow, the fifth brother, is definitely targeting Chun Ting. "Casual. He's been pestering Chun Ting since the whole morning, and I can't get him to stop." "Casual. How about you give him a beating? Or should I just beat him up for you?" "Casual." The third child. "Casual?" The big guy originally wanted to take the opportunity to avenge the fifth brother for snitching on him, but he didn't expect to be met with for whatever S in return. After pondering for a while, he still didn't understand what it meant. So he asked in a panic, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Leo said with a hint of sullenness, "Third brother, have you ever experienced the feeling of heartbeat? It's that sudden, rapid heartbeat." The third child? "What the hell? This thing you're talking about is probably called arrhythmia, right? Brother, are you having a heart attack?" Leo, "It's heart pounding, my heart is pounding." The third brother was silent for a while, then hesitantly said, "Brother, you seem to be horny." Third brother, "Remember to lock the door when you go to bed tonight, otherwise you may not wake up easily." There was a sudden gasp from the other end of the phone, followed by the third brother. "Yes, yes, my heart is beating. It's really beating. I can't avoid that terrible look." Lao Wu, "What do you mean?" Chapter 40, "If you have evidence, arrest me." It was getting close to evening. Sophie called the heads of various departments to the conference room and made a rough arrangement for the cooperation project signed with President Jean. "Do you have any other opinions?" Everyone was silent. "Sophie, that's settled then." Meeting adjourned. Just as everyone was about to get up and leave, Director Yang of the Artist Management Department suddenly said with a smile, "Boss Zhao, should we call you boss lady from now on?" Sophie looked at her and said coolly, "Are you free?" The flattery turned out to be a disaster, and the minister in his early 30s was inevitably embarrassed. Sophie rolled her eyes at her and turned to the crowd. "I hope no one will ever talk about me and Mr. Chu again. The reason we're keeping our marriage secret is because we don't want to make it too public." Before he could finish his words, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to the door. The next moment, Sophie heard the man's voice coming from the door. "Wife, I'm almost off work. Have you thought about what to eat?" "Sophie, everyone, is this what they call being low-key? Mr. Chu, we're in a meeting." Sophie turned to look at him, her beautiful eyes filled with warnings, as if to say, "Are you sick?" Leo ignored the warning look and said with a smile on his lips, "It's okay. You drive your car, and I'll watch you for a while. There's no conflict." Sophie suppressed her anger and said to the assistant beside her, "Xiao Wei, go close the door." "Xiao Wei, Mr. Zhao, I'm just a young kid who has no experience in the world. Do you really have the heart to push me into the fire?" Just as the girl was in a dilemma, a woman's cold voice suddenly came from the corridor. "Leo." The dude whose name was called looked in the direction of the voice, and when he saw who it was, his expression suddenly froze for a moment. Everyone present was shocked, their thoughts unanimously coinciding. Which young lady has come to collect a debt of debauchery again? Mr. Chu, with a wife as beautiful as a flower, is still so unsatisfied? Is this the happiness of the rich? Thinking of this, they all looked at Sophie, with more or less sympathy in their eyes. Sophie felt uncomfortable being stared at by these pillars of the company. She frowned and glared at Leo, who was standing at the door. Just as she was about to speak, she saw a beautiful policewoman in police uniform appear at the door and grab Leo's collar without any hesitation. "There's a case I need your cooperation in investigating. Come with me." Everyone. Sophie was stunned and frowned in confusion. "Officer," Leo said calmly with a faint smile, "what case?" The policewoman said firmly, "You know it in your heart. Follow me." Seeing this, the director of the company's legal department hurriedly stood up and walked over. "Hello, officer. I'm the company's legal officer. May I ask what you want to talk to our CEO, Chu, about?" The policewoman glanced at him and said, "It's inconvenient to disclose." The legal officer calmly said, "Excuse me, do you have the relevant documents? If not, I'm sorry, but our CEO, Chu, is very busy and can't go with you." The policewoman glared at Leo with anger on her face and said, "I'm only asking once. Will you come with me?" The legal officer was about to continue speaking when Leo raised his hand to interrupt him. "Go, go, go. You didn't say you weren't leaving. Look at you, why are you so angry? You actually look better when you smile." "Sophie, this bastard dares to flirt with anyone. Legal affairs. Why do I feel like they know each other? Am I being nosy?" The policewoman didn't say anything else and walked out holding Leo's collar. The legal officer was a little overwhelmed and looked at Sophie. "Mr. Zhao, should I go with you?" "No need." Sophie took a deep breath and looked at the director of administration. "The security department should be reorganized." The administrative director was terrified and said, "Okay, Mr. Zhao, I'll take care of it right away." Criminal investigation team, autopsy room. The beautiful policewoman pointed at a body that had clearly been soaked in water and asked Leo, "Do you recognize it?" Leo recognized the deceased as the owner of the loan company and shook his head calmly. "How could I know him?" The policewoman sneered, Zhao Peng, the boss of Rose Finance, committed a rape case with 3 of his employees years ago. The victim was named Chen Ting. Do you want me to continue? You should know better than me. Oh, it's him. Leo pretended to be shocked. Of course I know about Ting Ting. I can only say that this kind of beast deserves to die. Leo for a long time with a cold face. After sending the other 2 police officers away, she said in a deep voice, I've checked. Shin Chong is your classmate. Yeah, Leo spread his hands. That's why I met Shin Ting. The policewoman stared into his eyes without blinking. Shin Chong has a cousin named Chun Hong. Leo thought for a moment. I don't know him. Heh, Leo, you're playing dumb in front of me. Are you sure? The policewoman sneered. 10 years ago, on the night of June 17th, a car accident occurred at Nanwan Wharf. When the police arrived, they only found a wrecked BMW. After investigation, they confirmed that the owner, Jiang Xiuji, and the driver, Chun Hong, were missing. A month later, Jiang Xiuji's body was accidentally recovered by fishermen, who determined it was between 28 and 33 days after her disappearance. Chun Hong's whereabouts remain unknown. Jiang Xiuji is Leo's mother. Leo blinked slowly, his thin lips moving as he said, It's all in the past. Why bring it up? You approached Chun Chong and spared no effort to help him, just to find Chun Hong, right? The policewoman hit the nail on the head. Leo's expression gradually darkened the moment he heard his mother's name. Officer, I just felt sorry for him, so I helped pay for his medical expenses. That's all. It can't be said that I spared no effort. I buy bags for women, but the amount is much more than that. Still pretending? Now, you just left the hospital that day, and within an hour, Chun Ting came back, saying she ran away on her own. Are you kidding me? Also, the loan company's account was robbed, and several documents containing evidence of the loan company's crimes were unlocked and left openly on the table. The technical department told me that if they weren't left on the table, the document would be difficult to find. Furthermore, all the surveillance cameras at the loan company were hacked that day, and even the surveillance cameras on the nearby roads were deleted. Leo, this kind of method is impossible for ordinary people to pull off. Only you, or rather, the people you paid to do it, can do it. Leo pinched his brows and said helplessly, Officer, according to your logic, any rich person could do this kind of thing, so why does it have to be me? Besides, this mysterious man has helped you solve a major case. You should give him a Good Citizen Award. The policewoman angrily said, because you want Chun Chong to be grateful to you and tell you the whereabouts of his cousin. You want a reward? I'll give it to you in prison. Leo, if you think so, then I can't help it. Anyway, if you have evidence, arrest me. As he spoke, he stretched out his hands, waiting to be handcuffed. You. The policewoman was so angry that she couldn't speak. She knew that Leo was sure that she had no evidence. You won't catch me? Leo smirked. Then I'll leave. Wait. The policewoman gritted her teeth and said, Come to the office with me. Chapter 41. Do you live here too? Captain's office. Leo sat in the chair, relaxed and lazy. Officer, would you like to buy me a cup of tea? The beautiful policewoman turned her head to look out the window and said meaningfully, Leo, I know you did this. Hey, Leo sighed. Why are you here again? I've already told you, as long as you have evidence, you can even shoot me right now. I will find evidence. I will. The policewoman looked at him carefully, including the entire Truman, everyone from top to bottom, all the dirty deeds they have done. I will investigate them one by one and get to the bottom of it. That's right, I support you. If you need any help, just tell me, The policewoman glared at him, and after a moment's silence, she suddenly said, Didn't you say you weren't going back to Truman? Why are you back again? Leo curled his lips. Your father begged me to come back. You should know that the old man is in poor health now, and everyone is eyeing his property. The policewoman sighed and said, I hope he lives 2 more years. I must send him to prison. Leo laughed out loud. My dear sister, who did you take this heartless personality from? I remember that your mother was also a very gentle woman. Besides, Truman has done nothing wrong to you. Why are you so bitter and resentful? I'm a police officer. Okay, you're great and glorious. Arrest them. It's best if you arrest them all. I can't stand them anyway. The policewoman pursed her lips, her eyes dim, not knowing what she was thinking. After a moment, he crossed his arms and said, I've checked the files. 10 years ago, on the night your mother disappeared, the police station received a call from your grandmother saying that you were kidnapped from your home. Leo, what exactly happened that night? Where were you taken? Abroad? I can't remember a lot of things, but I was abroad for the previous 8 years. Leo pretended to be relaxed, paused, and smiled. If I hadn't come back 2 years ago, would you have thought I was dead? Huh? The policewoman took a deep breath and said earnestly, Leo, I know you've been through a lot that you shouldn't have. You came back for revenge, right? But I hope you won't be blinded by hatred. Trust the police and cooperate with me. I will help you find a real culprit. Leo smiled faintly. Okay, take your time to investigate. If you find anything, be sure to tell me, and I'll give you a banner. The policewoman frowned. Don't let the evildoers dirty your heart. Leo, you really can't do anything reckless. Otherwise, what's the difference between you and those evildoers? Evil people? Huh, you actually use the category of human to praise them. Leo touched his chin, the tip of his tongue pressed against his back teeth. His eyes suddenly reddened. Chu Muhan, do you know how I've been through these 8 years? To tell you the truth, I will repent. But I have to send them to hell first, and then repent in hell. Now, if you persist, I will definitely catch you. Okay, I'll wait for you. In the evening, the third and fifth brothers returned home in a noisy atmosphere. Leo sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face. Third brother, come here. Leo hooked his finger at the fat man and raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. The third brother was startled, swallowed his saliva, and moved forward step by step. Big brother, I told you were moved. Why are you still holding a grudge? Leo glanced at Xiaoqing, who was busy in the kitchen, and lowered his voice. I asked you to deliver 4 boat tickets, but why is one of them in the criminal police team, huh? The third brother shuddered violently. No way. Lao Wu, who had been waiting to watch the show, suddenly became serious and hurried over to Leo. Are the police looking for you? Leo glared at the third brother and said angrily, Luckily, I asked the fifth brother to hold back and hack all the surveillance cameras that could capture us. Otherwise, we would all be on trial in the criminal police team right now. You idiot. The third brother looked aggrieved. I only took action after the boat had sailed quite far. How? How can we be discovered? This is too bad, isn't it? You. Leo raised his hand and punched the third brother in the chest. If you do that again, I'll throw you back to Shaolin Temple. The third brother curled his lips and muttered. You know, I'm only good at fighting and killing. This kind of delicate work was always done by the fourth brother. The fifth brother blinked and said, Brother, why don't you call the fourth brother back? He's a pastor in South Korea now, and he's so bored. Leo picked up the cigarette box on the table and bit one of the cigarettes on the corner of his lip. Forget it. He's married. Don't bother him. The third brother. I think we should ask him to come. There are some things he's good at. As the 3 brothers were talking, Xiaoqing came out from the kitchen with a plate of fruit. Master, third brother, fifth brother, you guys eat the fruit first. I stewed some pork ribs tonight, so we'll have to wait a little longer. Those shameful topics came to an abrupt end. Leo flicked the ash from his cigarette and said, Thank you for your hard work, to Xiaoqing. His phone happened to vibrate. I saw it was the second child. Her house is a large, 2-unit apartment with 1 elevator. No one lives across the street. I've contacted the owner, and he's agreed to sell it for $7,500,000 more than the market price. It's for sale only, not for rent. If you're okay with it, you can move in tonight. In the chat interface, the last message was sent by Leo when he walked out of the criminal police team door. Think of a way. I want to live next door to Sophie. After reading the message, Leo replied by without hesitation, then looked up at Xiaoqing and said, Help me pack my things. I'm moving out tonight. Xiaoqing and the other 2 all had question marks on their faces. Master, are you moving? Brother, where are you moving to? Shit, you're not going to live with Sophie, are you? Bro, are you serious? Leo smiled faintly, its heart throb. The third brother, you can't avoid the bad look. Hide from your uncle. Go kneel before Master Guan and reflect on your sins. And you still have the nerve to sing. Lao Wu, what do you mean? The next day, Sophie was woken up by the alarm clock. She impatiently turned it off and dozed off for another half an hour until the alarm clock's second line of defense was activated. Then she sat up in a daze, looking sleepy and annoyed. This beautiful lady didn't have difficulty getting up, and she wasn't grumpy either. It was just that the people next door were acting crazy last night. They were moving late at night, and the work didn't finish until after 2 in the morning. Therefore, when she fell asleep, it was almost 3 o'clock. As she arrived half an hour later than usual, Sophie didn't have time to eat breakfast. After washing up and putting on makeup, she hurried out with her bag. After locking the door, I just turned around and the door of the opposite resident happened to open. Leo, who had been peeping through the peephole for more than half an hour, stepped out. Sophie saw this bastard. Her expression could no longer be described as shock. She even suspected that she had not slept well and was hallucinating. Huh, wife, what a coincidence you live here too. Chapter 42, Where Are My Tires? Sophie was stunned for a long while. Then she gritted her teeth and looked away from Leo, as if she didn't know this perfect man in front of her who had good looks, a good figure, and money, and walked straight towards the elevator. Leo walked forward, one hand in his pocket, the corner of his lips slightly raised, and stood beside Sophie. Wife, you don't even know how to greet your husband when you see him. In a feudal society, you get spanked. Sophie glanced at him and said unhappily, Don't be such a bitch. Leo said shamelessly, We are a legal couple. No matter what, I am not being a slut. Now, Sophie said coldly, I don't care what you're up to, and I don't want to know why you moved here, but I'm warning you, stay away from me. If you want the stars in the sky, I will try to pick them for you. But your request, I can't do it. What are you doing so naughty so early in the morning? Isn't it disgusting? Being flirty is a good way to enhance the relationship between lovers. Sophie rolled her eyes. If you're still not awake, go back to sleep. Everything between us is fake. Don't get caught up in it. Leo said nonchalantly, I don't mind turning fake into real. Sophie took a deep breath, knowing that this shameless bastard's face was as thick as bulletproof glass, and no matter how kind or harsh her words were, they would be shielded without a scratch. After thinking about it, she felt that psychological attack would probably be the most effective. She turned her head to look at him, a hint of sarcasm in her eyes, and said, Leo, you are so promiscuous now. Is it because you were hurt by Tina? You've been a bootlicker for 2 years, and you're almost going crazy from the repression, right? In fact, she didn't know that what she thought was a psychological attack might have had a subtle effect on Leo a while ago, but now it was just like mineral water with a DDT label on it, which was completely useless. Jealous. Seeing the ease and confidence on Leo's face, Sophie almost fell into despair. She no longer wanted to argue, nor did she dream of any immediate way to make this bastard back off. She pursed her lips and ignored him. Bye. The elevator door opened and the so-called couple walked in one after the other. Sophie deliberately kept a safe distance, and there seemed to be mountains and seas between the two of them. Wife, I moved here to protect you. Just think about it. How unsafe it is for a woman living alone like you. Don't call me that. You're really annoying. Leo automatically filtered out Sophie's resistance and continued. Even though our country's public security is one of the best on earth, that doesn't guarantee that perverts are extinct, right? It's not extinct, Sophie said, glancing at him. There's one in the elevator. Does this count as judging a gentleman by one's own standards? Sophie. The elevator went to the second underground floor. Sophie strode towards her car and saw Leo's GTR parked next to her car from a distance. Sophie, energy conservation and environmental protection are advocated now. Why don't you stop driving and give me a ride? This bastard is quite obedient. He stopped calling wife and started calling Sophie again. Sophie felt uncomfortable with this affectionate way of addressing him and couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body. She frowned and said, Either call me by my full name or Xiao Zhao will do. Okay, Sophie. Sophie was on the verge of collapse. She resisted the urge to curse and walked around to the driver's side. When she took the key to open the car door, she discovered something that could make her collapse even more. Where are my tires? Leo hurried over to take a look and found that the Maserati's left front wheel was missing. He smacked his lips and said indignantly, Who the hell did this? There are so many perverts. Even a fool would know who did this. Sophie looked at the culprit in front of her who had superb acting skills and was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Leo, you are so boring. Leo smirked, neither admitting nor quibbling. Instead, he took out his phone and pointed at the time on the screen. Sophie, you're going to be late. You're not boring. You're shameless. Thank you for the compliment. Leo opened the passenger door and gestured for again the car. Come on in. I'm happy to be your slave. Sophie was so angry that her lungs were about to explode, but she had no choice but to get in the car reluctantly. Along the way, the couple had no interaction, and it was Leo who was performing stand-up comedy. But to be honest, Leo drove very steadily, and Sophie had an excellent riding experience. What surprised her even more was that the car was a manual transmission and the gear lever was surprisingly long. Who would still drive a manual transmission car in this day and age? I wonder what this bastard hobby is. Sophie was eager to get out of the car as soon as it stopped, perhaps because she was afraid that the employees would see her coming to work with Leo. Wife, am I so shameful? Leo unbuckled his seatbelt and looked at her with a sly smile, a hint of grievance in his eyes. Sophie froze and turned to glare at Leo. I'm saying it again, don't call me that. Also, keep your distance from me in the company. Keep your distance. Keep your distance. Important things should be said 3 times. Leo rubbed his chin. How about a deal? From now on, if you allow me to call you Sophie in private, I'll agree to these 2 conditions. How about that? Sophie was angry. She thought that this deal was a good deal. After all, she couldn't control the man's mouth. However, I didn't express my opinion, otherwise this bastard would only become more aggressive. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Leo was secretly delighted. Sophie got out of the car and slammed the door shut. When I turned around, I saw an old acquaintance. Had previously helped the Gao family suppress Sophie, but had now turned over a new leaf, was standing at the entrance to the parking lot. He said with a flattering smile, "Good morning, Mr. Zhao." Sophie was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward and said coldly, "Director Song, what's the matter with you coming here so early?" The people above us said about the variety show project we finalized before the new year. "Mr. Chu, good morning." Director Song was halfway through his words when he saw Leo walking over and hurriedly greeted him. Leo nodded in response. He really hated this kind of fence-sitter and spineless thief. If it weren't for Sophie's sake, he would have ignored him at all. Just keep talking and treat me like Heir. Oh, I was actually just passing by, so I stopped by to tell Mr. Zhao that the program team has made a last-minute decision to change the original Sunday night broadcast time to Friday night, and the recorded broadcast has been changed to a live broadcast. Also, the previously scheduled judges have been changed. The higher-ups want to replace them with people from major media companies. The project Director Song mentioned was an actor audition variety show called I Am Number One. It was said to be aimed at a large number of extras, but in fact, the participants were basically potential stocks discovered by major media companies or even new faces who had already signed contracts. For example, there was a newcomer named Jean Shahan from Qingya Media who was secretly sent to the program team by Sophie. Undoubtedly, they want these newcomers to show up on the show and gain popularity. Chapter 43, Jean Shahan. Sophie pondered for a moment and said, "Are you trying to pull off some kind of on-the-spot signing stunt by having people from a media company be the judges?" Director Song, yes, we just want to make the show better." Sophie said coldly, "For something like this, a phone call would suffice. Why would you come here in person?" Director Song, "If you have anything to say, just say it." Director Song smiled awkwardly. "Then I won't beat around the bush, Mr. Zhao. I'm here to invite you to be a judge for Qingya Media and attend a variety show." Sophie was silent, deep in thought. Director Song continued, "Mr. Zhao, think about it. If you show up in person, it will show the audience that you value talent, which will be very beneficial to Qingya Media's reputation. Then our Sophie's title of Jiangcheng's most beautiful woman would be beneficial to your production team, wouldn't it?" Leo said abruptly, then looked at Sophie with a doting expression. "Sophie, I'm not so useless as to let you show up in public, am I?" Sophie was still debating whether to go, but after hearing this, she made a quick decision and said, "Okay, Director Song, I promise you." Logically speaking, one should be happy when the goal is achieved, but Director Song did not dare to show any joy at all. Instead, he was quite embarrassed. "Boss Zhao, how about forget it, I think?" "Why forget it?" Sophie knew that this coward was afraid that Leo would be unhappy, so she said unhappily, "Are you kidding me?" No. Director Song waved his hands repeatedly, glancing at Leo intentionally or unintentionally. Although he couldn't see Leo's eyes clearly, he seemed to have sensed the second-generation rich man's tyranny and displeasure. Suddenly, he thought of a clever plan to escape and directly put the blame on the production team. "Mr. Zhao, this is just a temporary decision of the production team. How about I go back and discuss it with them and give you an answer by noon at the latest?" As soon as the words fell, before Sophie could respond, Leo laughed and said, "Why? My Sophie is not worthy? Do we still need to discuss it?" Director Song, "Brother, you let me go sometimes and then you don't. What do you want?" "This question is too difficult. I can't do it." Sophie pursed her lips, glared at Leo, and then looked at the disheveled Director Song. "It's settled. I will participate. You go back first." "Hey, okay. Then I'll be leaving first." Director Song wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and flattered. "Boss Zhao, Boss Chu, don't worry. I will definitely make Jean Shahan the champion. When Qingya and the champion go head-to-head, it will be a great story." Leo curled his lips and sighed. Director Song, You're already old. Why are you still so ignorant? There are some things you should just do. Why do you have to say it out loud? It's like I told you to do it. Director's song. Indeed, showing loyalty and flattering others are both high-level arts, which are difficult for ordinary people to learn. After Director Song left, the couple walked towards a company. Leo, I didn't realize you were quite rebellious. Sophie didn't want to pay any attention to him. She took out her phone and called Jean Shahan. Are you in the company? The other party replied, Mr. Zhao, I'll be there right away. Well, come to my office when you get here. I have something to tell you. After hanging up the phone, Sophie walked into the elevator and found that Leo, who had been following her just now, had disappeared. The icy beauty, who was so annoyed that she could not bear it any longer, hurriedly pressed the door-closing button until the elevator started to move upwards. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and muttered, This bastard is really sick. 5 minutes later, Jean Shahan came to the president's office. The girl looked to be in her early 20s, with a pure and beautiful appearance. Judging from her dress, she looked like a quiet college student. Boss Zhao, Jean Shahan said with a quiet smile. What do you want to tell me? Sophie's face faded a little, and she smiled and said, Shu Han, there's no need to be so official with me. Sit down. Jean Shahan nodded and sat down awkwardly. Sophie, due to script issues, filming of director Wang Long's drama will probably be delayed by a month. You should have received the notice, right? Yeah. Jean Shahan nodded and said, I received it last night. Okay, that's all I need to know. There's one more thing. The variety show I signed you up for has had its premiere date changed to this Friday. Furthermore, the production team plans to broadcast it live, so you need to prepare well and make sure nothing goes wrong. Also, starting today, don't come to the company to avoid being discovered that you've signed a contract. You should also be careful not to tell anyone that you're now a Qingyao artist, understand? I'll arrange an agent for you, so just ask her if you have any questions. Okay, Jean Shahan responded, then suddenly seemed to remember something and asked with wide eyes, Friday? Sophie gave him a puzzled look. What's the problem? Just at this moment, there was a knock on the office door. Sophie thought it was Xiao Wei, whom she had just sent to buy breakfast, and said, Come in. However, the person who pushed the door open was Leo, carrying a breakfast. Boss Chu. Jean Shahan quickly stood up and greeted the new boss, whom she had heard of but had never met. Leo glanced at the unfamiliar girl, smiled and nodded, then walked straight to Sophie and handed her breakfast. Nan, Mr. Zhao, you didn't eat breakfast, did you? Here, century egg and lean pork porridge. Take it quickly. Sophie didn't reach out to take it. She looked a little confused and thought to herself, did he go to buy breakfast? Then, how did he know I didn't have breakfast? Leo noticed her confusion and smiled faintly. Last time, when the Gao family came to apologize, you were busy all morning and didn't have time to eat lunch. I noticed that your expression was a little strange, and you kept rubbing your stomach from time to time. I guess it's stomach acid? Hee. This morning, when you were in the car, you also rubbed your stomach unconsciously. I was sure that your stomach was not feeling well, and you definitely didn't eat breakfast. Just as he finished speaking, there was another knock on the office door, and then Xiao Wei came in with a breakfast. Mr. Zhao, I bought soy milk and... The little girl saw the breakfast Leo handed to Sophie. Her voice stopped abruptly, and she froze in place. Sophie, give it to me. I'll have your share. Oh, Xiao Wei responded, and then she felt a cold gaze from someone and stopped in her tracks. Sophie frowned. Give it to me. Why are you just standing there? I have something else to do. Don't waste time. Leo stared intently, his expression growing colder. Xiao Wei was full of thoughts. Has this playboy made his wife angry again? But please be kind and let me go. I'm really having a hard time. In a hurry, the girl had an idea and pretended to take 2 steps forward, but her hand was not steady and the soy milk spilled all over the floor. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. I'll clean up first. You can have Mr. Chu's portion, or you'll have stomach acid again. Sophie, what an ungrateful person. Thank you. After saying thank you, she took the preserved egg and lean meat porridge and asked Jean Shahan while drinking it. What did you want to say just now? Go on. Jean Shahan picked at her fingers awkwardly, not daring to look Sophie in the eye. She said timidly, Mr. Zhao, it's hard for me to take leave these days. Friday night. I probably won't be available. Sophie rolled her eyes. You're a senior now. Don't you have time on Friday night? The school has a requirement for accompanying international students to study, and credits must be recorded. If there's no record of accompanying, a diploma won't be issued. For the past 3 years, I've been working part-time and doing minor roles, so I haven't had time to accompany them. Our homeroom teacher came to me a couple of days ago and told me that I must accompany the new international students this month. Otherwise, I won't be able to graduate. For artists, having a high level of education is a big plus. Furthermore, the company can't interfere too much in the artist's private life. At the very least, they need to get their diplomas, so this kind of thing can't be delayed, right? However, what Sophie couldn't understand was what study companion for international students meant. Chapter 44, I'll handle it. Before she could ask, Leo, who was sitting on the sofa, asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Xiaowei, who was cleaning the floor, also paused, silently slowed down her cleaning speed, and pricked up her ears to eavesdrop. Jean Shahan said embarrassedly, "The school is considering that international students may not be able to adapt to the new environment, so they asked us to help them." Leo's expression gradually darkened. "You have classes on Friday night?" "No, no." "Then why do you say you don't have time to participate in variety shows?" This, Jean Shahan became even more embarrassed, as if he couldn't speak. "There's a social event on Friday." Leo realized something, and his expression gradually darkened. Sophie frowned. "Mr. Chu, please pay attention to your emotions and don't get excited." "Xiaowei, you're almost scratching the floor tiles. Do you have anything to do?" "Shahan, please sit down first." After temporarily calming Leo down, Xiaowei left the office. Sophie then continued, "Shuhan, your school's rules are your business, but I think this variety show will be very beneficial to your future career. If you agree, I'll send an agent to negotiate with your school. Asking for leave shouldn't be difficult." Jean Shahan felt uneasy. "Mr. Zhao, asking for leave once isn't difficult, but if I ask for leave every week and don't attend the social gathering, the school will definitely not agree. I'm really worried that it will affect my graduation." Born in a rural area, this girl's family is actually quite difficult. Now she has to take care of her disabled and seriously ill father, so she must be more thoughtful than others. So, even though she has the potential to become a star, she dare not slack off and feels that she can only feel at ease after getting her diploma. After all, the entertainment industry is a complicated place, and no one can say whether she can take this path. If not, at least she has a diploma in hand, and it won't be difficult to find a good job. Sophie's expression was serious. "Shuhan, I hope you can understand that introducing you to director Wang Long, getting you commercials, and arranging variety shows for you is partly because I'm impressed by your acting talent, and partly because, frankly, I think you've had a hard time, so I want to help you. However, I can give you these opportunities, and I can also give them to others, understand? You have to learn to cherish them, and more importantly, learn to be responsible for yourself. This matter is settled. I'll ask someone to negotiate. If that doesn't work, then we'll do as you wish." Jean Shahan was hesitant and had just said, "Thank you," when Leo said, "Don't worry about it. Prepare well for your performance. I'll take care of the school." Leo, in surprise, unable to speak for a long time. How could the boss of a prestigious company actually stand up for a supporting actress like her, who came from a humble background and currently has no value at all? You have to know that in the entire company, there are only a few popular artists who can attract the boss's attention. Any difficulties other artists have are mostly solved by the directors of the Public Relations Department and the Artist Management Department. Sophie glanced at Leo, thought for a moment, and said to Jean Shahan, "You go back first. I have something to discuss with Mr. Chu." Jean Shahan stood up, bowed to the two bosses one by one, and left the office. "Leo, what are you doing?" Sophie asked as soon as the office door closed. Leo crossed his legs and said with a half smile, "I said that if any of the company's artists are exploited, I will take care of it. Sophie, this is the school's rule, not an unspoken rule. Don't mess around." Yeah, the unspoken rules are so blatant, so shameless and unaware, and so high-sounding. They can no longer be considered unspoken rules. Huh, looking around the world, this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Seeing his cynical look, Sophie's temples throbbed. Judging from this dude's temperament, I'm afraid this matter will definitely be dealt with. Leo, let me first state my position. I personally find this matter very unbelievable and even a little infuriating, but ultimately, it's their school's own business. It's not for us to judge whether it's right or wrong. Leo chuckled and said abruptly, "Shall we have dinner together tonight?" Sophie, I know I can't persuade you, but I hope you can be more careful and not make a big deal out of it, so as not to implicate the company. Leo, just consider it a congratulations on my new house. Sophie clenched her fists. The company is on a roll right now. We can't afford to let anything go wrong, or we'll be sued for breach of contract. Leo, there's a Chinese restaurant downstairs from our house. I heard it's very good. Sophie. The irrelevant conversation ended perfectly with Sophie saying, "Get lost." The dude was actually quite obedient and rolled out of the office. Before leaving, he said in a frivolous way, "Wife, you are so pretty. If you smile, then." Before he could finish the second half of the sentence, a folder was thrown at him. If the dude hadn't closed the door quickly, it would have definitely left some marks of love on his face. Sophie was very angry and her breathing was rapid. The majestic waves were surging and rolling, which was quite charming. She cursed angrily. "This bastard. Is his head in his pants? He's losing his mind with lust every day. Sooner or later, he'll be struck by lightning." Leo, who had just walked to the entrance of the technical department, sneezed for no reason, wiped his nose, and pushed the door open. Lao Wu was wearing headphones and typing something on the keyboard. Leo knocked on the table, and the foreigner realized someone had come in. He took off his headphones and stood up. "Brother, what's going on?" Leo looked Lao Wu up and down, smiled, and said, "Come on, I'll take you to buy some clothes." Lao Wu's eyes suddenly widened, and he asked happily, "Buy it for me?" Oh my god, that's so cool." Chapter 45. Termination of the contract. The two brothers walked out of the office talking and laughing, and coincidentally, they ran into two uninvited guests, Kevin and Tina. When Leo saw these two people, he didn't react much. It was not difficult to guess that they were probably here to discuss the termination of the contract. Lao Wu, who was standing by, suddenly frowned and glared at Kevin coldly. Surprisingly, Kevin had changed from his timidity a while ago, but also did not show his initial arrogance. Instead, he appeared to be very calm and generous. He extended his hand to Leo in a gentlemanly manner and said with a smile, "Mr. Chu, we meet again." Leo raised his eyebrows slightly, glanced at Tina, who was wearing sunglasses and looked as cold as ice, and said playfully, "Mr. Gao, what can I do for you?" Kevin lowered his posture appropriately. "Mr. Chu, I came here today to ask you to show mercy and forgive the irrational behavior of our Tina and myself before. In addition, I also want to talk to you about Tina's contract termination. I know that Tina will definitely face being frozen out by your company. So, Mr. Chu, can you please show some leniency? Regarding the liquidated damages." Leo interrupted him. "I don't want to interfere in your affairs. Go talk to Mr. Zhao directly." "Okay, Mr. Chu, I won't bother you anymore. I'll go find Mr. Zhao right away." Kevin gave a standard smile and slightly bent his upper body, but it did not make people feel humble. Instead, he looked like a modest gentleman. From beginning to end, Tina didn't say a word and didn't even look at Leo. The star has now come to terms with her past and has made peace with it. The reason she reconciled with Kevin was, after all, because she was just angry and had no intention of leaving him. Kevin's attitude of admitting his mistake was also sincere. He only said, "I just like you too much and was afraid that someone else would take you away, so I lied to you." In addition, he was willing to kneel down to Leo for Tina, and Xia's mother mediated between them, so the two reconciled again. Seeing Kevin's repentant attitude, Leo smiled faintly and left with Lao Wu. As soon as he entered the elevator, Lao Wu said unhappily, "Brother, you're not touching the Gao family. You're not just looking down on them, are you? I think you're still thinking about that woman." Leo curled his lips and said angrily to this worm in his stomach, "Old Fifth, I have a favor to ask of you. When you have time, search online. There was a man named Yang Xiao during the Three Kingdoms period. Just tell me if he deserved death." "Lao Wu, what do you mean?" Leo rolled his eyes at him, thought for a moment, and muttered, "There's something a little weird about this Gao bastard." Lao Wu was puzzled. "I think he is humbly, kowtowing." "Yes, that's the word. What's so servile about it?" Leo shook his head. "That's just an appearance. From the look in his eyes, it seems that he is no longer afraid of me. He even seems to be holding back." Lao Wu shrugged and said, "Then I'll go get rid of him. I've been wanting to do this for a long time anyway." "Forget it. A salty fish can't make any waves, so don't cause any trouble." Leo twisted his neck. "This is not Mexico." Lao Wu's eyes lit up. "Oh, my damn hometown. The people are really simple and honest. Isn't that the right word?" Leo sighed, "Yes, that's right. When you go out next time, don't tell anyone that I taught you Chinese." "Lao Wu, what do you mean?" The elevator reached the first floor, and the two brothers walked side by side to the parking lot. The fifth brother looked at his GTR, then at Leo's, grinning and saying, "Brother, can you drive yours? Come on, give me the keys." "Leo, open yours, it's all the same." "Oh my god, it's just the same shell. Yours is modified to race car level." I heard from the third brother that it cost over 8 million. Let me try it. Okay, Leo said with a half smile. Let's fight. If you can beat me, I'll give it to you. Lao Wu's excited and expectant smile froze on his face. He hurriedly opened his car door and got in. Leo walked around to the passenger seat, and as soon as he got in, he called the third brother. Is he still in the hospital? The third brother. Well, Chin Chong's condition remains the same. He is temporarily stable. The doctor said that we can make a definitive diagnosis after the next surgery. Leo thought for a moment and said, go back to the company and drive Sophie for the next 2 days. Oh, the third brother responded, I'll come right over. Leo was about to hang up when he heard the other end mumbling. Why are you so horny and still making me suffer? After serving me, you serve my son, and now you serve my daughter-in-law, and in the future you will serve your grandson. His father still owes me salary and bonuses. My life is in vain. Buddha, you're not at work? Please bless this useless monk like me. Third brother, you're still on the line. The atmosphere froze for a few seconds, then was broken by Lao Wu's almost insane laughter. Ha! Damn idiot. Big brother asked you to protect big sister-in-law. That Gao guy is not right. The third brother. Brother, I don't know if you will believe this, but I just fell asleep and was talking in my sleep. Is there something wrong with Gao? I'm going to beat the shit out of him first, and then send him to see the Buddha. Leo pinched his brows helplessly. Sometimes I really want to kill you too. At noon, at the south gate of Jiangcheng University, a royal blue GTR stopped by the roadside, and then a yellow-haired foreigner wearing overalls and a ponytail got out of the car. Brother, are you sure I look like a college student dressed like this? Damn, I'm 26 years old. It's awkward. Leo sat in the passenger seat and had no intention of getting out. He looked Lao Wu up and down and said with a smile, looks like him. Be more confident. Go ahead and have a good chat with your compatriots. Lao Wu curled his lips, fiddled with the button that looked ordinary but was actually a pinhole camera, then turned and walked into the school. Leo reclined his chair and closed his eyes. A short while later, Sophie called. Tina wants to terminate her contract. I asked the legal department to do a preliminary estimate. Given that she hasn't had any substantial impact on the company, the penalty is probably around 30 million. What do you think? I listened to my wife. Leo said softly. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, followed by the faint sound of Sophie taking a breath. Perhaps Kevin and Tina were still there, so they didn't get angry. When Liang said, Mr. Chu, please give me an accurate answer. Leo suppressed his amusement and smiled faintly. What do they mean? The Gao family's lawyer is here, and from what he said, he wants to lower the price to 22 million. Leo remained silent, his eyes flickering for a moment before he said, tell them I'll handle this matter when I get back. Sophie, how long will you be back? If you miss me, come back now. As soon as he finished speaking, Sophie cut off the call. Leo smiled, rubbed his chin, and thought for a moment, then sent a WeChat message to the second child. Check who the Gao family has been interacting with recently, especially Gao Jiangcheng. If Kevin was the only one who came to the company, it might be because he loved Tina, so he had to bite the bullet and negotiate the termination of the contract. But now that Gao's lawyers have arrived, the situation has taken a different turn. How could the Gao family father and son, who had just been spared by the emperor a while ago, dare to come here again without anyone's guidance? Logically speaking, shouldn't we go around it? Leo sighed and muttered, I hope I'm overthinking it. Sigh, I've given you a way out, so don't try to get yourself killed. Chapter 46, Ridiculous or Sad. The spring sun is neither hot nor cold, and it feels half dead. Afternoon, Phoenix Villa. Chatting with his youngest son, Ben. The old man looked good today and seemed to be in a very good mood. He showed a rare, kind look, his eyes slightly narrowed as he stared at the chessboard, carefully considering the layout of the battle, and he picked up a piece with his hand and put it down after a while. Then he lifted his eyelids to look at his son and said, I can hardly handle your killer moves. Ben picked up a piece, pondered for a moment, and then said, Father's plan was a hidden murderous plot. Oh, I regretted my move. I almost fell into your trap. The old man patted the back of his hand and muttered, Virtue. Hey, Ben's trickery was futile, so he raised his hands in surrender. Forget it. Let's start over. Chu Xiaodian chuckled and said, Don't think I can't see that you lost to me on purpose. Ben, you see it but don't say it. You're making it awkward for both of us. Chu Xiaodian sighed, pursed his lips, picked up the chess pieces, and after putting them all into the box, he turned his head to look at his eldest son and daughter not far away, and said abruptly, Leave a way for your brother and sister to survive. Don't kill them all. Ben was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "We're all family, Dad. You're worrying too much. You make the first move, I won't let you win this round." "You really won't let me?" Ben looked into his father's eyes, paused, and said, "Father, if you want me to give in, then of course I will." The old man blinked, calmly picked up a piece, and placed it in the center of the chessboard. Not far away, Leo's uncle and aunt's families were gathered together, happily playing cards and chatting. However, this joyful atmosphere contains too many complicated factors, such as hypocrisy, temptation, and sarcasm. After the two families had been fighting each other for a while, they probably felt that it was boring, so they united to bring up a topic that both sides could talk about with great interest. "Leo? Hey, tell me, that kid disappeared for 8 years. Where'd he go?" "I thought he died with his mother," said Leo's aunt. Who knows? Look at him now. He hasn't learned well anyway." Leo's uncle said unhappily, cigarette in hand. "I still remember when he came back 2 years ago. Jiangcheng went to his grandmother's house to pick him up, but he scolded him so much that he even said he would take care of his grandmother until she died, and he would never go back to Truman. Now he's back, hasn't he?" In the final analysis, he couldn't resist the temptation of money. What a loser. And who says he isn't? As far as I know, he bought a mansion and several luxury cars. He spends every night partying and partying with beautiful women. He's been involved in constant scandals with celebrities and internet celebrities. He behaves like a fearless bastard and has no sense of cunning at all. Even for a small family like the Gao family, he asked his father to personally come out and clean up his mess. He even shamelessly said that he would help his father fight for the family property. Ha ha ha. As soon as she finished speaking, her daughter quickly followed up. "I heard he's raised the salaries of Qingyang media employees quite a bit, even to levels his peers can't even dream of. I wonder if he's been suppressed at the bottom for too long, and now that he's rich and influential, he's realizing all the things he could only imagine before. Otherwise, what boss is crazy enough to raise their employees' salaries so much? Oh, what a loser. He's bringing shame to our Truman." Several people were talking to each other, scolding Leo to pieces, as if doing so could enhance the relationship between the two families, making the atmosphere more harmonious. As the eldest son and grandson, Chu Howren was quietly playing with the mahjong tiles. He turned his head intentionally or unintentionally to look at his uncle who was playing chess with his grandfather, his eyes thoughtful. At the gate of Jiangdong University, it was almost 2:30 when Lao Wu walked out of the school leisurely. He opened the door of the GTR parked on the side of the road, with no intention of getting in. He said to Leo, who was lying flat on the passenger seat, "Brother, we took a lot of useful videos. Oh my God, it's hard for me to imagine. This place is simply a paradise for international students. Leo, get in the car and export the video so I can see it. I think we should find a fast food restaurant and eat while we watch. I am starving." Now, the two of them took their computers and went to the nearest KFC restaurant near the school gate. After they each ordered a single meal, Lao Wu opened his laptop and quickly imported the secretly filmed video into the computer. Then he clicked play and pointed the computer screen at Leo. In the video, Lao Wu, as an international student, chatted with other international students. After briefly introducing himself, he started chatting about study companionship in a familiar manner. And every college student who talked to him said something that was shocking. "Each of us basically has 3 girls, so we can be spoiled for choice. The teacher even encourages us to date, haha. Last week at the social gathering, we went to KTV to sing, especially for my birthday. Oh my God, we drank a lot of wine, and afterwards, something really strange happened between me and a girl. It was really strange. I didn't even know her name, haha. In fact, we don't need to remember their names, because the school will give us a new batch soon. I'm really happy to go to school here." "What do you mean by study partner?" "Oh man, you haven't never been to a fraternity, have you? Let me tell you a secret. We international students never call it a study partner, and we rarely even call it fraternity. We just call it a free companion, understand? Haha, you really should try it. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." There are many such remarks, even more vulgar and obscene than these. In the camera, all the international students have bright and happy smiles on their faces. When they mention female students, their smiles can't help but be mixed with a playful and nostalgic look. Just like the same expression on friends' faces when they occasionally talk about the princess they ordered at Shanghai a while ago. Leo's expression was serious. He slowly closed his computer, took a sip of his Coke, and asked Lao Wu, "I'd like to edit this video later and have it shown on all the big screens in the city. Is that possible?" Lao Wu devoured the meal, shrugged, and said, "Sorry, This workload is a bit too much, and I really can't handle it all by myself. However, I can pick a few of the most lively places in Jiangcheng and cast them on the screen. Then eat quickly, and then get to work. Just as he finished speaking, 3 international students, 1 white and 2 black, walked into the KFC store. Behind them, each was followed by a female student from their own country. The 3 female students were very attentive. As soon as they entered the store, they rushed to the cashier to order food and pay for their male companions. The 3 foreign students happened to be sitting at the table next to Leo's brother. They kept calling the 3 girls fuck and bitch and pointed at them with a lewd look on their faces and laughed nonstop. Lao Wu swallowed the food in his mouth and whispered to Leo, "Brother, to be honest, I can't help but want to hit someone." Leo stared at the 3 foreign students with a cold look in his eyes for a while, then suddenly became thoughtful. He then stood up and went outside to make a phone call. After returning, the second-generation rich man did not sit down. With a half-smile on his face, he said to Lao Wu, "You go first and do your thing." Lao Wu was a little puzzled. "Brother, what are you doing?" "I'm not in a good mood." Leo looked at the 3 foreign students and said with a wicked smile, "I want to hit someone." Chapter 47 is trending again. At Xinhua Media, Sophie was discussing Tina's contract termination with the head of the legal department when Xiaowei rushed in. It was unknown what serious incident had occurred, causing the little girl to forget to even knock on the door. "Zhao Zhao Zhao. Mr. Zhao, something bad has happened." Sophie raised her eyelids to look at her and said softly, "What happened? You look so flustered." Xiao Wei fiddled with the tablet anxiously, stammering, "Chu, President Chu is trending again." Sophie rolled her eyes. "Whose scandal is this again?" Xiao Wei shook her head like a rattle and spread the tablet in front of Sophie. "Look, he beat up 3 international students from Jiangdong University. This is a video someone filmed at the scene. There's a lot of criticism online now. People say Mr. Chu is relying on his wealth and power to do whatever he wants. Legal, holy shit, another job? And it's a big one. The salary increase was worth it after all." Sophie was startled. She took the tablet and watched the video circulating online from beginning to end. It was only about 10 seconds long, and some of the beginning and the end were cut short. At the beginning of the video, Leo rushed towards the 3 people in anger. After he took action, the 3 foreign students started to fight back. There are several other versions that are later than this time, and they basically show the police arriving and taking Leo away. What the hell is this bastard doing? Sophie felt her temples throbbing. After a moment's thought, she said to Xiao Wei, "Tell the PR department not to make any emergency responses. Notify the security department and have them deploy all security guards to the company entrance to prevent reporters from pouring in." "Got it, Mr. Zhao." Without waiting for Sophie's instructions, the Minister of Legal Affairs took the initiative to speak. "I will arrange for a few people to go to the scene to understand the situation." "Yeah." Sophie maintained the composure of a CEO and said, "There must be surveillance footage in the store. Find a way to copy it back. After you finish arranging the work, go straight to the criminal police team and ask Mr. Chu what's going on." "Ugh." After the 2 left, Sophie frowned. This matter is of no trivial importance. How could a company boss fight with 3 international students? Without even thinking about it, there is an 80% chance that many marketing accounts have already started to label Leo as a bully, arrogant, lawless, or even racist. There are so many hats to put on. Leo in minutes. Add fuel to the fire and make the whole incident escalate to another completely uncontrollable level. Sophie is familiar with public relations matters and is well aware of the methods and nature of these marketing accounts. Whenever there is unpleasantness between Chinese and foreigners, it is like hurting their parents and insulting their ancestors. Under the guise of a country of etiquette, they completely ignore the truth and just hold their keyboards and grit their teeth. They swear not to tear you to pieces online. Just as Sophie was filled with worry, Jean Shahan, who had triggered the incident, called her in a panic. "Boss Zhao, I just saw what happened to Boss Chu." Sophie pretended to be calm. "It has nothing to do with you. Don't think too much about it." "But if I hadn't said too much, Mr. Chu." "I told you, this matter has nothing to do with you. Go to class and practice your program, and don't worry about other things." "That's it. I'm still busy, so I'll hang up now." After hanging up the phone, Sophie went to the public relations department with a heavy heart. At this moment, the entire department was paying attention to Leo's affairs. "Mr. Zhao, the public opinion online is very unfavorable to Mr. Chu." The head of the public relations department turned the computer screen to face Sophie. The screen was filled with insults and condemnations against Leo. Rich sons of bitches are just arrogant. People like this are pests of society and should be severely punished. Check out Truman and Qingyang Media Company. They're definitely not clean. The video has been cut off, making it hard to tell whether it's real or fake. I'm waiting for the police to reveal the truth. And NT is saying it's hard to tell truth from falsehood. Hitting people is wrong. It's a disgrace to our country. Seeing these heated words, Sophie felt even more depressed. From the criminal investigation team, who had personally gone to the scene to handle the fight and arrested Leo without even noticing his request for medical treatment, finished taking his statement. She looked across at Leo, who was sitting across from her with his legs crossed and a slight bruise on his jaw, and said sternly, "Put your legs down." The latter curled his lips and did as he was told reluctantly. Chu Muhan closed the notebook and put it aside. After staring at Leo for a while, he said, "That's impressive. 1 against 3, and he's not losing. Humph. Tell me, you're not an impulsive person. What did you do today?" Leo smiled faintly. "When it comes to major issues, there's no such thing as impulsiveness. I'm a pretty strong guy, after all. I felt embarrassed when those 3 idiots hit me back a few times. In fact, if he hadn't been so careful not to use his fists and feet, the 3 foreign students probably wouldn't have been able to touch him." Chu Muhan frowned slightly. "Don't be so playful with me. Those 3 foreign students are already in the hospital for an assessment. The accompanying police officer just sent me a message. They refused to admit to making any inappropriate remarks. The store's surveillance camera can't hear their voices clearly. They only saw you hitting someone for no reason. From the looks of it, the consequences for you are very serious." Leo didn't seem flustered and acted nonchalant. Who cares about the consequences? Seeing the wanton and self-indulgent expression on the face of his brother, who was half related to him by blood, Chu Muhan felt inexplicably angry. She knew that this playboy didn't need to worry about any consequences, because Ben had plenty of ways to help him deal with it. But if this happened to an ordinary person, at best he would have to sell everything he had and pay a large sum of money to buy a letter of forgiveness, or at worst he would be sentenced to several years in prison. "Leo, do you know why I have always hated Truman? It's because Truman never follows the rules." "What does it have to do with me?" Leo said nonchalantly. "I'm an outsider too, okay?" The brother and sister looked at each other, one angry and the other shameless. Leo smirked. "To be honest, sometimes I feel bad for old Ben. He should have just had those 2 girls instead of us. Look at him. One of them is always trying to catch him, and the other is constantly trying to hurt him. It's really pathetic. If he hadn't done anything dirty, would I have thought of arresting him? The law doesn't show any personal favoritism." Leo curled his lips and said, "I enforce the law impartially, without regard for relatives. My dear sister, I wish there were more police officers like you. You are a suspect now. Don't call me sister. We're not that familiar." Several policemen around them looked at each other in confusion as they listened to the siblings bickering. At this moment, a young police officer who was watching online melons on his phone suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, there's big news from Jiangdao again. What's going on? Come on, let me take a look." It's a video of some international students describing their study sessions. Damn, that's pretty explosive. Chu Muhan was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to get up to see what companion study meant, the police officer from the hospital called. "Captain Chu, several school leaders are here. They're having these 3 international students sign a letter of understanding." "Have you signed it?" "2 have already signed, and 1 is being signed." "Where's the injury assessment?" These school leaders said they would not do it anymore, and they wanted to resolve the matter privately. Chu Muhan slammed the table hard, glared at Leo, and said angrily, "Your father is very capable. You wipe your ass so quickly." Leo shrugged. "You must have wronged your father. I'm afraid he didn't do this." "Who is that?" Sister, you've been away from home for many years just like me. It seems like you don't know a lot of things." Chapter 48, What a Fool. Qingyang Media, Public Relations Department. An employee first discovered the video that went viral online and excitedly said, "Look, there's a huge explosion." Everyone gathered around and immediately perked up after seeing the video. "Boss Zhao, should we give it a try? This is much more explosive than the news about Boss Chu beating someone up. Plus, we can take advantage of it." Before he could finish his words, Sophie interrupted him. "Wait, don't be impatient." Everyone was puzzled, but did not dare to ask more questions. The PR manager pondered. With such a good opportunity right now, why not capitalize on the netizens' outrage to cover up Mr. Chu's scandal? Was Ms. Zhao really not worried about her husband? How could she know that Sophie actually saw that Leo was going against Jiangda? And these videos were undoubtedly Leo's work. The matter of beating that can be big or small. If Truman handles it, it shouldn't be difficult. But if he goes against Jiangda, I'm afraid it will escalate, and there will be no room for maneuver. You bastard. Is this what you call dealing with something? I thought you were just going to confront Jean Shuhan's homeroom teacher. You're so bold, aren't you? You even dared to touch Jiang University. Jiangdong University has been established for 30 years. Although it is a private university, it has been promoted to the key ranks a few years ago. It is also one of the few private colleges in China with the name of university. Its background is obvious. How can a wealthy businessman easily offend it? The more the beautiful CEO thought about it, the more disheartened she felt. A look of worry filled her face. After pondering for a long while, she didn't care if it would backfire. She made up her mind and said, "Go for it. But don't make too much noise. Don't make it too conspicuous." Phoenix Villa. Ben won another chess game. He picked up the tea bowl beside him and said with a smile, "Dad, another one?" "He's old after all," Chu Xiaodian said helplessly. He raised his eyelids and looked at his youngest son, saying meaningfully, "He's really old." "Ben, then I'll take you back to rest. Although the weather is nice today, the wind by the lake is still quite cold." Chu Xiaodian calmly packed up the chess pieces and said calmly, "Jiqing, can you tell me about your son? What's there to say about a good-for-nothing?" Ben sighed. "I just feel like I owed him too much in the past. Now I'm letting him go back to Truman to enjoy his life. Sigh. He just lacks discipline and is a bit of a disgrace to the family. I'll talk to him later." The old man smiled faintly and said, "When he was little, I beat him because he didn't act like a child. A few days ago, I beat him because he acted too much like a child. Tell me, is there something fishy going on here?" Ben remained calm. "After so many years abroad, I guess I didn't learn anything good. I really deserve a beating." Chu Xiaodian pursed his pale lips, collected the chess pieces, and muttered, "I'm afraid it's up to you." Ben was shameless. "As for romanticism, it is true that I taught you firsthand." The father and son seemed to be playing chess in the clouds, and what they said were all magical words. Not far away, two families, who had been enjoying each other's company, suddenly became agitated. Leo's aunt received a call. "Mr. Chu, your nephew has done something big. An hour ago, he was at, and the internet is buzzing. He's now in the criminal police squad. But there's something interesting. Rumors about Jiang University are spreading online again. I asked someone to check, and although I don't know who started it, Qingya's PR department is very busy right now." Before the call was hung up, Leo's uncle also received a call and received roughly the same information. Then the brother and sister opened a platform in tacit understanding and went online to see what Leo had done. Leo's cousin went to her mother to take a look. When she saw the video of Sanio fighting a tall, rich, and handsome man, her eyes suddenly widened. "Mom, what is he doing? Why is he fighting like a little gangster again?" The notorious old woman, notorious for her tyranny, suppressed her joy and said, "After returning to your roots, you don't know who you are anymore? Ha ha ha. Brother, do you think the scandal spreading around Jiang University has anything to do with him?" Leo smiled and shook his head. "Could it be just a coincidence? Ah, our little nephew is just too smart. Look, right after he beat someone up, someone filmed a video about his tutoring and posted it online. This is a common tactic used by entertainment company PRs when doing emergency PR. It must be his pretty wife behind the scenes fanning the flames." The brother and sister reached a tacit consensus and thought they had seen through their nephew's ugly tricks, but in fact they were just putting the cart before the horse. Leo's cousin took over the conversation. "But does this count as a flood flushing out the Dragon King temple? Ha! This idiot must not know who is the behind-the-scenes director of Jiang University. Aunt, he's been away from home for so many years. How would he know where to go? Oh, I'm really worried that the old man will faint from anger." The eldest son and grandson, Chu Howard, glanced at his father's mobile phone screen, slowly turning the mahjong tiles in his hand. He frowned slightly, but remained silent. My aunt laughed and said, "He's just a lowly person who can't even get into a house or anything like that. Does he really think that just because he relies on his father, he can bully anyone? It's hilarious. Mom, I'm going to tell Grandpa right now and let him be happy too. Huh." Soon, the young lady walked into the corridor and entered the pavilion happily. "Grandpa, uncle." Chu Xiaodian glanced at her and said with a smile, "Well, why are you here if you're not going to play cards with your mom and the others?" "Hey, I have something to tell my uncle." Ben was suspicious. Girl, what's the matter? The young lady suppressed her joy and raised her lips slightly, saying, Uncle, you're so busy playing chess that you don't even know what good deeds your precious son has done. Ben looked thoughtful and picked up the tea bowl. What did he do again? He hit 3S, and the internet went ballistic. News was flooded with insults about him. Ben looked a little embarrassed. Oh, I'll teach him a lesson later. It's just a fight. It's not a big deal. Haha, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. After all, the fight is. Ben's eyes widened suddenly, and he subconsciously glanced at his father and said dryly, It's easy to handle, easy to handle. After saying this, he picked up the tea bowl beside him and took 2 sips of tea to calm himself down. The old man's face turned pale, and he angrily said, You bastard. A sly glint flashed across the young lady's eyes. I saw it online. Leo had just beaten someone up, and within an hour, Jiang University was exposed in a scandal. Could he be going against Jiang University? Puff! Ben immediately spat out a mouthful of tea and looked at the old man with fear. After a long pause, he forced a smile and stammered, Dad, apart from the other directors and a handful of school leaders, only our family knows that you are a director of Jiang University. Now, Leo just returned to Truman, and oh, what a prodigal son. Chapter 49, 800 Thoughts. Chu Xiaotian took a deep breath, knitting his sparse brows together, and said gloomily, You, a good son, are now digging up your ancestors' graves? Huh? This beast. He is simply a hopeless case. As soon as he finished speaking, a maid hurried over, holding Chu Xiaotian's phone, and said timidly, Master, the phone has been ringing several times in a row. Chu Xiaotian didn't even need to think about it. The person who called him at this time was either another school director or the president of Jiang University. Sure enough, the person who called was the president of Jiang University. Old man, this is bad. Your grandson. I know everything. Let's get to the point. How are you going to handle this? We immediately went to the hospital to comfort the 3 international students and obtained a letter of apology. We didn't even do an assessment of their injuries. We were thinking we'd get your grandson out first, so we could resolve this privately. But before we even got to the police, the scandal of the tutoring partner broke out. The other school directors all said it was your grandson's fault. The old man said sternly, Don't worry about my face. Just deal with it as you should. Okay, then I'll clarify things first. As for your grandson, I'll leave it alone for now. Mind your own business. Principal Yang, I oppose your proposed companion reading system from the very beginning. Not only did you not listen, you even teamed up with other school directors to put pressure on me. Humph. Look at you. You're really flattering me. If you can't handle this matter well, you can quit as principal. Principal Yang said timidly, I only followed other schools for the sake of our school's ranking. Besides, the truth is not like that. It's just that the quality of a few international students is too poor. So, before he could finish, Chu Xiaotian angrily hung up the phone. Then, he picked up a tea bowl and slammed it at his youngest son, angrily saying, I've always believed that a tiger father will have a dog son. I never thought your precious son wouldn't even be worthy of the title. He attacked someone in broad daylight, showing no regard for the law and being so audacious. Who gave him the courage? Huh? Was it you? Ben's forehead was covered in sweat, and his body was covered in water stains and tea leaves. He said with a look of embarrassment, I'll definitely teach him a lesson when I get back. Education? It's too late. Chu Xiaotian breathed heavily, looking very angry. After taking a breath, he said coldly, Let your brother and sister handle the overseas project. You withdraw and educate the children at home. Dad, Ben suddenly became excited, but seeing Chu Xiaotian's eyes that did not allow for rejection, he could only stop, paused, and nodded. I understand. The old man snorted coldly and picked up the crutch beside him. The maid hurriedly reached out to help him, then helped Chu Xiaotian out of the pavilion. The young lady standing aside, watching the show, stifled a laugh and said sarcastically, Uncle, I heard from my mom that you were the backbone of that overseas project, and my mom and my uncle were at best your right-hand men. Now that Grandpa's asking you to withdraw, TSK, you're heartbroken, right? Get out. How disrespectful. Ben cursed in a furious tone when his niece ran out of the pavilion excitedly and couldn't wait to report the good news to her mother. The suave third prince of Truman suddenly raised the corners of his lips, and a smile inexplicably appeared in his eyes. A family has 800 thoughts. Leo had long known that the biggest behind-the-scenes boss of Jiangdong University was his grandfather. When he heard Jean Shahan mention Jiangdong University in the morning, he was a little afraid at first. He just wanted to let Lao Wu secretly shoot some videos, hide in the dark to discuss Jiangdong University, and use public opinion to force Jiangdong University to cancel this disgusting companion study, just as a good deed without leaving a name. After all, looking at the entire Truman family, if there is no problem with the brain, who would dare to personally poke the old man's lungs? Forget about dreaming that you will have the qualifications to fight for the family property in the future. Not being kicked out of the Truman family is considered a mercy by the old man. But when he saw the 3 foreign students in the KFC store, he thought for a while and changed his mind. He thought it would be better to make a bigger fuss and put on a show for those who were secretly observing him see. By then, he would definitely be caught up in public opinion. If he leaked the video that Lao Wu secretly filmed later, others would only think that he was doing emergency public relations for him, rather than doing it on purpose. In the eyes of his uncle and aunt, wasn't this just him being ignorant and digging his own grave? The main thing was the word stupid. However, he was unsure of the old man's fire resistance limit and was a little hesitant, so he called Ben and told him his thoughts. Ben had just been reprimanded by the old man, who told him to leave a way out for his older siblings. In fact, Chu Xiaodian had recently criticized him, saying he was being overbearing with overseas projects. He was treating them like his own, even though they were a joint venture between 3 companies. The implication was that he was always overpowering the other 2 in business, and that he should give in when necessary. After hearing his son's plan, Ben agreed immediately and told his son without any hesitation, "Make as much trouble as possible and make your grandfather as angry as possible." He knew that if the old man got angry, he would definitely use this incident to make him withdraw from the overseas project and leave it to the other 2 companies. Although the project is a piece of fat meat, it must be given up when the time comes. Firstly, it will satisfy the old man's wishes. Secondly, the greater the benefits, the more fierce the fight between the 2 companies will be in the future. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Why not just think of it as spending some money to buy some leisure time to sit on the mountain and watch tigers fight? The father and son were in perfect sync and made a good move. Unfortunately, the 2 families were kept in the dark and believed that Leo was a playboy who would never amount to anything and was not worth worrying about at all. At the same time, he was overwhelmed by the good news that Mr. Chu asked Ben to withdraw from the overseas project. Little did they know that the father and son went to so much trouble to make these rice dumplings just to give them a mouthful of honey. Chapter 50, Sister-in-Law, Please Say Something. 3 days passed in a flash. Sophie returned home at 2 in the morning after participating in the variety show I Am Number One the night before and discussing the general direction of the show with director Song. She had only slept for less than 5 hours, and it was a day off, so she planned to have a good sleep, but was woken up by the ringing of her cell phone. This icy beauty was a little annoyed. She let her phone ring for a long time before she opened her sleepy eyes with difficulty, fumbled for the phone on the bedside table, squinted, and saw it was Ben. Sophie was about to call her uncle out of habit. She stopped herself subconsciously. Her mind was clear now, and she changed her words to Dad. "Daughter, did Dad disturb you?" Ben said with a smile. "No, I was just about to get up." "Dad, what's going on so early?" Ben sighed. "Leo's detention time is up. He'll be released at 8 o'clock sharp. I'm on my way to the detention center. If you're free, come over." In fact, in the fight 3 days ago, the 3 parties chose to reconcile on the same day, and the injury assessment had not yet been done. Logically, Leo should not have been detained, but his sister was too ruthless and even had some personal grudges involved. She sent Leo to an administrative detention center for 3 days on the charge of disturbing public order. Ben had originally headed straight to the criminal police station to pick up his son. However, upon arriving at the station, he received news that his eldest daughter was enforcing the law impartially. Coincidentally, the policewoman who had given up her wealthy family's wealth to serve the people for a meager salary was standing in the police station yard, glaring at his Maybach with a sinister look. The old father, who seemed to be enjoying unlimited glory on the outside, but was actually pathetic and pitiful on the inside, didn't even dare to open the car door. He hurriedly patted the driver's arm and kept urging him, "Go, go, go, hurry up." At the same time, Qingyao Media's legal department witnessed all of this. After careful consideration, they called Sophie and said, "Mr. Zhao, Mr. Chu will be detained for 3 days, but I just saw that his father doesn't seem to care." Sophie was suspicious, but Ben didn't care, so it wasn't her turn to intervene, right? So she didn't take any action. She felt sorry for the dandy young man, who, despite his impressive background, was single-handedly outmaneuvered by his own sister. He had no choice but to accept the punishment. Now, hearing what Ben said, Sophie naturally didn't dare to refuse. In her heart, the Zhao family owed Ben too much, and all she could do was to obey his orders. Although, she didn't want to pick up that second-generation rich kid from the bottom of her heart. Such a thing happened out of nowhere. Even after 3 days, Qingyao Media still has mixed reviews online, with both praise and criticism. This has caused its artists and many partners to be worried all day long, fearing that something might go wrong. Some people say Jiangda University worships foreigners and spoils international students too much. We believe that President Chu did not beat people without reason. Those 3 people must have had bad words at the time. Some people also said Jiangda's study partner is indeed outrageous, but is that justification for him to hit people at random? Does anyone have evidence to prove that those 3 international students are also scum? Please provide it. As for Jiangnan University, it has been subjected to verbal criticism and condemnation from netizens in the past 3 days. There are even radical elements who ran to the school and threw a few rotten eggs on the president's face. Now the situation is getting worse. No matter how the school tries to clarify, even if it pulls out the ex-scandal of second- or third-tier actress to take the blame, netizens are not buying it. After hanging up the phone, Sophie looked at the time. It was exactly 7 o'clock, so she hurried to wash and put on makeup. There was no traffic jam on Saturday morning, and it took about half an hour to get to the detention center, which was just enough time. Arriving at the underground garage, as soon as Sophie got out of the elevator, she hurried to her Maserati, taking out the keys from her bag as she walked. When I was halfway there, I faintly heard someone humming a song. The direction from which the singing came seemed to be right in front of my car. It's heartthrob. I can't avoid that bad look. The singing was vague, with a man's rough voice. When he hummed certain words, he seemed to be exerting force, and his tone became heavier. Sophie was suspicious and surprised. After a moment's pause, she took light steps, making sure her high heels made no noise, and slowly moved towards the car. As she got closer, she discovered that the car body was shaking slightly under the dim light. The beautiful president became more and more suspicious. Since the parking space wasn't a blind spot for surveillance, she thought about it, took out her mobile phone, turned on the recording function, tiptoed to the rear of the car, and stretched out her mobile phone to the left side of the car. A burly man suddenly appeared on the screen, crouching on the ground with a wrench in hand, diligently removing the left front wheel of the car. I feel like I'm going to have a fever. The third brother removed the tire and picked it up easily. As he turned around, he added the word fuck to the song he was humming without any sense of incongruity. Sophie crossed her arms over her chest, raised her eyelids, and glared at the big man who was much taller than her, looking unnaturally cold. The third brother was embarrassed for a long time, then laughed dryly and said, "Sister-in-law, you got up so early, huh? Can you see me?" Sophie, the third brother, who wished he could disappear right there, was stunned. After swallowing his saliva, he lowered his head guiltily and stammered, "Sister-in-law, I accept all your beatings and scoldings, but this has nothing to do with my eldest brother. It has nothing to do with him at all. He really didn't ask me to do it. And the last time your tire was stolen, it wasn't me either. It really wasn't me." Sophie was completely speechless. She knew that this fat man used to be Ben's bodyguard and driver, and later became Leo's driver. She thought he was sent by Ben to protect Leo, but now it seems that his relationship with Leo is closer, and he even calls him Big Brother. What's the secret here? Sophie was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, the relationship between the father and son was already bizarre enough, and she couldn't figure it out. It was better not to get involved and not worry about it. "Send me to the detention center." Sophie glanced at the big G not far away, paused, and said coldly, "You have many sisters-in-law, and those circulating on the internet are all, so don't call me sister-in-law." The third brother said in a chubby voice, "They're all little ones." "No, that, anyway, you're the eldest sister-in-law." Sophie rolled her eyes and walked towards Big G. "Sister-in-law, I'll take this tire." The third brother followed closely behind. "Don't call me sister-in-law." "Oh, I understand, sister-in-law." "Slow down, sister-in-law. Are you going to pick up my brother, sister-in-law?" "Sister-in-law, please say something." Chapter 51, Do You Think I Am Tanyenka? The sky was gloomy. Although it was a chilly spring season, it was not as bitingly cold as in winter. Rain was mixed with the snow. At exactly 8 o'clock, the detention center released the person on time. Leo lazily stepped out of the iron gate, and what came into view was a Maybach and a GTR. Ben stood next to the Maybach with a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. The middle-aged driver in a suit and tie with a stern face held an umbrella for him. When he saw his son coming out, he hurried to greet him. "Son, you have suffered." As he said this, he took the big black umbrella from the driver's hand and quickly held it over his son's head. "I feel comfortable." Leo smiled and glanced at Lao Wu and Xiao Qing next to GTR. "Mr. Chu," because Ben was present. Lao Wu didn't dare to call him Big Brother. Xiao Qing held a thick white velvet robe in her hands, walked over in 2 or 3 steps, and put it on Leo herself. She said with a look of embarrassment and heartache, "Master, you have suffered. Why are you here too?" Leo's eyes swept across Xiao Qing's rough little hands and landed on her shy and rosy face. 3 days of detention is not jail. It's not a big deal. Just as he finished speaking, another person came over from a distance and called out timidly, "Chu, Mr. Chu." Everyone turned around, and only Leo recognized Jean Shahan. "Why are you here too?" Leo frowned. Jean Shahan stepped forward awkwardly and said, "I went to the criminal police team to ask, and I know you're out today. I happen to not have classes today, so I can't pick you up." Leo smacked his lips and said, "That matter has nothing to do with you. Don't feel any pressure." Jean Shahan opened her mouth, but the word "thank you" was already on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed it back. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly looked up and said, "By the way, Mr. Chu, the school has a new principal, and they've expelled over 30 international students who were disciplined. The new principal is currently making a statement online." Leo knew about this last night. It was an order given by the old man himself, and he personally selected the principal. Ben told him casually when he came to see him last night. The whole incident finally ended perfectly. "The 3-day detention brought me a lot of benefits, so it was worth it." "Okay, that's a great relief." Leo pretended to be surprised, and as he was speaking, a black G-Class came slowly over. Sophie got out of the car, glanced at Xiao Qing, who was straightening Leo's collar, then looked at Jean Shahan, who was standing uncomfortably in front of Leo, and walked over expressionlessly. "Dad, Chu." She looked at Leo. She seemed to be unsure how to address her fake husband in front of Ben, so she simply skipped the question and asked indifferently, "Are you okay?" Leo raised his lips and said, "I have food, drink, and shelter, not bad. Are you feeling sorry for me?" Sophie pursed her lips and said nothing. Ben coughed lightly and said with a smile, "Come on, Leo, Sophie, come back to the villa with me. The old man wants to see you too." "Sophie, what are you doing seeing me?" Thinking of the scene where the old man beat the father and son, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Leo knew that he couldn't escape this disaster. He thought that at most he would get hit by a few sticks, which wouldn't hurt at all. He muttered, "Let's go. The sooner we get hit, the better." After saying that, he looked at Lao Wu, pointed at Jean Shahan, and said, "Send her to school first, and you and Xiao Qing will go back later. Third brother, Sophie and I will take your car." Jean Shahan couldn't resist Lao Wu's enthusiasm and got into the car awkwardly. Looking at the Maybach and G-Class that left first, she felt inexplicably depressed. How many generations of struggle and hard work were there between heaven and earth? She didn't even dare to think about it. In her opinion, being able to earn money to support herself and her paralyzed father is a rare wealth in the world. In the back row of the G-Class, Sophie and Leo are separated by a large distance. The icy beauty turned her head and looked out the window, her mind in a mess, not knowing how to face the old man next. On the other hand, she also felt something was strange. On the way here, she had prepared herself for Leo's endless barking of insults, but this second-generation rich man seemed to be in a bad mood and hadn't said a word for a long time. Thinking about it, she turned her head and glanced, and found Leo leaning against the car window, his narrow eyes slightly narrowed, and one hand gently pinching his eyebrows. Looks like he didn't get enough rest. Sophie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to turn around, she heard Leo say, "If you want to see it, just do it openly. There's no need to be sneaky. I won't charge you." Sophie glared and ignored it. Leo just smiled and continued to pinch his brows. In fact, he really didn't sleep well these days. His head felt a little dizzy and achy, so he had no time to talk nonsense. Furthermore, the 3 days of leisure gradually calmed his inexplicably restless heart. In this world, most love stems from lust at first sight. The fleeting glimpse at the wedding had Leo's heart racing for a moment. In this world, what man could remain calm upon first seeing a beauty like Sophie? However, at that time, he had no intention of being tempted by her beauty And he also knew that this marriage, which was just for show, could not be taken seriously. Until that slap in the face completely opened the door to his heart. It is hard to imagine what this young master, who had been accustomed to being neglected since childhood, felt like when he was suddenly protected by a woman. Friendship is fake, but love is real. However, he now felt that his reaction seemed a bit extreme. Being too enthusiastic towards such a cold woman would probably only backfire. The third brother was driving absent-mindedly, glancing at the rearview mirror from time to time. Seeing that the two people were as distant as strangers and the atmosphere in the car was silent and awkward, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Oh, what is love in this world? People say it's not as delicious as dumpling soup. I'm kind of craving some dumpling soup. Leo's eyes widened. He glanced at the third brother and said, "What are you mumbling about?" The third brother shut his mouth, pretended to be deaf and dumb, looked straight ahead, and drove very seriously. Leo couldn't help laughing. His silly brother always looked so silly. He was afraid that it would be difficult for him to find a wife in the future. At this moment, the second brother sent a WeChat message. "Are you out?" Leo, "Well, how's the thing I asked you to investigate going?" Second brother, "We are still investigating. It seems that there is nothing wrong with the Gao family." Leo put away his phone, thought for a moment, and then looked at Sophie. "Has Kevin come to see you again?" Sophie took a deep breath and said, "I came here every day for the past 3 days." After a pause, he added, "I came to see you. Didn't you tell him to wait?" Leo rubbed his chin and muttered, "This incident of mine has caused a lot of uproar. Doesn't he know? I think he's deliberately trying to put me in a bad light." Sophie said coldly, "I don't know." Leo sighed, raised his hand to rub his temple, and looked at Sophie sideways with a sly grin. "Why are you looking so stern? Who made you angry?" The third brother suddenly opened his eyes wide and felt a chill on his back. Sophie said angrily, "Leo, are you planning to open a tire shop? Why are you always picking on my tires?" Leo pressed the tip of his tongue against his cheek, remained silent for a while, then pointed at the third brother and said, "I'm reporting it. He did it all, and he was the one who came up with the idea. It has nothing to do with me. This fat guy is really evil. He weighs over 200 pounds, and at least 200 pounds of it is evil." Third brother, "Okay, you're noble and you are great." Sophie fumed. "You're kidding me. What on earth are you trying to do? You're not going to be happy unless you provoke me every day, right?" Leo made a gesture of surrender and said aggrievedly, "I just think that you work so hard every day and still have to drive yourself. How tiring is that?" From now on, I'll be your driver." "No need." Sophie huffed. "Don't touch my car again." Leo pretended to think, then said, "How about this? Let this fat guy be your driver from now on. I'll take a step back, and you should take a step back too." As he spoke, Leo raised his hand, as if wanting to pat Sophie on the shoulder to show some familiarity. Unexpectedly, Sophie's reaction was surprisingly excited. She shrank back suddenly, like a frightened bird, and glared at Leo with a warning look. "Don't touch me." Leo was stunned for a moment, then shrugged. "It's settled. Third brother, drive your sister-in-law well from now on." "Oh, I know. My fate." Leo leaned back in his chair, thinking back to the night when Sophie had scratched him with a knife. The Ice Beauty's reaction seemed a little unusual. After thinking for a while, he took out his phone again and sent a message to the second brother. "Help me check Sophie's background." Second brother, "Big brother, do you think I am Tynyanka?" Leo, "Yes." Second brother, "Okay." Chapter 52, Don't Talk Back. 40 minutes later, 2 cars arrived at Phoenix Villa. The old man's courtyard was built at the highest point of the villa, almost reaching the top of the mountain. It was called Wulong Garden. If it were placed in ancient times, he would be sentenced to death for all 9 generations, or the whole family would be executed. The wind and snow in the mountains were much more biting than in the city. As soon as Sophie got off the car, she couldn't help shivering. She hunched her neck and wrapped her coat tightly, looking a little panicked. Ben glanced at the other 2 luxury cars parked outside the courtyard and said to Leo with a half smile, "Your uncle and aunt are waiting to see you perform well." Leo curled his lips, looked at Sophie, and said, "Don't be afraid." Sophie nodded slightly, hesitated for a moment, put her hands into her sleeves, and awkwardly took Leo's arm. As they walked, she asked, "Are you going to get beaten today?" Leo drooped his eyes, his head still aching, looking a little sick. "What do you think?" Sophie said with lingering fear, "Don't talk back." "Feeling sorry for me?" Sophie said in a deep voice, "Go to hell. I'm just afraid that you'll get Dad into trouble again." "Dad?" Leo raised his eyebrows and smiled a little strangely. Ben was stunned, surprised, and happy. Ah, son, what did you just call me? In all these years, when has this unfilial son ever called him dad? Sophie. Leo's expression froze. I didn't call you. Ben was confused. You didn't call me? Then who did you call? As he spoke, he inadvertently glanced at the third brother who was standing next to Big G. Third brother. You can't do that. Aren't you afraid your son will beat the shit out of me? Leo rolled his eyes. Come on, let's go inside. It's freezing. In the East Hall, Chu Howren was holding a bowl of hot broth, standing in front of the old man with his waist bent, and said, Grandpa, this Buddha jumps over the wall is made by the master chef I invited from Guangdong. Please try it. The mean aunt raised her eyes and said sarcastically, You really have a lot of heart. The old man sat upright and said with a smile, My eldest grandson is sensible and takes the trouble. Ha! Put away first. It's too greasy, so early in the morning. Hey! Chu Howren took a step back, then stood up and handed the bowl to the maid beside him, reminding her, Be careful, it's hot. The maid's cheeks flushed. This eldest son and grandson was always so elegant and kind, making people feel friendly. Unlike the spoiled and unruly daughter of the second house, she inherited her mother's domineering personality. She never treated the servants well, and scolding and yelling was a common occurrence. There's also the dandy young master from the third house. Although he is not often seen, you can always see gossip about him when you surf the internet in his spare time. He is truly a perfect example of the son follows in his father's footsteps. The maid was sighing in her heart, and when she turned to walk out, she saw the second-generation rich man whom she had just teased in her heart just following his father into the yard. And next to him was the beauty who would make even women feel amazed. People are different, rich and poor, beautiful and ordinary. But a woman's natural beauty is just as valuable as a man's wealth and power. The maid thought so as she passed by and secretly sighed. They are a perfect match. As soon as he entered the door, Ben lowered his head. Dad, brother, sister, you are here too. The brother and sister put on a friendly and harmonious look, smiled and nodded. Chu Howren smiled very naturally and nodded. Uncle. The old man had just praised his eldest grandson, and before his smile faded, he slowly said, Here he comes. Ben responded, turned his head and glanced at Leo behind him on the right, and said angrily, Why don't you apologize to your grandfather now? You're such a grown man, but you don't act like a human being at all. The culprit who had stabbed Chu Xiaoyan's lungs 3 days ago took a few steps forward reluctantly, fell to his knees, and said with a twist of his neck, Grandpa, I'm here to be beaten. Sophie's palms were covered with a thin layer of sweat. She looked at the old man timidly, then stole a glance at Leo's uncle and aunt. She wanted to say hello, but didn't dare to open her mouth, so she had to give up and stood there motionless. The old man narrowed his eyes, his face unconsciously filled with anger. Little beast, you have taken advantage of my military skill. Huh, how dare I? It's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Leo said nonchalantly. Oh, that's quite a statement. Auntie sneered. Jiangcheng, I don't think you can teach your son any better. Aunt, don't smile so much. There's so many wrinkles on your face. Leo said softly, You little bastard, you have a son but no one to take care of him. Auntie slammed the table and was about to lose her temper when the old man stopped her. Enough. You've been chirping all morning, and you're the only one who can open your mouth. After saying that, he glared at Leo. How much face do we have in the Chu family to withstand such humiliation from you? Huh. The old man looked fierce, picked up his walking stick, and swung his arm to hit Leo, which made Sophie tremble with fear. Ben stood aside with his head hung, not daring to step forward to dissuade him. After hitting Leo for more than 10 times, the old man finally gave up. He angrily smashed his crutch at Leo and said in a cold tone, I'm warning you one last time. Control your temper, or I'll break your legs. Leo knelt upright, his lips tightly pursed. The expression on his face could be accurately described in 3 sentences. I know I'm wrong. I won't change, and I still dare. Seeing that he didn't talk back this time, Chu Xiaotian snorted, sat back in his chair, and turned to look at the trembling Sophie. He said, unhappily, the Zhao family is at least a small, wealthy family. How could they raise such an unruly girl like you? Sophie shuddered and hurriedly took a step forward. Hello, Grandpa. You still know you should call me Grandpa? Huh. Kneel down with your man. Sophie bit her lip and was about to do as she was told when she heard Leo say, Just say a few words. Why are you making her kneel? It's like a feudal society. Didn't you not come to my wedding? Who does she know you? You bastard. The old man raised his hand and slapped the dude, causing blood to appear on the corner of his mouth. Leo, stop talking. Ben frowned and said, Dad, don't be angry. Sophie knelt down hastily, grasping Leo's arm with trembling hands, and said in panic, Don't talk back. The old man breathed heavily. Are you worried about your wife? Huh? Why didn't you feel sorry for her when she was fooling around outside? You beast, you're just like your father. And you, the old man pointed at Sophie and said angrily, Are you unable to control him? Or are you afraid to? I heard that you two had a fake marriage, right? The sudden word fake marriage made Sophie shudder. Ben had warned her repeatedly before, telling her not to let the old man find out that the marriage was fake because the old master hated being deceived by his family the most. Besides, most wealthy marriages have nothing to do with that bullshit love. They're solely based on the principle of profit. Even if they're not evenly matched, the threshold shouldn't be too far off, right? Besides, the old man absolutely loathed using a beautiful face to portray Truman. Beauty brings disaster was an eternal truth to him. Dodgy and Bousy were both living warnings. Sophie's appearance was enough to be considered a troublemaker, and while the Zhao family was considered wealthy, they were nothing compared to Truman. How could the old man possibly agree to this marriage? Even if he didn't like Leo, this marriage, after all, concerned Truman's reputation and interests. Therefore, Ben knew that he could not hide it from the old man, so he had to bite the bullet and hide it. He only told Chu Xiaoti on the day before the wedding that his son was going back to Truman and getting married. The old man was almost mad to death that day, but the invitations had already been sent out, and the guests were all important figures in Jiangcheng, so there was no room for maneuver. The old man had to acquiesce, but he was unhappy in his heart, so he did not attend the wedding and asked the butler to warn the illegitimate son. Now, the old man is angry, and it seems that he wants to bring up this old score. The brother and sister from the first and second wives looked at each other and smiled without saying anything. Everyone knows that Ben has a close relationship with the Zhao family. As soon as the Zhao family fell into trouble, Sophie married Leo. Although Ben kept saying that the two families had an engagement long ago, he could hide it from outsiders. But could he hide it from Truman? Chapter 53. Give birth to one? Dad, this is my fault. I never told you clearly. Ben explained. Actually, Leo was married once before. The old man frowned. It's with that female celebrity, right? Humph. Do you really think I know nothing? Ben. Yes. You know, I've always wanted Leo to return Truman, but this kid blamed me before and refused to accept my compensation. Lao Zhao and I actually got engaged more than 10 years ago when Leo was just in high school. Then Leo got into that incident, and then, as soon as he returned to China, he secretly married that female celebrity. Years ago, I heard he was getting a divorce, so I went to see him again and tried my best to persuade him. Only then did he agree to return to Truman and marry Sophie. However, coincidentally, Lao Zhao got into trouble again before the new year, so people mistakenly thought Sophie married into Truman to seek refuge. Dad, everything I said is true. Leo and Sophie have already got their marriage certificate, so how could it be false? The old man pursed his lips in silence. After a moment's deliberation, he snorted coldly. Marriage is such a joke? The engagement from 10 years ago was merely a parental order. They're getting married just like that? How hasty? Ben sneered. Dad, which of my two marriages wasn't arranged by my parents? Which one wasn't hasty? Chu Xiaotian frowned. After so many years, you are still blaming me? Then, he pointed at Leo and said, Is it because I don't let his mother in? Ben's eyes flashed with an imperceptible coldness. After a long silence, he said with his thin lips, No. The old man seemed to be feeling guilty about some past events and didn't want to talk about it anymore. He sighed, looked at Sophie, and said, Forget it. The marriage is already over, so I shouldn't dictate things. Anyway, since you're married, you have to keep an eye on him. Letting him act like this every day is just not going to make a difference. Sophie lowered her head and quickly replied, I understand, Grandpa. Chu Xiaotian looked at Leo again. Little beast, I know you also resent me in your heart. Hee. It's just that I'm old and soft-hearted. If it were in the past, with your behavior, you would never even think of setting foot in my Chu family. Leo pouted and didn't respond. The old man continued, I don't like you, but after all, you are my grandson, the seed of my Truman family. From now on, you should do less of those things that hurt our ancestors. Otherwise, I won't be able to face them when I die. You're 28 years old and still not in good shape, you. Oh, the old man was disappointed with his son's failure to become a successful man. After sighing, he suddenly said, That's enough. Just have one child. A man can only mature after having child. Sophie, you can just scold me all you want. Why are you talking about having children? Your youngest son has 4 children, and he hasn't changed his bad habit of having affairs with other girls. Leo, who had been gloomy since he entered the door, suddenly came to his senses, and his eyes seemed to shine when he looked at the old man. Looking at him, it seemed as if he had never imagined that his grandfather could be so amiable, so respectable, and so considerate. I'll listen to you, Grandpa. Leo looked extremely serious. The old man glared at him and said unhappily, if you were really obedient, even dogs wouldn't eat shit. After saying that, he stood up, leaning against the corner of the table, and extended his hand to his eldest grandson. Howren, play chess with me for a while. As the eldest grandson, it's time for you to think about marriage. I don't know how many years I've left to live, so at least let me enjoy the joy of having 4 generations living under one roof. Chu Howren hurried forward to support him. I understand, Grandpa. For Leo ended there. In fact, the old boss had no intention of punishing him severely. After all, he had already stripped Ben of his power in overseas projects. If he punished his son more severely, it would be unreasonable. Only after the old man left did Leo and Sophie dare to stand up. Ben looked at his son and daughter-in-law, curled his lips, and was about to speak when his sharp-tongued sister beat him to the punch. Oh, this most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng is really arrogant. She doesn't even know how to greet her elders when she sees them. Humph! Sophie took 2 steps forward, bowing humbly. She first turned to Leo as uncle and said timidly, hello, uncle, and then greeted her aunt, hello, aunt. The uncle responded indifferently, but the aunt smiled sarcastically and ignored him. Ben narrowed his eyes and said in a particularly cold tone, sister, my daughter-in-law, is asking how are you? The woman had a fierce look on her face, but when she saw Ben's angry expression, she immediately lost her temper and reluctantly said, Leo couldn't help but laugh. He took out his phone and fiddled with it for a while. Then he stepped forward and pointed the QR code on the phone screen at his aunt. He said nonchalantly, Aunt, here, I'll transfer a few $100,000 to you, just to show my appreciation. You can't just call me for nothing, right? On the way back, Leo still looked sick and listless. Sophie was uneasy and hesitated for a long time before asking, are you okay? Leo shook his head slightly. It doesn't hurt when the old man hits me. Sophie said abruptly, thank you. Leo looked at her, a smile in his eyes. How do you thank me? Give birth to a child. Sophie couldn't help but roll her eyes. Give birth to your own child. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Sophie. After a moment of silence, the beauty looked at Leo with a serious expression. Leo, I know you often make me angry, but it's actually to prevent me from having too much psychological burden. So, no matter what, I should thank you. However, we are not the same kind of people. Last time I hit Tina, it was really just an act. You, don't be too nice to me. If something like this happens again, don't argue with your grandfather for me. Think more about your father. Leo smirked. Who cares who he is, what the consequences are? As long as it doesn't make things difficult for my wife, I won't do that. Sophie said patiently, everything between us is fake, Leo. I'm serious. Don't be too nice to me. I'm not worth your attention. After that, he paused and said, there are many beauties around you. Choose one among them, or take them all. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Anyway, I won't care about you. If Grandpa blames me, I will accept the punishment. Leo's smile faded a little. He rubbed his temple lightly and muttered, you understand me quite well. The third brother stole a glance at the rearview mirror and couldn't help but laugh twice. Then he felt the death stares from the 2 people in the back row. The third child, I just received a message that my childhood friend's grandmother gave birth today. Half an hour later, the G-Class stopped in Sophie's underground garage. Leo opened the car door and just stepped out when his cell phone suddenly rang. He looked and saw it was Chun-Ting. The second-generation rich man's expression suddenly became serious, and he hurriedly answered the phone. Ting-Ting. Chun-Ting on the other end of the phone was extremely excited. Brother Chu, my sister-in-law, just called me and said my brother woke up. Leo breathed a sigh of relief. Really? Great. I'll go check it out right away. Okay. See you at the hospital then. I'm also getting ready to go out. Hanging up the phone, Leo retracted his legs, said to Sophie, I have something to do, and urged the third child to rush to the hospital. Chapter 54. Different Joys and Sorrows. Doctor, what is my friend's current condition? In the ward, Leo looked at Chun Chong, who was extremely weak and had his eyes barely open, and asked the doctor. The attending physician wore a mask, his expression invisible, but his eyes shone with surprise. His condition is truly miraculous. Honestly, we didn't really hold out hope he'd wake up. Right now, his consciousness is still hazy. He can't speak or move, and his brain only has some basic thinking abilities. Let him rest well for the next 2 days, and don't disturb him too much. We need further observation before we can draw any conclusions. Thank you. Leo thanked him. After the doctor left, he simply greeted Li Ping and then sat on the sofa, looking thoughtful. Soon, Chun Ting arrived at the hospital, accompanied by an elderly man with unsteady steps. Li Ping greeted Chun Ting with a smile, but upon seeing the old man, her face immediately turned stern and she demanded, Ting Ting, why did you bring Grandpa here? You're really messing around. Chun Ting pouted. When you called me, I was so excited that I let it slip. When Grandpa found out, he insisted on coming, so... This girl is simple-minded, can't keep her mouth shut, and can't keep secrets in her heart. Leo had also tested her implicitly before, wanted to see if she knew anything about Chen Hong. This girl was very open and told him basically everything about Chen Hong from childhood to adulthood. But she really didn't know why he disappeared 10 years ago or where he was now. She just thought that her cousin must have met with an accident and died long ago. Otherwise, why didn't he contact her and Chen Chong? Leo also felt that Chen Hong would never tell this big mouth about his whereabouts. So he focused all his attention on Chen Chong. The old man who came with Chun Ting was already 80 years old. Leo had already found out clearly in secret that the old man was called Wang Kejio. In fact, he had no blood relationship with the 3 siblings of the Chun family, but was a neighbor. In his early years, this lonely old man made a living by picking up scraps. Seeing that these 3 children were helpless, he often provided them with food and clothing. Over time, he developed feelings for them and simply sponsored the 3 children to go to school, treating them like his own children and raising them until they grew up. This kindness was like a rebirth. The 3 Chun brothers and sisters also returned the favor and took on the responsibility of supporting the elderly. Ping Ping, such a big thing happened, cough cough. Why didn't you tell me? The old man was in tears, and his dark hands covered with calluses were shaking violently. As a result of a lifetime of suffering, coupled with his advanced age, his body was hunched, thin, and small, which made people feel distressed when they saw him. Li Ping also started crying. Grandpa, I just don't want to make you worry. You're not in good health. To be honest, although Chin Chong is a miserable man, his wife is really good. She is beautiful and hardworking. She cares a lot about both Chun Ting and the old man. I still remember that Chun Chong had been married for just over a year. At that time, Leo joked that he must have done great deeds in his previous life to be able to marry such a good wife. Chun Chong just laughed heartily at the time, but later, drunk, he told Leo the truth. Actually, her family is very poor. She entered society early and was exploited by others to do shady business for a few years. Later, she came to Jiangcheng alone, hoping to find another way to make a living. By chance, she met me, gradually developed a liking for me, and simply got married. People's joys and sorrows are different. Leo left the hospital. The 3rd brother, holding a Ruji ammo in one hand and steering with the other, said as he ate, Brother, this Chun Chong is really lucky, but do you think he will tell you where Chen Hong is? I think we should use both kindness and force. If he doesn't tell me, I can just threaten him with his sister. Leo's expression was serious. He's a very stubborn person who only responds to soft words and doesn't tolerate harsh words. He's extremely stubborn and can't mess around with him. Ah, the 3rd brother sighed. Then we can only continue to wait. Big brother, are you going back to your new home or to Emerald Lake? Leo was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, What has Xiaoqing been doing recently? Washing, cleaning, cooking, watering the flowers, that's all. The 3rd brother said, Why? You want her to come to your new home too. Are you willing to do that? The 3rd brother blushed. Why should I be reluctant? Big brother, don't let me have any ideas. Leo smiled slightly, his tone somewhat meaningful. I remind you again, don't talk about anything between us at home. Oh, as I was talking, Sophie called. Leo's lips unconsciously turned into a smile, and he picked up the phone and said softly, Miss me? Sophie, on the other end, took a deep breath and said indifferently, Kevin invited me to dinner to discuss Tina's situation. I just arrived, and Mr. Jean is here too. Kevin treats me to dinner? Leo frowned. Which Mr. Jean? After a pause, he seemed to remember who it was and asked with a bit of surprise. Mr. Jean from that advertising company? Sophie. Well, he was there when I got here. He seemed to be very familiar with Kevin and claimed to be the peacemaker. Interesting. Leo stroked his chin. What's the big deal, Mr. Jean? I don't know. Leo hesitated for a moment. You mean let me come over? Sophie remained silent. Isn't that nonsense? Why ask? Sophie, you've become smarter. Did you know I'd make you beg me, so you didn't respond? Sophie said indifferently. Don't want to come? Tina is here too. Leo, jealous? Wait until next life. The call was disconnected as soon as she finished speaking. A moment later, Sophie sent the location to Leo on WeChat. She seemed to have become completely numb to the word jealous and had figured out Leo's pulse. As long as this playboy didn't say he wouldn't come, he would definitely come. Chapter 55. Did I talk to you? In the restaurant's private room, the cold dishes had been served, but no one had started eating. President Jean glanced at his watch. Although the dishes had been served for over 40 minutes, he didn't dare rush them. After a moment's deliberation, he filled 2 glasses of wine, handed one to Sophie, and said with a smile, President Zhao, President Chu hasn't arrived yet, so we can't let the place sit idle, right? Come on, let me toast you first. I wish our 2 companies continued success in their cooperation. Sophie caught the wine cup with both hands and forced a smile to this big customer. Even though she felt that liquor, no matter how high the grade or price, was extremely hard to swallow, she still raised her chin and drank it all in one gulp. Compared to her, President Jean seemed to be enjoying himself quite a bit. He refilled his glass with a smile and said excitedly, as the saying goes, good things come in pairs. President Zhao, another one. Wine and culture are inseparable. Even if those uneducated second-rate people are asked to talk seriously, they will not be able to say a word even if a knife is placed on their necks. But once they sit at the wine table, they will inevitably speak eloquently, such as 3 sheep bring good luck, 4 seasons bring wealth, 6 sixes are smooth, 10 is perfect, and they will rack their brains to make up an idiom on the spot as long as it can make you drink 1 more glass of wine. Sophie knew that this would only go on endlessly, but she couldn't refuse Mr. Jin's respect. After all, he was condescending to offer you a glass of wine. If you refused, wouldn't it be a bit pretentious and inconsiderate? After drinking 3 cups in a row, the ice beauty felt like her stomach was on fire and her cheeks were flushed. Mr. Jean stopped talking, made a few jokes, then turned to Kevin and said, Kevin, you should also toast to Mr. Zhao. Business is business, and friends are friends. There's nothing to hold back on. Kevin stood up, smiled faintly, and extended his hand. Mr. Zhao, I was too reckless in the past and offended you. To paraphrase Mr. Jean, business is business. I hope we can put aside personal feelings and resolve this matter peacefully, okay? Sophie hesitated for a moment, then gently grasped Kevin's fingertips. Physical contact with others seemed to be something she found extremely irritating. After a brief moment, she released Kevin's hand, raised her wine glass, and said, Mr. Gao, you're worrying too much. Sophie, never mix work with personal matters. Kevin put on a humble face, lowering the wine cup in his hand. It's my turn to toast you, and to Qingya. As he was speaking, there was a knock on the box door, and then the waiter pushed the door open and Leo strode in. Tina, who initially looked as if the whole world owed her $1 million, became even uglier when she saw her ex-husband. She lowered her head, twisted her neck, and didn't want to look at him again. Kevin's hand holding the wine cup froze in midair, his smile a little stiff, and he said indifferently, Boss Chu, here we are. Hey, Brother Chu, you're finally here. President Jean stood up, raised his hand to greet him, and shouted to the waiter, Quick, bring the hot dishes. I want to welcome my good brother. Leo completely ignored the 3 people from the moment he entered the room. His eyes fell gently on Sophie's rosy face. Without saying anything, he poured her a glass of water and handed it to her. Sophie's appearance at this moment can be described as absolutely charming and alluring. She felt relaxed in her heart. Although this bastard always annoyed her, he also gave her a lot of peace of mind. Here I come. Leo didn't answer but asked, Your face is so red. How many drinks did you have? Sophie suddenly had a bad feeling and didn't dare to respond. Brother Chu, President Jean said with a smile, Don't mind me. You know I'm a heavy drinker. You weren't here just now, and the atmosphere in this room was really low, so President Zhao and I had 3 drinks. Come on, you did a great thing for Jiangcheng a few days ago. I heard you were just released from detention today. Oh, tis TSK, you've suffered so much. I have to toast you a few glasses. Yes, Mr. Chu is really righteous. Kevin flattered, but gave people a sarcastic feeling. Leo ignored him, smiled, and said thank you to Mr. Jean, then looked at the table, picked up a highball glass, and filled it with white wine. Mr. Jean, last time you came to Qingya, I apologize for my poor hospitality. Come, let me make it up to you today. Since you like drinking, let's go big and get a bigger glass. Mr. Jean pulled the corner of his mouth and forced a smile, saying, Brother Chu, I'm almost 50 years old. I'm afraid I can't handle drinking like this. Don't give me face, Leo smirked. Or do you want me to drink 3 glasses of wine first? What do you mean by punishing yourself or not? That's a bad habit in the bar. We are friends as gentlemen. We shouldn't do that. We really shouldn't do that. Mr. Jean was a very elegant man. He eased the awkwardness with laughter and casually changed the wine glass and filled it with wine. Kevin followed suit and filled his own glass, saying with a smile, Boss Chu, come here. I'll give you a drink too. However, this second-generation rich man still ignored him, clinked glasses with Mr. Jean, and drank the wine in the glass. Mr. Jean drank it in 2 gulps and hurriedly suppressed the tea with the teacup. Kevin was a little embarrassed and put the wine glass on the table, but did not sit down. Tina felt sorry for her brother Ning, so she tugged at his sleeve and shook her head at him. Kevin smiled back and said nothing. Boss Jean, another one. Leo calmly filled another glass. You toasted my wife 3 times, so I have to toast you 3 times in return, right? Otherwise, it would seem like I'm being rude. President Jean acted like a good guy and said with a wry smile, President Zhao, look, my brother Chu is blaming me. Why don't you say something good for him? Sophie handed Leo a cup of tea. Drink less. Leo nodded, then clinked Mr. Jin's cup and said, come on. Mr. Jean had no choice but to drink another glass. Kevin, Mr. Chu, this doesn't seem appropriate. Leo opened a new bottle of white wine and slowly poured it into the glass, continuing to ignore it. Sophie saw Kevin clench his fists and couldn't help but feel strange. She thought to herself, what's this crazy idiot up to? Does he think that just bringing up Mr. Jean can intimidate Leo? Mr. Jean may be a top figure, but in terms of strength, background, and status, he's nowhere near Gao Jiangcheng. He just has a wider network of contacts and knows more people. Is he really sure he'd dare to go against Leo? After the 2 close friends finished their 3rd glass, Leo finally showed some signs of drunkenness, with his cheeks slightly red. On the other hand, Mr. Jean was gasping for breath and looked worse than death because he drank too fast and too violently. Sophie gently poked Leo and whispered, all right, Leo, okay, I'll do as you say. Just as he was about to sit down, Kevin started to act recklessly again. Mr. Chu, it seems you can drink a lot. Come on, I'll drink too. Did I talk to you? Leo suddenly yelled, catching Sophie off guard, and her body trembled suddenly. I still remember that the last time Leo said this to Kevin was in the basement garage of Tina's house. At that time, Leo was unassuming and unremarkable, while Kevin was arrogant and even asked Leo to fill in a random amount on the check. Now, Kevin feels ridiculous when he thinks about it. After being yelled at, his brain seemed to go blank for a while, and he stood there without any reaction. Leo picked up the teacup in front of him and threw it at him. He stared at Kevin and said coldly, I'll give you 2 days to give me the 30 million, not a cent less. Otherwise, Tina will never be able to terminate the contract in her lifetime. I say, Chapter 56 turns out to be a spare tire? Tina quickly stood up and wiped the tea leaves off Kevin's clothes. Then she glared at Leo and said angrily, Leo, don't go too far. Leo snorted coldly. Tina, to put it bluntly, you're just a commodity. I want to raise your value and sell you for a good price. But why are you still ungrateful? You are a despicable person. Tina was so angry that she was shaking all over. Leo looked a little helpless and said something that Tina couldn't quite understand. You're so stupid that it scares me. You want to get involved in everything. Hey, why do you always like to buy the casket and return the pearl? President Jean hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Brother Chu, calm down. Everything was fine just now. Kevin didn't say anything. Leo looked at him and asked, haven't you had enough to drink yet? President Jean smacked his lips and said, Brother Chu, we are all friends, you. I'm giving you face by drinking with you, Leo said with a faint smile. I'm giving you enough face by letting you call me brother. Mr. Jean, listen to others' advice and eat your fill. Don't get involved in everything. Qingya may be a small company, but it won't rush to flatter you. If you really want to do business with me and make friends, I'll treat you to a drink later. But if you still want to meddle, I'll deal with you too. Mr. Jean felt awkward and waved his hand, saying, Okay, you guys talk first. I'll welcome you after you're done. Sophie pondered this, gave Mr. Jean an apologetic look, and said, Mr. Jean, I'm so sorry. The latter pursed his lips and smiled, not daring to say anything else. Kevin suppressed his anger and said, Boss Chu, I know your father is a big shot, and our Gao family can't afford to offend him, but there's no need for you to act so arrogantly, right? The implication is, isn't it just relying on your dad? What's so great about that? Leo was both angry and amused. Hey, don't mix things up. I don't know who's been talking about his dad all day. Mr. Gao, I don't know what you're going to do, but I'm warning you, you're not qualified. Let your dad come out and play with me, understand? Boss Chu, I just want to terminate the contract for Artina. You're overthinking it. As for redemption, I understand. Just give me the money. I don't care. Sophie glanced at Leo, who said this, intentionally or unintentionally, wondering what he was thinking. Kevin bit his lip and said with glaring eyes, You don't have the final say on the amount of liquidated damages. If we can't reach an agreement, let's sue each other. Leo nodded and said disdainfully, Okay, I know your Gao family might look down on Xingyao's legal department, but I wonder, would Truman's legal team be up to your standards? Who doesn't know how to bully others by taking advantage of their power? Who in Jiangcheng's business community didn't know Truman's legal team? They were all industry leaders, the elite among the elite. Over the decades, they had fought countless lawsuits, big and small, yet only lost a few. Kevin was immediately deflated and didn't know what to say for a moment. Just then, Gao Jinxing unexpectedly walked into the box. Out of politeness, Sophie stood up and greeted them. Mr. Jean also said hello with a smile. Kevin was very surprised, as if he didn't expect his father to find this place. After a moment of being stunned, he called out Dad. Only Leo and Tina did not speak. The former looked down on others, while the latter felt looked down upon, so they did not dare to say hello. Mr. Chu, Gao Jinxing said with a smile, shaking Leo's hand. I just got back from out of town half an hour ago. I heard that my good-for-nothing son had done something stupid again, so I rushed here without even going home. Leo didn't shake hands, but smiled mockingly. Hey, what's that stupid? Tell me. Gao Jinxing was a sensible man. He knew Leo didn't want to hear his explanation, so he looked directly at his son and cursed, You bastard. Mr. Chu was very kind to our Gao family last time by showing leniency. How dare you be so ungrateful? Huh? Are you going to sacrifice our entire Gao family for a woman? Dad, Gao Jinxing didn't give his son a chance to finish his words. He glared at Tina and said, Miss Ya, I think I was too obscure to you before, and you didn't fully understand. So, listen carefully now. As long as I, Gao Jinxing, am still alive, you can't even think about marrying into the Gao family. Give up this idea as soon as possible. Whether you terminate the contract or not has nothing to do with Kevin. I won't give him a penny. You better take care of yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Tina was timid and didn't dare to look up, let alone speak. In fact, when he was with Kevin, he often encountered opposition from Kevin's parents. But because their love was deep, he thought that if he persevered, he would eventually gain their approval. Dad, you. Kevin probably wanted to say something for Tina, but Gao Jinxing scolded him. Shut up. You beast, you can't live without a woman, right? 3 years ago, for a woman, you went to America to find her despite your mother and I opposing you. Now, she's married, and you're dying for this woman again. When will you grow up? Leo, Jill, Sophie, The couple looked exactly the same while eating melon. Tina was suddenly struck by lightning. Didn't you say you had a strange disease and couldn't get treatment in China, so you went to America? Thinking back to that time in the underground parking lot, when Leo pushed Kevin and the pained expression on Kevin's face, was it fake? She even scolded Leo for it. During this period of time, Kevin often complained about feeling unwell, wondering if it was some kind of side effect from the surgery. Fake. Everything is fake. She had always thought it was true love, but in the end, she turned out to be a spare tire. Kevin was in a panic. Xiao Zhuzi, you listen to me. This is not true. This is not true. Tina's mental world collapsed instantly. She took a few steps back in a daze, turned around, and ran out of the box. Little bamboo. Kevin tried to chase after her, but Gao Jinxing pushed him back. Don't go. I have other plans for your marriage. Don't contact her anymore. After saying that, Gao Jinxing walked up to Leo. His expression immediately softened, and he said with a smile, Boss Chu, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Leo clapped his hands. Interesting, really interesting. Lao Gao, Your son has been a little disrespectful to me lately. I thought you gave him the courage, but now it seems I was wrong about you. I am sorry. I, Gao Jiangcheng, am not someone who changes his mind. President Chu showed mercy last time, so how could I not appreciate it? I want to apologize to you first for this matter. I will definitely discipline Kevin and will never let him cause you any trouble again. Leo smiled and said, It's okay, let him come. I'm bored all day anyway, so let's have some fun. After that, he paused and said with a smile, If you are free too, why don't you come together? Chapter 57. When you are serious, you look like a human being. Gao Jinxing feigned composure. Boss Chu, my son was simply blinded by lust and has absolutely no other inappropriate intentions. I know the Gao family's strengths and weaknesses very well, so how could I dare to use an egg against a rock? Leo said nonchalantly, According to you, what I said is just two eunuchs talking nonsense. Nonsense. Boss Chu is joking. Haha, why are you suddenly so boring? Leo suddenly felt bored and looked at Kevin with disdain. Hey, you little bastard, what are you doing? Your actions are really confusing to me. As he spoke, he glanced at Mr. Jean intentionally or unintentionally. Kevin gritted his teeth, tears welling up in his eyes. He probably hated his father more than Leo at this moment. After a long time without receiving a response, Leo curled his lips and walked toward Kevin. On the way, he picked up the bottle of white wine in front of Mr. Jean, pinched the bottle mouth with his backhand, looked at Gao Jinxing jokingly, and said, Old Gao, it's not that I haven't given your Gao family a chance, but your son has repeatedly made me unhappy. Tell me, what should I do? As he finished speaking, the bottle hit Kevin's head. With a bang, the bottle shattered immediately, and Kevin was knocked to the ground, bleeding profusely. Gao Jinxing subconsciously clenched his fists, a look of anger flashing across his face as he suppressed a smile and said, Boss Chu has educated me well. My son really deserves a beating. You're very understanding. I like that. Leo smiled and then picked up another empty bottle. Sophie was frightened and tried to dissuade him. Boss Chu, stop it. You've had too much to drink. Leo touched his back teeth with the tip of his tongue, threw the bottle on the ground, and sneered, I drank too much, ha. Wife, let's go home and rest. When passing by Mr. Jean, Leo patted his shoulder heavily. Mr. Jean, I will treat you to a nice drink later. I will definitely treat you to a full drink. Okay. President Jean said with a smile, ignoring Kevin, who was lying on the ground wailing with blood all over his head. After the couple left, the Gao family driver who was guarding the door rushed in, helped Kevin up, and covered his head with a towel. Master, this Chu guy is really going too far. Do you want me to? The driver was filled with righteous indignation, but was interrupted by Gao Jinxing scolding. Shut up. Who are you to dare to speak nonsense here? After glaring at the driver, Gao Jinxing looked at Mr. Jean with a cold gaze and said, Mr. Jean, I'm curious. My Kevin has only been back in China for a short time. How did you get to know him? Mr. Jean, still slightly tipsy, smiled and said, Not long. The noble young master is well-educated, well-mannered, and elegant. We get along very well. Gao Jinxing snorted coldly, said nothing more, and walked out of the box with the driver and Kevin. Kevin in a bad mood. Stay away from this guy, surnamed Jean. I don't care what he wants to do to that guy surnamed Chu. Just don't get involved. Kevin twisted his neck and gritted his teeth. He came here to be a peacemaker for my sake. Don't slander him. Hi, don't you want to think about how I knew you were here? Huh. I'm telling you, the information I received was released by this guy, surnamed Jean. He deliberately let me know you were here. Why? He wanted me to see Leo deal with you with my own eyes. Don't you understand his purpose? Kevin's face was filled with disbelief. After pondering for a long time, he seemed to vaguely realize that he had become someone else's pawn without knowing why. But no matter what, should I just let this beating go? Dad, how could you bear to let him humiliate me like this? He didn't hit my head, he hit our Gao family's face. Last time, he made our Gao family lose face. This time, are you going to endure it again? Dad, it hurts so much. Gao Jinxing's expression seemed to gradually turn cold. After a long silence, he said, Stay away from that Tina. On the other side, in the back seat of the G-Class, Leo had drunk nearly a pound of liquor and was a little drunk. He leaned his head against the window, rubbing his temples gently with one hand. Sophie hesitated for a moment before finally saying, Could you please stop hitting people? It would be bad for you if word got out. Leo, the parents are quite strict. Sophie rolled her eyes at him, paused, and a hint of sneer appeared on the corner of her lips. She said, Are you beating him up to speak up for Tina? You have a very rich imagination, but I don't have the leisure time. Sophie was clearly unconvinced. After staring at Leo for a moment, she inexplicably recalled his casual remark at the dinner. I don't care. She thought to herself that while this second-generation rich kid might be a playboy now, he used to be devoted to Tina. With this ending, he must be feeling a bit disappointed. So she asked in a slightly more serious tone, You've loved her for 2 years. Do you regret it? Leo said lazily. What do I have to regret? No matter how you look at it, she's the one who suffered the most. Sophie understood this sentence. What he called loss did not refer to his family background, but the sincerity he put in. That thing can't be exchanged for mountains of gold and silver. But it was a wrong payment after all. Leo didn't care about Tina's moods anymore. After thinking about it for a while, he said to Sophie, Be careful recently. I made a mistake in my judgment. It's not the Gao family that's at fault, but that Mr. Jean. Sophie frowned at the unusually serious look on the dude's face and asked, What's the problem? Leo shook his head. If Gao Jinqing hadn't shown up today, I wouldn't have been so sure. But the fact that he rushed here so exhausted proves that he's unaware of Kevin's recent actions. So, I feel like this Jean guy has ulterior motives and is instigating Kevin behind the scenes. But I don't know why. Are you overthinking it? Sophie mused. Mr. Jean has signed several cooperation agreements with our company. They should complement each other and achieve a win-win situation. I feel that Kevin is just too eager to terminate Tina's contract, so he comes to you every day. A bastard who bullies the weak and only loves to compete with his father, knowing he can't beat me, suddenly becomes so tough. Is this normal? Leo said, I checked on the way here, and the Jean family has no connection with the Gao family. Kevin just came back from abroad. How could he be so familiar with him? Besides, think about it. When did Mr. Jean first meet Kevin? Sophie still remembers it vividly. The day Tina came to the company to make a scene. Kevin even knelt down for you. At this point, Sophie seemed to have thought of something. He saw Kevin suffer humiliation at your hands, so he went to Kevin and instigated him to go against you. That makes sense, but what was his motive? The icy beauty pondered for a moment. Then her mind exploded. Leo, are you messing around with other women outside, touching women you shouldn't be touching? Now, Sophie said seriously, give me a list and I'll check it for you. Now, Sophie, why? Too many to remember. Leo curled his lips and said, If you have the time to spare, why not review the contract you signed with Mr. Jean to see if there are any traps? That's right. Sophie seemed to be thinking about something, then became worried. Since the Gao family is fine, you shouldn't have hit Kevin. Now, I'm afraid that the Gao family will also be forced into trouble by you. I hit him just to see his father's reaction. Also, Kevin is already involved, so a fight between me and the Gao family is inevitable. Leo sighed, Come on, I want to see what this Mr. Jean is up to. Sophie's mind was in a mess. Mr. Jean was so attentive to Leo before. How come it suddenly turned out like this? Could it be that from the very beginning, we came to discuss cooperation with a conspiracy and purpose? You should inform Uncle Jiqing in advance so that you could be prepared for any consequences. Leo narrowed his eyes slightly and said nonchalantly, Worried about me? Sophie, I'm drunk. Can I borrow your shoulder to lean on? This window is so cold. Now, when you're serious, you actually look like a human being. The third brother. Brother, I turn on the heating. Why is it still cold? Chapter 58. Lan In Sugwa, who is more profound in the present karma. In the evening, Kevin took advantage of his parents' absence for a social event, secretly ran out, and drove to Tina's house. On the way, he called Mr. Jean. Mr. Jean, what do you mean? Why did you ask my dad to come here today? Mr. Jean laughed and said, It seems your dad has noticed it. Oh, brother, I'm doing this all for you. Think about it. With just the two of us, can we deal with Leo? At least, we have to ask your dad for help, right? Kevin angrily said, You planned all this, asking me to help Tina terminate the contract, and today's dinner? The purpose is to make my dad take action against Leo. You didn't tell me that at the beginning. Didn't you say you had a way to deal with Leo? Why are you involving my dad now? Mr. Jean said, If we get your father to join us, our chances of success will be greater. Brother, I'm not saying this, but your father is really old now and has lost the courage and boldness of his early years. There's constant internal strife in the Truman organization right now, so why should we be afraid of them? As long as we think of a way, maybe we can take advantage of their internal strife. You just have to wait and see. Don't worry, we have the right time and place. Now all we need is the right people. How can I trust you? You don't have to believe it, and I can also terminate the plan. But you have to understand one thing. That Chugai won't let your Gao family go easily. You. Kevin was immediately annoyed, but since things had come to this point, there was probably no turning back. After a long silence, the man had to compromise. You have to promise that you can bring him down. Mr. Jean swore, this is inevitable. Leo is a lecherous person with nothing but good looks. It's easy to deal with him. Kevin seemed to be thinking, Boss Jean, what is your grudge against him? There was silence on the other end of the phone, and then Mr. Jin's sinister voice came. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask. About 20 minutes later, Kevin arrived at Tina's house. However, after nervously entering the door password that I had memorized, it showed that the password was wrong. Kevin suddenly panicked and lost a few more times, not believing it, and the result was exactly the same. When he was at home in the afternoon, he wanted to explain to Tina, but his phone and WeChat were blacklisted, and even Xiao's mother's phone was always unanswered. Right now, the door codes have been changed. Pa pa pa. Kevin banged on the door and shouted, Xiao Zhuzi, can you give me a chance to explain? 3 years ago, I was bewildered, but now I truly love you. Only you, Xiao Zhuzi. Please don't doubt my love for you, okay? I beg you. Please let me explain it to you in front of you. Please open the door. In the house, Tina was leaning on the sofa with a bottle of wine in her hand, her eyes empty, looking like she had lost all hope in life. Mother Xia stood by and actually wanted to open the door, but when she thought about how Tina had threatened to commit suicide in the afternoon and would not let her answer Kevin's call, she felt a little scared and could only sit by and worry. Kevin outside the door continued, Xiao Zhuzi, I know you are at home. I beg you, please let me see you. Leo hit me on the head. I just woke up from the hospital. As soon as I opened my eyes, I rushed to find you. Xiao Zhuzi, my head is so dizzy. Can you please open the door and let me take a look at you, please? Mother Xia held her daughter's hand and said worriedly, Tina, Kevin is injured. You, just let him in first. Let him explain what's wrong. You've been in love for so many years. There's nothing you can't untie. Just be obedient, okay? Tina smiled suddenly, tears streaming down her face, and said nothing. She didn't know why, but at this moment, she inexplicably thought of Leo and those 2 years. That dull guy never seemed to say any sweet words or make any explanations. He just obeyed her orders and was always tolerant of her. But it was this person who was killed by her own hands in the old times and buried in an unsatisfied marriage. If only life could remain as it was when we first met. Why would the autumn wind bring sorrow to the painted fan? All stories begin with tenderness, but how many endings can truly live up to their beginnings? Orchids give rise to lingering fruit, but whose karma is the most profound? Everything is determined by fate, beyond our control. Rather than saying that Tina bought the box and returned the pearl, it would be more accurate to say that it was a trick of fate. The left hand is the fearless preference. The right hand is the moonlight that cannot be obtained. What you like cannot be obtained, and what you get does not like. Now that the moonlight finally shines on you, you abandon everything and rush towards it, only to find that the moonlight was reflected to her because others did not want it. Is it pitiful? Is it tragic? Is it hateful? Oh, some people's lives are destined to be filled with regret and remorse. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Tina, as penalty, was not paid on time. In response to this, Leo showed no mercy and asked the artist management department to put her on ice. He also told Sophie that if she came to terminate the contract again in the future, there would be no need to talk, and she would just sue. No matter how much compensation she could get in the end, just this kind of lawsuit could be delayed for several years. If you do something wrong, you will have to pay the price. But what puzzles Leo is that Kevin and Mr. Jean have been very quiet recently, without any action at all. He wonders what these two idiots are planning. Or is it that Gao Jiangcheng is keeping a close eye on Kevin and doesn't want him to mess around anymore? That old fox is far-sighted and patient, and he won't go against Truman easily, so this is not impossible. Without the interference of the villain, Leo had some free time. He would walk around the company every day to annoy Sophie, and then go to the hospital to buy some gifts and visit Jiangcheng. Right now, this is the top priority. In the past few days, the doctor suggested that the family talk more with Jiangcheng, which would be of great help to his thinking ability. Naturally, this task fell on the big-mouthed Chun-Ting. She chattered from morning to night, talking about her childhood or the latest news, including the whole process of being rescued by Leo, and Leo paying the medical expenses, etc. In short, all were heartfelt words of gratitude to Leo. This method worked, and Chun-Chang recovered well. Although he still couldn't speak much, he could respond by moving his fingers or blinking when others spoke to him. His thinking had basically returned to normal. Just yesterday, Leo pondered for a long time and felt there was no need to wait any longer. He went straight to the point and said to Chun Chong, "I'm looking for Chun Hong just to ask one thing. This matter is closely related to my mother's death. Xiangzi, he's my mother's driver. He must have seen who kidnapped my mother. Don't worry, I won't blame him for abandoning my mother and running away alone. That's human instinct. Most people would do that. I just want to know clearly who kidnapped my mother and what happened that night. That's all. I swear to God, I won't hurt him. You have to believe me." However, despite Leo's sincere feelings, Chun Chong still said he didn't know. However, his eyes seemed to show some guilt and some inner struggle. At this moment, Leo was sitting in the office with a frown on his face, holding a cigarette and thinking about something. The third brother also started to worry, mumbling, "I'm going to get him out of the hospital tonight and stab him a few times. No, I'm going to stab him until he starts talking. Damn it, he's so ungrateful." Leo flicked the ash from his cigarette, his expression serious. "Yeah, I really don't have the patience to waste any more time. I have to think of another way." As he was speaking, Chen Ting called. Leo perked up instantly, feeling uneasy. "Hello, Ting Ting. Brother Chu. My brother said he wanted to see you." He gestured for a long time before I understood. It made me laugh to death, ha ha ha. Chapter 59, Be Gentle. Chun Chong took the initiative to ask for a meeting. Could it be that what he said yesterday worked, and he finally figured it out? Leo was very excited and rushed to the hospital with the third brother. However, just as he arrived at the door of the ward, the scene in front of him gave him a wake-up call. He saw the attending physician and several nurses hurriedly entering the ward. The instruments beside the bed kept beeping, and Li Ping was guarding the door, her face pale and tears falling down. Chun Ting had already burst into tears. Seeing Leo rushing over, she threw herself into his arms and sobbed, "Brother Chu, my brother, my brother. What's going on?" Seeing Chun Chong dying in the ward, Leo's heart was lifted up. Chun Ting cried. She was fine just now, but suddenly Leo patted Chun Ting's back gently. As he was comforting her, Chun Chong was pushed out by the nurse, and it seemed that he was going to be rescued. In this situation, Leo could do nothing and did not dare to disturb the doctor. His mind went blank. I finally made some progress, but suddenly, just as the nurse was pushing Chun Chong past Leo, Chun Chong suddenly grabbed his hand. Leo was stunned for a moment, then quickly leaned over and said, "Xiangzi, do you have something to tell me?" Chun Chong was speechless. He seemed to be trying his best. He raised his other hand, tremblingly, moved it slowly, and finally pointed at Li Ping. Because of being too weak, the eyeballs slid to the corners of his half-open eyes and looked in the direction of Li Ping. Leo's brows gradually twisted into knots. He slowly turned his head and looked at Li Ping with complicated eyes. "Move aside, don't delay." The nurse urged and forcibly pushed Chun Chong into the emergency room, with Chun Ting following closely. Only Leo, the third brother, and Li Ping were left. The third brother scratched his head, very confused. "What does that mean?" Asking my eldest brother to help him take care of his wife. Li Ping's body was trembling slightly. Her eyes were evasive, and she didn't dare to look Leo in the eye. Leo's mind kept flashing back to the time he'd met Li Ping at the food stall. She was a quiet, shy woman, never daring to look at him when she served him food, her gaze always unconsciously averted. Although he'd found it odd at the time, he'd thought it was just her personality and didn't think much of it. Now, it seemed like she knew Chun Hong's whereabouts, which was why she always seemed a little uneasy around him. Thinking of this, Leo calmed himself down, took 2 steps towards Li Ping, and whispered, "Sister-in-law, does Xiangzi have anything to tell you?" Li Ping wiped the tears from her face and shook her head tremblingly. Leo looked indifferent. "Then why did he point at you just now?" Li Ping pursed her lips, lowered her head, and said nothing. "Sister-in-law, I don't like beating around the bush. Tell me, where is Chun Hong? I promised Xiangzi that I wouldn't hurt him. You saw it too. Xiangzi really wanted to tell me Chun Hong's whereabouts just now. Consider my plea okay?" Li Ping picked at her fingers awkwardly, as if she was struggling intensely in her heart. After a long while, she swallowed her saliva and finally nodded. "Actually, I've only met him once. Last October, on the night of Chun Hong's birthday, Xiangzi personally cooked a few dishes for his brother. But he knew you were watching him, so he didn't dare to go see his brother easily. So, he asked me to deliver it." "Where?" Leo couldn't wait. Number 227 Benhai Road is a casual bar. Oh, by the way, the owner of that casual bar is Li Bin. He must have a good relationship with Chun Hong. If Chun Hong has anything to say to Xiangzi, he's the one who comes to the food stall to pass on the message. This Chun Hong is quite cautious, Leo muttered, then walked to the side, took out his phone, and called Lao Wu. Bring your belongings and get to work. Then, he called his second brother. Check number 227 Bin High Road. There is a person named Li Bin. Quick! After hanging up the phone, Leo did not leave in a hurry because he still had to wait for Lao Wu. Instead, he stayed with Chun Ting outside the emergency room. About 10 minutes later, the attending doctor walked out of the emergency room with a dim look in his eyes and shook his head. Chun Ting and Li Ping found it hard to accept it for a moment. They hugged each other tightly and burst into tears. Leo looked serious and asked the doctor, "What on earth is going on? Wasn't he recovering well the past 2 days?" The doctor frowned and said, "Sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Logically, the machine has been on the whole time, so the probability of this happening is very low. Alas, his injuries are really too severe. We really tried our best." Leo said nothing more. He turned around and sat next to Chin Ting. He comforted her and said, "Ting Ting, add me on WeChat. I'll transfer some money to you so you can take care of your brother's funeral." Chun Ting's eyes were red and swollen from crying. She sobbed, "Brother Chu, why do the three of us siblings have such a miserable life? My eldest brother has been missing for 10 years, and now my brother is... You don't know, my grandfather was also diagnosed with liver cancer 2 years ago. He went to the hospital for a follow-up check last month, and the doctor said he can only live for 3 months at most. Woo-woo. From now on, I'll be the only one left." Li Ping wiped her tears, opened her mouth, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. A hemp rope breaks at the thinnest part, and misfortune only finds the unfortunate. There is probably no hell in this world, because hell is right here on Earth. At noon sharp, the two brothers met with Lao Wu at the hospital gate and rushed to number 227 Bin Hai Road together. On the way, the second brother also sent the information he found. Number 227 Bin Hai Road is a 2-story leisure bar converted from a former warehouse, but it is actually a gathering place for a group of thugs. The people in it are not good people, and half of them have been in prison. Li Bin is the leader of this group. He accidentally killed someone and was sentenced to 8 years. He was reduced by 1 year and was released from prison 2 years ago. Bin Hai Road is outside the 4th Ring Road and is far away from the 2nd Municipal Hospital. It took more than an hour for the three to reach their destination. After parking the car, Lao Wu lowered the window and launched a small drone into the air. He then turned on his computer and rubbed his hands. "Let me see. How many surveillance cameras are there? Okay, you can go in." Leo and the third brother got out of the car immediately. At the same time, in the leisure bar, 2 gangsters were playing mobile games together. When it seemed like the critical moment had come, the screen suddenly froze. "Damn, why is there no signal? I don't have any signal either. What the hell is going on in broad daylight? I don't even have a signal." Just when everyone was confused, Leo and the third brother pushed the door open. The yellow-haired thug at the counter looked them over and asked indifferently, "Billiards or drinking?" Leo glanced at the yellow-haired man and said coldly, "Where's Li Bin?" When they heard that they were looking for Li Bin, 7 or 8 thugs in the hall came over to Leo and the others. One of them held a pool cue, his chin slightly raised, and said arrogantly, "Hey, who are you? What do you want from our brother Bin?" Leo took a deep breath, turned around and closed the door, then picked up the U-shaped lock on the counter and locked the door. "Huang Mao, are you fucking sick? Damn, are you looking for a beating?" Leo patted the third brother's arm and said calmly, "Be gentle." Chapter 60 Pastor. 2 minutes later, the third brother was holding 2 broken billiard cues. His expression seemed a little unsatisfied. In front of him, the 7 or 8 gangsters were all lying on the ground, each wearing a mask of pain, wailing constantly. The little yellow-haired boy at the counter had not yet rushed out when he was slapped by the third brother and was knocked unconscious. At this moment, he was holding the wall with one hand, staring at the third brother in a daze, as if he had seen a ghost, and his body was shaking violently. Leo knocked on the counter and asked, "Now, can you tell me where Li Bin is?" The yellow-haired man shivered as he saw the burly, strong man approaching him. He immediately abandoned his so-called chivalry and pointed to the 2nd floor. "He got drunk last night and is still sleeping." The third brother stopped and turned to walk upstairs. "Don't be afraid." Leo smiled faintly and asked Huang Mao, "Do you know Chin Hong?" The yellow-haired man shook his head like a rattle. No, I don't know him." Leo suppressed his smile, took out his phone, and flipped through the album to find a photo of Chun Hong. Have you seen him? Huang Mao still shook his head. I haven't seen it. Leo suddenly grabbed his hair and said with a vicious look, You really haven't seen it before? Huang Mao was almost frightened and said with a bitter face, Really not. I don't need to lie to you. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Leo didn't continue to make things difficult for him and let go of his hand. A moment later, a woman's scream was heard from the second floor. At the same time, a man yelled, Who the hell are you? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a muffled sound. A moment later, the third brother came downstairs dragging a middle-aged man with tattoos all over his body and wearing only a pair of flowered shorts. The man was in his early 40s with a fierce look. He was the type who would be checked for his ID by the police at any time when walking on the street. At this moment, the right half of his face was red and swollen. Blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth, and his curly hair was grabbed by the third brother. He looked extremely embarrassed. Libin? Leo asked. The man glanced at his brothers lying in the hall and wailing. His eyes suddenly filled with fear. I was half asleep when I heard the faint sounds of fighting on the first floor. I thought it was just a bunch of kids playing around, but I didn't expect. My house was raided. Libin, brother, where are you from? I haven't offended anyone recently. Leo didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. Where's Chun Hong? Libin frowned and asked in confusion. Who is Chun Hong? Leo curled the corners of his lips and glanced at the third brother. The latter immediately raised a half-billiard cue in his hand and hit Libin's shoulder hard with such force that the half cue broke again. Ah! Libin's face was grim, and he shrank his neck and shouted, I really don't know who Chun Hong is. The third brother pinched his mouth open with one hand, reached into his mouth with the other, and forcibly broke out one of his front teeth, shouting, If you don't tell me, I'll beat the shit out of your mouth. Libin was in so much pain that tears welled up in his eyes. His mouth was full of blood. He mumbled, I don't know. What do you want me to say? Who is Chun Hong? Leo said unhappily, You're tough on the outside, but I wonder if you're tough on the inside, huh? Brother, I really don't know. Libin cried. Can you at least give me a hint? Leo, okay, Chen's food stall. You've been there before, right? Libin bestimmt. Isn't his name Chun Chong? Ouch. You got the wrong guy. His name is not Chun Hong, but Chun Chong. I know where he is. He was beaten up a while ago and is now in the 2nd Municipal Hospital. Leo, you don't plan to talk it out, right? Don't you think about why I came to you? Libin said in a panic. His name is really Chun Chong. He has a sister named Chun Ting. I'm also confused. Why? You guys came to me when you were looking for him. I do have some issues with him, but you don't look like you're here to help them educate me. What's going on? Leo suddenly felt something was amiss. After thinking for a moment, he raised his hand to stop the third brother who was about to hang Libin upside down and asked, Libin, you just said you had a grudge against Chun Chong. What grudge was that? Libin trembled with fear. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he said, It's all because of Chun Ting. I thought she looked nice, so I wanted to make friends with her, but she didn't know what was good for her and slapped me in public. So I beat up the brother and sister and even threatened them, asking them to pay me compensation, otherwise I would cause trouble every day. But then Chun Chong got into trouble, and I never contacted them again. 2 days ago, I went to the hospital and ran into Chun Ting. We didn't say a few words before her sister-in-law shouted that she would call the police, so I ran away. Leo thought about it. The more he felt something was wrong, and his expression became more serious. After saying, keep an eye on them, to the third brother, he hurried out of the lounge bar and walked straight to the G class. Only then did his cell phone get a signal, so he hurriedly called Chun Ting. Brother Chu. Chun Ting was still crying. Ting Ting, is your sister-in-law here? Leo asked. Chun Ting replied, No, she's not here. Didn't she go to contact the funeral home? She hasn't come back yet. I just called her, but her phone was turned off. I guess it's out of battery. When Li Ping said she was going to contact the funeral home, Leo was still waiting for Lao Wu in the hospital. Calculating the time, more than 2 hours had passed. The most important thing is that Li Ping's phone is turned off. There's something fishy about this woman. Leo immediately hung up the phone and said to Lao Wu in the car, Track Li Ping's location. Long before, Lao had found a way to hack into Li Ping's phone, so it wasn't difficult to track her location. However, Li Ping's phone was turned off, so even a god couldn't find her whereabouts. Oh my god, her phone must be turned off. I can't find her. Leo's mind was in a mess. He couldn't understand why Li Ping would lie to him. Even if it was Chun Chong who lied to him, he could understand it. But at this point, for Li Ping, who had just been married for a little over a year and had only met Chen Hong once, there was absolutely no reason to cover up for Chen Hong. Right? What's the trick here? Leo forced himself to calm down. Li Ping's face kept flashing through his mind. Suddenly, he noticed Li Ping's eyes. He felt as if he had seen those eyes somewhere before. They were indescribably familiar. Thinking back to what Li Bin had just said, thinking about the old man who was dying of cancer, thinking about all the unnatural reactions Chen Chong had when he saw him before. Suddenly, a terrible guess emerged in his mind. At this moment, Lao Wu exclaimed, "Damn it! I used her phone number to check, and she bought a ticket to Seoul 2 hours ago, and the plane took off 10 minutes ago. It takes about 3 hours to fly from Jiangcheng to Seoul." Leo took a deep breath, found the phone number marked Lao Si in his mobile phone address book, hesitated for a moment, and dialed it. An hour ago, church in Sindaram-dong, Seoul, South Korea. Since it was not the weekend, the church was empty except for a devout priest sitting upright in front of the statue of Jesus, holding a thick Bible in his hands and reciting silently. A woman wearing a red hairpin walked into the church, closed the door, glanced around, and her eyes finally fell on the pastor. "Park Pooching!" the woman shouted. Her face, which had been transformed into a snake-like shape, was gloomy as she strode towards the pastor. "You have to give me half of that house. Do you hear me?" The pastor slowly closed the Bible and placed it on the table beside him. He then turned around. His handsome Korean face was expressionless. He blinked calmly and said calmly, "You were the one who cheated on me. Why do you want to break up with me?" The woman said confidently, "Look at you. You can't cry or laugh. You have a poker face all day long like a robot. Who can live with you?" The pastor nodded and said, "So, I don't blame you that much. I also agreed to divorce you and give you some money. However, that house is the inheritance my mother left me. You can't have any thoughts about it." The woman said arrogantly, "Then we'll see you in court. You know, my boyfriend is a prosecutor." The pastor remained expressionless. "Does it have to be like this?" The woman jokingly said, "You asked for this. I advise you to listen to me. Sell the house and give me half." The pastor slowly raised his left hand, grasped the cross hanging on his chest, and gently stroked it with his thumb and index finger. After a moment, he stretched out his right hand and made the sign of the cross in front of him. An hour later, in the garden behind the church, the pastor was digging the soil with a shovel when his cell phone suddenly rang. When he saw who was calling, his face remained expressionless, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. After a moment's pause, he picked up the phone and said in Mandarin that wasn't quite authentic, but much more authentic than Lao Wu's, "Brother, what's up?" Leo on the other end of the phone said, "I need to trouble you with something. Go to Seoul Airport to meet someone. Lao Wu is sending you the flight information." The pastor responded calmly, "Should we get rid of it or send it back to you?" "Leo, find a place to lock him up. I'll take the next flight to Seoul. You're already married, and if you suddenly come to Jiangcheng, I won't be able to explain it to your wife." The pastor looked down at the red hairpin at his feet, then gently kicked it into the pit in front of him. He said expressionlessly, "I'm divorced." After a pause, he added, "Just left." Now, Chapter 61, The Pitiful Chun Hong. At 11:50 p.m., the flight from Seoul to Jiangcheng landed on time. 20 minutes later, the fourth brother with a poker face brought the pale-faced Li Ping to the airport parking lot. The third brother had been waiting for them for a long time. After a brief greeting, the two brothers drove to Nanwan Pier. Nanwan is a small port located in a remote area. It was abandoned 20 years ago. Usually, there are only a few private fishing boats moored here, and it is deserted. However, occasionally at night, some smugglers, illegal immigrants, and other criminals will come to visit. Leo sat on a tattered fishing boat, a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, the cigarette but flickering, giving him a sense of being a lone figure on a cold river. Time passed minute by minute, and at about 1 o'clock in the morning, the G-Class came speeding and stopped at the beach. The fourth brother got out of the car first, walked around to the other side to open the door, grabbed Li Ping's hair, pulled her out of the car, and walked towards the fishing boat slowly. The third brother followed behind him, muttering, "We've been married for several years, but why is he still so inhumane? Like a ghost." After getting on the boat, the fourth brother let go of his hand and stared at Leo with no expression on his face. He just nodded and called him Big Brother. Leo punched him lightly on the chest and said, "We'll talk about your business later. Third brother, turn on the light." The third brother was not unfamiliar with this fishing boat. He walked into the cabin with ease and turned on the light. Li Ping had just been thrown onto the deck by the fourth brother, and she didn't stand up. She tilted her head and looked at Leo, her eyes filled with despair and fear. The fourth brother said, I was afraid she would make a fuss, so I gave her an injection. She should be able to talk now. Leo sat back on the stool, staring coldly at Li Ping. After a moment of silence, he asked, Don't you have anything to say to me, Chen Hong? When the third brother heard the word Chen Hong, he was stunned. At this point, Chen Hong, now a woman, dropped his disguise and smiled miserably. Perhaps the drug injected by the fourth brother was still having some effect. As he spoke weakly and slurred his words, Leo, how can you be so sure that I'm not dead? Leo blinked indifferently. 10 years ago, on the night my mother had the accident, I was also kidnapped. When I woke up, I was on a ship. I was in prison on the ship for a month, and every day I could hear them looking for you. But they couldn't find you for a month, so I concluded that you had hidden yourself in a very safe place. You really went to so much trouble to find me. Leo took out his cigarette case and held a cigarette between his lips. Tell me, what exactly happened on the night of June 17th, 10 years ago? Chen Hong closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Forget it, I accept my fate. Leo, I know that your kindness to my brother and sister is all fake. You Trumans are all cold-blooded animals. I can tell you what happened back then, but you have to promise me to let Ting Ting go. Leo nodded. I'm not shameless enough to attack an innocent woman. Besides, I owe Chin Chong, so it won't harm Chin Ting in any way. On the contrary, I will make it up to her. Chen Hong was skeptical. You promise? Leo, speak. Chen Hong was silent for a long moment. Then he braced himself on the deck with both hands, sat up straight, and after a few breaths, he recalled, that night, your mother worked overtime until late at night, so I took her home. We were passing by Nanwan Wharf, right here, when a car suddenly forced us to stop. At the same time, another car came and knocked our car over. I was dazed at the time, and then I saw 4 or 5 people surrounding us, and then they dragged your mother and me out of the car. I was held at gunpoint, crouching on the ground with my head in my hands. Your mother was taken to a yacht. We were too far away to hear what they were saying. I just vaguely heard a man on the yacht talking about a deal. He said he wanted your mother to hand over her belongings, and he would pay her a lot of money. What does that person look like? Leo frowned and asked, what does he want? Chen Hong shook his head. It was too dark at the time, and I couldn't see clearly, but judging by the voice, it should be a man in his 40s or 50s. As for what he wants, I don't know. Leo pondered. Go on, what happened next? Although it had been many years, Chen Hong still felt a lingering fear. Your mother didn't agree to the deal, so the man waved towards the Audi that had stopped our car. Then a thug-like man opened the trunk and took out a large suitcase. It was filled with US dollars and some gold bars. But your mother remained unmoved and even cursed at the man. Later, they beat your mother for 3 or 4 minutes, until she couldn't even stand up. Then, the man ordered his men to kill me and threatened to kidnap you as well. Leo clenched his fists unconsciously, tears welling up in his eyes. How did you escape? Chen Hong swallowed hard. I had a gun pointed at my head. I was terrified, but then I figured I was going to die anyway, so I just fought them. Just as the guy was about to shoot me, I threw him to the ground, snatched the gun, and then fired wildly at the thugs around me. While they were dodging, I got into the Audi and drove away. I don't have any special skills, but driving is my hobby and my profession. It didn't take long for me to shake them off and hide in a safe place. Leo said coldly, I'm confused. If you escaped, why didn't you call the police? Why did you get yourself into this state and hide from people? I thought about calling the police. Chen Hong gritted his teeth. But I found a box in the back seat of the Audi. I drove away. I opened it, and it was full of money. All US dollars. A full 4 million. So, you took the money and ran away? Leo said angrily. Huh. Shen Hong smiled bitterly. You, a wealthy young man, of course don't love money. But I'm just a driver, and my monthly salary is only 5,000. I can't make that much money in several lifetimes. I was just obsessed with money for a while, thinking that God had mercy on me, not only giving me a way to live, but also letting me get rich. You dare to touch this kind of money? Leo gritted his teeth. You're really brave. And then, where did you take the money? Chen Hong was lost in thought for a moment before saying, At first, I wanted to go to South Korea. I'd have money anyway, so I could get plastic surgery, change my name, and spend some money lavishly. But at the time, I could only get in touch with the black ship that went to Thailand, so I thought I'd go to Thailand first and then transfer to South Korea. But I didn't expect. Maybe it was God's punishment for me. I was targeted by a few Thais. They knocked me out, stole my money, and turned me into a transvestite so I could continue to make money for them. It wasn't until 2 years ago that they were surrounded by Thai police, and I regained my freedom. Chapter 62, Do Me Another Favor. Look at the stupid thing you did, Leo said bitterly. If you had called the police that night, or even asked Truman's men, would so many things have happened? I regret it too. Chun Hong's eyes were red. But there's no point in regretting it. After being rescued by the police, I lived in Thailand for a while, like a wandering ghost. Later, I thought, who would recognize me now that I'm in this state? Besides, it had been a long time since that incident, so no one would care anymore, right? So I just returned home. However, after I met Xiangzi, he told me that you had been asking about my whereabouts. I know Truman's methods. Once he finds me, Xiangzi and Tingting will be implicated. To be safe, I plan to continue fleeing abroad. But Xiangzi told me that Grandpa has been diagnosed with cancer and will not live for many years. The old man raised the three of us siblings by picking up trash with great difficulty. No matter what, I want to see him to the end. After seeing him off, I will flee abroad. So, you and Chun Chong agreed to a plan to pretend to be a couple. Leo took a deep breath. I should have thought of it earlier. It's because after Chun Chong married you, every time I went to the food stalls, whenever he mentioned you, his eyes would inadvertently dodge. Because you told him my true identity. Chen Hong, I never thought you would become a woman. I deserve it, Leo. I'm the one who wronged you. I deserve to die. But Ting Ting doesn't know anything. She really doesn't know anything. You must not hurt her. Leo fumed. Even if I were her, I wouldn't have recognized her, even if she looked like this. Think about it again. Was there anyone at the scene who left a special impression on you? Or whose face you saw clearly? Also, do you remember the license plate number of the car you drove away? Chun Hong pondered carefully and muttered, I don't remember the license plate number. Oh, by the way, the man who pointed the gun at me had a tattoo on his wrist. I happened to recognize that tattoo because I had wanted to get one before. It was in Russian, Das Vidania. As he spoke, he measured the length of the tattoo on his wrist. It's about 10 centimeters long with a letter at the end, L. His accent is the Jiangcheng dialect. With your Truman's influence in Jiangcheng, I don't think it will be difficult to find him. Leo pondered. Anything else? Other things. I didn't see anything else clearly. Chun Hong paused after pondering and said, Your mother was wearing flat shoes that night. The man on the boat was a head taller than her, neither fat nor thin, and his accent was that of a Jiangcheng native. That's all. Leo was silent, processing this information in his mind. Chun Hong was trembling with fear. His eyes swept over Gus Sanner's face one by one and said, Leo, I have said everything I need to say. I know that you brought me here just to kill me, but can you wait a few more months? I want to be there to see Grandpa off to the end. Don't worry, I won't run away, really. Leo blinked and said coldly, Actually, I never intended to kill you, but you killed Chun Chong. How are we going to settle this score? The third brother's CPU is almost smoking, and he looks like a black question mark on his face. Chun Hong burst into tears and cried bitterly, I was just impulsive. I really can't understand why he would choose to help you, an outsider, and betray me. From the moment he first learned about our relationship, he urged me to confess to you, saying that you must want to know the truth about your mother. But how could I dare? I finally convinced him after much persuasion. But I didn't expect that yesterday. He actually told Tingting to contact you behind my back. If Tingting hadn't accidentally told me, after I found out, I sent Tingting away and went to the ward to question Xiangzi. I also wanted to persuade him not to talk too much, but he just closed his eyes and didn't even look at me. I was angry and scared at the time. I don't know what I was thinking, but suddenly I remembered that the doctor said he would be paralyzed in bed for the rest of his life. I felt that he didn't want to live like this and burden Tingting, and he betrayed me. So in a fit of rage, I simply turned off the machine he was using to save his life. Actually, I regretted it after turning it off for a minute and hurriedly turned it back on, but it was too late. Leo said coldly, You used me to help Chun Ting deal with those bastards at the loan company. Even if you escaped, you wanted to use me to help Chun Ting deal with Li Bin's gang. Chen Hong, you have a good brain, but you just don't use it for real work. You can even kill your own brothers. Tell me, do you deserve to live? I don't deserve it. I'm not a human being. Chen Hong burst into tears. I only beg you to give me a few more months. Leo raised his head and looked at the inky black sky, letting the icy sea breeze brush across his cheeks and neck, his expression gloomy and complicated. After a moment, he lowered his head, stared at Chen Hong, and said, Go, fulfill your filial duty. Send your grandfather off, and then I'll send you on your way. Shenong nodded gratefully. Thank you, Leo, whether you believe or not. I really am living a life worse than death. Don't worry, after sending the old man away, I will end my own life and won't dirty your hands. Leo said nothing more and walked down from the fishing boat. The fourth brother followed closely behind him. After they walked a distance, they realized that the third brother hadn't caught up. Turning back, the fool was standing next to Chen Hong, his face full of curiosity. He scratched his head and asked, "Can you let me examine it? How did you do this? And your breasts are so big." Now, the fourth brother silently held the cross on his chest with an expressionless face. After leaving Nanwan Pier, the three of them picked up Lao Wu, who was helping Chun Ting deal with Chun Chang's funeral, and drove towards the Emerald Lake together. On the way, Leo sent the information Chen Hong had given him to the second brother and told him to start investigating. The second one replied, "I want to see the fourth one. Leo, let's wait for a while. Your identity cannot be exposed now. Don't take any risks." The third brother was driving and said excitedly, "I wonder if Xiaoqing is asleep? Hey, big brother, how about I give her a call and ask her to prepare some snacks right away? We have to welcome the fourth brother after all." Leo was stunned for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. "Don't disturb her." After that, he looked at the fourth brother and said, "Brother, you have to do me another favor." About half an hour later, the huge villa was pitch black. Xiaoqing was sleeping soundly in the bedroom when she suddenly heard light footsteps coming from the living room. The girl suddenly opened her eyes, sat up, and looked quietly at the gap under the door. For a long time, no one turned on the light. If the third and fifth brothers came back, they would definitely not deliberately make their footsteps so light, and they would definitely not turn off the lights. "Were we robbed?" Xiaoqing frowned, slowly got out of bed, tiptoed to the door, and put her ear to it. The footsteps in the living room became much clearer. Top, 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 crunch. Judging from the sound, it should be the third brother's door that was pushed open. Xiaoqing seemed to be thinking about something. She glanced at the mobile phone on the bedside table, but had no intention of picking it up. Instead, she continued to put her ear close to the phone, listening to the noise outside. Soon, footsteps were heard again from the living room. Tap, tap, tap. It seems to be approaching her room. After a while, the footsteps stopped, but Xiaoqing's expression became more solemn. She heard clearly that the person outside was standing outside her door. Before she could think, the doorknob began to turn gently, but stopped halfway. There was no fear in Xiaoqing's eyes. Her pretty face, which had always been timid, was now extremely cold. She took a step back and bent slightly. After a few seconds, the door handle was turned to the bottom, and with a creak, the door was pushed open. At the same time, Xiaoqing rushed forward suddenly, and when she got closer, she found that the person at the door was holding a gun. However, the girl was only stunned for a moment, then she turned sideways, raised her hand to grab the gun barrel, and inserted her little finger behind the trigger to prevent the gun from accidentally going off, then raised her fist and started fighting with the other party. The two fought in the darkness for more than 10 seconds, and it was unclear who was the winner. After a few seconds, Xiaoqing suddenly groaned, and the lights in the living room suddenly lit up strangely. Laosi had a blank expression on his face. He was holding Xiaoqing's neck with one hand and pointing a gun at Xiaoqing's head with the other hand. However, the gun chamber and magazine were in Xiaoqing's hands. At the entrance, Leo crossed his arms, his eyes dim, and a faint smile on his lips. Lao Wu pouted with a strange expression. The third brother's eyes widened with disbelief. Leo, with a complicated expression for a while, then lowered her head. The fourth brother snatched the parts from her hand and installed them on the gun one by one. Then he stared at the girl's calloused hand for a full 5 or 6 seconds. If his face could show any expression, he would definitely be very surprised. "A master with guns," said the fourth brother, tearing open Xiaoqing's pajamas. There was a layer of callus on her right shoulder, and he's used to using heavy stuff. Xiaoqing just let it go and didn't make any excuses for herself. Leo stepped forward and asked as he walked, "Girl, I've always been curious. Are you Ben S. Man? Or is someone planted by someone else next to him?" Chapter 63, Accidental. Xiaoqing bit her lip and said nothing. Leo continued, "The first time I met you was in the study in the guest building. You accidentally opened the door, and I noticed the calluses on your hands. Later, when you're tying my tie, I took a closer look and found that the calluses on the base of your right hand and on both sides of your index finger are very thick. Usually, only people who play with guns will develop such calluses. Moreover, the calluses on your left hand are almost the same as those on your right hand. especially on the base of your hand and the palm. This is the level of calluses that only someone who often plays with big guns would develop. I guess you're not only proficient in using rifles, but also sniper rifles. Xiao Qing raised her eyelids, looking quite surprised, and said, Master, do you know about guns? Leo smiled faintly. Ben is a businessman, so it's not surprising that he has bodyguards. But you're only 23, and you're so proficient with firearms. You must have been playing with guns at least since you were 15 or 16, right? You don't look like a bodyguard at all. You're clearly a trained killer. I'm afraid Ben wouldn't do such a thing. Your hands are hard to spot, and as a servant, no one would notice you. I was confused at the time. Who trained you? What was the purpose of placing you next to Ben? Honestly, even though Ben is an asshole, he's still my father. I can't just ignore him. So I brought you with me. First, to ensure his safety, and second, I wanted to see who you really are. But after all this time, you haven't tried to get close to Ben. After I moved out, you didn't even try to get close to me. You just stayed at home and worked as a servant. I even had Lao Wu check your phone and your room, but he found nothing. I really can't figure you out. Who are you? What's your purpose? Xiaoqing hesitated to speak and lowered her head. Leo frowned and said, Unless you're Ben's man? Old bastard. How could he really train a teenager to play with guns? Xiaoqing hurriedly shook her head. No. Master, you have wronged the chairman. No. Leo became even more suspicious, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. If it was really Xiaoqing, the girl trained by Ben, who knows how this playboy would make trouble tonight? Xiaoqing looked very embarrassed. After a mental struggle, she spoke with difficulty. I am from the Zhao family. This answer really shocked Leo. My father-in-law? Xiaoqing nodded. Actually, it's not that I can't tell you. Before my master went to prison, he met with the chairman, and they agreed on your marriage with the young lady. Later, during a casual conversation, the chairman said he wanted to investigate an old incident from 10 years ago that he thought was dangerous. So he asked my master to take me away. Leo pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, that old man, when he told me Sophie's dowry was generous, he was referring to you? I was so worried about him. He spent so much effort to get a bodyguard, and I snatched him away. Sigh. Xiaoqing said shyly, Master, actually, the chairman wanted me to follow you from the beginning, but he was afraid that you would be suspicious and would not want me. So, he told me that after you return to Truman, I should find a way to attract your attention and preferably stay by your side. Leo recalled how Xiaoqing had accidentally opened the door, how Ben had acted like he was going to fire her, and how Xiaoqing had diligently insisted on tying his tie and changing his shoes. He sighed. After all this, you never thought I kept you by my side, just because of the calluses on my hands? It was a complete accident. Oh, and my father-in-law is just a moderate entrepreneur. Why would he train you? Xiaoqing picked at her fingers and said awkwardly, That's not true. I'm actually Vietnamese. I've been controlled by warlords since I was a child. I was injured in an accident and was rescued by my master. Later, I stayed with him. So that's how it is. Leo looked at Xiaoqing with a little more pity in his eyes, and his tone softened a lot. My father-in-law generously gave you to Truman. I guess there are other people like you around Sophie, right? Xiaoqing shook her head. I don't know about that. Leo sighed and said softly, Girl, you've suffered a lot in the past, right? I'm sorry. Fourth brother, you didn't know how to control your strength. Look, your neck is blue from pinching it. The fourth brother blinked blankly. If I remember correctly, she wanted to kill me just now. Xiaoqing was in a daze. How could someone like her be worthy of others' concern? She felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Leo raised his hand, tapped her head lightly, and said with a smile, Go clean up a room for the fourth child. You'll need to cook for one more person from now on. Thank you for your hard work. Xiaoqing's mouth dropped open in disbelief. She felt Leo was definitely trying to kick her out. How could this be? What are you standing there for? Go, or your salary will be docked. Yes, master. I'll go right away. Xiaoqing's eyes curved slightly. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, and she hurried upstairs. Leo sat on the sofa with his three brothers, his expression gradually becoming serious. The information Hong gave me tonight is very important. I've asked the second brother to investigate. Fifth brother, can you think of other ways to investigate? Relying on the second brother alone is too inefficient. The fifth brother shrugged. Oh my God, hackers aren't omnipotent. If I knew what they wanted from your mother, I could help. The fourth brother blinked. This was probably the only expression he could make on his face. He always looked so calm. According to Hong, there were 2 boxes of money that night, totaling $8 million US, and some gold bars. Such a large sum of money, and that was 10 years ago. What on earth could be so valuable? Leo sighed. My mom is a doctor of medicine. What they want must be some kind of medical research achievement. But the day after my mom was kidnapped, the company she previously worked for was disbanded. Overnight, everyone was gone, and all employee information was permanently deleted. There's no way to find it. The fourth brother was silent for a moment, then said, "We can only take it one step at a time. Anyway, I'm not good at investigation, but I could do everything else." Leo patted his shoulder, paused, and asked, "Tell me about you. How come you got divorced out of the blue?" The fourth brother opened his lips slightly and said, "She married me just for money, but I don't blame her. I actually gave her a chance." Upon hearing this, Lao Wu's scalp went numb, and he couldn't help swallowing. The third brother was frightened again and again tonight, mumbling and moving aside. Ba, this son of a bitch has too much energy. Buddha, if you blame him, please don't take me with you." The fourth brother looked up at the big guy and said indifferently, "Has the water in your brain not been completely drained yet? Brother, listen, he said this to me again." The third brother jumped up in anger, glared at the fourth brother for a while, and then stormed back to his room. Leo smiled and shook his head, then kicked the fourth brother in the ankle. "You know he cares a lot about that matter. Don't say that to him again." The fourth brother's eyes were particularly serious. "I'm joking. Can't you hear it? Lao Wu, your face is probably not suitable for jokes." Chapter 64, Elevator Malfunction. The next morning, before daybreak, Leo got up, lazily walked to the first floor, and habitually shouted at the top of his voice, "Third brother, get up and pee." It's been a while since I last played a trick on this idiot, since I moved into Sophie's neighborhood. Xiaoqing poked her head out of the kitchen, her hair loose, and shyly greeted him. "Morning, master." Now that she is being honest with each other, the girl seems to be much more relaxed, and her smile is much more natural. Leo smiled and nodded in response, then turned to make himself some tea. Halfway there, he saw the fourth brother sitting upright in front of the statue of Guan Eri, holding a Bible in his hands and reciting softly. "Old four, you went to the wrong grave so early in the morning." The fourth child turned his head slowly, his stiff expression looking somewhat adorable, and said calmly, "I'm used to reading the Bible in front of statues. Now, if you continue, be careful or I'll chop you to death." As he spoke, he made a cup of tea, sat on the sofa, checked the time, and called Ben. It took a long time for the other party to answer, but it was a young woman's half-asleep voice. "Hello? Lao?" After a moment, there was a commotion on the other end of the line. I could faintly hear Ben exclaim. Then he answered the phone. "Son, I was doing my morning exercise and met a like-minded girl. We were discussing fitness. Her phone was beside me, and it just so happened that she had the same phone and the same ringtone as mine." "Huh, what's the matter with you calling me so early?" Leo knew what kind of person his father was, so he didn't bother to pay attention and asked, "Are you investigating my mom's affairs too?" Ben was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "Xiaoqing is exposed? Son, I'm thinking about you." Leo interrupted him. "How's the investigation going? Is there anything you can share?" Ben mused. "I have no idea yet. What about you?" Leo told Ben all the information Chun Hong had said without hesitation. "Tattoo? And he's from Jiangcheng. This is crucial. I'll have someone check it out right now." "Ben, I always thought that you only cared about the family property." Leo paused and said, "Now it seems that you still have a place for my mother in your heart." Ben laughed and said, "I never said I didn't love her. It's just that you're too paranoid." Leo snorted softly. "You didn't know how to cherish her when she was alive. Even seeing you was a luxury for her. Now, you tell me you love her? Huh, don't you think that's ridiculous?" Ben was silent again for a long time, and then, as if unwilling to bring up the subject, he said, "Son, you've been very quiet lately, and that might make your aunt and uncle suspicious." Leo took a deep breath and said unhappily, "When will you get to Xuanwu Gate?" Ben said, "Huh? Why do I hear you sound like something's wrong? Are you worried that Sophie will be jealous?" "Huh, son, bear with it for a while. Leo hung up the phone and turned to call his upright detective sister. He thought about it for a long time last night. Jiangcheng is so big, and that incident happened 10 years ago. Trying to find a person based on just a tattoo is like looking for a needle in a haystack. That's why he thought of asking Ben and Chu Muhan for help. "Hello." Chu Muhan was probably still asleep, and his voice had a slight nasal sound. "What's up?" Leo got straight to the point. "I have a clue to share with you." After hearing this, Chu Muhan was completely sober. You want me to help you find someone? Humph. Leo, I'm telling you, I will find the person, but I can't hand it over to you. Whatever, Leo said with a smile. Just a reminder, check your system for past criminal records and see if there's a match. You don't need to teach me. I know what to do. Leo said sarcastically. You're still unmarried at the age of 30. You really should reflect on yourself. Do you want to come to the criminal police team for tea again? Bye-bye. After hanging up the phone, Leo took a sip of tea and noticed that the third brother had not come out yet. After thinking for a while, he went to the third brother's room. The big guy was lying on the bed, looking unhappy. When he saw Leo come in, he tilted his neck and called out, "Big brother." "Yeah." Leo patted his back and smiled, still angry. "No." "Are you angry with the fourth brother? Or with me?" "None." "You." Leo lit a cigarette and handed it to the third brother. "I know you blame me for not telling you about Xiaoqing's strange behavior earlier. Third brother, you can't keep things secret. I was afraid that after I told you, your attitude towards Xiaoqing would change drastically and she would notice it. Understand?" The third brother was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "I understand, big brother. I'm just too stupid." "Who said you were stupid?" Leo smiled and changed the subject. "Do you like Xiaoqing?" I didn't." The third brother scratched his head. "I really didn't." Leo's smile widened. "Don't worry. Take your time. When the time is right, I'll go and find you a matchmaker." The third brother blushed and grinned foolishly. "Okay, you should get some more sleep. You were busy all day yesterday, and you must be tired. I'll pick up your sister-in-law today." It was only 7:30 when we arrived at Sophie's basement garage. Leo went upstairs leisurely, watered the flowers, and fixed his hair. At around 8 o'clock, he heard the sound of a door opening opposite. Crack! The second-generation rich kid opened the door and smiled brightly. "Huh? Sophie, what a coincidence." Sophie stood at the elevator entrance, glanced at him sideways, and said coldly, "I heard you just got back." Leo said cheekily, "Are you touched?" Sophie pursed her lips and said nothing. "Leo, why don't you ask me if I'm fooling around again?" "What's it to me?" Sophie rolled her eyes. "Have your own fun. If your grandfather blames you, I'll just take the blame." Leo clicked his tongue and said, "The first wife is so generous." "Bye." The elevator door opened and the couple walked in one after the other. "Sophie, can you spare some time to have dinner together? Even if we're a fake couple, we should still act like one, just for the old man to see." Sophie raised her lip, suddenly realizing something. "Leo, you moved here actually wanting the old man to think that we live together?" Leo had indeed moved here with this intention in mind. He raised an eyebrow and said, "It's not a good thing for a woman to be too smart." Sophie was a little embarrassed and opened her mouth. Just as the word "thank you" was about to come out of her mouth, the elevator suddenly trembled. Immediately afterwards, the lights in the elevator flashed twice and then went out. At the same time, the elevator fell down a bit and then got stuck. Sophie held onto the elevator wall. The tremor had thrown her bag to the ground. She was startled. Is there a malfunction? As the elevator was pitch black, she couldn't see Leo at all. She only heard a bang, probably because the bastard didn't stand firmly and bumped into him, but she didn't hear him speak. "Lao. Lao. Stop messing around. Take out your phone and let me find my bag." After receiving no response for a long time, Sophie had no choice but to squat down and carefully grope for her bag on the ground. Suddenly, she heard a faint rustling sound like a trembling breathing. "Lao." Sophie was a little scared. "You don't scare me. This is not fun." However, the sound became stronger and stronger. Sophie was a huge horror movie fan. The current atmosphere inevitably reminded her of the scenes in various horror movies where elevators encounter ghosts. After swallowing her saliva, she suppressed her fear and fumbled around to finally find her bag. Due to the confined space and her fear, the beautiful CEO's forehead was already covered with a thin layer of sweat. Listening to the trembling breathing in the corner, her hands began to tremble unconsciously. After a long effort, she finally took out her cell phone, hurriedly turned on the flashlight, and subconsciously shone it to the side. Only then did I realize that Leo was huddled in the corner of the elevator, hugging himself tightly with his arms, and his whole body was shaking violently, as if he had seen a ghost. Sophie was startled and took a step back unconsciously. "Lao, what's wrong with you?" The light from the mobile phone was facing Leo's face. His usually cynical and handsome face was now filled with fear. His eyes were so red that they seemed to bleed. His nose, tip, temples, and even his entire forehead were covered with a dense layer of cold sweat. "Lao, don't scare me." Sophie's mind went blank, and she was at a loss. Leo was shaking more and more violently, like he was possessed by a ghost, mumbling something incomprehensible. Sophie could only make out these few words. The character king is Earth. The king is the Lord. Lao. Sophie shouted again, tremblingly. This sudden change made her panic so much that she forgot to press the emergency button in the elevator for a moment. Leo struggled to squeeze into a corner. It seemed as if someone he couldn't see, but was extremely frightened of, was approaching him. His face was pale as paper, and his collar was soaked with sweat. He kept muttering those strange words. I beg you. King, I'm a scholar. I'm a worker. I was wrong. I beg you. Chapter 65, Is He Not Capable? In the early morning of Jiangcheng, the sun is often not visible. The sky is always covered by haze, and the whole city seems to be a secret place hidden in the fog. 9 o'clock, Jiangda Affiliated Hospital. In the hallway, the doctor held up a checklist and said to Sophie, there's nothing wrong with his body. It's mainly some abnormal physiological reactions, a rapid heart rate, high blood pressure, and dilated pupils. Based on the condition you mentioned at the time of the incident, I suggest taking him to see a psychiatrist after he wakes up. A psychiatrist? Sophie was surprised. The doctor nodded and was about to speak when he heard a nurse scream in the ward. Ah. Sophie hurried into the ward, and what caught her, I was Leo holding the nurse's neck with one hand and the other on his waist, as if he was drawing a gun. His face was ferocious and terrifying, and his eyes were like a wolf's eyes staring at its prey in the dark. He stared at the nurse intently, his body trembling uncontrollably. The young nurse was strangled to the point of being unable to breathe. She tried desperately to pry Leo's hands open with both hands, but she didn't know whether she was too weak or the second-generation rich man was extremely strong, so she couldn't succeed no matter what she did. Now, after Sophie called out to him, Leo seemed to be freed from a nightmare. He gradually came to his senses, loosened his hands, and breathed deeply. The young nurse coughed frantically, tears streaming down her face, and was helped out of the ward by the doctor. Seeing that Leo had just woken up for less than half a minute, but his face was already covered with sweat, Sophie felt mixed emotions and took out a few pieces of paper and handed them to him. Thank you. Leo, looking extremely embarrassed, took the paper, wiped his sweat, and said softly, Did I scare you? Sophie opened her red lips slightly. What's wrong? Leo took a few deep breaths, controlling his body from shaking. After a long silence, he asked instead of answering, Did you send me here alone? Sophie, and the 2 security guards in the complex. Leo nodded, pulled out the 4-2 from the back of his hand, got out of bed, and put on his shoes. Sophie thought for a moment and said, The doctor said you should see a psychiatrist. Leo put on his shoes and adjusted his clothes silently. Did you hear that? I'm sweating a lot. Leo said with a strange expression, Smell me, do I stink? Sophie frowned. I say, you should see a psychiatrist. Leo really didn't want to talk about this topic. He raised the corners of his lips and said, Sophie, do you care about me? Go if you want. The conversation between the two ended unpleasantly again. Sophie picked up her bag and followed Xiaowei's call out as she walked out of the ward. Leo followed her out, intending to go home and take a shower. Seeing the doctor comforting the nurse who had just been strangled by him at the door of the ward, the second-generation rich man suddenly felt guilty. He took out his phone and leaned forward, smiling slightly. Sorry for what happened just now. I had a nightmare. The young nurse cried, and her face was full of resentment, and she didn't want to pay any attention to him at all. I earn 2,800 yuan a month, and all I do is dirty and tiring servant work. I almost lost my life just now. I can't do this job anymore. Leo was helpless. Hey, little girl, take out your phone and add me on WeChat. Nurse, you still want to add me on WeChat after all this? Can you be a little more shameless? What kind of stupid TV show did you learn this pickup trick from? If you weren't so handsome, I wouldn't add you. After adding WeChat, Leo walked leisurely towards the elevator. The young nurse wiped her tears, her nose twitching, and she looked extremely aggrieved. A moment later, WeChat received a transfer reminder. The young nurse clicked on the message and looked at the string of numbers with a yellow background. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she was stunned for a long while before she burst into laughter. You see, making a girl happy is actually a very simple thing. Sophie arrived at the company. Xiaowei rushed over anxiously. Boss Zhao, the person in charge of the internet celebrity incubation base, has been waiting outside Boss Chu's office since early this morning. Director Song is in the reception room, and has been waiting for you for half an hour. He said the production team has some changes and wants to discuss the direction of Jean Shahan's performance with you. Sophie said as she walked. Call Jean Shahan and ask her to come to the company. Good. As they were talking, the two arrived at the office. Sophie took off her coat and hung it on the hanger. Go call on the person in charge of the internet celebrity base. And remember to bring more tea to Director Song. Xiao Wei, I know. A moment later, the person in charge of the internet celebrity base hurried to the office. Mr. Zhao, are you looking for me? Sophie said coldly. Do you have any difficult issues to deal with? The person in charge chuckled. It's not a difficult matter. It's just that the base is officially opening today. President Chu had agreed to hold a ribbon-cutting event and use the traffic of those big influencers we poach from other platforms to create some hype online. Sophie pondered, Boss Chu can't come today. How about this? I'll attend and you give the speech. The person in charge was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I couldn't ask for more. Leo has always been personally in charge of the internet celebrity incubation base. Sophie has never paid much attention to it and thinks he is just fooling around. However, when she arrived at the base, she found that the second-generation rich man was actually doing quite well and the talent pool was quite rich. Except for a large number of newcomers, the rest were more or less famous on the internet. She knew of 7 or 8 female internet celebrities with more than 5 million fans. In fact, she didn't pay much attention to internet celebrities on a daily basis. The reason she knew these beauties was not because they were too famous, but because they all had scandals with Leo, without exception. What a bastard, using his power for personal gain and building a harem for himself. Sophie couldn't help but criticize in her heart. But when she thought about the benefits these internet celebrities could bring to the company, she sincerely felt that Leo's sacrifice of his looks was worth it. The person in charge of the base was in his early 30s, dressed in an old-fashioned manner, and had the demeanor of a real leader. Although he did not prepare a speech, he spoke in a series of words, as if he was deeply influenced by the official culture. He thought he was quoting from classics and talking eloquently, but in fact he turned a loud fart into a continuous string, just like the foot binding of a lazy woman, smelly and long. Little did he know that the listeners had already been cursing his family's ancestral graves in their hearts for a long time. An hour later, the ribbon-cutting ceremony officially began. Sophie finished the event and strode out. When I passed by the restroom, I happened to hear 2 female internet celebrities washing their hands and talking about Leo. Why did Mr. Chu come today? I missed him so much. I don't know, I guess he went out for some fun again last night, huh? Hey, did Mr. Chu touch you when he went to get a room with you last time? No. Tell me, isn't he weird? He touched me in the bar, and then as soon as he entered the room, he fell asleep like a frost-bitten eggplant. No matter how I teased him, he didn't react, and he even got angry at me. Same here. Last time, I took a shower without wearing any clothes, and he got drunk and scolded me. Do you think he's not capable enough? Sophie passed by calmly, glanced at the two of them, and pretended not to hear anything. After walking out of the base and entering the elevator, this icy beauty suddenly frowned and muttered, No. Chapter 66, I listened to you. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Sophie finished the work at hand and was taking a nap with her brows pinched when someone called her on WeChat. Upon closer look, it was her best friend, Zhou Xiaoruo. Ruruo, my beautiful lady, you haven't been to my place for a month. What's wrong? Have you given up on treatment? On the screen, there is a woman wearing a black turtleneck sweater and a bun on her head. Her appearance gives people a quirky feeling, especially her big eyes, which are very spiritual. On the wall behind her hung a gold-plated sign that read, Wenger Private Psychological Clinic. Everyone is busy during the Chinese New Year. Facing this close friend, Sophie changed her usual cold attitude and put on a natural smile. TSK, TSK, TSK. Sophie, have you been conquered by your bastard man and no longer need my treatment? Sophie rolled her eyes. You think that's possible? Zhou Xiaoruo chuckled for a while and joked. I actually hope he can conquer you. It will be a blessing in disguise and cure your problem. Ruruo. Sophie's tone was somewhat warning. Okay, I won't talk nonsense anymore. Zhou Xiaoruo suppressed her smile and said, It's late now. You should have finished your work. Right, come over here. I'll give you some treatment first, and then ask Lu Kai to have dinner with you tonight. As usual, I'll choose the place. Lu Kai will order the dishes, and you pay the bill. Sophie smiled, then suddenly thought of Leo's strange behavior in the elevator that morning. She said thoughtfully, Okay, Ruo, I have something to ask you. Come on. I don't charge any money. I just want a body. You pervert. You should take some time to get some psychological treatment for yourself. The two best friends had a quarrel, and after cutting off the video, Sophie called Xiaowei, explained some trivial matters to her, and then left the company with her bag. Half an hour later, Sophie drove to Wenger's private psychological clinic. It's called a clinic, and the name sounds very impressive, but in fact it's just an apartment rented by Zhou Xiaohua, where she eats, lives, and works. After the two chatted for a while, Sophie walked into the treatment room, converted from the second bedroom with ease. Zhou Xiaohua made 2 cups of instant coffee before coming in. Ruo, let me ask you a question, Sophie said, holding a coffee cup. If a normal person is trapped in a pitch-black elevator and suddenly becomes mentally ill and acts very scared, as if they've seen a ghost, why would that be? Out of professionalism, Zhou Xiaohua became serious the moment she entered the examination room. After listening to Sophie's description, she mused, enclosed space, darkness, extreme fear. My initial guess is claustrophobia, but I'll have to diagnose it myself to know for sure. Claustrophobia? Sophie mused. Yes, Zhou Xiaohua nodded. This kind of mental illness may be hereditary, but the probability is very small. Other causes include excessive stress in life, tragic childhood experiences, etc. The most common is psychological trauma caused by abuse, and most of them are irreversible. Suffering from abuse. Sophie couldn't help but frown, remembering Leo's trembling and vague words like, "I beg you," and "I was wrong," in the elevator. Her heart couldn't help but tremble, and she thought Zhou Xiaohua must have been right. But that second-generation rich kid was born into a wealthy family. Even though he was not favored when he was young and was often beaten and scolded by Chu Xiaotian, it shouldn't have caused such serious psychological trauma, right? Could it be that something unexpected happened during those 8 years he disappeared? What on earth did he go through? Sophie pondered, remembering that when Leo woke up in the hospital, his right hand subconsciously touched his waist, as if he was about to draw a gun. No way. No matter how you look at him, he doesn't seem that evil. I must be overthinking it. Seeing Sophie lost in thought, Zhou Xiaohua asked suspiciously, "Hey, what are you thinking about? Could this person you're talking about be someone close to you? Introduce him to me, or I'm going to eat dirt." Sophie answered the question irrelevantly. Ruo, can you help me analyze it? The character King is composed of Earth, Worker, Master, and Scholar. What does this mean? Zhou Xiaohua was confused. Is this what the patient you mentioned said when he was ill? Yeah, that's right. Zhou Xiaohua took out a pen and paper from the drawer and wrote the words on the paper while muttering to herself. After thinking for a long time, she suddenly slammed the table and said, "I understand. Look, these last words have 1 stroke less or 1 more than the character Wang." Sophie blinked. So, Zhou Xiaohua, that's all. Isn't it just about finding patterns? Sophie. The two stared at each other for a moment. Zhou Xiaohua curled her lips and said, "Do you take me for a living Buddha? Do you think I can heal people from a distance? If you really want to find out, just bring the person here. At worst, I won't charge him for the first consultation for your sake." Sophie pursed her lips, but before she could say anything, a message suddenly popped up on WeChat. It was from Leo. "I'll listen to you and go see a psychiatrist." The cell phone was on the table, and Zhou Xiaohua saw the message clearly. "Fuck, are you talking about that bastard from your family?" Zhou Xiaohua jumped up from her chair, her eyes wide open in shock. The matchmaker is really blind. How could he tie you 2 psychos together? Sophie rolled her eyes at her and, in a rare move, replied to Leo with a saying, "You're the one with the mental issues. Okay, forget about him and start the treatment." Zhou Xiaohua was shocked for 2 full minutes before she calmed down. "Sophie, get ready, relax. I'm going to start." Sophie lay on the chair, eyes slightly closed, and responded softly, 5 minutes ago, Leo woke up from a nightmare again, looking extremely painful and sweating profusely. After taking a few breaths, the phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. "Boss Chu, why didn't you come today? I missed you so much. Are you free tonight? Would you mind having a drink?" He is a well-known blogger in the internet celebrity incubation base. Ever since Sophie slapped Tina, everyone in Xinjiang media knew about Sophie's relationship with him, especially the agents. They repeatedly warned their artists, even sternly warning them not to hang out with President Xu in the future, unless they really didn't want to work at Xinjiang anymore. Therefore, those female celebrities who had previously dreamed of marrying into wealthy families and having grand dreams became disillusioned and had to reluctantly delete Leo's contact information, all of them lamenting in their hearts. "Why did you give birth to me when you gave birth to Zhao?" But even so, Leo still couldn't rest in peace. Most of the female internet celebrities he recruited didn't know about his relationship with Sophie. Even if they knew, they might not be afraid. After all, Leo was in full control of the internet celebrity base, and Sophie had no control over it. Leo's mind was in a mess at the moment, and he instinctively wanted to refuse, but suddenly he remembered what Ben said in the morning. He frowned impatiently, then agreed with a smile. After sending away the female internet celebrity and was about to take a shower, the second brother happened to send me a message. Sophie is currently attending a private psychological clinic called Wenger. I looked it up and found out she goes there quite often. The doctor at the clinic is her classmate, Zhou Xiaohua, and she has a very good relationship with him. Leo seemed to have anticipated this. What's wrong with her mentally? Second brother, I haven't found anything. How about you ask fifth brother to install a bug? That's easy. Leo was speechless. Some methods cannot be used indiscriminately. Send me the location. The second brother was an honest man. He not only sent the location of the clinic, down to the exact house number, but also included Zhou Xiaohua's phone number. After exiting the chat box, Leo curled up the corners of his lips into a wry smile and muttered, "How can two mentally ill people fall in love?" Huh. Immediately, I sent a WeChat message to Sophie. I will listen to you and go see a psychologist. Chapter 67, Is It Okay If I Have a Problem? At 7 o'clock, the extremely painful psychological treatment for Sophie finally ended. Seeing her best friend sweating profusely, Zhou Xiaohua's eyes were filled with heartache. Holding Sophie's hands, which were as cold as if they had just been taken out of the freezer, tears welled up in her eyes. She forced a smile and said, "Sophie, are you okay?" Sophie slowly shook her head, her breathing trembling slightly, her tone extremely dejected. "Whoa, am I incurable? I feel like it's getting worse." "No, it will definitely be cured, believe me," Zhou Xiaohua vowed. "Relax a little, adjust your breathing, yes, just like that." Under her guidance, Sophie gradually calmed down. "Sophie, you have to control your medication now. You've been taking it for so many years. If you continue, you'll become dependent on it. Then, I'm afraid it will get worse." Sophie sat up, drank the cold coffee in front of her, and said weakly, "I understand." Zhou Xiaohua raised her lips and said, "I still suggest that you slowly try to interact with the opposite sex. Try to control your emotions, and just do some simple physical contact, such as handshakes, high fives, etc. Try more often, it will also help your condition." Sophie said sickly, "It's no use. I've tried many times, shaking hands with different people, but every time, it never lasts more than 3 seconds. I just feel sick all over." Zhou Xiaohua smacked her lips and said with a frown, "If you could have a good friend of the opposite sex who could often cooperate with you in interacting, it would naturally be good for your condition. But you're like a nun, with no man around you at all. The only one, Lu Kai, is only half a man. Oh, it really worries me to death. I wish I could become a man myself." Sophie smiled faintly. "Be careful Lu Kai hears you, or he'll skin you alive. Zhou Xiaohua is clever and eccentric. To say he's half a man is an exaggeration, ha." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Kai called her. The two girlfriends smiled at each other, and Zhou Xiaohua said, "This guy is really a dog. Ha! Sophie, go take a shower first, then we'll set off. I'm going to make a big meal of you tonight." 20 minutes later, just as the two of them went downstairs, Zhou Xiaohua's phone rang again. I thought it was the half-man she mentioned coming to urge her again, but when I looked, it was an unfamiliar number. This psychiatrist recently made a small investment on a platform to advertise his clinic. He discovered that all the unfamiliar numbers were mostly patients seeking consultation for mental health issues. However, only a handful of them actually came in for treatment after their consultation. "Hello, how are you?" "Dr. Zhou, I want to have psychological treatment. Is it convenient now?" Zhou Xiaohua curled her lips, thinking that Murphy's Law was really true. No one had come to her shop all day, and just when she was about to have some fun, some business came. Even though I set my price at 500 per hour, you usually get bargained down to around 300. There's no other way. Psychologists are plentiful. And who cares if you're young, uneducated, and not famous? If you don't take the job, there are plenty of others. Under normal circumstances, she would have happily agreed, then put on a proper demeanor and said in an official tone, "It just so happens that a patient couldn't come because of something, so I can make time for you. Next time, remember to make an appointment 2 days in advance." But right now, how could working so hard to earn 3 or 400 yuan compare to living a carefree life with Sophie, a wealthy woman? He immediately declined. Sorry, I'm off work. After a pause, as if he felt there was still hope of rescue, he added, why don't you come back tomorrow? The person on the other end of the phone was very calm right now. Zhou Xiaowal was puzzled. She didn't know which expert with a keen eye had discovered this unsung gold in her, and was so paranoid. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to ask for a high price to test the authenticity of the discerning eye. I'm very expensive, 1 hour, 2,000. The word thousand was so heavy that it made her heart beat faster, but it was only for a moment, and she felt that she was probably being too sentimental. 2,000 an hour was the price set by the experts. The other party was just mentally ill, not mentally ill. Sure enough, a questioning voice came from the other side. 2,000? Zhou Xiaoruo wasn't discouraged by this empty joy that wasn't worth being discouraged about. Just as she was about to say goodbye, she heard a smile from the other end of the phone. I'll be there in 10 minutes. 20,000 an hour. Pay first, then I'll treat you. If it works, there's a bonus. If it doesn't, you don't have to return the money. Zhou Xiaoruo was petrified on the spot, her expression frozen for a long moment. She slowly raised her head, staring at the gray sky, and whispered to Sophie in a stunned voice, Sophie, did you see an eye open in the sky? Sophie? Zhou Xiaoruo swallowed her saliva and pretended to be calm as she spoke to the phone. Okay, your persistence has impressed me. It seems you really need my help. See you in 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Xiaoruo could no longer suppress her inner excitement and jumped up and down like a madman. My dream of becoming a rich woman is just around the corner. Ha ha. Sophie, go eat with Liu Kai first. I'll save you some money and go straight to the second show. Waha, get rich. Sophie. Not far away, a silver gray GTR was parked in a hidden corner. Leo, cigarette in hand, kept turning his phone, muttering something's wrong. 10 minutes later, the doorbell of the psychological clinic rang. Zhou Xiaoruo, who had been waiting behind the door eagerly, took a deep breath and tried her best to look extremely calm. The smile on her face was just right, quiet and elegant. When the bell rang for the 4th time, she opened the door. The word okay was still on her lips when this beauty who had always dreamed of becoming a rich woman froze in place. The smile on her face seemed to be covered with a layer of C40 cement. Not to mention being calm. If she were a man, she would have been even more upset at this moment. Leo remained calm, raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, Doctor? Zhou Xiaoruo took a step back blankly. In just this one step, she wrote a book of 100,000 whys in her mind. She adjusted her mindset, continued to be calm and elegant, and smiled. Hello, come in. Leo nodded, stepped in, and quietly followed the doctor to the examination room. From behind, Zhou Xiaoruo was as quiet as a virgin, and her steps were dignified. But in fact, that face that could be considered pure and beautiful was now more colorful than the face-changing skills performed by a Sichuan opera master. How could it be him? Sophie wouldn't let him come here. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? What a bad fate. Oh my God, you opened your asshole. She muttered to herself, but in the end she still had to face reality. Zhou Xiaoruo sat upright, pointed to the high-end leather chair opposite her that she had saved up for a month, and said with a smile, Please sit down. Leo sat down and, like a nouveau riche, pulled out 2 wads of cash and threw them on the table. He smiled faintly and said, I saw your ad online and happened to be passing by, so I stopped by to take a look. Keep the money. It seems like it's really a bad fate. Zhou Xiaoruo felt resentful in her heart and relaxed her guard a little. However, based on the principle of don't take money if you have it, you bastard, she took the money very skillfully and naturally, putting on a very professional attitude and said, Let's talk about your condition first. Leo smiled. No hurry. Let me ask you a question, After a moment's silence, Leo continued, If a normal woman suddenly becomes very excited and loses control of her emotions when she comes into contact with the opposite sex, what is wrong with her? Zhou Xiaoruo, please, can you two please be kind to me? I have a problem, okay? Chapter 68, Relying on Billions. Wasn't this a sham marriage? Wasn't she a philandering womanizer? Wasn't she someone who would suffocate, feel sick, and feel like she was dying the moment she touched a man? Why were they still concerned about each other? Are you serious? Zhou Xiaoruo pondered, stunned, and quickly came to a conclusion. Sophie's illness predestined her to be incapable of paying attention to a man. So he must have witnessed Leo's symptoms firsthand, been frightened, and come to her out of curiosity. In this lecture, he'd probably be interested in any beautiful woman, let alone one as stunning as Sophie. As the saying goes, What you can't have is always a source of agitation. He must be desperately trying to get a feel for Sophie. He feared that once he succeeded, his inner desire for conquest satisfied, he wouldn't even look at Sophie again. Not to mention the fact that he definitely wouldn't get Sophie. Zhou Xiaohua was furious at his philandering. After muttering, "Damn scumbag," inwardly, she feigned composure and said, "The situation you describe is very rare. It's hard for me to make a definitive diagnosis. But based on past case records, it's most likely a mental illness. If she's around, you must keep your distance. Don't get close to her, or she'll lose control of her emotions, and the consequences could be unimaginable." After a pause, he added, "It's hard to say. It could even be life-threatening. You must be careful. Best friends can usually talk about anything, and she is Sophie, a psychologist. She naturally knows that Sophie scratched Leo with a knife before, so she wants to use this indisputable fact to persuade this scoundrel to quit. But how could Leo not see through her little tricks? He was too lazy to expose her and said calmly, "Based on your so-called past cases, can this disease be cured?" Zhou Xiaohua was stunned for a moment and said, "The probability is very small. So it can be cured?" Zhou Xiaohua didn't say yes, nor did she say no. I wonder what this bastard is up to. Does he really want to cure Sophie? After thinking for a moment, he said, "I need to meet the person to make a definitive conclusion about the specific situation. Now, tell me about you." Leo took out his cigarette case and took a bite of one in the corner of his mouth. Zhou Xiaohua frowned. "Don't smoke." Leo ignored her dissuasion and lit a cigarette. He took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled the smoke. In the hazy light, his eyes suddenly became sinister. He stared at Zhou Xiaohua's eyes, and the corners of his lips curled up with a bit of evil. He said in a cold tone, "Have you ever played King Addition and Subtraction?" The scene of smoke and sharp eyes made Zhou Xiaohua shudder, and she was unable to react for a while. "What does it mean if you remove one stroke from the character, Wong?" Leo said with a wicked smile, his eyes emitting an inexplicable murderous aura. Zhou Xiaohua swallowed, recalled the word she had written on the paper before, and subconsciously said the word Earth. "What about another reduction? 2. What about adding one more? 3. Minus one stroke. 2. Repeatedly, Are you ready for the punishment?" Zhou Xiaohua shuddered again. Besides being frightened, she seemed to have a general understanding of Leo as psychological shadow. Seeing the psychiatrist's face turn pale with fear, Leo suddenly laughed. The stern look on his face suddenly dissipated, replaced by a playful expression. "I'm just kidding. This is just a game played by elementary school students." "Huh, come on, try your hypnosis therapy and let me get a good night's sleep." It was almost 10 o'clock when Zhou Xiaohua met up with Sophie at the Leo bar. Sophie was holding a glass of juice, and sitting next to her was an extremely feminine, handsome man. He was wearing a pair of red earrings, a red shawl, a pair of fashionable red short boots, and had flowing long hair. He actually looked quite handsome, but this look was hard to describe. This is the half-man Zhou Xiaohua mentioned, Lu Kai, who is also Sophie's childhood friend. "You bastard. Why are you here so late?" "Shut up, hermaphrodite. I'm getting irritated with you." "Huh, menopause. You're just like the thing in your crotch. Redundant." Sophie was used to seeing these two best friends bickering and fighting. She pursed her lips and smiled, asking, "What's wrong? Did you run into a difficult patient? Did your dream of becoming a rich woman fall through?" Zhou Xiaohua held Sophie's juice, took a sip, and said absent-mindedly, "I must have encountered a ghost." Lu Kalin pinched the cocktail glass with her orchid fingers and sneered, "You look so evil-repelling, yet you're afraid of ghosts? Get lost." Zhou Xiaohua glared at him and said to Sophie, "Sophie, do you know who is the one who came to see me?" Sophie gave him a questioning look. "That bastard of yours." Sophie was immediately shocked. "Him? Why would he go to your place?" Zhou Xiaohua curled her lips. "It must be a coincidence. Judging from his reaction, I don't know our relationship, but he asked me about your symptoms." Sophie was not worried at all that her best friend would betray her. She just felt that Leo's appearance in Wenger's clinic was too coincidental, and she frowned thoughtfully. "Sophie, there's one thing I'm almost certain of now. Your husband really did suffer abuse, but he hid it deep down inside, making it hard to dig out. I've tried everything, including hypnosis and image therapy, but he's been so calm and composed the entire time. He looks at me like I'm mentally retarded. Can you understand that feeling? If I see him again, I'm going to strangle him to death." Sophie's expression gradually became serious, and she said nothing. "Sophie," Lu Kai tossed his hair and smiled softly. "What's wrong with you? You look like you're concerned about him." TSK, 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 TSK. Did the fake become real? Oh, so your illness can be cured? Sophie rolled her eyes. Boring. Let's not talk about him anymore. Want some beer? Time always flies when we are having fun. Before we knew it, it was already 12 o'clock, and the atmosphere in the bar was pushed to a climax by the DJ. I don't know what new and trendy way of playing it is, but after the DJ counted down to 3, the sound suddenly exploded, which was deafening. Men and women in the dance floor held handfuls of white paper and threw them into the air like filial sons attending the funeral of their loved ones. I wonder what this is about. The transvestite Liu Kai was a fashion icon. Seeing his two best friends looking completely clueless, he laughed and said, "This is called commemorating a dead love. Young people these days really know how to have fun." Zhou Shirhua said leisurely, "I feel like these people are all potential customers of mine. Who would do such a heinous thing if they weren't mentally ill?" Sophie, who couldn't handle alcohol, had only drunk 3 or 4 bottles before her cheeks flushed. She chimed in, "It could also be a mental illness. You can't cure it." As they were talking, 2 people who were obviously experts in hunting for beauties who often roamed around nightclubs came over, each holding a stack of white paper. They said to Sophie and Zhou Shirhua politely, "2 beauties, let me give you a stack of paper. Let's go play together." Sophie frowned in disgust and didn't bother to respond. Zhou Shirhua teased, "You're holding 2 stacks of white paper, but you're acting like you're holding 2 stacks of cash. If you're really brave, go spend some real money, and there will be plenty of girls sticking to you." A man said sharply, "Sister, you have a big appetite. Where in the world can you find such a kind person? If you know someone like him, please introduce him to me. I will kneel down and kowtow to him and recognize him as my grandfather on the spot." As soon as the words fell, the bar was in an uproar again. A few people craned their necks to watch the excitement, when suddenly a nearby girl exclaimed, "Holy crap, who the hell is throwing money out there? It's Mr. Chu. Hurry, go grab the money. The money he's throwing must be real." Zhou Xiaohua's eyes sparkled, and she wanted to rush onto the dance floor to try her luck. But when she heard Mr. Chu, she subconsciously stopped. A closer look revealed that the person standing on the table, throwing money, was indeed Leo. She immediately gave up on grabbing the money and vented all her anger on the 2 men who had come to chat her up. "Hey, why don't you go and recognize your grandfather? How come you don't even realize your grandson?" The boss of the 2 men opened his mouth in shock for a long while, then fled the scene in disgrace. Liu Kai's face was filled with astonishment. "Sophie, your man may look shameless and difficult to deal with, but it seems he's actually quite approachable. Leo is the supreme VIP of the Liehua bar, so Sophie was not surprised to meet him here. However, looking at the face of that second-generation rich, professional spendthrift, and then looking at the beautiful girls surrounding him, this scene is sure to be among the top 3 hot spots in the city tomorrow." Sophie felt a headache just thinking about it, and immediately lost interest in continuing to play. In addition, it was getting late, so she took her 2 best friends home. However, this time she miscalculated. At 5 in the morning, Leo occupied the top 3 hot news in the city. All 3 were about him, instead of him breaking into the top 3. Spending money in the bar and having fun only ranked 3rd, followed by 2 internet celebrities' tearful accusations of sexual assault against Leo. And the first one was even more explosive. Tina jumped off the building, and someone leaked her divorce certificate with Leo. Chapter 69, Take Care. Time goes back to 1 o'clock in the morning. Leo was surrounded by women on both sides, and they were all top-notch quality. As soon as he opened his mouth, someone would hurriedly offer him fruit or respectfully light a cigarette for him. What is freedom? What is happiness? What is a spendthrift? What is a jerk? Well, this is professionalism. The wealth boys scattering flowers, an hour ago, undoubtedly made this dandy the focus of the whole audience. Many people seemed nonchalant, but actually moved closer to him deliberately, hoping that this young man would get drunk and play the role of the money-scattering boy again, so as to make up for their regret of not being quick enough just now. Leo glanced at the men and women around him intentionally or unintentionally. Amidst the bizarre scene, he caught a glimpse of someone taking a secret photo of him. This second-generation rich man remained calm, casually leaned to the left, and hugged the pretty internet celebrity who was only wearing a low-cut miniskirt in his left arms. With his face tilted to the side, he glanced at the white and plump breasts with a wanton look and naturally posed for a close-up for the camera. Then he took his hand off the waist of the internet celebrity on the right, picked up a glass of so-called "not going home tonight" on the table, and personally handed it to the lips of the beauty in his arms. This action was self-evident, and the words were all in the wine. The beauty in his arms is a new internet celebrity who entered the industry not long ago. Her name is Qinglu. Although she has a great appearance and figure, she is a newcomer after all and has only a few thousand fans. After seeing Qingya's recruitment notice on the internet, she recommended herself and was signed by the person in charge of the internet celebrity base at a very low price. Qinglu opened her mouth and looked at Leo flattered. Her pretty face, which was already slightly drunk, suddenly became red hot. "Don't move, I'll feed you." Leo's magnetic voice was full of temptation. He is handsome, rich, and so good at flirting. Which woman can resist him? The dandy's heroic act of throwing money around like dirt just now was actually due to Qinglu's curious question. Why are they throwing out white paper? It feels like throwing paper money. Weird. Leo smiled at her and said nonchalantly, "It seems they make you uncomfortable? It's okay. Then I'll make you feel better." Then he took out his purse and started throwing money around like a man who would risk his life for his beloved, leaving Chun Yunyun stunned. All her emotions finally turned into a single sentence, "Fuck," which she blurted out. If the bar manager hadn't been busy picking up the money and trying to dissuade him with a smile, "Mr. Chu, this is illegal. Don't spread it. Stop it. Who knows how much more money this playboy would have spent?" Qinglu finished her drink and lowered her eyes shyly. Unexpectedly, the second-generation rich man gently lifted her widow's peak with one hand and wiped her mouth with a tissue in the other hand with the utmost tenderness. He put his face very close to her, as if he wanted to kiss her. If the bar speakers weren't too loud, I would have been able to clearly hear her heartbeat, which was as intense as a drum. Some are happy, some are sad. On the left is a raging fire hidden under tenderness, while on the right is frost visible to the naked eye. The internet celebrity who was suddenly ignored by Leo and looked resentful was the one who called Leo in the evening to ask for a drink. Her name was Xiao Zhejiang. She was signed to the internet celebrity base before Sophie's father's accident. At that time, she was still a mediocre blogger with only a few 100,000 fans. At the end of last year, she became an instant hit for cosplaying anime characters. Now she has a staggering number of fans of 12 million, and her popularity on the internet is close to that of first-tier stars. Some people around were talking, "Ozawa-chan is so pitiful. She feels like she's been abandoned. Is Qinglu considered to have taken up her post now?" See, that's what rich people are like. They get tired of playing and don't even bother to look at it again. In fact, although Leo seems to be blinded by lust and easily bored with the old and easily fooled, it is actually beneficial to both internet celebrities. For the newcomer Yu Qinglu, what he lacks most is scandals. It will be hard for him not to become popular if he can have a good story with this playboy. After all, being popular is also popular. 90% of the rising internet celebrities have no bottom line, and flirting with rich people is nothing. For Ozawa-chan, who is already extremely popular, if she is openly ambiguous, she will only end up being blacklisted by the entire network. Therefore, Leo acted a little cold towards her tonight, and at most just hugged her waist. After having so much fun until almost 2 o'clock, Leo was already 7/10 drunk. Plus, he was too tired from pretending, so he seemed to be losing interest and decided to go to the hotel to rest. Leo walked out of the bar with Qinglu in his arms. He was still chatting and laughing with the beauty, but he suddenly stopped and looked straight at a familiar figure leaning against the door of the bar, Tina. The now famous star was wearing a woolen coat and hunching his neck in the fierce cold wind, looking a little bleak. "Leo," Tina said, seeing the person she was waiting for finally come out. She stepped forward and said with a faint smile, "I want to talk to you for a few words. Is that convenient?" Qinglu naturally recognized this big shot, but she didn't know that this big shot had now taken off his halo. She looked at Leo timidly and whispered, "Boss Chu, I'll wait for you over there." Leo nodded, loosened his arm around Qinglu's waist, and asked Tina, "What do you want to say?" "I'm in a hurry." Tina pursed her lips, her pretty face showing a pure and natural smile as she said abruptly, "In just 2 months, I almost couldn't recognize you." Leo to imagine Tina's current situation. Based on her temper, she would definitely not get back together with Kevin. "The love I pursued with all my heart ended up being a false joy, and my career was ruined by myself." Sigh. But in the end, it was not his turn to feel pity, let alone be soft-hearted. He said calmly, "If you want to say this nonsense, then it's really inconvenient for me." Tina was still laughing, as if trying hard to put on a joking tone, and said, "Hey, we're husband and wife after all. Why are you so serious?" "Haha. Okay, I came to see you. Actually, there's nothing wrong. I just I wanted to say sorry to you. Leo, I've been thinking a lot these past few days. Honestly, I don't even know why I've ended up like this. God clearly gave me a bright path, but I've been walking towards darkness step by step. Haha, it's really sad, but I don't regret it. There's no such thing as regret when pursuing something you like. It's just that what I pursued was an illusion. Leo, it suddenly occurred to me yesterday that isn't it the same between you and me? The heartache I feel, haven't you felt the same? I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have been so selfish back then. I didn't love you, but I coveted your tenderness, your love. That's all my fault. Leo lit a cigarette and smirked. You brought it upon yourself, didn't you? God is fair. Yeah. Tina took a deep breath, and after a moment of silence, she shrugged and said, Okay, I'm done apologizing. Although I know you can't possibly forgive me. It doesn't matter whether you forgive or not. Then, can I give you a hug? Just as a farewell. Goodbye. Leo didn't intend to hug her, so he casually asked, Where are you going? Tina didn't retract her open arms and smiled. I plan to sell the house and take my mother back to my hometown. My savings plus the money from selling the house will be enough for my mother and me to live in our hometown for the rest of our lives. This is true. Just by showing their faces, celebrities can earn more money than ordinary people in small towns can earn in most of their lifetime. Give me a hug? Tina asked again, her eyes full of anticipation. However, Leo just said, Take care calmly, and then passed by this old friend with a resolute step and an indifferent expression. Chapter 70, I want to see a lawyer. After bringing Qing Lu to the presidential suite booked for a long time at the Marriott Hotel, Leo glanced at the girl's uncomfortable face, raised his hand to his forehead, and muttered, Did I drink fake wine tonight? I have a terrible headache. Qing Lu hurried forward and asked with concern, Boss Chu, how about going to bed and letting me give you a massage? Leo waved his hand, pointed to a bedroom, and said, Go to sleep. I want to rest for a while. Don't disturb me. Qing Lu seemed a little uneasy. She stood there for a while, then lowered her head slightly, bit her lips lightly, her face so red that it seemed like it could bleed. She raised her hand and unbuttoned her coat. Such a reserved yet charming look is really fascinating and makes people's blood boil. Leo couldn't help but feel itchy in his heart, but he didn't know what kind of obsession could make him control himself in this situation. After saying, I'm tired, with a smile, he pretended to be drunk and walked to another bedroom. If his father knew about this, he would be heartbroken and curse in his dreams. What a waste of natural resources. What a shame. Qinglu really couldn't understand. He had been so flirtatious with her in the bar, but now that she had offered herself to him, he was so cold. Could it be that, as the rumors about other internet celebrities in the company said, he was not capable? He has been partying every day and night, and I'm afraid that his body has been drained by alcohol and sex. Thinking of this, the beauty suddenly felt lost and turned to go to another bedroom. However, after closing the door, her expression suddenly darkened. She pulled out a small cell phone hidden inside her coat and sent a text message. He didn't touch me. The other party quickly replied, It's okay. Just continue with your original plan. Qinglu put away her phone and stared out the window at the pitch-black night for a moment. Then she fished out a small makeup box from her bag and sat on a chair to put on her makeup. At 5 in the morning, Leo woke up from a nightmare again, sweating all over, breathing rapidly and heavily. The trauma that has been buried deep in my heart for many years has now been accidentally brought up. I'm afraid I won't be able to get a good night's sleep for a while. After taking a few deep breaths, Leo took a cold shower. Just as he was about to go to the living room to get a glass of water, he heard someone knocking on the door. Ooh, police, check the room. At this hour, the police are checking the presidential suite? Leo felt something was strange. After thinking for a while, he calmly went over and opened the door. Leo, right? Someone has called the police and reported being assaulted by you. Please cooperate with the investigation and come with us. Leo looked confused. Are you mistaken? Who is so outrageous? I still need women. After 3 questions, the dandy man shook his head without hesitation and turned to look at the other bedrooms. Not knowing which one Qinglu lived in, he shouted, Qinglu, come out and testify for me. The middle-aged detective leading the team snorted coldly. Stop shouting. She was the one who called the police. It seems you don't know that the internet is flooded with news about you. Humph. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a little money. Take him away. Leo was completely stunned. Qinglu, call the police? Stop talking nonsense and just follow us. You are an important person, so don't force us to do anything. Leo found it ridiculous, but he quickly calmed down. At this point, it was obvious that someone was trying to get him. I wonder who's behind this. Are the Gaos and Jeans behind this? Or is Qinglu acting out this whole thing, trying to play it off and gain traffic? After all, she's an internet celebrity, so what can't she do? But Leo felt that the girl didn't seem to have such deep thoughts and courage. She was probably being used as a gun. Therefore, he was more inclined to the first guess. Apart from those two idiots, it seemed that she didn't provoke anyone else, right? Thinking of this, Leo inexplicably calmed down and muttered to himself, "What's supposed to happen has finally happened." At the same time, he smiled and shook his head. "Wait a minute, I'm going to get dressed? Why are you following me? Are you afraid that I'll run away?" Really? Half an hour later, this second-generation rich man was taken to the criminal police team. When he got off the car, he happened to meet Chu Muhan, who had just arrived at the team. "Captain Chu, well, leave the person to me." Leo asked collar without any hesitation and said unhappily, "What tricks are you playing again?" Leo looked innocent and said lazily, "Good sister, take me in to have some tea first. I'm so thirsty." Chu Muhan gave him a light kick on the ankle, then dragged his bastard brother into the building. As he walked towards the interrogation room, he said, "Can't you just quiet down? You made Jiangdong University notorious a few days ago, and now you've done something like this again." Leo said nonchalantly, "Jiangda deserved it. As for me, I was wrongly accused. Rape, beat a woman. Do you think I would do such a thing?" Chu Muhan glared at him. "Stop being so slick. Leo, don't you realize how much trouble you've gotten into?" Leo shrugged, sat down in the interrogation chair with ease, and said with a sly grin, "It's just a small matter. Is it really that much trouble?" Chu Muhan rolled his eyes. It seemed that this guy really didn't know. He took out his phone, clicked on a certain platform, and found a reporting video recorded by Qinglu himself, holding his ID card and crying. "Hello everyone, I'm Qinglu. I'm reporting under my real name that Leo, the boss of Qingyang Media, has used his status and the exorbitant liquidated damages stipulated in my contract to coerce me. He has harassed me multiple times at the company. Last night, he even forced me to accompany him for drinks. He then coerced me into going to a hotel and attempted to assault me. I lied about my period and hoped he'd let me go, but he only ended up beating me up." Leo found these remarks amusing, but the strange thing was that he hadn't done anything to Qinglu, yet Qinglu's face was covered in bruises and there were obvious marks of being strangled on her neck. This made him wonder, is the acting so real? Chu Muhan scrolled up the video and saw all of them were related. "Look, besides Qinglu, there are also some other internet celebrities who reported you. All of them have had scandals with you." Leo looked through them one by one and found that they were all accusations made by female internet celebrities against him. And moreover, they were all employees of Qingyang Media's internet celebrity base. What he didn't expect was that Ozawa, the top celebrity in the internet celebrity base, actually held her ID card and tearfully accused him, claiming that she had been harassed by him many times and had been stalked by him, etc., which gave people goosebumps when they heard it. "You're really capable. You set a fire in my backyard." Leo remained calm. However, Chu Muhan's next words made him lose his composure. "Your ex-wife jumped from the building. The forensic doctor is currently performing an autopsy. Someone leaked your divorce certificate online, and her mother also accused you online, saying that you forced Tina to death." Leo's eyes froze, and the lazy smile and indifferent expression on his face suddenly disappeared. Tina at 2 o'clock in the morning, she clearly seemed to have let go of everything in the past, and she even said that she wanted to go back to her hometown to enjoy life. How could he suddenly jump off a building? "No, something's wrong." Leo slammed the table and said with a sinister look, "I want to see my lawyer." "Leo, explain the problem first." "I told you, I want to see a lawyer." Chapter 71, There are always people who want to harm me. The siblings were arguing when a police officer walked into the interrogation room holding a tablet computer. "Captain Chu, this is the surveillance footage copied from the hotel." Chu Muhan took the tablet, looked at it for a few seconds, frowned, and said, "You go out first." After the police officer left, the beautiful policewoman spread the tablet in front of Leo and said coldly, "Look for yourself." The video was a surveillance video in the hotel corridor. The time showed 2:50 in the morning. Qinglu tiptoed to open the door of the room, stuck his head out to look in the corridor, and then looked back into the room. Judging from his expression and movements, he seemed to be very afraid of disturbing the people in the room. After trembling with fear and crawling out of the room, the internet celebrity gently closed the door, then ran towards the elevator in fear, pressing the elevator button repeatedly with her fingers, as if she was afraid that someone would chase her out. Leo clearly saw that Qinglu had injuries on his face when he left the room. Leo muttered and switched the surveillance video to 2:10 in the morning. At that time, he and Qinglu had just entered the room, and there was no injury on the face of the beautiful internet celebrity. Leo fast-forwarded through the short 40 minutes and saw that no one had entered the room, nor had Qinglu left. Furthermore, the room was on the 27th floor, so it was impossible for someone to climb in through the window. Chu Muhan said seriously, "It's hard for a normal person to do such a cruel thing to themselves, and she's a woman. Even if she could do it, judging by the distribution of the injuries on her face and neck, she's completely incapable of doing it herself." Leo seemed to be thinking, "So it's confirmed. I was the one who hit him. Now it seems like this. Leo, I need you to tell me what happened after you entered the room." Leo sighed and said, "You don't have any solid evidence right now, so I have the right to remain silent until my lawyer arrives." Chu Muhan slammed the table angrily and said, "Leo, please cooperate." "My dear sister," Leo smiled bitterly, "why do you always act like you have a grudge against me? Huh? Actually, you still care about me, right? Otherwise, why would you come to work at such a late hour? Don't tell me you're not worried about me, huh? After all, we're born by the same father. There's no need to be so subtle. Don't be so slick with me." Chu Muhan glared at him, paused, and said unhappily, "Although you're not a good person, I know you wouldn't do such a thing. You have to tell me what happened, and I'll clear your name." Leo spread his hands. "I drank too much and don't remember anything." Chu Muhan could easily guess what he was thinking and angrily said, "Leo, you're going to handle this in your own way again, right?" Leo smiled faintly, and after a moment's silence, he answered the question irrelevantly. "You're the vice captain after all, so why can't you change your impatience? Look at you, you're so flustered, you didn't even put on makeup before going out. Are you afraid that I'll kill these internet celebrities? Please, I'm a law-abiding citizen, I won't." Before he could finish his words, Leo suddenly stopped, as if he suddenly thought of something. Chu Muhan's eyes also lit up. The brother and sister looked at each other, and it seemed that they both noticed the same thing. "Makeup?" "Xiao Wang." Chu Muhan took 2 steps to the door of the interrogation room and shouted to the police officer in the corridor, "Where is the reporter now?" At home, her family claimed she was severely frightened and mentally disturbed, and refused to let her meet us. Chu Muhan made a quick decision. Take a doctor to her home and tell her family that the suspect has been arrested. We need her medical report now. Otherwise, we can't convict her. Quick. Back in the interrogation room, Chu Muhan's expression was solemn. Qinglu posted the accusatory video around 3:30 and called the police at 4 o'clock. The other influencers basically supported her between 4 o'clock and 4:30. They didn't sleep during this time, which clearly shows someone secretly manipulating them. "Leo, who have you offended again?" Leo said nonchalantly, "There are always villains trying to harm me. It's hard to guard against them." Chu Muhan knew that it would be difficult to pry his mouth open, and he was even more aware that his two-faced brother would definitely take special measures to retaliate. He warned, "Not only are you being accused by these internet celebrities, you're also involved in a murder case. Based on the information I have the right to detain you for 72 hours. Even if the time is up, I will find a way to keep you detained. Besides, the entire internet is watching these internet celebrities now. If anything happens to them, public opinion will drown you, and even the entire Truman. If you act recklessly, it will only backfire. I advise you to cooperate with me. The law will give you justice." Leo curled his lips and said, "Go discuss your so-called law with my lawyer later. I'm not interested in this. Sister, can you tell me what time Tina jumped off the building?" Chu Muhan pursed her lips and stopped talking nonsense. But as for Tina's matter, since she had just arrived and had only heard a brief report from the team on the way here, she didn't know much about the details, so she called the police officer on duty in. The police officer said, according to eyewitness testimony and the preliminary forensic examination, it was around 3:20. "Witnesses?" the brother and sister asked in unison. "Well," the police officer flipped through the notes in his hand and said, "His name is Kevin. He was at the scene when the crime happened." According to Kevin, Leo frowned. Chu Muhan glanced at him and said to the police officer, "Go on." According to him, he and the deceased, Tina, were in a relationship and had been at Tina's house last night. Tina went out around 12:30 a.m. and returned home around 2:40 p.m. She had been crying nonstop since then. He had been by her side, trying to comfort her, and drinking with her. Later, he went to the bathroom, and when he came out, he saw Tina standing on the balcony, about to jump. He rushed over and only grabbed Tina's hand, but ultimately couldn't pull her up. According to his account, Tina told him she was going out to see her ex-husband, which is him. The officer pointed at Leo and continued. It all started because Leo was using the exorbitant penalty to freeze her out. She went to Leo to beg him to let her go, but Leo made a request. He wanted her to accompany a wealthy boss on a month-long trip to the Maldives, and he would let her go after they returned. Leo's eyes were cold. Where is Tina's mother? Didn't she see Tina commit suicide? The police officer raised his eyelids and thought to himself, are you the police, or am I? You act like I'm reporting to you. Are you used to being the boss? Don't you even know where you are? But seeing his captain looking at him questioningly, he didn't bother to dwell on it. He continued, according to Tina's mother's testimony, around 9 o'clock last night, she overheard Tina contacting the real estate agent about selling the house. The two got into an argument over it. Later, she contacted Kevin, hoping he could come and talk Tina down. When Kevin arrived, he was afraid the mother and daughter would argue again, so he gave her his house key and let her go. It wasn't until 4 o'clock in the morning that she realized what had happened to her daughter. Leo pursed his lips and said nothing, as if he already had the answer in his heart. Chu Muhan's face was gloomy. Where is Kevin? The police officer replied, I was so heartbroken that I fainted in the middle of taking the statement. I'm in the hospital now. At this point, the police officer leaned over and whispered to Chu Muhan. We believe Kevin is also a suspect. 2 brothers are watching him in the hospital. Yeah. Chu Muhan responded and said, wait until work time and go to Tina's company to find out the situation. After the police officer left, Chu Muhan looked at Leo and asked, are you still not going to say anything? Leo took a breath and said in a deep voice, I need to make a call. According to the regulations, you can't. Just contacting the family? Please help. I'm worried my wife is in danger. Chapter 72, the situation is serious. 5:53. Sophie was in a deep sleep due to drinking last night. The phone on the bedside table rang for a long time before waking her up. I took the phone and saw that the caller was Xiao Wei. It's so early. Could something have happened? Thinking of this, Sophie suddenly woke up and answered the phone. Boss Xiao, have you read what's going on online about Boss Chu? Boss Chu? What happened again? Xiao Wei said in a panic. An internet celebrity accused him of rape and claimed that he assaulted her. More than 10 internet celebrities from the internet celebrity base are supporting her with their real names. Sophie was a little slow to react for a moment. Then she heard Xiao Wei break out another shocking piece of news. Tina jumped off the building, and now her mother is also accusing Mr. Chu online. Sophie immediately lost her composure and hurriedly said, notify everyone above the ministerial level to hold an emergency meeting at the company at 7 o'clock. After hanging up the phone, the beautiful CEO's mind was in a mess for a while. She was about to call Leo, but coincidentally, the second-generation rich man called her. Sophie, up so early? What happened? The two spoke almost at the same time. Leo smiled faintly. It seems you already know. I thought you were still asleep. Sophie, listen to me now. Call that fat guy and ask him to pick you up. From now on, take him with you wherever you go. Do you understand me? Sophie suddenly remembered that on the way back from the day when Kevin invited them to dinner, Leo said something similar to her, asking the fat man to be her driver and bodyguard because she was worried that Mr. Jean and Kevin had ulterior motives. It seems that those two really attacked Leo. What can I do? Sophie forced herself to calm down. Let me think about it. Leo mused. Get up now and drink a cup of hot milk. You have a bad stomach. Sophie, it's already this time, and you're still talking about this? Leo, I'm not joking, and please don't joke. This matter is very serious. Leo's tone remained relaxed. It's okay, I'll take care of it. As for you, just go to work as usual. I'm afraid the company will be busy today. After we get through this, I'll treat you to a nice meal as compensation. Don't refuse. Where are you now? Sophie faintly heard someone on the other side call Captain, and her heart suddenly tightened. Leo smiled and said, he's cooperating with the police investigation. He's fine. Sophie was silent for a moment, then said, Leo, I believe you. You wouldn't do that. You must cooperate with the investigation. Well, I'll listen to you. After hanging up the phone, Leo handed over his phone with a bright smile. Chu Muhan rolled his eyes at him and said, it seems like we're getting along well. I'll introduce you two to each other some other day. Leo asked, not interested. More than 10 minutes later, the minister of Qingya's legal department finally arrived at the criminal police team. After understanding the relevant situation from the police, I went to see Leo. Boss Chu, how long will it take to get me out? Leo asked. The legal officer looked embarrassed. You are now the key suspect. I am afraid it will be difficult to deal with. Leo took a deep breath. He thought that the legal officer didn't have that much ability. Besides, Chu Muhan would definitely try every possible means to detain him here. It would be extremely difficult to get him out by any means. After thinking for a moment, he said to the legal department, listen carefully. When you return to the company, find Director Chu from the technical department and tell him to check with the person in charge of the internet celebrity base. He'll know what to do. If you're undecided, let them talk to you. You can only see me as a lawyer. Do you understand me? It was not difficult for the legal department to hear that his boss probably had no hope of getting him out from the beginning and called him here just to use him as a messenger. I understand, Mr. Chu. Well, remember, you must keep everything confidential, including President Zhao. You can't tell her. I understand. At 7 o'clock, the whole city began to wake up. About Leo continues to gain popularity, showing an upward trend. Several police officers who were out investigating returned with the surveillance footage from the entrance of the Leo bar. The footage showed that Tina and Leo met at 1:50 a.m. Due to the distance, the surveillance footage did not capture what the two said, but from the video, it seemed that Leo ignored Tina, and after Leo left, Tina squatted on the ground and cried for several minutes. The two police officers who went to Qinglu's home also returned to the team with the injury report confirmed and signed by the doctor. The final result was the injury was true and constituted a minor injury. Leo was not surprised by this. It is not difficult to analyze that Qinglu initially pretended to be injured in order to leave evidence in the surveillance video. After leaving the hotel, he pretended to be injured in order to avoid being exposed by the police who would examine the injury. This girl is quite dedicated. Leo smiled bitterly. Chu Muhan did not question his brother's character, but all the evidence at present was unfavorable to Leo. The situation is developing in an uncontrollable trend towards the worst, which inevitably makes her worried. At this moment, Tina's mother came to the criminal police team with a large group of reporters, holding up a sign with the 4 big words, "Give me back my daughter," and knelt at the door of the police team with tears in her eyes. This Leo is not a human being. He cheated our Tina out of her money and sex. And in the end, not only was she abandoned by him, but he also forced my daughter to sell her house to pay him some kind of penalty. He even forced my daughter to sleep with someone else. Woo-woo. He forced my daughter to death. God, please open your eyes. Just because people are rich, they can do whatever they want. My daughter, you will die with your eyes open. Regardless of whether what she said was true or not, the pain of losing her daughter on her face was absolutely genuine, and it moved everyone present. The incident has escalated to such an extent that it has caused a sensation, and many media outlets have begun to report on it. At Xinhua Media, Sophie held an emergency meeting and left the legal and administrative directors behind. You two, come with me to the influencer base and notify the security department. They must maintain a tight control and not let any reporters in. Xiaowei, give the person in charge of the influencer base a call and urge him to do something. Mr. Zhao, I just called several times, but no one answered. The Minister of Legal Affairs subconsciously glanced in the direction of the Minister of Technology's office and frowned slightly. When he came out of the criminal police team, he called Minister Chu Sheng and told him what Leo had said. It was already 7:30. Why hadn't he come yet? Couldn't he be more reliable? How could he know that the blonde-haired and blue-eyed foreign minister was right downstairs from the home of the person in charge of the internet celebrity base? And in the home of the person in charge, there stood a Korean man with an expressionless face. Chapter 73, I Have a Candidate. The fourth brother was wearing a leather jacket, a black baseball cap, and white gloves. He searched every room, including under the bed and in the closet where people could hide, but he did not find any trace of the person in charge. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cell phone on the coffee table kept vibrating. The fourth brother glanced at the words President's Assistant on the screen, picked up the phone, put it in his pocket, and walked out of the room. In the royal blue GTR downstairs, Lao Wu sat in the passenger seat with a serious face, holding a laptop in his arms and typing on the keyboard with both hands. From time to time, the screen cut out the live broadcast rooms of several internet celebrities who were broadcasting and accusing Leo. The red progress bar at the bottom advanced rapidly. After reaching the end, a map would automatically pop up on the screen, and the coordinates were detailed to the house number. After noting down a few geographical locations, this genius hacker, who had hacked into the Citibank headquarters system at the age of 15 and provocatively transferred only $1, closed his notebook, and was about to get off the car when he saw the fourth brother striding towards him. "Where are the people?" Lao Wu lowered the car window and asked. The fourth brother threw the still vibrating phone into the car window and said calmly, "No, there's only one phone. It seems like there's something wrong with him." The fifth brother muttered, took out a data cable, and connected the person in charge's phone to his computer. After just a few seconds, he threw the phone to the fourth brother, put it back. The fourth brother raised his hand and touched the cross on his chest, staring at the foreigner with a dim look. The fifth brother suddenly felt a murderous aura and curled his lips and said, "God, Big brother told you all to listen to me. You should understand, right, my dear?" Fourth brother. The fourth brother blinked faintly and turned to walk into the unit door. Lao Wu let out a long sigh, feeling inexplicably as if he had survived a disaster. Just at this moment, the second brother called. "There are police officers around, Gao, so it's hard to touch him. My eldest brother asked me to check on a guy named Gene before. He's been very close to Kevin recently. Should I go and touch him?" Lao Wu pondered. Big brother hasn't mentioned this person yet. I think it's better not to alert the enemy. Let's sort out the current situation first, and then see how it goes. Then send me some addresses of internet celebrities you've found. Judging from the second brother's tone, it seemed that he was going to randomly pick a few lucky people to vent his anger. "Calm down. Now's not the time to act rashly," Lao Wu advised. "What we need is evidence to prove Big brother's innocence, understand? If anything happens to those internet celebrities, it will only make things worse." "You." Before he could finish his words, the second brother hung up the phone. "Old 5. Is this team so difficult to lead?" After a while, the fourth brother returned to the car, glanced at the fifth brother who was clacking away on the keyboard, and asked, "Can you find him?" "Unless he's a robot and not made of flesh. I left his phone at home, and there's no way I could track him down." "Oh hell, there's nothing on his phone. Cash is rarely used in China these days. A mobile phone is a very important item. How could he forget it when he goes out? Maybe he has another cell phone, but it's not important." As he was speaking, the Minister of Justice called. "Minister Chu, when will you arrive at the company?" Lao Wu glanced at the time and said, "Don't worry. I'm looking for the person in charge." "Oh no, no need to look for him. He's in the criminal police team right now with a group of internet celebrities. He said he's seeking asylum because he's afraid of Truman's retaliation. There are already reporters reporting it." "Minister Chu, can you please come quickly? Mr. Chu is..." Lao Wu hung up the phone and searched for keywords online. Immediately, a lot of videos popped up about the person in charge being interviewed at the entrance of the criminal police team. "I'm Jean Tianliang, the head of Qingyao Media's influencer incubation base. I can responsibly tell you that the online accusations against Leo are completely true. For over a month now, Leo has been groping the influencers at the company almost daily. This kind of behavior is nothing new, but those influencers are all young women, fresh out of the workforce, with no experience or background. Coupled with the exorbitant penalty for breach of contract, they simply don't dare to resist his harassment. To be honest, I've seen their suffering, but I dared not speak out. Who in Jiangcheng would dare to mess with Truman's people? I've been patient again and again, but I didn't expect that it was my timidity that led these girls step by step into the abyss. They are only in their 20s. When I saw the news this morning about Qinglu being beaten, my heart was broken. I want to ask, how could he have the heart to do that? A grown man who beats a woman. Is he still a human being? At this point, I don't care about the consequences anymore. I just want justice for these girls. Police comrades, we are seeking asylum. You must help us. These girls are now scared, afraid that Truman's people will cause them trouble. Please help us." The police who were maintaining order at the scene and the reporters who were blocking the door were in chaos. A moment later, the director arrived at the scene and personally led Jean Tianliang and his group, as well as Xia's mother who was crying and shouting, into the police building. "We can't let this go on. We have to do something," Lao Wu said solemnly. Who is Minister Jean colluding with? He wouldn't have the guts to do this on his own. The fourth brother was sharp-eyed. He played the video backward for more than 10 seconds and pointed at the screen and said, "That's a cell phone in his hand." Lao Wu said sadly, "I understand what you mean, but hackers are not gods. I have to get access to his phone first, or at least know his phone number before I can find a way to hack into it." The fourth brother held the cross on his chest, his eyes cold and stern. "Go to the police station and block him. Damn it, who knows when he'll come out? It's obvious that he went to the police station because he was afraid his safety would be threatened. Damn bastard." As he spoke, Lao Wu's eyes suddenly lit up. "Maybe I have a way to get his phone." The fourth one was puzzled. "You? No, I have someone I can choose. Drive quickly to 227 Bin High Road. Please stop looking at me like that. I don't mean to use you as a driver. I swear. Heaven and earth, sun and moon. But what? The fourth brother withdrew his gaze, started the car, and said lightly, Your Chinese is really good. Thanks. Lao was probably very pleased with the praise from this killing machine. After thanking him, he called the legal department. Listen, if there is anything in the company related to President Chu, you must tell me immediately. Keep your phone open. I will contact you at any time. The legal officer on the other end responded. Although he felt that this foreigner was unreliable, he didn't dare to say anything since he was the candidate chosen by President Chu. Chapter 74 coming for me? At that moment, the phones in every department of Qingyao were practically bombarded with calls, making it hard for all employees to breathe. The downstairs was already swarming with reporters, and some self-media outlets, under the guise of doing justice for the people, were shouting and stirring up trouble. At the internet celebrity base, Sophie and two ministers sat in an empty office, each with a stack of contracts in front of them. The administrative director said, Mr. Zhao, I've read it all. The terms of the contract are all the same, but the penalty for breach of contract is very high. The legal affairs minister said, These are also true. The liquidated damages are ridiculously high, and the signatures all have Mr. Chu's personal seal. Mr. Zhao, let me explain first. Mr. Chu told me before that there are certain risks in developing internet celebrities, so he doesn't want to have too much connection between the base and Qingyao. These contracts don't use Qingyao's corporate seal, and they haven't been reviewed by the legal department at headquarters. Sophie pretended to be calm, but she was actually very confused. After closing the contract in her hand, she picked up the mobile phone on the table and continued to check the public opinion trends. The indignation of netizens seems to be difficult to quell even if Leo is torn to pieces, and the criticism continues to rise. What girl would joke about her own innocence? Especially when so many girls are speaking out bravely together. Seeing Tina's tragic experience reminded me of Yin Yan in Korean entertainment. The entertainment industry is not a lawless place, and we don't have chaebol. Punish Leo severely. Money is not a get-out-of-jail-free ticket. Sophie felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Beating women, forced molestation, attempted rape, forcing women into prostitution, forcing ex-wife to death. Any one of these is a capital crime if posted online. Although these accusations have not been confirmed yet, the truth has been revealed to netizens. Or, in a sense, in terms of online justice, the truth doesn't really matter. Most importantly, Tina's death made these accusations more convincing. The 30 million yuan penalty for breach of contract is an indisputable fact. The rumors that Xia's mother made up on the internet, combined with the dirty deeds that have been exposed in the entertainment industry in the past, are completely logical and can easily win people's trust. Tina had been through so much recently, so it made sense for her to make such an extreme choice. But why did Xia's mother spread rumors? Although Sophie didn't like Leo, she had some understanding of the Playboy's character and was convinced he wouldn't do such a thing. If we take a step back, given Leo's background, does he really need to ask Tina to accompany others on a trip in order to curry favor with them? This made Sophie a little confused. In fact, she didn't know that all the words Xia's mother said came from Keve's mouth. But she noticed a key point. All of this was cleverly linked together by the so-called sky-high liquidated damages. And what was even more coincidental was that it happened right after Tina was negotiating the termination of the contract. It seems that these two things were originally on the same chessboard. Who are the people playing chess? Mr. Jean and Kevin? If this is indeed Mr. Jean, the man who always appears to be aloof but actually hides his true identity, then what is his purpose? When did he start planning this? How could the CEO of a listed company, not a shareholder, let alone the owner, have the courage to go against Truman? Or is there someone behind him? It seems that if we want to dig out the truth, the person in charge of the internet celebrity base who has now turned against us is the top priority. Only by prying his mouth open can we know who is behind him. Then, by following the clues, we can hope to break the deadlock. But the strange thing is that the matter has been fermenting for such a long time, but Ben is very quiet without any noise. Could it be that public opinion has already affected Truman, and he doesn't want to act rashly, so he is looking for an opportunity? Boss Xiao Wei rushed into the base in a panic. Jean Shahan posted a long article in support of Boss Chu and even got into an argument with netizens. Sophie frowned and angrily said, "What's her agent for? I made it very clear in the meeting just now. No artist is allowed to get involved in this. Go. Let her agent figure it out on their own. If they can't handle it over the phone, go to the school. Also, tell the PR department not to take any action. Just wait and see. The beautiful president was very angry. If her company's artists supported Leo at this critical juncture, it would only backfire and add fuel to the fire. The administrative director standing by was terrified, thinking that this agent was in big trouble, and he didn't know who it was. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something, and after muttering, "Agent," his eyes lit up. "Mr. Zhao, do you think Tina's agent seems very quiet?" Sophie was stunned, and then she realized how important she had missed out on. Tina is still an artist of the company. Now that something like this has happened, why wouldn't her agent contact the company? The administration director said, "Mr. Zhao, Tina's agent isn't our company's own, but her best friend. As far as I know, they have a pretty good relationship." Previously, Tina personally came to the administration department to ask for an explanation from her agent regarding a bonus. Now that Tina is in trouble, her agent hasn't contacted us or made comments online. Instead, she's playing dumb. This doesn't make sense. Sophie thought for a moment and said, "Find her. Go." Whatever the reason is for the agent to be so quiet, she is Tina's closest person and will definitely come in handy. On the other side, Phoenix Villa. Ben was leisurely drinking his morning tea while watching the big earthquake on the internet. A beautiful woman in professional attire stood to one side, a look of melancholy on her face. "Chairman, why don't you take action?" "Attack." Ben glanced at the beauty and said with a smile, "Attack who?" "This, no matter how bad it is, we have to find a way to get the young master out." Ben took a leisurely sip of tea. Why rush? Let him spend some time with his sister. Let's take a break and see which big fish is causing all the trouble. Hee hee. The woman frowned and sighed. "I don't know who it is that dares to mess with the young master." "Oomph." Ben snorted lightly. A small Gao family wouldn't have the guts to do that. I guess someone just added fuel to the fire. Let these little shrimps make a fuss for a while longer. The more violent the fuss, the more interesting the show will be. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone on the coffee table suddenly rang. "Chairman, the supervisory bureau has come to the company. There's a problem with the project, something with the materials, and it's pretty serious. Someone from the Discipline Inspection Commission is here too. Wanted to get some information from you. There's also someone from the Public Security Bureau with an arrest warrant, and a few more leaders have arrived. I'll go check it out and report back to you later." Ben hung up the phone and said with a wry smile, "After all this trouble, you're coming after me? TSK, TSK. Then why are you messing with my son? If that little ancestor knew about this, wouldn't he skin me alive?" Oh, Chapter 75, it was used so soon. At 9 o'clock, Gao Jiangcheng came to the hospital in person and took his son out. Kevin, who was still heartbroken in the hospital, changed his expression as soon as he got in the car. He became emotional and panicked. "Dad, you beast." Gao Jiangcheng raised his hand and slapped him. "Look at what you have done." I really didn't mean it. It was her." "Okay, let's not mention this matter anymore," Gao Jiangcheng said, and then called Mr. Jean. "Haven't you found that agent yet?" "Mr. Jean, I've contacted a hacker and am trying to find her location. We should have results soon." He, "Mr. Gao, trust me, I'm very clean and will make her disappear completely. You deliberately dragged me into this game. You'd better not let me down," Gao Jiangxing said coldly. No. Mr. Jean laughed. "My people behind the scenes said you did a good job this morning. Once you've dealt with Ben, he'll meet with you." Gao Jiangxing was silent for a moment, then asked, "Can you first tell me who is behind you?" President Jean smacked his lips and said, "Mr. Gao, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that the time has not come yet. Don't worry. He has great power, enough to ensure that Truman won't cause us any trouble." Kevin heard every word of their conversation. When his father hung up the phone, he asked tremblingly, "Dad, what did you do this morning? Did you attack Ben?" Gao Jiangxing was furious. "You idiot. You're just like your mother. You have no brains at all. Do you think this Jean guy wants to get Leo? Humph. His target has been Ben from the beginning. He keeps saying he wants to team up with you to get Leo, but he just wants me to take action." As he spoke, Gao Jiangxing sighed, stared at Mr. Jin's phone number on the phone screen, and cursed angrily. "I don't know who's behind this Jean guy. He actually knows all my connections so well. My personal relationship with the second branch of the Truman family has always been very secretive. And the head of the supervision team who was sent to Jiangcheng a while ago is an old friend of mine for over 20 years. To avoid suspicion, I haven't met him once until now." Kevin couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. "Jean even knows all this? Dad, I don't know anything. Don't even mention you." Even your mother doesn't know. Gao Jinxing said angrily. If it weren't for these things, why do you think the Jean family insisted on dragging me into this? Humph. Never mind. There's no turning back now. This morning I contacted Truman's second wife, and that old widow gave me a lot of dirt on Ben. Smuggling, illegal bidding, tax evasion, bribery, money laundering. It's hard for her to report this information, so I just gave her what she wanted. But why didn't Mr. Jean contact the second branch of the Truman family himself? Kevin asked suspiciously. I heard there's constant internal strife at the Truman family right now. The first and second branches of the Truman family are probably hoping someone will cooperate with them to bring down Ben, the most powerful third branch. Is there any need to drag us into this? Gao Jinxing, you know shit. Old Master Truman isn't dead yet. They can fight amongst themselves. As long as they don't go too far, the old man won't interfere. But if they team up with outsiders to deal with their own family, that's a completely different situation. The old widow from the second house trusts me, and more importantly, she trusts my connections. I handed all this dirty laundry directly to the head of the supervision team. Without going through the layers of approval below, no one will know who provided it, and old Master Truman won't trace it back to her. As for our Gao family, you should stop interfering in Leo's affairs. Although Ben is struggling now, and Leo, the illegitimate son, is not favored by Truman, his last name is Chu after all. The old man will not sit idly by and watch. You must not get involved again. Let Truman go and settle the score with a man named Gene. I want to see what level of talent the person behind him has. Kevin couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. He said anxiously, so far, your attack on Ben hasn't been exposed, but I gave false testimony at the police station. But those accusations were all orchestrated by Gene, so they shouldn't be traced back to me. Gao Jinxing glanced at him and said coldly, are you scared now? Huh? What were you doing before? Kevin trembled, sweat broke out on his forehead, and his face was pale. I didn't expect that. It would cause a death. After saying that, he paused, timidly raised his eyelids, and looked at his father. Dad, that agent, she just wants money. We can just give her that. There's no need to kill her, right? Gao Jinxing glared at his good-for-nothing son and angrily asked, why didn't you show mercy when you killed Tina? Huh, I really didn't mean it. I'm telling you, Tina's agent must die. Only a dead person can keep the secret. I understand, Dad. I'll listen to you. On the other side, the criminal police team. Jean Tianyong, the person in charge of the internet celebrity base, confronted Leo in the interrogation room and fabricated one piece of evidence after another. The internet celebrities he brought with him also echoed his words and scolded Leo harshly. Leo appeared very calm, neither excited nor refutatious. Instead, he asked Jean Tianliang, what is your relationship with Mr. Jean from the advertising company? Jean Tianliang's eyes flashed with cunning, but his face was still angry. Don't tell me these nonsense. Leo, I'm not afraid of you. For these girls, I will fight you to the end and let everyone see your true face. Leo smiled faintly. You really didn't think about the consequences of hurting me like this? Jean Tianliang pursed his lips and snorted coldly. His expression seemed to say, you are dead, explaining a few more pieces of evidence of Leo's crimes to the police who were taking the statement. The person in charge walked out of the interrogation room. As soon as he arrived at the office lobby, a yellow-haired man ran over in a panic, shouting that he wanted to report a case, and he accidentally bumped into him. I'm sorry. Huang Mao apologized repeatedly. What's going on with this criminal police team? Why are there so many people? Sorry, buddy. Jean Tianliang smiled generously. It's okay. A moment later, Huang Mao ran out of the criminal police team, came to a commercial vehicle, took out a mobile phone from his arms, and threw it into the car window. This shabby little yellow-haired guy is the receptionist at the leisure bar at number 227 Benhai Road. Before, the person who was almost knocked unconscious by the third brother's slap was him. In the backseat of the business car, Lao Wu received the phone and quickly connected it to his computer. In less than 10 seconds, he threw the phone out again and said to Huang Mao, give it back, quickly. Don't let him find out. Li Bin, who had his arm broken and a front tooth knocked out by the third brother, sat aside, as obedient as a child. Looking at the clacking keyboard of Old Five, this burly man, considered a prominent figure in society, smiled flatteringly and said, Fifth brother, do you have any other instructions? I have a lot of talented people under me, and they're good at cheating, stealing, and everything in between. Not yet. Lao Wu stared at the computer screen and responded casually. He. Li Bin smiled awkwardly and flattered. I told you it's the right thing to follow you guys. Look, I've come to the police station to steal things, wow. If this gets out, my reputation will be even more famous. Lao Wu glanced at him and said, It's best not to let others know about this kind of thing, otherwise, you'll probably lose another tooth, I swear. Li Bin subconsciously covered his mouth and didn't dare to speak anymore. Last time, Leo realized that he had hit the wrong person, so he did not kill Li Bin. Instead, he generously compensated him with some money and warned him not to harass Chunting again. Unexpectedly, Li Bin was quite considerate. He didn't want a penny and insisted on making friends with Leo, claiming that his subordinates were omnipotent and talented, and that he could just let him know if he could be of use. Leo just asked the third and fifth brothers to save his phone number as a precaution and never thought that he would have any interaction with such people again. I didn't expect to use it so soon. Chapter 76, Asaba. Looking through the data stolen from Jean Tianliang's mobile phone, Lao Wu quickly found a text message sent to an unfamiliar number. I know it hurts you, but there's nothing I can do. If we don't make it real, the police will find out, and then we'll be finished. Lao Wu flipped through the pages and saw the first message was from this strange number. He didn't touch me. Jean Tianliang replied, It doesn't matter, just continue with your original plan. 10 minutes later, the other party replied, I'm starting to put on makeup now. Didn't you say you were going to accuse him of assault? But without his semen, this claim is not credible. Jean Tianliang, no problem, just do it. Then change your story and say that he beat you because you didn't obey him. After a few minutes, the other party replied, Can I not do it? Mr. Chu is a good man. I will feel guilty for the rest of my life if I do this. Jean Tianliang, at this point, there's no turning back. You don't want your photos to appear online, do you? Be good and obey me. After this is done, I'll give you a large sum of money and destroy your photos. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the other party sent a message. I'm out. Where are you? Lao looked at the news and quickly thought of a person. Qing Lu. Haha. I found evidence. Lao Wu clapped his hands excitedly and hurriedly looked up the phone number. However, when he saw the result on the screen, his smile froze on his face again. The ID card bound to the number was not Qing Lu's, but that of an old man in his 70s whose place of residence was in another province. Lao Wu was disappointed and hurriedly checked Jean Tianliang's number again. The result was exactly the same, also a number from another province. This means that this evidence cannot be used because it cannot be proved that it is the chat record between Qing Lu and Jean Tianliang. Damn it. Lao Wu didn't believe it and looked through other messages and call records. Not only was the content of the messages worthless, but all the numbers were blacklisted from other provinces. Fuck. The foreigner cursed, a rare occurrence. Just as he was contemplating what to do, Qingyao's legal director called. Mr. Zhao is looking for Tina's agent, but hasn't found her yet. She's currently out of contact. Lao Wu frowned and muttered. How could I forget about this person? Hey, I need Qing Lu's information. Please send me a copy, as well as this agent's information, including their emergency contacts. Quick! In the police force, Chu Muhan was called to the chief's office. In order to avoid suspicion, she was temporarily asked to withdraw from Leo's case. Everyone in the police force knew this beautiful policewoman was ruthless, but the media reporters didn't care. If her relationship with Leo were exposed, and she was in charge of Leo's case, it would be very disadvantageous for the police force. Although Chu Muhan was reluctant, he understood the director's intention and agreed readily. After leaving the office, she first went to the technical department and then to the interrogation room. Leo, I can't see you for a while. I understand, it's to avoid suspicion. Leo smiled faintly. Chu Muhan raised his eyelids and said, Those internet celebrities' accusations have no substantial evidence. They can only be said to be damaging your reputation and affecting your business. But regarding Tina's death, all the evidence currently points against you. There's the contract taken from your company, Kevin's testimony, and these 2 videos. Chu Muhan took out his phone and clicked on a surveillance video. The video showed Leo hitting Kevin with a teacup when Kevin invited him to dinner. He also clearly said, I'll give you 2 days. Pay me 30 million, not a cent less, or Tina will never be able to terminate the contract in this lifetime. The second video shows the whole process of Leo opening Kevin's head with a wine bottle. This second-generation rich man watched the video and couldn't help but touch his back teeth with the tip of his tongue. I think he had just been released from the detention center that day, and since he hadn't slept well for 3 days, he was in a really bad state and lacked consideration, which allowed the villain Mr. Jean to get hold of such a handle. Chu Muhan said, These two videos just came out 10 minutes ago. Not to mention the netizens. I even think that Tina was really driven to death by you. Leo pondered for a moment. The problem is, even if that's the case, they probably won't be able to sentence me. What exactly are they trying to do? Just to discredit me? And to risk a life for it? It's totally unnecessary. You have to tell me, who is behind this? Chu Muhan put his hands on the table and stared into Leo's eyes. Leo glanced at Mr. Jean, who was sitting in the corner of the video, shrugged, and said, "How would I know? If someone wants to harm me, why would they say hello to me?" At this point, Leo is certain that it was Mr. Jean who was behind this, especially after these two videos were leaked. There is no way there is surveillance in the hotel's private room. It is obvious that someone installed it in advance. This kind of cunning trick does not seem like Kevin S. method. He hadn't mentioned Mr. Jean to Lao Wu before, not because he didn't have doubts, but because he felt that Mr. Jean was really weird. He had no grudges against him. So why did he have to pick on him? Is there some other purpose? Or is there someone else behind him? In short, it is best to wait and see. Don't alert the enemy. Find a way to get yourself out first, and then play with Mr. Jean slowly. Maybe you can catch a big fish. Chu Muhan took a breath and muttered, "Why didn't your father help you this time?" Logically speaking, this matter is very serious, and it also involves Truman's reputation. Truman's lawyer should have been here by now. Ben was personally directed by the supervision team and jointly investigated by multiple departments. No news leaked out at all. Now he is being tried in the Ministry of Public Security, and the brother and sister are still completely unaware of it. Maybe she had another night of sex and hasn't woken up yet. Leo teased, then asked, "How did you guys check Tina's house? Did you find any suspicious traces? Or any valuable evidence? For example, where's her phone? Who did she contact before the incident? Did you check these?" Chu Muhan glared at him and said unhappily, "Do you think you're more professional than us?" Humph. There were no suspicious signs at the scene. Her phone was smashed to pieces, and all the data couldn't be recovered. The technical department checked her number, and there were no call records before the incident. Leo, I believe you're innocent, but others don't believe it. You'd better cooperate. The person in charge of your case is our captain. After saying that, the beautiful policewoman turned and left. Leo seemed lost in thought. Half an hour later, Qinglu, who was curled up on the sofa in a daze, received a text message. "Come downstairs. I have something to tell you." Although there was no note on the number, she recognized it at a glance. It was Jean Tianyang. Qinglu took a deep breath, and the heavy punch that Jean Tianyang gave him in the early morning emerged in his mind, and his body couldn't help but tremble. After taking a break, he put on his coat, made up an excuse to his mother, and left the house in a daze. However, when he got downstairs, he did not see Jean Tianyang, but only saw a handsome man with an expressionless face. The man looked at her coldly, clenched his fists, and muttered, "Shiba." Chapter 77, I want to calm down. My beautiful girl, don't be nervous. We won't hurt you, I swear. Actually, I know you were threatened, so you framed Mr. Chu, right? This is understandable. I can understand your situation. Damn it, Park Pooching. I think you should let her go first. She seems to be strangled to death by you. In the fire escape, Lao Si grabbed Qinglu's neck and pushed him against the wall. The latter grabbed his wrist with both hands and rolled his eyes. After being told by Lao Wu, the man with the poker face finally let go and stared at Qinglu with cold eyes. Qinglu started coughing wildly. After coughing for a while, he breathed heavily, looked at the two foreigners with horror, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. "Hey, listen up." Lao Wu fiddled with Qinglu's phone, opened a virus-infected text message he had just sent, deleted it a few seconds later, handed the phone back, and said, "I hope you can understand that since we were able to find this place and trick you down, it means we have enough ways to deal with you. But I know you are actually a kind person, right? So we chose not to disturb your family, but to have a calm and peaceful talk with you. First of all, I want to apologize to you for my friend's rude behavior just now. Then, I need you to help clarify things for Mr. Chu, understand? You should know that Mr. Chu is very rich. As long as you can clear his name, just ask for any amount. I promise to satisfy you, okay?" Qinglu's face was covered in blue and purple, and her eyes were filled with fear and timidity, making her look pitiful. Although the foreigner's pronunciation was not standard, it was enough for her to understand. However, now that she had embarked on this path of no return, could she turn back? Furthermore, for her, this matter had never been about money, but rather a tragic experience that was difficult to talk about, unbearable to recall, and likely could never be erased from her memory. seeing her keep her head down and remain silent. Lao Wu continued to plead earnestly, "Don't worry, we won't care about what you did before, as long as you can help us now. Or, you can tell me what happened to your photos? Maybe I can help. I think you can probably guess that I'm a hacker, and destroying some data is easy for me. Trust me, okay?" Qinglu bit the corner of her lip, looking extremely embarrassed. Time passed minute by minute. The fifth brother forced himself to be patient, while the fourth brother kept stroking the cross on his chest. After a while, Qinglu slowly raised her head and said tremblingly, I did wrongly accuse Mr. Chu, but they—" Just as he said this, a security guard and a property maintenance worker suddenly walked into the corridor. The two of them were carrying a ladder, probably to repair the voice-controlled lights in the corridor. Seeing the wound on Qinglu's face, the security guard immediately became alert and subconsciously stood in front of Qinglu, asking the two brothers, "What are you doing here?" The fourth brother looked at the fifth brother and gave him a questioning look. Lao Wu opened his mouth and was about to speak when Qinglu said, "They're my friends." As he spoke, Qinglu took the opportunity to walk out of the stairs, paused, turned around, and said, "You guys go back first. I want to calm down." The two brothers returned to the car, and the fourth brother took out a gun from under the seat without saying a word and went upstairs. "Hey, are you crazy?" Lao Wu hurriedly grabbed him. The fourth brother said calmly, "Force her to do something." Lao Wu, wait. She looks like she's hesitant. Listen to me. Nothing can happen to her, and we can't force her now. Let her calm down first. We have more important things to do. Let's go find that agent. The fourth brother looked up at the upstairs and said, "Wait, there will be changes." "No, y promija." Lao Wu vowed, "I've hacked her phone. I'll be the first to know any news. If she still doesn't want to help us, we can use your method then. Okay?" The fourth brother blinked, put the gun back in its place, and said nothing. The two drove to the vicinity of the police station and contacted the legal department on the way, asking him to inform Leo of the current progress. At this moment, the legal officer had already left the police force. As soon as they met, he said, "Boss Chu told us not to force Qinglu. Find a way to make her speak on her own. Also, he told me to have my second brother keep an eye on someone named Jean. He also told me to be very careful and not get caught. Also, keep a close eye on Kevin. He's most likely responsible for Tina's death. We can't let him fall into the hands of the police. Oh, and by the way, we have to find Tina's agent." Sophie and several employees present all had heavy expressions on their faces as they watched Ozawa-chan's tearful performance in a live broadcast room. "Leo has forcefully kissed me many times at work, even blocking me in the bathroom and taking off my clothes. He also forced me to go drinking with him more than once. My family. He has driven me into depression. This is my depression diagnosis." The PR director glanced at Sophie, hesitated for a moment, then switched to the live stream and opened a video. "Mr. Zhao, this is the selfie video of Xiaozachan accusing Mr. Chu in the early morning. It's already received over 40 million views. In this." The head of the public relations department clicked on another video, which was a secretly filmed video of Leo in a bar. In the video, Leo was hugging Qinglu, looking extremely ambiguous, while Ozawa-chan was sitting beside them with a melancholy look on her face. At that time, everyone thought that the internet celebrity was jealous, but now it has become strong evidence that she was forced by Leo to drink with him. This internet celebrity portrayed the victim so vividly that he won a lot of sympathy. His number of followers skyrocketed and has now exceeded 20 million. Sophie took a deep breath and, after a moment of silence, she asked, "Is Tina's agent still missing?" "No. The entire administration department is looking for her now. Why did she disappear for no apparent reason?" Sophie muttered, paused, and said, "Send more people. We must find her." Just as he finished speaking, a staff member from the legal department knocked on the door. "Mr. Zhao." Mr. Jean from the advertising company had his assistant deliver a list of claims, claiming that Xingya's misfortune has greatly damaged the interests of their company and related partners. Sophie interrupted coldly. "You guys deal with it first. I don't have time to deal with him now." Sophie had already prepared herself mentally for this matter. What was to come would eventually come, but she just couldn't figure out what Mr. Jean was doing. After weighing the pros and cons, she couldn't hold her temper any longer and took the initiative to call Ben. "Ben, answer the phone now. This business tycoon is currently in the interrogation room of the Ministry of Public Security, undergoing round after round of interrogation. The people who interrogated him were all strangers. In fact, when Ben first learned that the government was looking for him, he guessed that the supervision team was targeting him. Otherwise, With his network of connections in Jiangcheng, how could he not have heard the news in advance? Looking at the thick stack of criminal records on the table, Ben's usual calmness faded, but he didn't seem flustered either. No matter what the other party asked, his answer was always the same. How should I know? What does it have to do with me? I've always cooperated with you. Chapter 78, Redemption. Near noon, the whereabouts of Tina, his agent, finally became clear. It was a roller coaster ride. Lao Wu called her countless times, but her phone was either turned off or the calls were rejected. It can be seen that she seems to be preventing others from finding her location, which means that she must have some unspeakable secret. Until just now, the agent answered a phone call. Although the call duration was controlled within 1 minute, it still gave Lao Wu an opportunity to take advantage of it and just determine her location. Damn it, she's 30 kilometers away from us. Let's go. If she changes her location and her phone is turned off, we'll lose her again. The fourth brother stepped on the accelerator, and the royal blue GTR took off. When they arrived at the target location, fortunately the agent had not moved, but the trouble was that another group of people had got there first and dragged the agent into a commercial vehicle in front of the two brothers. Without saying a word, Lao Si parked the GTR in front of the commercial vehicle, opened the door, and got out. Lao Wu curled his lips and had no intention of getting off the car. Instead, he held his cheek with one hand and waited patiently. After about half a minute, the fighting sound in the back stopped abruptly. A moment later, the trunk was opened and the agent was stuffed in. The fourth brother's face was splattered with blood. He got into the driver's seat and drove away from the scene while taking out some pieces of paper and wiping his face calmly. Lao was not surprised by this. He glanced at the map on the computer screen and said, "Follow the navigation. There is an unfinished building nearby." A few minutes later, the car drove into an unfinished building overgrown with weeds. The fourth brother got out of the car, pulled the agent out of the trunk, and threw him to the ground. The woman was now frightened silly. She looked at the fourth brother as if she was looking at a ghost. Her crotch was wet, her face was pale and bloodless, and her body was shaking violently. She was so frightened that she kept her mouth open for a long time before she could speak. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. I don't want the money anymore. I don't want it anymore." The fifth brother smelled the urine smell and subconsciously glanced at the trunk. He covered his mouth and nose and cursed bitch inwardly. Then he frowned and said angrily, "Give it to me." In fact, he had no idea what the agent was going to give him. Although they were from the same company, the two had never met each other. It was estimated that this woman mistook him for someone from another group. But it's better not to confess and save trouble. The agent trembled as he pulled out his phone, found a video, and handed it over with both hands. I don't have a backup. This is the only one I have. You, please let me go. I don't want the money, and I won't tell anyone. You, please trust me. Let me go." Lao Wu pursed his lips, took the phone, clicked on the video, and took a look. His eyes immediately widened. After watching the entire video, he quickly took out his phone and called Li Bin. "Keep a close eye on Kevin." Then he called the legal department. "We have evidence that Kevin committed murder. Let me ask Mr. Chu, what should we do next?" At the same time, Kevin was summoned by the police an hour ago and was now accompanying Xia's mother out of the criminal police team. Mother Xia's eyes were red and swollen from crying. Kevin supported her, and she said inconsolably, "Kevin, you must help me and make sure that Beast Leo gets the punishment he deserves." Kevin bit his lip, tears welling in his eyes that were hard to tell whether real or fake. He took a deep breath and said, "Annie, don't worry. I will definitely seek justice for Xiao Zhuzi. My daughter is gone just like that. Woo, what should I do? My daughter, woo." Just as Xiao's mother was crying, Kevin's cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, Kevin couldn't help but frown and leaned forward to answer the phone. However, I don't know what the other party said, but Kevin suddenly widened his eyes as if the sky had fallen and he no longer cared about the old woman next to him. "Aunt, I have something important to deal with, so I'm leaving first." After saying that, he ran towards the Land Rover across the street. Mother Xia didn't know what had happened, but seeing Kevin panicking, she wondered if he was busy with Tina's affairs. Her heart suddenly became even more sad, thinking how happy the two of them would be if Tina hadn't been in trouble. Thinking of this, my hatred for Leo deepened. Kevin got in the car, started the engine, and called Mr. Jean. "Is what you just said true? Does my dad know? What should I do now? Who kidnapped her?" He didn't notice that there was a black business car following behind his car. About 40 minutes later, a blue GTR drove up to Qinglu's house from a distance. The internet celebrity was currently sitting in front of her computer in a daze, looking at the threatening text messages from Jean Tianliang on her phone. At the same time, she was thinking back to what the foreign hacker had said to her at noon, and how Leo had been so furious and so tender on her behalf last night. That's fake. For a romantic man, gentleness is always faked but looks very real and is given very casually. But even if it was fake, it couldn't help but make her feel confused. Why won't he touch me? Is it really not possible? Qinglu clearly remembered that Leo's eyes at that time did not show any disgust towards her, and the so-called headache was probably just an act. Luckily you didn't touch me, otherwise I would have really gone to jail. It seems to be God's will, Leo. You saved yourself, he... After a wry smile, Qinglu took a deep breath. His eyes gradually became firm, and he opened the live broadcast software. Leo, during her previous live broadcast, she held her ID card and faced the camera. Hello everyone. I'm Qinglu. Thank you for your concern, but I am sorry, he lied. Leo didn't hit me. Everything you saw was a lie I carefully crafted. A group of people soon rushed into the live broadcast room. Seeing this scene, they began to speak out for justice. Was he coerced by Truman? Oh my God. Protect our Qinglu. Faced with these remarks, Qinglu immediately took out his mobile phone and played a video to the camera. The video shows Jean Tianliang assaulting her in the car. Although it was a candid photo and the entire picture was blurry, Jean Tianliang's face flashed across her face several times, as did the words he said while beating her. Just bear with it. Who told you to put makeup on so many places? You asked for this. Don't shout. Qinglu, I'm warning you. If this gets out, we'll be in big trouble. You must fool the police. Be good, or I'll post your photos online. After playing the video, Qinglu took a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes, and said in a trembling voice, "A month ago, Jean Tianliang bewitched me, and he even took photos and videos of me. He used those photos and videos to threaten me and framed Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu, you've been wronged." The live broadcast room was quiet for a moment, and then it exploded with barrages of comments covering the entire live broadcast screen. Holy crap. God's fucking reversal. Family, do you believe it? I don't believe it. It must be Truman's trick. At this moment, Qinglu's mind suddenly relaxed a lot. No matter what she will experience in the future, at least now, she no longer has that condemnation in her conscience. Is this a redemption for herself? She doesn't know. What she didn't know was that her decision saved her life and the lives of her family. The expressionless Korean man was now standing at her door, gun in hand. Chapter 79 Counterattack. Operation canceled, come back. When the fourth brother received the call from the fifth brother, he was about to raise his hand to knock on the door, but his movement froze in midair for a moment. He slowly turned his head and looked at the surveillance camera in the corridor. He seemed to be looking into a pair of blue eyes on the other end. He stared for a while, then turned around and left reluctantly. In his opinion, Qinglu had no reason to be alive. He could shoot her twice to make her finish her job, and then make her disappear cleanly. Of course, the witnesses present would also be given a ride along the way. Anyway, now that Tina's agent had been found and had a rather explosive piece of evidence, Qinglu's life or death was completely insignificant. As long as she told the truth, no matter what the consequences were, it would be fine. Besides, how could being threatened be a legitimate reason? If you did something wrong, you should pay the price. But now the fifth brother is in charge, so he still has to listen to what he should listen to. In the police station, Leo went to the bathroom and the accompanying police officer stood guard outside the door. After a while, Jean Tianliang also came to the bathroom and stood in front of the urinal with a gap between him and Leo. He glanced at the second-generation rich man with a faint smile in the corner of his eyes. Very funny. Leo tilted his head and smiled nonchalantly. Jean Tianliang said sarcastically, "Boss Chu is truly extraordinary. Now that he's become a pariah, he can still laugh. A smile makes you look 10 years younger." Leo paused as he fastened his belt, then asked, "Hey, I'm curious. Why are you all making all this trouble? I already have a bad reputation, so why are you going to so much trouble to slander me?" "What do you mean by slander?" Jean Tianliang immediately got into the role. "You dare not admit it? Ha! Mr. Chu, you will never be able to hold your head up in Jiangcheng again in this lifetime. You are also finished. The eyes of the public are sharp. Hey, let me ask you again, have you ever thought about the consequences?" Leo said with a wicked smile on his face. Jean Tianliang's eyes were full of disdain. "Just worry about yourself." Leo nodded, paused, and suddenly laughed. "Minister Jean, haven't you noticed that your phone hasn't received any calls in a long time? Jean Tianliang's expression gradually froze. It seemed that his phone had not rung since an hour ago. After hearing what Leo said, he pretended to be calm and took out his mobile phone to check. The signal was full, and there was nothing wrong with the functions. Leo sneered, "Hey, don't blame me for not warning you. Run away quickly. If you're any later, you won't be able to get out of the criminal police team." After saying that, he washed his hands and walked out of the bathroom with a swagger. Jean Tianliang felt that Leo was just trying to scare him. There was nothing wrong with his phone at all. The person behind the scenes didn't contact him because, firstly, everything was going well now, and secondly, they must have thought that he was in the police station and many things were inconvenient to say. Little did he know that the phone he thought was fine was just a charging brick, and all the incoming calls were intercepted by the hacker. The reason we didn't immediately disclose the evidence in Tina's manager's possession was to see how the people behind Jean Tianliang would react upon learning that their manager had been kidnapped. We also wanted to see who was actually contacting Jean Tianliang and whether there were other people behind the influencers spreading the rumors besides Jean Tianliang. While it's now almost certain that Jean was behind this, we must hold everyone involved in this incident accountable. However, the people behind Jean Tianliang were very cautious. They called as soon as his agent was kidnapped, but they quickly realized that Jean Tianliang's phone had been hacked and hung up in less than 10 seconds. When they called back, the phone was turned off. Moreover, it has been almost an hour since the agent was kidnapped, and no one has come to the police station to find Jean Tianliang and tell him about this sudden change. Those internet celebrities are still making trouble and throwing dirty water, completely unaware that they are about to face a disaster. It seems that the people behind Jean Tianliang realized that he was being targeted and abandoned him. This also proves that Jean Tianliang is the only person behind those internet celebrities. After coming out of the bathroom, perhaps feeling a little uneasy because of what Leo said, Jean Tianliang took out his cell phone and randomly called a certain internet celebrity. However, the screen showed that the call was still being dialed, but there was no sound in the receiver. Jean Tianliang frowned and was about to find someone else to beat up when a small internet celebrity who had come with him to the police force to promote the incident suddenly rushed over in a panic, pointed her phone at him, and said in a trembling voice, "Jean, Minister Jean, Qing Lu is live streaming. She said you were a fan of her and threatened her to frame President Chu. She even has evidence of secretly filming you beating her. This bitch, she had a plan for you from the beginning." Jean Tianliang was struck by lightning. His mind went blank for a while, and he subconsciously looked in the direction of the interrogation room. Leo is on the first floor at the end of the west corridor. The corridor was dark, and the dandy was standing at the door, staring at him. It was like a ghost in a dark abyss, looking at a dying person with a sinister smile on his lips. "What should we do? Minister Jean, Qing Lu wouldn't sell us all out, would she? She's not in our group. Have you told her that we colluded to frame President Chu? Minister Jean, please tell me, what should we do?" What to do? Jean Tianliang had only one thought in his mind: run. At this point, who the hell cares what you do? "Qing Lu, you stinky bitch. Just wait for me. I will definitely kill you." Jean Tianliang ran out of the criminal police team and made a phone call while running, but just like before, it kept showing dialing and there was no response at all. Only at this moment did he realize that his phone might have been tampered with. But the cell phone has always been with me. Who is this kind of deity with such magical powers that can cast spells remotely? Just as I was wondering, a commercial vehicle suddenly stopped beside me. The driver was a yellow-haired boy. "Get in." Jean Tianliang was stunned for a moment, wondering if the person behind the scenes had sent someone to pick him up. The next moment, the back door of the car opened, and a large hand suddenly stretched out, grabbed his collar, and dragged him into the car neatly. Li Bin had one arm in a plaster cast, and with his other hand, he was pulling Jean Tianliang's hair. He grinned with a missing front tooth and said, "You bastard, your grandpa Ali has been waiting for you for a long time." As he said that, he grabbed Jean Tianliang's head and slammed it hard on his knee. Poor Minister Jean, before he could figure out where these people came from, he was knocked unconscious by the powerful blow, and then he was hit by another heavy punch on the back of the head, and he immediately lost consciousness. In his dying moments, he vaguely saw a man in the last row with bruises on his face and tape on his mouth. It seemed to be the young master of the Gao family. "Drive," Li Bin said with a smile, and then called Lao Wu. "Fifth brother, we've got both of them. Where should we send them to?" Lao Wu on the other end said, "There's an unfinished building here. It's a great place." I'll send you the location. Remember to change your license plate and find another car midway to prevent the police from tracking you. Okay, I'll be right there. Chapter 80 Counterattack, Part 2. Qinglu's live broadcast quickly went viral on the internet. But because the police force had been in chaos today and all the officers were very busy, when they noticed it, they discovered that Jean Tianliang had escaped from the police force a minute ago. Chu Muhan was furious and didn't care about avoiding suspicion. He rushed to the office area to check the surveillance. Captain Chu, there seems to be a problem with the surveillance outside the gate. It's been stuck for an hour. Hey, it's working again now. So, nothing was filmed in this hour? Let me try. Captain Chu, we can't recover. There's no monitoring data in the past hour. Chu Muhan Wen. Turn up all the surrounding surveillance cameras. If you don't see him, check all the suspicious vehicles that passed by the police station a minute ago. After saying that, the beautiful policewoman called 2 nearby police officers and ordered, "Go and bring this Qinglu back to me." As he finished speaking, the police captain strode over and said with an embarrassed look on his face, "I've already sent someone to go. You're such a workaholic. You can't sit still at all. Go rest in the office. If the director sees you, you'll get scolded again." Chu Muhan curled his lips. "I don't know when that big Buddha will leave. No one feels comfortable staying in our team." The captain smiled and whispered, "This incident has caused a lot of uproar in the city. How could he not come? Besides, he came here to avoid being idle. Think about it. If something like this happened, how could you people from Truman not go to the bureau to ask him for help? He's drinking tea in our team, with his phone turned off, not giving anyone face, and not openly offending anyone. He's just leisurely, waiting for the dust to settle." Chu Muhan sighed lightly, paused, and said, "Captain, can I see Leo?" Okay, but only 2 minutes at most. Don't make things difficult for me." Chu Muhan nodded and went straight to the interrogation room. As soon as they met, he got straight to the point. "Leo, there's something wrong with the surveillance at the door. Was it your people who did it?" Leo pretended not to understand. "What are you talking about?" Chu Muhan exclaimed. "Qinglu, the one who accused you, just changed his story and turned his gun against Jean Tianliang. And the evidence is irrefutable. Just now, Jean Tianliang had already escaped. Leo, is he in your hands?" Leo smiled and shook his head. "My dear sister, how can you always blame me for everything? He must be on the run for fear of being punished." "Leo, I'm telling you again, don't mess around. I'm just sitting here. Why are you messing around?" Chu Muhan took a deep breath, his face half convinced. After a moment's silence, he changed the subject, saying, "I've reviewed the information Tina's mother provided an hour ago. There are 2 points. One, you're suspected of using violence to resolve marital problems. The other, you insulted and forced Tina to do things that seriously violated her will, leading to her suicide. If the evidence for these 2 points holds up, you could be sentenced to up to 3 years. Leo shrugged. "What kind of evidence can we have? Does getting divorced and married on the same day count?" Chu Muhan said seriously, "It's not sufficient, but it can be considered evidence. The key point is that Mother Xia also submitted several photos taken when you and Sophie were married. But at that time, you had not yet divorced Tina." Leo took a leisurely sip of tea, wondering what bastard had the time to take random photos. As for how it ended up in Xia's mother's hands, it wasn't hard to guess. It must have been given by the Gao family. But what's the point of all this so-called evidence now? Leo smiled faintly and said, "The best is yet to come. Who says Tina must have committed suicide?" "Huh?" Chu Muhan frowned and stared at Leo for a while. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He hurriedly left the interrogation room and said to the captain, "Send someone to bring Kevin back. No matter what reason you use, don't let him out of our sight. Quick." At this point, the person who was most panicked, confused, and fearful was none other than Gao Zhenxing. After finally finding an agent, he was snatched away by 2 unidentified people. The most important thing is that just after the agent was kidnapped, his son lost contact. At this moment, the old man's blood pressure was about to soar to the top of his head. He was talking to Mr. Jean on the phone with great rage. "Hasn't Kevin been found yet?" "No. His car was parked on the side of Ring South Road, but he wasn't there. The people I sent told me there were no signs of a struggle at the scene. Could it be that he was scared and had gone into hiding? Impossible. I clearly told him to go to the dock, and I already arranged a yacht waiting for him." Mr. Jean said impatiently, "Then I really don't know. Why don't we wait a little longer? Right now, the most important thing is to kill Ben. Don't lose your composure." "Mr. Jean, you're really too unkind, aren't you? Who made your son so stupid as to leave such evidence?" "Humph. I don't blame you yet. Gao Zhenxing knew that now was not the time to be angry. After calming down, he said, Boss Jean, could you please tell your superiors to help me find my son? Thank you. President Jean took a deep breath and said, Well, I will tell you. Then he hung up the phone. Gao Zhen was furious. He called his driver and shouted, Bring more people to look for him. I don't care what you do, but you must bring Kevin back to me. He really couldn't figure out who had taken Kevin away, but it wasn't hard to guess that they were in cahoots with the two men who had kidnapped his agent. Truman was currently focused on Ben S. affairs. Even if he had the time to look after Leo, he wouldn't have been able to trace the matter back to the agent so quickly, right? Furthermore, if Truman had any trouble, the old widow from the second house would have promptly informed him. But so far, there had been no news that Chu Xiaodian was going to look after Leo. If it wasn't Truman, who could it be? Qingya? He probably wasn't capable of that. He even considered contacting the police. After all, his agent had been kidnapped an hour ago, and while there had been no news online, the evidence might have already been handed over to the police. However, through inquiries through his connections, he learned that his son wasn't in the police's hands either. He would never have thought that Leo had a few reliable brothers. He couldn't even imagine what kind of miserable life his son was going through right now. Chapter 81 Counterattack, Part 3. Soon, Li Bin and his group changed 2 cars and brought Kevin and Jean Tianliang to the unfinished building, with the 4th brother following closely behind. Lao Wu sat lazily on a step, holding a computer in his arms, editing the evidence he got from his agent. Not far away was the agent who was tied up. The woman was originally quite well-behaved, sitting quietly against the wall, but when she saw Lao Si coming back, her eyes were suddenly filled with fear. It was conceivable how much psychological trauma Lao Si's deadly tactics had left on her when he intercepted her before. The poker-faced man glanced at her, then glanced at Kevin and Jean Tianliang's faces, walked over to Lao Wu, and asked, Why haven't you made the evidence public yet? Lao Wu smiled and said, Wait a moment. Okay, it's done. I downloaded a live broadcast software and asked her to imitate Qinglu. Oh my God. The network will be paralyzed today, I promise, huh? Get ready to close the net and start the counterattack. The 4th brother didn't waste any time talking. He took 2 or 3 steps to the agent and said calmly, Cooperate well. Do you understand? The agent nodded frantically. I understand. I understand. Kevin, whose mouth was sealed with tape, had a look of despair on his face when he saw his agent for the first time. Although he didn't know who these people were, they were probably Truman's men, right? He had definitely met that foreign guy with the computer before, at Chun Chan's food stall, and he was right next to Leo at the time. Although he knew his chances of survival were slim, Kevin instinctively begged for mercy. However, his mouth was sealed, so he could only make whimpering sounds, praying in his heart, Dad, come and save me. Compared to him, Jean Tianliang, who had just woken up, seemed much tougher. He started to criticize Li Bin and the others, and kept talking about how powerful his backers were, how he could handle both black and white, and a lot of garbage. The 4th brother untied the rope for his agent, turned his head to look at Jean Tianliang, who was yelling nonstop, blinked lightly, and strode toward GTR. Li Bin's 2 younger brothers were muttering to each other, discussing this seemingly unpredictable killing machine. I don't think I saw this guy last time. He doesn't look that great. He's just a nice-looking guy. He's probably useless. As he spoke, Lao Si opened the trunk, took out a sledgehammer, dragged it on the ground, and walked towards Jean Tianliang. The 5th brother's eyelids twitched, and he said in surprise, Hey, Park Pooching, where did you get that sledgehammer? The 4th brother glanced at him and said calmly, I bought it on the road. I think I will need it today. Damn it. Lao Wu shook his head and looked at his agent. I think you should close your eyes first. Also, cover your ears, or you'll have a nightmare, I swear. The agent trembled with fear and hurried to do as he was told. Jean Tianliang's hands were tied behind his back. He was lying on the ground on his side, looking up at Lao Si. Don't scare me. I'm tough as nails. Kill me if you dare. If you can't kill me, I'll... Before he could finish his words, the 4th brother swung the sledgehammer and hit him hard on the chest. Bang! 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 3 hammers in a row. Jean Tianliang was hit so hard that he spurted blood and rolled his eyes in a daze. The 4th brother said calmly, You're so noisy. Afterwards, he struck Jean Tianliang again with a hammer, knocking him unconscious. Kevin, standing by, was undoubtedly terrified. How could he even dare to make a sound like woo-woo? He was shaking all over and didn't even dare to look at the 4th brother. Li Bin and the others were also terrified, their expressions terrified and timid. As the standard scum of society, fighting was commonplace, the most commonplace thing, but who would kill like this? It was clearly intended to kill. The fourth brother looked at them, raised his hand, and made a hush gesture, threw down the sledgehammer, and walked towards the agent. Let's get started. 5 minutes later, the criminal investigation team. Chu Muhan once again broke into the interrogation room, sent the police officers away, and asked Leo, "Where is Kevin?" Leo smiled faintly, then stood up and stretched his body while saying, "Looks like I can leave now." "Now, is Kevin in your hands?" "He's not my son. Why are you asking me?" Leo said calmly, "Captain Chu, can I leave now?" Chu Muhan clenched his fists and said in a cold tone, "Do you really have to be like this?" Leo spread his hands and said, "I was wrongly accused. Why are you telling me this instead of catching the real murderer?" Just as he finished speaking, the legal officer knocked on the door. "Hello, Officer Chu. Can our CEO Chu leave now? He's been cooperating with you since 5 in the morning. Now the truth is out. There's plenty of evidence online. You police officers can investigate yourselves. This has nothing to do with our CEO, Chu." Chu Muhan stared at Leo for a long while before turning around and walking out of the interrogation room. She really didn't want her brother to go down this dark path. After coming out of the police station, Leo got into the car, took out his mobile phone, and opened the live broadcast room of Tina's agent. At this moment, the agent was already making his second statement. "What I said is absolutely true. You all don't know. Leo used to love Tina very much and pursued her for a long time. But at that time, Tina only had Kevin, who was far away abroad, in her heart. So she was always cold to Leo. Later, Kevin returned to China, and Tina abandoned Leo. For this, Leo never retaliated against her. On the contrary, he always tolerated her nonsense. But a while ago, Tina found out Kevin was lying to her. He'd gone abroad, not for medical treatment, but for another woman. So she decisively broke up with him. Last night, Kevin, with the help of Tina's mother, shamelessly stayed at Tina's house. Tina wanted to make peace with him, so she suggested we have a drink and part ways amicably, never knowing each other again. At 3:10 in the morning, Kevin was drunk and sleeping on the sofa in the living room. Tina came to the balcony and video called me to complain, saying it was all her own fault. She missed a good man like Leo, but treated a man like Kevin like a treasure. Kevin to overhear our conversation. He was drunk at the time, like a madman, demanding Tina why she betrayed him, why she liked Leo instead of him, and so on. I was trying to persuade him, but he scolded me, saying I was trying to sow discord between him and Tina. I was so angry that I clicked on the screen recording, thinking that if Tina ever gets back together with Kevin in the future, I would show her the screen recording and remind her to stay away from scumbags. Later, he and Tina were pushing each other, and when they weren't paying attention, he pushed Tina out of the balcony. The phone was in Tina's hand at the time, and I saw it clearly. Kevin held Tina's hand at first, but then the tragedy still happened. You see, this is what I recorded last night. Watching all this, Leo's mood gradually became heavy. In the video, Tina's feeling of powerlessness is very distressing. Although the video screen is shaking and very unstable, because the two were constantly pushing each other and the phone happened to be in Tina's hand, Tina's face would flash from time to time. At first, her face was filled with horror, as if she couldn't believe that Kevin would act crazy while drunk. Afterwards, her expression gradually became angry and she shouted loudly for Kevin to let her go. Then, there was impatience mixed with a lot of disappointment. I have only loved this one person in my entire life, but I didn't expect that he is such a person who is not worthy of love at all. Finally, the delicate hand held by Kevin seemed to loosen up on its own. At the moment of falling, a picture flashed by. She was smiling and crying. Everything in this world has its reasons. Leo put away his phone, his face expressionless. After a pause, he called Lao Wu, "Send me the location." Farewells don't often require grand ceremonies, warm embraces, or heartfelt goodbyes. Most separations in life happen quietly. Perhaps one day, a casual encounter could be the last. Chapter 82 One by One. If the initial accusations against Leo had caused huge waves on the internet, then the sudden reversal that caught everyone off guard was a devastating tsunami. At Xinhua Media, Sophie personally took charge of the public relations department, directing a group of employees to start working. Draft a few clarification statements and distribute them to all agents. Except for those artists currently with major endorsements, all other artists must forward them, especially new artists. It would be best if they could post a few more posts in support of President Xu. Artists with big endorsements must be careful with their words and actions. After all, there are many trolls on the internet who have no sense of right and wrong. Even though Leo has been proven innocent, that kind of people will still use their dirty and narrow-minded thinking to speculate on this matter, which may have a negative impact on the brand and affect the entire body. It is really not worth it. But for newcomers, there are no such worries at all. All they have to do is support their boss. Furthermore, this is a rare hot topic, undoubtedly a great opportunity to increase exposure, killing two birds with one stone. However, this aloof CEO couldn't understand why Qinglu suddenly turned against Leo when the situation was about to develop to the worst point for him. And then there's that agent. She'd been searching for her for so long, seemingly vanishing without a trace. How did she suddenly reappear online? And she even cleared Leo's name? If she wanted justice for Tina, why didn't she report it to the police immediately? It just doesn't make sense. However, no matter what the trick is, it's a good thing that Leo is fine. Boss Zhao, more good news. The head of the PR department came up to Sophie, holding a tablet computer, and excitedly said, "Look, those influencers who accuse Boss Chu are starting to fight among themselves." A newcomer who just signed a contract a year ago just posted an apology video, revealing that Xiao Zichan has a WeChat group with them. The chat logs are incredible. It really opened my eyes. In the video, the young internet celebrity cried and claimed that she had just entered the industry and knew nothing. She was coerced and bribed by Ozawa-chan and Minister Jean of the internet celebrity base, and she did something wrong in a moment of confusion. She begged netizens to give her a chance to reform. Sophie didn't even want to look at this hypocritical apology. What she was interested in was the exposed WeChat group chat records. Ozawa-chan. Hey everyone, Qingya's influencer base is a real pitfall. Didn't you all see that when you signed the contract? The penalty for breach of contract is so high. We're destined to be leached by them for the rest of our lives. This time, I'm taking the lead and trying to get everyone to switch jobs. Director Jean has already helped us contact the next company. It's a new platform, but it has a strong background and offers generous employee benefits. A certain internet celebrity couple said, "I support Ozawa-chan. She's so popular now, but most of her hard-earned income every month is taken away by the base. Our future fate will only be worse than this." Ozawa-chan. Minister Jean and I are getting ready for action, so cheer up, sisters. Just follow the script and don't be afraid. Even if something goes wrong, Qingya will at most cause trouble for me, a top internet celebrity. It will have nothing to do with you. A certain internet celebrity couple. My script was written by my husband, saying that Leo teased me in front of him. Ha ha ha. An internet celebrity. Anyway, I just said that he kissed me forcibly. Ozawa-chan. My script is that he molested me in the bathroom and stalked me. Ha ha. Everyone should keep up the good work. The more we make him look bad, the lower our risk will be. Never mind the liquidated damages. We can even sue him later and make him pay us. An internet celebrity. Thank you for your hard work, Ozawa. There are 11 people in the entire group. Judging from the nicknames in the comments, they are all the internet celebrities who previously accused Leo, but Qinglu is not included. Looking at these chat records, Sophie's eyes seem to have cooled, and she said coldly, "I'll raise 3 points, and you arrange to do them." The head of the public relations department said, "Okay, Mr. Zhao, you go ahead. First, issue an apology for using public resources like the internet and police. It must be sincere. Second, publish a notice that the internet celebrity base will carry out the new recruit training plan to the end, and their attitude must be firm. Draft a list of benefits for new internet celebrities based on the standard benefits for Qingya trainees, as well as a statement of accountability for the person in charge of the internet celebrity base who privately misused the president's seal, tampered with the contract terms, and otherwise harmed the company's interests. Third, have the legal department send a lawyer's letter to every internet celebrity who has accused President Chu, outlining a list of claims based on the reputational, emotional, and actual losses suffered by the company and President Chu, especially this Xiao Zichan. No matter what means are used, I will make her entire family sell everything they have to pay off the debt." The PR director nodded repeatedly, thinking that this iron lady, Boss Zhao, was really protective of her son. Last time, she slapped Tina in public and said domineeringly, "If you dare to touch my husband again, I will tear you apart." Now that her man has been wronged like this again, she must be heartbroken, right? Seeing Sophie's angry look, the third brother who was guarding the door laughed foolishly. Sophie heard the laughter and looked at the big, stupid guy who had been following her around all morning. She said helplessly, "Are you hungry?" The third brother swallowed his saliva touched his stomach with one hand, and nodded. I'm not hungry. Xiaowei couldn't help but laugh, and said, You nodded and said you're not hungry. What do you want to express? The third brother scratched his head and said with a simple smile, If my sister-in-law is hungry, then I am hungry too. Sophie took a breath and told Xiaowei, Order takeout for everyone. For this fat guy, order 2. I'll reimburse you later. The third brother, Can you buy me 3? The fast food you guys had was small, and I didn't eat it this morning. There was laughter in the office. Sophie raised her lips and said, Call your brother and ask him how he is. Oh, the third brother called and hung up after a while. Sister-in-law, my brother said he had something to do and is still busy now. Sophie nodded, paused, and looked in the direction of the technical department. After thinking for a while, she walked up to the third brother and whispered, Don't call me sister-in-law in the company. Do you hear me? The third brother, Oh, I see, sister-in-law. Sophie. On the other side, Leo arrived at the unfinished building, told the legal department to keep everything confidential, then sent the legal department back to the company and went in himself. Seeing him from afar, Li Bin and the others greeted him enthusiastically. Boss Chu. Oh, we're so glad you're okay. We were all worried about you. Leo smiled, patted his shoulder, and said, Thank you so much this time. If you do this, send me your bank card number so I can show my appreciation. Brothers, your hard work shouldn't be in vain. Li Bin quickly expressed his stance. No, Mr. Chu. Aren't you slapping me in the face? Money can't be the key to our discussion. Listen to me, Leo interrupted, raising his hand. You guys go back first. I'll treat you to a drink some other day. Remember to send me your card number. If it's inconvenient, I'll send cash later. This, Li Bin frowned. Boss Chu, you don't have to be polite with us. We can stay here and help you. Leo smiled faintly. I appreciate your kindness. You should go back. Something should not be involved too deeply. It's for your own good. Having said that, Li Bin didn't know what to say anymore. After saying hello to the fourth and fifth brothers, he took his men away. Big brother. Lao Wu leaned on the hood of the GTR and greeted him with a smile. The fourth brother looked down at Jean Tianliang, who had lost consciousness at his feet, and tentatively kicked him twice. Seeing no response, he swung a sledgehammer and hit Jean Tianliang's ankle. A scream suddenly echoed in the empty, unfinished building, frightening the agent and Kevin to death. Not dead, the fourth brother said softly. Leo lit a cigarette and walked over to Jean Tianliang. Looking at Jean Tianliang's tortured and painful face, he said with a wicked smile, Hey now, do you know the consequences of your actions? Huh. Chapter 83, Arrange a boat for you. Jean Tianliang had long since lost his initial steely spirit. He had assumed they would just beat him up to vent their anger and then hand him over to the police. He had never imagined that the seemingly polite poker-faced man would actually kill him. This was a society ruled by law. The blows to his chest must have damaged his internal organs. Blood kept oozing out of his mouth, and his speech was intermittent and very labored. Chu. Mr. Chu, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. What's your relationship with Mr. Jean? Leo asked calmly. My distant relative from my hometown, according to seniority, is my uncle. He made me do this. He told me that he would invest in me to start a media company and let me recruit these internet celebrities. I see. You're just a stupid dog. No wonder he abandoned you so decisively. It seems you don't know much. Jean Tianliang's eyes were filled with fear. Let me go. Let me go to jail, please. Leo sneered. Where's Qing Lu's photo? And in the network disk, I'll tell you the account and password. Lao Wu opened his laptop, logged into Jean Tianliang's online disk account, and smacked his lips. Damn it. Leo took a breath and smiled. Minister Jean, it seems that you are of no use to me. Leave first. The fourth brother picked up the sledgehammer and dragged Jean Tianliang, who was begging for mercy, to the other side of the wall with an expressionless face. Leo looked at the trembling agent, his eyes dim, and he asked, How much did you extort from the Gao family? The agent's face turned pale as he trembled. 10 million. Mr. Chu, I was planning to hand over the evidence to the police once I got the money. You have to believe me. 10 million, Leo smiled bitterly. That girl, in the eyes of your best friend, is only worth 10 million. Boss Chu, I'm obsessed with money, but I promise that I really want to hand over the evidence to the police. It doesn't matter. I've never been one to hit a woman. I'll arrange a boat for you tonight. Go and apologize to Tina. Boat. The agent didn't understand what Leo was saying, but when he heard that he was apologizing to Tina, he knew it was probably not a good thing. so he cried and begged for mercy. Leo spat out the half-smoked cigarette onto the ground, ignored his agent's pleas, turned and walked towards Kevin, and tore off the tape on the mouth of the rich second generation who was already scared to death. Kevin seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time. As soon as the tape was torn off, he couldn't wait to say, "Boss Chu, I'll tell you everything. Tina's death was really just an accident. I originally went to see her because I wanted to take the opportunity to steal her divorce certificate, and then I wanted to try again to see if I could persuade her to help me get you. I didn't expect her to, and not only did she disagree, she even chased me away. Later, she even said she wanted to have a drink with me, so we could part ways amicably. When I heard what she said to her agent, I really couldn't control my emotions. But I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident. I want to pull her up, but she let go. Later, I was very scared, so I called Mr. Jean. He taught me how to handle the situation and even made up a story for me to call the police and put the blame on you. I told him that Tina was on a video call with her agent at the time, and he said he would handle it. Then, I received a blackmail call from that agent. Leo stared at Kevin with cold eyes, saying nothing. Sometimes the truth of the matter is actually not important. After all, the dead are dead. To this day, Leo has never hated Tina. When it comes to love, if it's one-sided, you have to be prepared to get hurt. There's no right or wrong. Lose in the East, gain in the West. Our hands are so small, and the handful we can hold in our lifetime is our true happiness. The regrets that slip through our fingers may be worth cherishing, but they are not worth resenting. It only takes a moment to let go. But when I think of those short yet long 2 years, and of that old friend who was forever engraved in that cold and dark night, I can't help but feel a little melancholy. Kevin was terrified by Leo's stare. His forehead was covered with a dense layer of cold sweat, and his body kept shaking. It's President Jean. He's the one who did all this. He instigated me to provoke you, so that my dad could intervene and deal with your dad together. Together! Leo raised his eyelids, but still said nothing. Kevin spilled the beans, not hiding anything. His target from the beginning was your dad. The reason he dragged my dad into this was because of my dad's connection with the supervisory team and your Truman's second branch. All the evidence against your dad was provided by the Truman's second branch. I heard from my dad that Mr. Jean seems to have someone very powerful backing him up, but he doesn't know who it is. Mr. Chuyu, why don't you arrest Mr. Jean and ask him? I don't know anything else. Please let me go. No matter what the conditions are, I will do my best to meet them. My dad will definitely repay you. I beg you. Leo said nothing, took out his cell phone, and called his second brother. It took a long time before the second brother answered the phone. Second brother, find out where Ben is being held. Also, where's that guy named Gene now? Brother, I'm sorry, I was discovered by his bodyguards, and I lost him. Although Heir tried his best to control himself, Leo could still hear that his breathing and voice were trembling. In an instant, Leo's grip on the phone tightened. Where are you hurt? It's okay, it's not serious. Where exactly is it hurt? It was obvious that Leo was very worried about his brother's injury, and his voice became heavier. Lao Wu, who was not far away, stiffened, put down the computer in his arms, strode to Leo, with a worried look on his face. The fourth brother also came around from the other side of the wall and stared at Leo. A shot in the shoulder. Send me the location. No, let's not get in touch. Leo interrupted him directly. No doctor in this country would dare to treat a gunshot wound privately. Send me the location. I have connections, don't worry. Boss, that guy's surname Jean has several bodyguards around him. They're not ordinary. I'm hanging up now. I just fired a gun here, and I'm worried the police will come. Leo heard the second brother's calm words. His heart was bleeding. But on the other hand, it also confirmed that the man's surname Jean was indeed not an ordinary person. After some consideration, Leo decided to deal with the current matters first. As for Mr. Jean, since things have become so big, are you still afraid of not being able to find him? Thinking about this, Leo took a deep breath and looked at Kevin, who immediately kowtowed and admitted his mistake, begging for mercy. Boss Chu, please let me go, I beg you. I really know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Leo took off his suit and waved to the fourth brother. He then took the sledgehammer from the fourth brother and said to Kevin, How can you not die? Let's play a game. How do you pronounce the character for king with one stroke removed? Chapter 84. Which day will it be next time? At 11 o'clock in the evening, Leo dragged his tired body back home. As I walked out of the elevator, I saw a big guy sitting in the corridor. Big brother. The third brother quickly stood up and greeted with a smile. Leo frowned and scolded. You know the code to my door. Why are you sitting here? Aren't you afraid of the cold? The third brother scratched his head, leaned over to Leo's side, and whispered. The fifth brother said that the second brother was shot. I'm afraid my sister-in-law is in danger. As he was speaking, the door of Sophia's house suddenly opened. The icy beauty, neatly dressed, stood at the door, looking at Leo with a slightly uncomfortable look. He explained, I asked him to come in, but he insisted on sitting at the door. Leo smiled faintly, patted the third child's arm, and said, Let's go to my house first. Oh, the third brother responded, said hello to Sophie, and then returned to the room. Leo took a deep breath, looking exhausted both physically and mentally. He leaned against the wall, took out his cigarette box out of habit, and put a cigarette in the corner of his mouth. As soon as she took out her lighter, Sophie strode forward and snatched the cigarette away without hesitation. Then she poked her chin at the no smoking sign on the wall and said, Can't you see it? Leo had no choice but to put the lighter back in his pocket. After a pause, he said with a sly smile, You're still awake so late, dressed neatly. Waiting for me? Sophie rolled her eyes at him. I'm dealing with company matters. Okay. Leo's eyelids drooped, as if he was going to fall asleep at the next second. He had no interest in talking at all. He leaned his head against the wall and smiled at Sophie. The latter crossed his arms across his chest, his eyes slightly wandering. The two were silent for a long time, and Sophie spoke first. Are you okay? What could be the problem? Leo laughed. It's not like I haven't been to the criminal investigation team before. Sophie responded and fell silent again. In fact, that wasn't what she was asking about, but about Tina. Presumably, this second-generation ancestor must be feeling bad right now. Sophie, Leo said abruptly, Do you remember what I told you this morning? Sophie gave him a questioning look. Wait for me to come out and have a meal together. Sophie hesitated for a moment and said, Well, another time. When is that other day? After these 2 days. When will you be done with this? Sophie, Leo continued, How about I give you tomorrow off? Sophie pursed her lips. Weekend. It's a deal. Leo raised his right arm and made a fist bump gesture. Sophie, what? It's a habit we developed abroad. When we reach a consensus, we have to bump fists. Leo smiled and said, Or, according to Chinese etiquette, shake hands? No need. Sophie refused decisively. But seeing that Leo was still making the fist-bumping gesture, as if he would not give up until he achieved his goal, he symbolically bumped his fist lightly. Leo said in a lazy tone, It seems that you don't like this foreign custom very much. Let's shake hands. Sophie took a breath and suddenly remembered what her best friend Joe Shiroa had said before. When Leo went for treatment, he asked about her symptoms. The beautiful CEO's eyes gradually became complicated. She didn't dare to look Leo in the eye. She lowered her head, bit the corner of her lip, and slowly stretched out her hand. Leo gently pinched her fingertips and shook them up and down very naturally for about 3 seconds. Feeling that Sophie wanted to withdraw her hand, he gently let go. From beginning to end, he didn't act deliberately, just simply shook hands. But despite this well-intentioned cover-up, Sophie actually saw it clearly in her heart, and her emotions began to become subtle. Gratitude? Awkwardness? Or perhaps a sense of sympathy? Regardless of her mentality, Sophie inexplicably wanted to ask, What exactly is your mental illness? And why are you being abused? But when the words came to her throat, she swallowed them back and said instead, You look very tired. Go and rest. When he said this, Sophie could already guess that he would definitely say something mean, care about me. However, Leo just nodded, said goodnight, and walked towards his home with heavy steps. Before closing the door, he reminded, Sophie, lock the door. Sophie responded softly, then turned around and went home, closed the door, and pressed her back against it. The scene of the handshake just now kept appearing in her empty mind. In the picture, Leo's eyes are so gentle. For this fake couple, tonight was a rare, peaceful encounter, without bickering or unhappiness. On the contrary, it's a bit warm. Leo, who was standing behind the door on the other side, rested his forehead against it, a smile playing on his lips as he muttered, 3 seconds. Soon, a perfectly natural burp was heard from the living room, followed by the third brother's slurred words due to his mouth being full of food. Brother, are you dizzy? Now, looking back, I saw that idiot sitting on the sofa, holding a can of craft beer in his left hand and a piece of steak rolled into a meat roll in his right hand. It was really like the wine and meat passed through his intestines, but the Buddha remained in his heart. If you don't like using a knife and fork, why not at least use a pair of chopsticks? It won't be too hot for your hands, right? The third brother laughed innocently. This meat is chewy, and the chopsticks are not good enough. Leo said helplessly, Eat it, there's plenty in the refrigerator. Oh, by the way, isn't the bank card with you? Find some time to buy a car for the fourth child. It will be more convenient. The third brother took a sip of wine and said with a curled lip, I ordered a Raptor. He said it would be convenient for loading things. At this point, the third brother couldn't help but shudder and muttered, Brother, that guy has too much evil energy. The day I went to look at the car, the salesperson in the store was rude, and I saw him directly grasp the cross on his chest. Good guy. He only does that gesture when he has murderous intentions. You have to control him, otherwise, it will easily cause trouble. Leo smiled and said, He knows his limits and won't do anything rash. As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Wu called. Brother, that guy's surname Jean seems to have disappeared. We can't find him at all. Leo thought for a moment and said, No rush. Let's keep an eye on the Gao family first. Since they want to get rid of Ben, they will definitely contact us again. Okay, big brother, when we find him, you must hand him over to me. If I shoot the second brother, I'll return the favor. After hanging up the phone, Leo felt mixed emotions as he thought about Ben, who was being controlled by the supervisory team. But he wasn't too worried. According to Kevin, the Gao family and the second branch were colluding to murder Ben. But who was Ben? The second branch was collecting evidence of his crimes. So how could he not have noticed? It was impossible. After thinking for a moment, Leo sighed and called his second brother. Brother, I was just about to call you. I heard that your father is in the Ministry of Public Security. Listening to the voice on the other end of the phone who was trying hard to suppress the pain, Leo's face was grim. Well, second brother, you should have a good rest and don't worry about anything else. There are only 5 of us left, and no one can get into trouble again. Chapter 85, Lie Down on Your Own. 2 days passed quickly. During this period, those internet celebrities who framed Leo were miserable. In addition to being subjected to online violence and summons by the police, they also had to worry about the lawyer's letter sent by Qingya. The amount of compensation was reasonable and legal, but also ridiculously high. Ozawa-chan's account, boasting tens of millions of followers, was banned. Over the past 2 days, she's used several different accounts and posted apology videos, praising her worsening depression, her address being leaked, and her harassment. But netizens aren't buying it. They're all eager to spit in the face of that bitch. As for Qing Lu, she has received mixed reviews, but some of her photos did make their way online early this morning. Without a doubt, it was Leo who did it. Teaching him a lesson was a minor matter. The most important thing was to create the illusion for Chu Muhan that Jean Tianliang was still alive. Otherwise, with Kevin, Tina's agent, and Jean Tianliang all mysteriously missing, his sister would definitely be after him. Mr. Jin's whereabouts were still unknown, as if he had vanished in thin air, and he hadn't contacted the Gao family. Gao Jiangcheng, on the other hand, spent his days searching for his son. Although he suspected Chu Xiaotian had taken his son away, the Chu family's second wife firmly and assured him that the old man hadn't given any thought to Leo and was completely focused on finding a solution for Ben. This worried Gao Jiangcheng deeply. If the suspect hadn't made a move, could it be Leo? How could that dandy kid have such incredible power, making a living person disappear without a trace? Furthermore, if Truman was truly seeking revenge against the Gao family, why did he target Kevin and not him? The more Gao Jiangcheng thought about it, the more confused he became. He even wondered if it was Mr. Jean who took Kevin away and wanted to use Kevin to threaten him to do something. But when he contacted Mr. Jean, the number was no longer in service. He made such a mess of things. Could he have run away? In fact, Mr. Jean, whom Gao Jiangcheng and Leo have been looking for, is still in Jiangcheng, but he is hiding in a very secret place. It was noon, and Mr. Jean had just finished his meal when there was a knock on the door. A woman's voice came from outside. Open the door. Hearing this familiar voice, Mr. Jean suddenly became excited and hurriedly got up to open the door. Crack! The door opened, and outside was a woman with a charming figure and a seductive appearance. Her exact age could not be seen, but she looked to be around 30 years old. However, if she took good care of herself, she could be in her 40s. Cece, you're finally here. Mr. Jean stared at the woman for a long time with a dazed look on his face, his eyes full of peach blossoms, then bowed and said, Come in. The woman called Cece raised her lips slightly, with no intention of going in, and said, Brother Jean, you disappoint me a little this time. The smile on Mr. Jin's face suddenly disappeared. He lowered his head guiltily and said, I'm sorry, Cece. I messed up. I don't know who is ruining our plan. The woman sighed. In the final analysis, you are useless. President Jean swallowed his saliva, looking like a dog, and blamed himself. Cece, I made you angry again. I'm sorry. But Ben is dead this time. With so much evidence, he will at least be in jail. Before he could finish his words, the woman interrupted him and said, Wake up. Ben will be out before 12 o'clock tonight. Oh. President Jean was stunned and said in disbelief, How? How is this possible? All that evidence was collected by his sister after years of investigation. From what I understand, he's been preparing for this long and has already found a scapegoat. This time, not only can he clear his name, but he can also take advantage of his sister. The woman said, sighing again, Ben is indeed, huh? President Jin's brows knitted together, an expression of jealousy and resentment inexplicably emerging on his face. He clenched his fists and angrily slammed the door, gritting his teeth and saying, Cece, give me another chance, and I'll definitely kill him. The woman smiled wickedly, placed one hand gently on Mr. Jin's face, and spoke in a tone full of temptation. Brother Jean, you always say that you are willing to give everything for me, even your life. Is this true? President Jean nodded without hesitation and said, My sincerity towards you is evident to all. The woman took a step forward, leaned against Mr. Jean, put her mouth close to his ear, and exhaled a sweet breath. Brother Jean, you're so nice, huh? Well, do me a favor and keep this secret. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Leo was sitting on the sofa reading a book when the second brother suddenly called. Brother, I received news that the man surnamed Jean is dead. Leo sat up straighter. What? The second brother. He jumped to his death an hour ago. His body is now in the criminal police squad. Leo looked solemn. This news really caught him off guard. After putting so much effort into Ben, it all just collapsed so abruptly. It seems that the man surnamed Jean is just an employee, and there's a shady hand behind it. However, there is no reason to abandon this chess piece now. Just as I was wondering, Ben called again out of the blue. Leo was startled and quickly answered the phone. Come out. Well, son, do you miss your daddy? Ben on the other end of the phone sounded relaxed. Leo wasn't in the mood for jokes and asked, When did it come out? Haha, just came out. Ben laughed. I'll send you a location. Come over now. Leo asked suspiciously, Are you going to take action against the second wife? No. Why would you touch her? It seems you also know that she is the one behind this. Keep her. She may be useful in the future. Besides, your grandfather will protect her, so there is no point. Leo didn't say anything else and hung up the phone. A terrible guess suddenly emerged in my mind. The person behind Mr. Jean must have known in advance that Ben would be safe and sound, and was afraid that Ben would find out about Mr. Jean, so he killed Mr. Jean to silence him. Who was behind him? How could he be so well informed? It seems he shouldn't be underestimated. Been about this in person, but right now, there's one more thing I need to do quickly. Since the fish he was trying to catch was dead, Gao Jinxing's bait was useless. In the Gao family villa, Gao's mother was packing things upstairs and downstairs, and it seemed that she was preparing to run away. The driver was guarding outside the gate, looking around vigilantly. Gao Jinxing looked flustered. He paced back and forth in the living room while talking on the phone with Truman's second wife. It was obvious that he had already known that Ben had been cleared of the charges. As the saying goes, when disaster strikes, everyone runs for their lives. How could the second wife care about him now? The two were swearing at each other angrily on the phone, accusing each other when suddenly the call was disconnected. Gao Jinxing thought that the old widow had hung up the phone, but when he looked at the phone screen, he found that there was strangely no signal. Not only the mobile phone, but also the TV in the living room has no internet. Gao Jinxing suddenly felt something was wrong. He heard a faint buzzing sound. He looked out the window and found that it was a small drone hanging in the air with red dots flashing on its body. Xiaodu, what's going on with that drone? Gao Jinxing called out to his driver, and the next second he saw an expressionless man walk into the room, holding a suitcase in one hand and dragging the driver, who had already died, to the ground with the other. Gao's mother was so frightened that she collapsed on the stairs, screaming nonstop. Gao Jinxing unconsciously took a few steps back and trembled. You? Who are you? The fourth brother calmly opened the suitcase, took out a roll of plastic from it, and spread it out in the middle of the living room. He said expressionlessly, How dare you touch Truman? My eldest brother said that he actually gave you a chance, but you were the one who took advantage of him. As he spoke, the fourth brother pointed to a piece of plastic the size of a bedsheet on the ground and said calmly, "Come here and lie down on it." Chapter 86, Different Classes. Following the location Ben sent, Leo arrived at a construction site. It was almost midnight, and the construction site was completely quiet. Walking a short distance along the gravel road, I could make out 4 or 5 cars parked side by side under the glaring headlights. Around them stood a dozen or so people who looked like bodyguards. Kneeling among them were 6 or 7 men and women, vomiting profusely. Leo drove the car up to the scene and got out. He then discovered a bloody corpse not far away. The death was so horrific that it was no wonder those people vomited. Ben glanced at his son and smiled. Then he looked at the people kneeling on the ground and said coldly, "As for the consequences, I've already demonstrated them to you. You all know what to do next, right?" "Understood. Chairman, I'll obey you." "Me too, Chairman. I won't tell anyone about what happened tonight. I'll continue to work for the second house from now on. If there's any news, I'll let you know as soon as possible." Ben nodded with satisfaction and said to the bodyguard beside him, "Send them home." Then he pointed to a middle-aged man kneeling on the far right and said, "Boss Juan, please stay for a moment." The man whose name was called shuddered immediately, looked at Ben tremblingly, and begged, "Chairman, I beg you, I have elderly parents and young children to take care of you." Before he could finish his words, Ben raised his hand and interrupted him. "Don't be afraid, Xiao Wan. You are getting more and more timid. How can you accomplish anything big?" After saying that, Ben turned to look at Leo, who was walking towards him, and said with a smile, "Son, let me introduce you. This is Wan Haishan, the vice president of Jinming Construction Company under my group. He was also an undercover agent sent to me by your aunt 8 years ago." Leo glanced at the man and said nothing. Ben continued, "The general manager of the company has been put in jail this time. From now on, you'll be the general manager of this construction company, and Xiao Wan will help you." Leo frowned, somewhat confused about Ben's arrangement. Wan Haishan was also confused, but he quickly realized that he had saved his life and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Xiao Wan," Ben said, "you must be loyal to my son from now on. I know you got divorced 2 years ago, and there's no one to take care of your parents and children. On your way here, I sent your mother to the best nursing home in Jiangcheng. Tomorrow, I'll use my connections to get your son sent to an aristocratic school. Just focus on your work." Wan Haishan's eyes were filled with fear, his mouth wide open. After a long while, his whole body softened like a puddle of mud. "Thank you, Chairman. You're welcome. We're all family from now on. You can go back first." Ben said this, hooking his arm around his son's shoulder and walking away. Leo asked, "Are you trying to scare the monkeys? Were those your sister's men?" Ben nodded. "Yeah, they've been with me for 7 or 8 years. There's not much point in killing them. It's better to keep them. Maybe I'll need them later." Leo frowned. After something like this, the old man wouldn't favor his daughter, would he? "You might as well take this opportunity to kick your sister out." Ben laughed and said, "If you were in the old man's place, what would you do? Kill your own daughter? Impossible. With the old man's doting on her, at most he would just kick her out of Truman. But you have to think about how many connections and resources your aunt has accumulated in her life. By then, I'm afraid she will unscrupulously join forces with the first wife to bring me down." Let them fight first. It took a lot of effort to get them to fight, and we can't let it go to waste." Leo pondered. "So, you're planning to pretend you don't know anything and let the Gao family take all the blame? But I don't understand. Why did you let me be the general manager? And let that one guy be the vice president?" Ben looked at him and said, "This one guy is quite capable and has your aunt's trust. Putting you on the construction company's payroll is a long-term plan. We'll talk about it later. If you don't want to go, you don't have to. Anyway, I have nothing to do recently, so let Wan Haishan handle it." At this point, Ben's eyes turned a little strange. "As for the Gao family, I heard they all disappeared. That's good. It saves me from having to silence them." Leo pursed his lips and said nothing. The father and son tacitly agreed not to bring the matter up. After a moment's silence, Leo asked, "Your sister and the Gao family were both taken advantage of. Do you know who took advantage of them?" Ben pondered. "It's hard to say. Isn't that Jean dead? Let's investigate slowly. I also want to find out who is determined to kill me." Leo pondered. "Could it be the eldest room?" Ben laughed and said, "It's not impossible, but he went abroad a while ago and is busy winning people's hearts. I'm afraid he doesn't have the time to mess with me." Leo glanced at his father and said, "You'd better find out as soon as possible, and don't implicate me next time." Yes, yes. Dad promises you. There won't be a next time. Leo glared at her, paused, and asked, Have you found the guy with the tattoo on his arm? Ben frowned. Not yet. How about you? Leo shook his head. The father and son fell silent again. After a long while, Leo took out his cigarette case and handed one to his father. He then bit one of the cigarettes and said, Ben, how many dirty things have you done to make your daughter yell at you every day? Ben lit a cigarette and chuckled. Do you know why having so many women isn't illegal, but being an ordinary PC is? Son, this is how the world is. People are always divided into different classes, and the joys and sorrows of each class are different. The upper class is mostly made up of low-class people, and the lower class is mostly called honest people. If you want to get to the upper class, you must break the rules and use low-class means. Once you're in the upper class, you use the upper class means to do low-class things. Look at those prominent figures in Jiangcheng. Which one of them didn't step on the corpses of others to reach that height? Leo frowned, neither agreeing nor refuting, and said, Just do less conscienceless things. The next day, early in the morning, Chu Muhan called Leo and said that he needed to go to the police station to sign regarding something that happened a few days ago. Leo arrived. He happened to run into the green heron. Although 3 days had passed, the scars on Qinglu's face were still obvious. She lowered her head timidly and greeted Leo. Chu. Mr. Chu. Leo didn't even look at her. As they passed by, he said coldly, Find something serious to do next time. Qinglu paused for a moment, then quickened her pace and left. I wonder what she was feeling at the moment. After signing, Chu Muhan escorted Leo out of the police building. The policewoman spoke first. Your case is over. Oh, by the way, Tina's mother couldn't handle the shock and had some mental problems. She was sent to the 3rd Municipal Hospital yesterday. Leo pursed his lips, his eyes flickering, and he felt mixed emotions. Chu Muhan continued, Those internet celebrities who spread rumors are currently being investigated by the police station. They will probably be detained for up to 3 days. The law is truly fair. The cost of spreading rumors is so severe that you could be detained for 3 days? TSK, TSK, TSK. Leo said with a half smile. On the day the rumors were spread about me, the company received 11 claims for nearly 60 million yuan. They were administratively detained for 3 days, and that's it. Chu Muhan frowned. As far as I know, your wife has already sued them. Leo snorted, paused, and said, Forget it, let my wife handle it. Hey, my dear sister, I saw your father last night. I saw that he walked a little unnaturally. I guess his legs hurt again. Why don't you give him a call? Chapter 87, Reaching a Consensus and Shaking Hands. Chu Muhan remained silent. After a moment, he said, Leo, don't do this again. Don't go down this path to the end. The brother and sister stood facing each other, with the sunlight slanting down, just splitting them right in the middle. The policewoman stood in the sun, the police badge on her hat shining brightly. Leo stood in the shade, his eyes deep and dim. I'm leaving first. Leo turned around, waved his hand with his back to his sister, and said, Don't work so hard on the mission. It's more important to save your life. Chu Muhan looked at the receding figure, and in a trance, it seemed as if she was looking at the quiet, well-educated boy from her childhood who would smile and call her Sister Muhan every time he saw her. So many years have passed in a flash. After the GTR sped away, Chu Muhan hesitated for a while, took out his cell phone, and called Ben. Muhan. Ben was particularly surprised. Chu Muhan said indifferently, Your legs hurt again? It's just an old problem. It's okay, huh? Aren't you busy right now? Do you have enough money? Or should Dad give it to you? Chu Muhan interrupted. Is the medicine I bought for you last year effective? It's useful, it's useful. There's still a lot left, my girl, you. Well, I'm hanging up then. On the way to the company, Leo called Lao Wu and said, Please do me a favor. Go to the 3rd Municipal Hospital to check on Tina's mother. Remember to pay the medical bills. Just after I hung up, Sophie called me for the first time. Leo raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking that something must have happened at the company again. He smiled bitterly and answered the phone. Missed me? There was a coughing sound from the other end of the line, followed by Sophie's hoarse voice. Where are you? Leo frowned immediately, cold. Ai, Kujiu, do me a favor. Are you at home or at work? Today is Friday. Please, go to the production crew of a number one on my behalf. Besides the cough, what other symptoms do you have? Do you have a headache? Do you have a runny nose? Do you feel dizzy? Do you feel nauseous or have stomach upset? Sophie, what does it mean to talk at cross purposes? Half an hour later, Sophie's house, her best friend Zhou Shirua and her half-best friend Lu Kai stood by the bed in the bedroom, looking at the unconscious Sophie and muttering, "You damn she-male. I shouldn't have listened to you last night. What the hell is going on in this cold weather? Hey, tomboy, are you blaming me?" Lu Kai had just finished washing his hair and was wiping it with a towel when he said in a feminine voice, "Who insisted on trying out my new convertible last night?" "Humph." Sophie opened her eyes dazedly and said resentfully, "Can you two just go die? Ahem. Leave me alone for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, the doorbell rang. Zhou Shirua pushed Lu Kai and said unhappily, "Go. The breakfast I ordered is here." "Sophie, I ordered some porridge for you. Have some later." Lu Kai glared at her, wiped his wet hair, and swayed his hips slightly to open the door. Crack! The door opened. Lu Kai's sight was lowered because he was drying his hair. He only saw a pair of hands carrying a large bag. He was still muttering in his heart, "What kind of breakfast did they buy? Why is there so much?" Then he reached out to take the thing, and when he looked up, he met a pair of cold and icy peach blossom eyes. After seeing who the person was, Lu Kai just said, "Thank you," and then he froze in place. The two men stared at each other for 3 or 4 seconds. The second-generation rich man's eyes seemed to want to kill someone, while Lu Kai's eyes were full of fear that he could not hide. He didn't know what was wrong with his brain, but he unconsciously took a step back and closed the door with a bang. "Are you sick? Can't you close the door more gently?" Zhou Xiaohua poked her head out of the bedroom and complained. Seeing Lu Kai's flustered expression and no breakfast in his hands, she asked suspiciously, "What are you doing? Did you see a ghost?" Lu Kai rushed into the bedroom, trembling. "It's over. It's really a ghost. Choo-choo-choo. Leo is at the door. He. Must have misunderstood me. Sophie, help me. The look in his eyes, I feel like I'm dead." Zhou Xiaohua immediately panicked. She had just accepted 20,000 yuan from that playboy and had been talking nonsense in front of him. Now her relationship with Sophie had been discovered. Considering that playboy had the guts to hit a reporter in the street, he would probably slap her twice. "I'll hide for a while. Lu Kai, you're on your own." Watching her two best friends in such a state of panic, Sophie's temples throbbed. She propped herself up and leaned against the headboard, saying, "What are you afraid of? What I said to him, was fake. Lu Kai, go open the door. Even if it's true, you won't misunderstand it. Ahem. Besides, he knows my illness." Lu Kai patted his chest, chanted Ba silently a few times, and then went to open the door, tremblingly. Zhou Xiaohua quickly hid in the second bedroom. The door opened again. Lu Kai timidly took a step back and tried his best to force a smile. "Mr. Chu, I'm Sophia's childhood friend." Lu Kai. Leo's eyes were still cold. He knew that Sophie couldn't interact with men because of her mental illness. However, what made him unhappy was why there was a man in her house. Now that he heard that it was a childhood friend, his expression eased a little. He nodded slightly and walked in. "Sophie." Leo walked into the bedroom and placed a pile of medicine in his hand on the bedside table. He asked Sophie, who was leaning against the bed, "What are your specific symptoms?" "I bought a lot. They can all be treated." Sophie was speechless for a moment. "I've taken medicine. Ahem. Didn't I tell you not to come?" "Not busy today." Leo shook his head, a smile in the corner of his eyes, and said, "No matter how big the matter is, it is not as important as you." Sophie rolled her eyes, paused, and said, "I contacted director Song. I originally wanted to ask someone else in the company to take over, but the production team said it's best for you to come." Ahem. Leo raised an eyebrow. "I have wireless internet recently. The signal is very strong. Everyone wants to use it." As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the second bedroom. Lu Kai in the living room was gloating. Sophie was speechless about her best friend, who had a very low sense of humor. Leo smiled and didn't look surprised. He noticed a piece of clothing with cartoon patterns hanging on the hanger when he entered the room. Sophie never liked this style. A moment later, Zhou Xiaohua walked to the door of Sophie's bedroom with her head hung low. Without saying a word, she bowed deeply to Leo at a 90-degree angle and said, "Boss Chu, I was wrong. I cheated you last time. Can I pay back your 20,000 yuan in installments?" Leo pretended to be confused, knowing the truth. "Huh? Aren't you the psychiatrist?" Zhou Xiaohua raised her eyelids and looked at Sophie for help. Sophie smiled faintly. "She's my best friend, Zhou Xiaohua." "Hello," Leo nodded and said with a sly smile. "What a coincidence. Huh, your treatment was good. Why are you refunding me? Later, I'll introduce you to a few friends. They're not in good mental health either. Take a look at them." Zhou Xiaohua was stunned for a moment, half believing and half doubting. Really? A gentleman's word is as good as gold. At the very least, I can introduce you to 3 people. The treatment costs will be the same as mine, not a penny less. Zhou Shirua's eyes widened in surprise. Her mouth opened so wide that her throat seemed to be visible. She immediately clasped her hands together and said, "Brother-in-law, please accept my sister-in-law's greetings." Sophie. After chatting and laughing for a while, Leo looked at Sophie and got back to the point. "Then I'll contact Director Song this afternoon." Sophie's eyes lit up. "Are you agreeing?" Leo extended his hand. "We have reached a consensus. Let's shake hands." Chapter 88. Participating in the show. Sophie looked at the hand extended to her, pursed her lips. A barely perceptible hint of confusion flashed across her eyes, and she extended her hand with either gratitude or awkwardness. Leo shook it naturally, counted to 3 in his mind, and gently let go. Zhou Shirao looked at this scene and blinked blankly, as if it was a little unbelievable. At this moment, Lu Kai walked over pretending to be calm and said with a stiff smile, "Sophie, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." "Zhu, brother-in-law, I'm leaving. Tomboy bye. Go to hell." Sophie and Zhou Shirao said in unison. Leo looked at this transvestite whose behavior and words were quite feminine, with suspicion in his eyes and, of course, a little discomfort. After Lu Kai left, Zhou Shirao explained to Leo, "Brother-in-law, please don't mind. That guy was born with gender identity disorder and always thinks he is a girl." Leo's eyes flickered for a moment, and he finally understood. No wonder Lu Kai made an exception and got close to Sophie. Although he still felt awkward, he didn't express any opinions. First, he and Sophie were only nominally married, not even friends. Second, Lu Kai and Sophie had grown up together, so their close relationship was understandable. Third, some people were born with disabilities, so there was no reason to discriminate against them. Brother-in-law, that's a good name. Leo looked at Sophie, a hint of pride on his face that was 3 parts ruffian and 7 parts handsome. Sophie coughed a few times and said coldly, "They were just joking. Leo, no need to explain to me, I don't mind." Zhou Xiaoruo rolled her eyes and quietly left the bedroom, thinking to herself, "This bastard never misses any opportunity to seduce me." Sophie felt dizzy and uncomfortable, completely out of the mood for bickering. She changed the subject, saying, "There's a lot of talk about you online right now. It said that you studied in the US for 8 years, started a business there, and then spent another 2 years after returning to China, investing in Qingya and becoming the current owner of Qingya Media. In short, they've fabricated a myth about you as some self-reliant, self-sufficient person who's made a living despite your wealthy family background." Leo said nonchalantly, "Yo, who knows me so well?" Sophie looked at that shameless face and curled her lips. "You were slandered a few days ago. Although you've been proven innocent now, you're still getting mixed reviews online. It's obvious someone is trying to whitewash you and restore your image. Who else could it be besides you, the Trumans? I was thinking of clearing your name a little later, otherwise it would seem too deliberate. Ahem. By the way, there was news this morning about you donating 10 million. It's probably on the headlines by now." Leo pondered for a moment, and it wasn't hard to guess that it was Chu Xiaotian who did it. The old man was a man of foresight. While seemingly concerned for his grandson, he was actually concerned for Chu Man's reputation. After all, Chu Man's online reputation had been awful recently, with many social media accounts exposing his past. After all, things are different now. Back when the internet was less developed, even forced demolitions in broad daylight, in full view of the public, would be carried out without any consideration of the consequences. But now, let alone major events like forced demolitions, even trivial matters can be magnified countless times online. Therefore, any dirty business, whenever any of its dirty deeds are exposed on the internet, will be in a state of panic, right? Whatever personality, it's all fake. Leo smiled, paused, and said, "Sophie, perhaps the me you see now is also fake." Sophie picked up the glass of water from the bedside table and slowly drank 2 sips. Her throat was so sore that swallowing the water felt like swallowing a knife, and her brows furrowed unconsciously. "I'm just telling you to be more restrained recently, and don't let Truman do all this for you in vain." Leo naturally understood what restraint meant. He responded with a smile and took the cup of water. Seeing that the water in the cup was almost empty, he went to the living room and poured a glass of warm water. "Drink more hot water, wrap yourself in a blanket, and have a good sleep. Sweat it out, and you'll be fine." Sophie nodded, thought for a moment, and when she was sure there was no other business, she sent him away, saying, "I'm going to sleep. You can go back." Leo took a breath and was about to speak when the screen of Sophie's phone next to her pillow suddenly lit up and a WeChat message popped up. AI de Jing. It is a great honor to be able to see President Zhao again tonight. Sophie glanced at him, looking a little disgusted, and didn't bother to pay any attention. Leo blinked and said calmly, "No, Sophie, we're not talking about work. There's no need." "Ida Jing? Who?" Sophie coughed and said softly, "The judge invited by the program team is from the Beijing Circle and is a well-known public intellectual." Leo seemed to be thinking about something, and after saying have a good rest, he stood up and left. As soon as he got home, he sent a WeChat message to Lao Wu. "Look up a public intellectual named AI de Jing. I want all his information before 6 o'clock." At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Leo drove to the gate of Jiang University and picked up Jean Shahan. "Boss Chu." As soon as she got in the car, Jean Shahan greeted him respectfully, her young face full of embarrassment. She was flattered and said, "I could just take a taxi. You don't have to come pick me up." "On my way." Leo smiled back and asked casually, "Isn't Wang Long's movie going to start filming yet?" Jean Shahan said, "The script is still being revised, and a few actors have been replaced. It said that it will be finished next month." "Leo, don't worry, just study hard and wait patiently. Anyway, listen to Ms. Zhao. She thinks highly of you, so don't let her down." "Yeah, I will definitely cherish this opportunity." "Thank you, Mr. Chu." The two chatted casually and arrived at the program crew half an hour later. The three new assistant actors sent by Qingya had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Jean Shahan coming with Leo, they were more or less envious and jealous. But when they came forward, they all had a bright smile on their faces, greeted Leo in a flattering manner, and also asked about Jean Shahan's well-being. Leo smiled faintly, his eyes sweeping over everyone's faces, and asked Jean Shahan, "How is the rehearsal going?" Jean Shahan looked confident and said, "We practice for at least 2 hours every night, so it's no problem." A newcomer chimed in, "We practice until after 10 every day." Another newcomer, "Yes, Shuhan, we, the little supporting actors, work hard for you every day. When you win the championship, you must treat us to a big meal." Jean Shahan thanked them repeatedly. "You guys have been really hard at work recently. When I'm done with this busy period, I will definitely treat you all to a meal." Leo to hear the newcomer's implication, that he was being sarcastic about Jean Shahan, but he was too lazy to preach. Opportunities have to be fought for by yourself. What's the point of being jealous? After a brief chat, Jean Shahan took 3 assistants to the studio to make some advanced preparations. Chapter 89, He is Not a Hero. I Am Number 1 is scheduled to be broadcast every Friday at 8 p.m. In order to attract attention, the program team adopts a live broadcast format. The original judges were from 4 media companies, but after discussion, they felt that they would be labeled as substandard, so only 2 media companies were left, and the remaining 2 judges were replaced by professional directors. The program rules are similar to similar performance variety shows. There will be a ranking in each episode, and the group with the lowest score will be eliminated at the end. At 7:30, the audience began to arrive one after another, and the host and judges also arrive one by one. AI dying, the public intellectual who is dubbed a famous director, sat down, fanning himself gently with a folding fan, and exchanged a few words with the 2 judges beside him. Then he looked at the empty seat next to him on the right and the gold-plated nameplate with Qingyao Media on the table, and smiled slightly. "I wonder when this beautiful lady will come." At 7:50, Leo, accompanied by director Song, came strolling over with his long legs and sat right next to him. The hand of the great intellectual fanning himself stiffened for a moment, then paused, then smiled and greeted, "Hey, President Xu is here in person." Leo crossed his legs and leaned back in his chair comfortably. Director Song was busy serving tea and water. With a smile on his face, he introduced, "Mr. Chu, this is Mr. AI. He is very knowledgeable and has dabbled in many areas of the arts. His achievements are extraordinary." Leo then glanced at the public intellectual and said indifferently, "Oh, I haven't heard of it." Director Song almost stumbled. Ida Jing tightened her grip on the folding fan and then said with a smile, "Indeed, I'm just a small literary and artistic worker. Naturally, my reputation isn't as famous as Mr. Chu's." Leo smirked. "Envy? Oh, I'm so envious." This well-known public intellectual from the Beijing Circle naturally didn't take a rich second generation seriously. Besides, since the filming hadn't started yet, there was nothing he dared to say. He said with a fake smile, I envy our Chu Zong for being reborn. He doesn't have to do anything, and he's already a top person. Unlike me, if I hadn't studied so hard, how could I have achieved all these achievements? The implication is, you are nothing without Truman, but I am full of knowledge, and everything I have today is the result of my own hard work. Leo was neither angry nor annoyed, but just ignored it with a smile on his face. Ida Jing enjoyed the pleasure of speaking, and seeing that Leo was at a loss for words, she felt a little proud for a moment and unconsciously fanned herself a little faster. But how could director Song not know the character of that second-generation rich kid? After weighing the pros and cons, he smiled and wanted to ask Ida Jing to switch places with the other judges to avoid any further friction between the two. After all, this is a live broadcast. While conflicts among the judges can greatly enhance the show's effectiveness, if that second-generation rich kid starts to act rashly and the situation gets out of control, that could be a huge problem. However, AI Jing didn't know what was good for her and asked director Song, "Why do you want me to change?" "Why? Because this is Jiangcheng. Who cares about the Beijing Circle, Hong Kong Circle, or donuts?" Director Song looked embarrassed, but no matter how embarrassed he was, he didn't dare to let Leo move. Director Song, "It's okay," Leo said comfortingly. "I don't hold grudges, so don't worry." Ida Jing snorted coldly, her face full of disdain, and she muttered teasingly, "Why are you bringing up grudges? How boring." Leo ignored him, leaned back in his chair, took out his cell phone, and looked through the long string of messages sent by Lao Wu 2 hours ago. A barely perceptible coldness flashed in his narrow eyes. Although director Song was nervous, the show was about to start, and he didn't have time to waste here. After putting headphones on Leo, he pleaded with his eyes and hurriedly retreated behind the scenes. At 8 o'clock sharp, the program started on time. The host, Wu Hua, who is famous in the entire entertainment industry for his extremely fast speaking speed, showed off his skills, introduced the major sponsors one by one, and introduced Leo to the audience before starting to stir up the secrets. At the beginning, the show went very smoothly. The actors performed hard, and the judges had mixed reviews, all analyzing the good and bad from a professional perspective. Only Leo was very frugal with his words, as if his pass or fail depended on his mood. Ida Jing felt that this second-generation ancestor was an outsider and seemed to want to embarrass him a little. When commenting, he always deliberately or unintentionally poked him. "Boss Chu, what do you think of their performance just now?" Or, "Boss Chu, what do you think?" Leo acted indifferent to this and simply replied, "Use your eyes to see." He understood that everyone has their own expertise, and he was a complete layman when it came to acting, so it was better say less. Director Song could see that Ida Jing was being aggressive, but he felt relieved to see that this second-generation rich kid was so forbearing. But soon, the breath he just breathed and was tightened again. The reason was that when the host Wu Hua was introducing the new group of actors in this episode, he specifically mentioned a disabled actor who had lost his left leg. I admire his perseverance. Despite his physical disability, he still insists on his acting dream. As you just saw, he can actually do somersaults. Let me interview you. I'm very curious. How did you practice somersaults without a leg? And how have you been able to do somersaults over the years due to your physical disability? Just as he said this, Leo, who was sitting on the judges' panel, suddenly slammed the table and glared at the host with a frown. "Hey, if you're so curious, why don't you go break a leg yourself and try it? Why do you keep asking people?" Because it was so sudden, the scene suddenly became quiet and the other 3 judges looked at him. The host was also a little slow to react and stood there with his lips half open. Isn't it common practice to play the victim on a TV show? Which TV station doesn't do this? Director Song reacted immediately and called out to Leo through his headset. "Boss Chu, this is a live broadcast." The second-generation rich man didn't care about whether it was live or not. Seeing the disabled actor being at a loss for what to do after being harassed by the host, he became even more angry and said angrily, "The most shameless people in the world are you who praise suffering." The audience spontaneously applauded. Wu Hua smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to end the conversation for a moment. Fortunately, another host came to the rescue in time, made a few jokes to ease the atmosphere, and brought the program back on track. Ida Jing glanced at Leo intentionally or unintentionally, covered the microphone, and whispered, "Boss Chu is really righteous." Leo didn't respond. He had originally thought that he could wait until the show was over before slowly playing with this public intellectual who was trying to get his wife. But as luck would have it, Ida Jing seemed to be in a hurry to reincarnate, and she bumped into the gun barrel herself. The actors on the stage were performing a play about Jiangcheng. Their acting and dialogue skills were impeccable. The audience gave them extremely high scores, and the judges were also very supportive. Even Leo praised them for the first time. However, Ida Jing started to act up. At first, she was praising the actors' performances, but after a few words, she changed the subject and said, "But you must respect history. Zheng Chenggong is not a hero, he is a bandit." Chapter 90, I Can't Kill You. As if she felt that her words were a bit abrupt, Ida Jing put away her folding fan, slapped the table, and said solemnly, "His mother is Japanese, he was also born in Japan, and his father is an out-and-out pirate. If he is not a W pirate, what is he?" The scene fell silent again. Director Song, standing backstage, was apprehensive. He shouted, "Mr. AI, please don't bring up topics that are irrelevant to the show. Host, get back to the topic." From the tone he used when reminding Leo, his attitude towards this great intellectual was a little tougher. Ida Jing originally wanted to show off her erudition, but when he called her like that, although she was unhappy, she didn't care about it. After all, she was in someone else's show, and it was understandable to listen to the director's arrangements. Otherwise, she would seem petty. The host on stage remained calm, brewing a smooth talk in just a few seconds. But before he could open his mouth, he saw the second-generation rich man on the judge's bench turn sideways and face Ida Jing. His narrow eyes were filled with a coldness, and he said sternly, "This Goksingi, with weapons a generation behind, forcibly took back the treasure island from the Dutch. Knowing that his country was in tatters and on the verge of collapse, he still refused to surrender and resisted the Qing dynasty, even at the cost of parting ways with his father. How can you make this last backbone of the Southern Ming dynasty sound so unbearable?" The other two judges remained silent. It was really inappropriate to get involved in such topics. Ida Jing smacked her lips and said arrogantly, "Boss Chu, do you understand history? When commenting on historical figures, you have to look at them from all aspects and consider the many backgrounds at the time." "He Zheng," Leo interrupted. "Background?" "The background of the dynasty at the time. As a general of the Southern Ming dynasty, he was utterly loyal and defended his country. Doesn't that make him a hero? As for your so-called family background, just because someone comes from a poor background, does that mean they're called a bandit? Then I'd like to ask you, you were born into a family of scholars and nobles, so how come you're Chinese American now?" Ida Jing was stunned. She didn't expect that this guy would actually bring this up on her. "Didn't you say you haven't heard of me?" Director Song was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He planned to remind Leo or switch to a commercial directly, but after thinking it over, he gave up the idea and chose to wait and see. Leo continued, "As I recall, you became an American citizen 10 years ago, right? You even said on your own show that you're also a minority because you're Chinese American. What's the matter? Is it embarrassing to be Chinese?" Ida Jing was completely caught off guard. She pretended to be calm and said with a smile, "I won't explain this, I won't explain," while thinking about how to deal with it. Suddenly, he remembered the Jiangcheng hot news he saw this afternoon, which reported that Leo had lived in the United States for 8 years. He immediately retorted, "Haven't you also lived in the United States for 8 years? How dare you say you don't have a green card? I don't really have that thing, but I've been working on my visa." Leo calmly took out his wallet, pulled out a visa book, and tossed it over. "It's a 3-year work visa. This one just expired. If you like it, I'll give it to you." After that, he took out his ID card, shook it gently, raised an eyebrow, and said, "This, do you have it?" The scene suddenly became lively and thunderous applause continued. Backstage, the producer and director Song were arguing fiercely. "Director Song, what's wrong with you? Why don't you just cut to commercials?" Director Song, in contrast to his earlier panic, calmly replied, "As long as they don't cross the line of insulting a national hero, let them argue. It's actually become the highlight of our show." Just wait and see. Tonight's ratings are definitely going to break records." Producer, "Do you know what impact this will have on Mr. AI? Director Song, I advise you not to gamble. Mr. AI's identity is not something we can afford to offend." Director Song said disdainfully, "I didn't provoke him. I was just trying to persuade him." "What a pity. It's hard to persuade a damned ghost with good words. Why did you have to provoke that dude?" "Humph. I know what you're worried about. Don't be afraid. Let's see what happens." At the scene of the show, the audience's emotions continued to be high, and it took a while for the host to control the situation before it calmed down. Ida Jing was speechless and looked extremely embarrassed. After a long silence, he forced a smile and threw Leo's visa back, saying, Mr. Chu, as a judge, I think you've gone a little too far. Let's get back to the point. He is a media person himself and knows the power of the media. He seems to be giving in now, but in fact he just doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. Otherwise, he will have no chance to make money in China in the future. But how could that second-generation rich kid let him go so easily? Yeah, that's really straying a bit. Let's get back to your original comment. Leo said with a wicked sneer. You can call a national hero a bandit just because of his birth. Then let me ask you, someone like you with a clean birth, yet you're worshipping the gods of Japan on an island nation and calling those worse-than-animal war criminals heroes. What kind of person are you? Everyone at the scene gasped. You can't joke about this kind of thing. Ida Jing couldn't help but panic, swallowed her saliva, and argued, Don't talk nonsense. You will be held legally responsible for talking nonsense. Leo took out his cell phone and pulled out a few photos of Ada Jing kneeling at the time. When Liang said, If you think these photos are fake, you can call the police now. The police will definitely find out the authenticity and clear your name. Do you dare? If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Ada Jing looked at the photo on the phone screen and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Leo threw his phone on the table and cursed as he took off his suit. You're a jerk who worships foreigners and forgets your roots. You're a broken-back dog, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a scholar? If I were your father, I'd... At this point, the second-generation ancestor was stunned for a moment, then bent down to take off his leather shoes, took 2 steps towards Ida Jing, grabbed Ida Jing's flowing long hair, and directly hit her face with the soles of his shoes. I'll smash your face. Oh my God, you're still hiding. Your big face looks like a hairy non, and you still like to flirt with other women? Oh my God, I can't beat you to death, you bastard. Director Song in the backstage area couldn't sit still anymore and shouted hurriedly, Cut, cut, cut. Cut the commercial. The host, Wu Hua, was extremely flustered. He rushed forward and said, Boss Chu, don't be like this. Leo pointed the tip of his shoe at Wu Hua's nose and said coldly, Don't interrupt. Get out of the way. After I teach him a lesson, it will be your turn soon. Don't be impatient. The boss of a prestigious company now looks like a gangster leader, and the only thing missing is a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. The live broadcast was interrupted and switched to advertising. At Phoenix Villa, Ben was still not satisfied. With a smile on his lips, he muttered, It's really hard for you to wear such a dandy appearance every day. Chapter 91, Troublesome. Sophie's house, the TV in the living room, was playing Leo as famous scene on the show. Although it had been switched to a commercial, the psychologist with an extremely low sense of humor was still rolling on the sofa with laughter. Sophie was awakened in the bedroom by her bursts of laughter, which could be considered insane. After rubbing her eyes, she walked out of the bedroom weakly and said resentfully, Hey, is this how you take care of patients? After a day of rest, the beautiful So finally looked more refreshed, but perhaps due to the fever, her lips were a little dry. Did I wake you up? Zhou Xiaoa put on her slippers and hurried over to him, asking with concern, How are you? Are you feeling better? Sophie swallowed hard and walked towards the sofa, saying, Thanks to you, I'm not dead yet. Seeing her bestie opening the coffee table drawer to look for medicine, Zhou Xiaohua hurriedly poured her a glass of water. Come on, take your medicine. Sophie finished her medicine, put the cup of water on the coffee table, stared at the TV for a while, and asked suspiciously, What are you watching? You're smiling like an idiot. Ha ha ha. Zhou Xiaohua couldn't help but burst out laughing again. Sophie, I think you'll definitely regret letting that bastard go on the show in your place. He ha ha ha. Not only did he scold the host and criticize that public intellectual, he also revealed all the negative information about that public intellectual. In the end, he even smashed that public intellectual in the face with his leather shoe. Oh my God, is this something a normal person could do? The show is interrupted now. Look, it's switched to commercials. Upon hearing this, Sophie suddenly felt dizzy. I just told him this morning to tone it down, and he's just like that. After some mental preparation, Sophie took the tablet on the sofa and searched for tonight's live broadcast video while rubbing her throbbing temples, feeling uneasy. Zhou Xiaohua said, Sophie, I personally feel that this person in your family did nothing wrong tonight. Do you know this? That Ida Jing, usually a decent person who considers himself a scholar, was exposed by Leo as a radical, a complete traitor. Not to mention Leo, I want to kick him. Sophie looked aloof and refreshed her page for a long time before she finally found a recording that a host had just posted online. Clicking on the video, at the beginning of the show, Leo was very quiet. Instead, the well-known public intellectual next to him would occasionally pick on him, but he didn't fight back and seemed to be indifferent. One commenter was even saying, "Why are you pretending? Mr. AI is a scholar from a family of scholars. He should be looking down on you, a rich second-generation kid." Sophie could see that Leo didn't make any comments because he didn't understand acting. This is done very well. Otherwise, look at what happened to a new actress who commented on a talented veteran singer a while ago. She is just mindlessly bringing bad luck upon herself. But Ida Jing seemed to be deliberately embarrassing Leo. It's really infuriating. This famous public intellectual asked for her contact information under the guise of cooperation. Due to his status and connections in the circle, Sophie couldn't refuse. But ever since adding WeChat, this Ida Jing has become less serious, sending her messages from time to time, showing off his literary talent, as if to say, "I'm a good writer, right? Let's go out on a date." Sophie regarded him as a lunatic. Although she couldn't scold him, she was too lazy to open the message he sent. To be honest, if a woman wants to build a career, she may not be able to defeat all the evil spirits and monsters she meets along the way, unless she has a background that no one else can afford to offend. Sophie relies on Truman now. She is not the type to go to someone to complain. What's more, she is not familiar with Leo yet, and she was just harassed by a few WeChat messages, so there's really no need to make a big fuss. But what puzzled her was why AI De Jing had to provoke Leo. Also, how did Leo know so much about this public intellectual? She had been in this circle for so long, but she had never heard of it. Most likely Leo took the trouble to check it out. So what was his purpose in doing this? Just because he saw Ida Jing send her a harassing WeChat message? Not really. Sophie couldn't help but frowned. She felt that Leo seemed to have some feelings for her, but with his romantic nature, he would probably have feelings for any woman, right? Ben had told her before that Leo's current playboy look was just an act for others to see, and she was half believing and half doubting it. Later, she accidentally heard a conversation between two internet celebrities, saying that Leo wasn't good enough. At that time, she was also confused and wondered if Leo was really pretending. But then she thought, how many men in this world have such great self-control? Even if they were stripped naked and brought to the bed, could they still control themselves? Especially after drinking. So, Sophie thought Leo was probably really not up to it, and that they could only cuddle and kiss each other every day to satisfy their pleasure. Or, at least, he suffered too much loss and was unable to do anything after drinking. Seeing her best friend, sometimes thoughtful, sometimes frowning, Zhou Xiaohua thought, is she pissed off? While that bastard had done something truly satisfying, it surely had a certain impact on Xingya. With such a good show ruined like this, who would dare to work with him again? So, he didn't dare to laugh anymore and comforted her. Sophie, since it has happened, you. Sophie was just halfway through her words when she burst out laughing for the first time in her life. She pointed at Leo on the screen and said, "Is he crazy? Why does he criticize everyone? It's normal for hosts to play the pity for the actors, but he made them feel embarrassed by his criticism. Huh? Why did he hit me with his shoes? I only hit my son like that. No, when I hit my son, I don't hit him in the face. Ruoro, do you think he's sick? He's like a gangster. Huh? So funny. Ruoro, remember I told you before that on the day of my wedding with him, he scolded all the guests present, especially the people from Truman. He scolded everyone he met, as if his mouth was borrowed, and he never stopped. How can such a shameless bastard exist in this world? Huh? Zhou Xiaohua was stunned, staring at this beautiful woman who hadn't laughed so happily in who knows how long. He raised his hand hesitantly, touched his forehead, and muttered, "The fever is gone. It's over as my brain burned out. Go to hell." Sophie suppressed her smile slightly, patted her chest, and coughed a few times. After taking a sip of water, she laughed. "I think he's really funny. He's almost 30 years old, but he's full of childishness, like an angry young man, and he gets into fights at the slightest disagreement. Oh, how can there be such a person? It's really a headache." Zhou Xiaohua was astonished. "I think you're the one giving me trouble now. Sophie, you don't have any feelings for him anymore, do you? Is your illness improving?" Sophie put the tablet aside and shook her head. "No, I just think he's funny." Chapter 92, A Different Kind of Charm. Zhou Xiaohua recalled the scene of Leo and Sophie shaking hands that morning, and she couldn't tell whether she was happy or worried. "Sophie, I really want to cure your illness, but it can't be Leo. He's too romantic. You can't throw yourself into the fire." "What are you thinking about?" Sophie pouted. "You should think of a way to cure me as soon as possible. I'm already 25. If you can't cure me, I'll really become a nun. Something's wrong, Sophie. You were always so impatient when Leo was mentioned before, but now. Besides, what this bastard did tonight is not good for your company. How can you not be angry? This is really wrong. Sophie waved her hand. There's nothing wrong. You know my problem. I can't get attracted to men. He's not causing any trouble tonight. On the contrary, it can earn Xingya a good reputation. Why should I be angry? Besides, no matter what background and connections this guy named AI has, if things have gotten to this point, even gods can't save him. His connections are probably avoiding him. I'm afraid he'll take revenge on Xingya. Sophie picked up her phone and called the head of the PR department. I remember the employee benefits President Chu mentioned on his first day were posted in the office by the head of administration, right? Take a picture of them and post them all online in the name of recruitment. Among those benefits, there is one that if your children are admitted to the National University of Defense Technology, you will be rewarded with a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment in the city center. The date below is the day Leo took office. Combined with Leo's hitting traders with shoes in the show tonight, it does not seem to be deliberately creating sentimentality, and it will undoubtedly make Xingya earn a good reputation for patriotism. Zhou Xiaohua seemed to be lost in thought. She held Zhao Yanan's hand and said seriously, "Give me some time. I will definitely cure you. But I hope you stay away from Leo, Sophie. He's too extravagant. Besides, you may not have noticed that your attitude towards him has really changed. No, it's a big change." Sophie was a little speechless. In fact, ever since she learned that Leo also had a mental illness, she had developed a subtle feeling of sympathy for Leo and even felt a little sorry for his experience of being abused. Leo, at the beginning, during this period of time, whenever she got into trouble, the playboy would stand in front of her in time. Over time, the resentment in her heart caused by Leo's bad mouth was naturally resolved. In these past 2 days, the dude had probably wanted to help her overcome her psychological barriers, so whenever they met, he'd find an excuse to shake her hand. Even though he hadn't said it explicitly, how could she not see his intention? This inevitably made her heart warm. But in the final analysis, all these changes in the view of Leo only stopped at the level of friends. How could it be as serious as Zhou Xiaohua said? Don't worry about it. It's impossible for him and I to be together. Putting aside other things, think about it. He is the young master of the Chu family. Even if he is an illegitimate child, his last name is Chu. Not to mention me now. Even the Zhao family before is not worthy of him. Zhou Xiaohua, that's good. Anyway, I'm afraid of him, but I will never allow him to bully you. At 10:30, Leo returned home. After getting out of the elevator, he hesitated for a moment and rang the doorbell of Sophia's house. Not long after, Sophie opened the door, looked at Leo, and blinked without saying anything, nor showing any intention of letting him in. She stood at the door with an expressionless face. Are you feeling better? Leo's thin lips moved. Yeah. Sophie nodded. The fever has gone down, but my throat is still a little uncomfortable. Leo smiled, paused, and said, I think I need to apologize to you. It seems I got you into trouble again. Sophie bit the inside of her lower lip and shook her head. No, Director Song just called and said the production team will support you. Leo, that's good. Are you alone? Well, Lukai has something to do, so Ruo went to help him. Leo raised his eyebrows slightly. Then can you do it alone? Or, it's getting late. Sophie felt a little uncomfortable and interrupted. I want to go to bed. Leo looked a little disappointed. After taking a breath, he held out his hand and said, Good night. Sophie felt strangely shy and gently squeezed Leo's hand. Good night. After closing the door, the beautiful So stood behind it, a smile unconsciously forming in the corners of her eyes. She stared at her palms and muttered, Thank you. The second-generation rich man who was rejected looked happy and walked towards his home leisurely. Thinking back to the way Sophie bit her lower lip just now, his heart was beating fast. This was the first time in such a long time that he saw his wife looking so relaxed and slightly shy. It has a unique charm. On the other hand, Ida Jing had a complete falling out with the program crew and wanted to rush back to Beijing overnight, but was told by her assistant that it was too late and she could only buy a flight back the next morning. Helplessly, this famous intellectual had to go back to the hotel and call his connections to see if he could suppress the negative information about himself. However, the connections he had built up over the years seemed to have agreed on a plan, and the answer they gave was always the same: it's difficult. Even some of his brothers, whom he thought he had a very close relationship with, didn't even answer his calls. People's hearts have changed, and the world is fickle. It has been like this since ancient times. Ida Jing felt powerless, knowing that she was probably powerless to turn the situation around this time. The more she thought about Truman, the second-generation ancestor, the more furious she became. She only regretted that this was not the capital. Otherwise, she would have to kill him. The hatred in his heart suddenly spread. And suddenly, he thought of an old friend from Jiangcheng. After some consideration, Ida Jing took out her cell phone, found a number marked Heise, and called it. Hello, Lao AI. Why did you suddenly think of me? There was a lot of noise on the other end of the phone, probably in a bar. Ida Jing smiled and said, I came to your Jiangcheng to record show. I just finished recording. Don't you want to have a drink with me? Hey, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you didn't even say hello in advance. Has our relationship become so cold now? You're being unreasonable, Lao AI. AI to Jing. Okay, don't talk nonsense with me. I understand. I'm really too busy with work. Are you free now? Let's make an appointment to meet up somewhere. We haven't seen each other for a while. Of course. Let me tell you, I'll send you the location. Come over now. There are a lot of girls there. Chapter 93, Black Spot. Half an hour later, Ida Jing arrived at a business club, and the man named Heise personally met him at the door. Heise lived up to his name. His skin looked like it was dyed with ink. He was about 30 years old, dressed in gaudy clothes, and looked like a big gangster. Don't underestimate this guy. Although he is not good-looking, he is very capable. He is doing well in the Jiangcheng underworld. He is involved in all kinds of dirty business and is famous for his ruthlessness. He has more than 100 subordinates, all of whom are idle social scum or people who have been released from prison. Old AI. Brother. Long time no see. The two hugged each other affectionately. Heise looked bewildered, a little crazy, and extremely excited. He looked abnormal no matter how you looked at him. AI to Jing was not surprised and said with a smile, Are you too excited again? Heise shook his head and said, Life is just about enjoying life. Ha ha ha. After laughing for a while, he turned around and yelled at the younger brothers behind him. You're all so uneducated. This guy's my good brother. Call me Big Brother. Big Brother. A dozen or so spirited young men bowed deeply in unison, which was quite a grand display. Ida Jing waved her hands repeatedly. Don't try this. I can't stand it. Heise laughed loudly, hooked an arm around Ida Jing's shoulder, and said, Come on, get on. I'll arrange an 8-nation alliance for you and give you a good time. The group walked into the club noisily. Wherever they went, all the staff members of the club would respectfully greet Heise. Hey, Heir, guh. Entering the box, Heise couldn't wait to ask Mommy to bring the princess in. Ida Jing hurriedly dissuaded him. No. Brother, I have something to tell you. I'll order later. Heise originally refused to listen, but when he saw that Ida Jing's face seemed a little asymmetrical, he rubbed his eyes, took a closer look, and said in astonishment, Oh my God, were you beaten? Why is it so swollen? Ida Jing sighed, glanced at Heise's younger brothers, and hesitated to speak. Heise immediately understood and waved his hand. You guys go out first. No one is allowed to come in unless I call you. After the younger brothers left, Ida Jing finally spoke. To be honest, brother, something happened to me tonight. I guess I won't be able to survive in the country in the future. Heise's eyes were filled with disbelief. You? Impossible. You're one of the most famous people in Beijing. How could you not make it? Brother, don't make fun of me. Why would I lie to you? Ida Jing said with a bitter face. Some of my black materials have been exposed. This time, hey, I'm afraid it's all over. On the way here, I called my secretary and asked them to start laundering the money. Once all the money is laundered, I will go to the United States. Heise was stunned for a long while, then cursed. Who messed with you? Brother, just tell me. There's no one in Jiangcheng that I dare not touch. Ida Jing opened her mouth, pretending to be embarrassed, then poured 2 glasses of wine, handed one to Heise, and said, Forget it, brother. I came here just to say goodbye to you. From now on, it will be difficult for us to meet again. No, what do you mean? Heise said unhappily. You don't treat me as a brother. Ida Jing frowned. How could that be? Hey, brother, listen to me. Don't worry about this matter. We can't afford to offend. I see you're looking down on me. Heise said angrily. Hurry up and tell me who it is. Don't make me lose my temper. Ida Jing sighed. Truman's young master. When he heard Truman, Heise's face froze. After being stunned for a long while, he said, Young master? Zhu Haodan. Ida Jing shook her head. Liu? Lao? Heise pondered for a moment, and after a moment, he seemed to have figured it out. He said, He's the illegitimate son of the third wife of the Chu family. I was so scared. I thought it was Chu Howren. I say, Lao AI, how did you get involved with that bastard? Hey, in front of you, I won't be embarrassed. Ida Jing complained. I added his wife on WeChat a while ago. I guess I made him unhappy, so he did this to me. Damn it, this time he has completely ruined me. You don't know, he actually hit me in the face with a shoe on the show. If it was in Beijing, I guarantee he wouldn't survive tonight. Heise could tell that the last sentence was meant for him. After pondering for a while, he smacked his lips and said, Old AI, are you interested in that most beautiful girl in Jiangcheng? Ah, a beautiful lady, a gentleman's dream, who knew it would cause such a big trouble. Ha ha ha. That's what they call lust, and it's like a knife hanging over your head. Heise laughed for a while, paused, and said, Old AI, let's not talk about our friendship as musicians 10 years ago, and let's not even mention all the care you gave my sister in Beijing. Just because my mom went to Beijing for surgery, and you were so busy running around, using connections, and paying for the medical bills, I can't let you take this beating in vain. Ida Jing dissuaded him. Forget it, forget it. That's the Truman family, the largest family in Jiangcheng. Don't provoke them. I'll just have to suffer in silence. TSK. Heise laughed roguely. The biggest family in Jiangcheng? Old AI. Don't you understand that real big families never show off? Our Chu family is the best in Jiangcheng on the surface, but in the eyes of those real big families, they are nothing. Ida Jing was shocked. Heise, could it be that your backer can be better than Truman? Heise said frankly, I don't have anyone to rely on. My only supporter is myself. Da Jing. So what are you doing with all this shit? I can't afford to offend Truman, but Heise changed the subject. It's not impossible to do something to Leo in secret. He's not like Chu Howren, who has no skills and is just a playboy. It won't be difficult to deal with him. This is what Ida Jing wanted. Although Heise is a gangster, his background is nothing compared to Truman's. But this kind of desperate criminal may not take the wealthy seriously. If he can't fight head-on, he has plenty of dirty tricks. Ida Jing pretended to evade responsibility. Forget it. I can't cause you any trouble. Brother, come, drink, and let's put this matter behind us. Heise shook his head gently. With me, this matter will never be over. Lao AI, just listen to me this time. This is a good opportunity for me to repay you. I owe you too much. Ida Jing, what's the point of being humane? The two of us. Heise interrupted. Just stay in Jiangcheng and don't rush out of the country. I'll send someone to investigate him shortly. Old AI, you don't know this yet, do you? I have plenty of people under my command right now. Haha, as soon as I get the chance, I'll take action against that bastard. I'll kill or maim him, and you have the final say. AI Jing knew that if she continued to shirk responsibility, she would seem distant, so she nodded with difficulty. Well, brother, I'll trouble you. I really want to vent my anger. Leo, that bastard, I can't bear it until he's dead. Heise sneered. It's not enough to just deal with him. We have to take that Jiangcheng's most beautiful girl with us. To be honest, I've coveted her too, but because she's relying on Truman, I didn't want to cause trouble, so I never had any thoughts about her. But this time, she hurt you so much. How can I not take her out on her? Humph. I'll make a careful plan and kidnap her for you, and I guarantee no one else can find out. The two brothers looked at each other, with the same lustful look on their faces. Chapter 94 today is the weekend. Weekend. After 2 days of fermentation, AI Dajing's negative information caused an uproar on the internet. It has become known to everyone and can be said to be notorious. The programs under her name have all announced that they will stop broadcasting, and the relevant advertisers have also promptly issued notices of termination of contract. Both mainstream media and self-media accounts have criticized her and exposed many inappropriate remarks that Ida Jing had made on the show before. Her ugly face of worshipping foreigners and fawning on foreigners was exposed, which aroused the indignation of the Chinese people. Born into a scholarly family and a prominent family, and graduating from a top-notch university in the country, the talent of this great public intellectual is unquestionable. But even though he is extremely talented, he just can't learn the word loyalty. In order to flatter the United States, India, and lick the boots of Japan and South Korea, they do not hesitate to falsify history and make false statements. But when facing their own country, they point fingers at it, act sarcastic and mock it, and are constantly vile. Yes, our country must face up to the reality that there's indeed a big gap between our scientific and technological level and that of developed countries. But why don't you think about how many years it has taken us from driving out foreign invaders to not having enough food to our current standard of living. The country is making every effort to develop, and development requires generations of pillars to make contributions with all their heart and soul, rather than the random instructions of so-called public intellectuals, let alone the shameless and malicious incitement. Even if we take a step back and put aside his past inappropriate remarks, the mere charge of visiting the S Society in Japan is enough to send him to the 18th level of hell. In the evening, Leo called the second brother to ask about his injuries, and then mentioned the mysterious man with a tattoo on his arm. The incident happened 10 years ago, and it would definitely not be easy to investigate. Although Chen Hong was very sure that the man was a native of Jiangcheng, no one could guarantee that he was still in Jiangcheng. In this regard, the second brother could only say that he would do his best to investigate. Leo understood that it was very unlikely for the second brother to find a needle in a haystack alone. However, apart from the second brother, the other three brothers were not familiar with Jiangcheng, and he himself did not have any useful connections. Therefore, he placed more hope on Ben and Chu Muhan, hoping that the father and daughter could give some help. After hanging up the phone, Leo looked at the time. It was almost time for dinner. When he saw Sophie in the morning, the icy beauty's complexion had completely recovered. It seemed that her cold was almost healed. It shouldn't be a problem for them to have dinner together. Thinking about this, he changed his clothes and went out to Sophie's house. However, just when I was halfway there, Sophie pushed the door open and came out, dressed neatly and holding a bag. Apparently, she was going out for something. The two looked at each other. Sophie paused for a moment, then turned around and locked the door. "What for?" Leo asked. "Something," Sophie said indifferently and strode towards the elevator. Leo pondered for a moment and said, "Did you forget something?" Sophie looked at him sideways, giving him a questioning look. "Today is the weekend." Leo smiled. Sophie thought for a moment and then remembered that she had made an appointment with Leo to have dinner together on the weekend night. But right now, she has already made an appointment with Zhou Xiaohua to get psychological treatment. I have something urgent tonight." Leo remained calm and smiled. "Okay. Where are you going?" "I'll take you there." Sophie shook her head. "No, I can drive myself." At this point, she suddenly realized something and frowned. "You're not going to ruin my tire again, are you?" "Leo, I've already changed 3 tires." Leo laughed for a moment and quickly waved his hands, saying, No, I'm not that shameless. And besides, it was that fat guy who did it before. I've already taught him a lesson for you, and I guarantee he won't dare do it again." Sophie glared and said nothing. "Sophie, if you're driving, be careful." Sophie responded, and the elevator door opened just in time. Watching his wife walk into the elevator, Leo waved his hand, and when he turned around, a hint of loss flashed in his eyes. I had just taken 2 steps towards my home when the elevator door behind me opened with a whoosh. Leo stopped and turned to look. Sophie leaned halfway out of the elevator, stared at him, blinked, and said seriously, "How about we have a midnight snack together tonight?" Leo nodded happily. "Okay." Sophie hummed, paused, and then gave an inexplicable explanation. "I have a charity auction next weekend, so I thought it would be best to fulfill my promise tonight." Leo smirked. "Sophie, why do you need to explain?" Sophie opened her mouth, looking a little unnatural. Then she stepped back into the elevator, pressed the close button, glanced at the corner of her lips, and muttered to herself, "Yeah, why should I explain? I'm really sick." It was exactly 9 o'clock when she finished her treatment at Zhou Xiaohua's. Sophie thought, since it was just a midnight snack, she still had plenty of time, so she chatted with her bestie for a while until 10 o'clock sharp, then headed home. On the way back, on the outer ring road, a black SUV suddenly changed lanes and cut in front of her Maserati. Fortunately, the beautiful CEO was focused and swerved in time to swerve into the next lane. While this avoided a car accident, it also left her terrified. Her heart was pounding. She wondered what was wrong with the driver of the other car. Either he was mentally ill or drunk. Just when she was getting angry, who would have thought that the SUV would catch up again, overtake her, and then cut in front of Sophia's car again and slammed on the brakes? Sophie was caught off guard and subconsciously stepped on the brakes, holding the steering wheel tightly with both hands, her heart instantly rising to her throat. Fortunately, the distance was just enough. When the Maserati stopped, the front of the car was less than 10 centimeters away from the taillights of the SUV. Sophie's face was pale. She was breathing heavily. Her mind was blank. At this moment, the door of the car in front suddenly opened and 3 ruffian-looking men came out. Sophie didn't know what these people were going to do. Driven by instinct, she quickly locked the car door and looked at the three people nervously. It was strange that the three men had fierce looks on their faces when they first got off the car, but after taking a step forward, they all stopped and stared at the car coming from behind, looking at each other in bewilderment. Sophie was terrified and confused, not knowing what these three were going to do. Inadvertently, she caught a glimpse of a police car in the rearview mirror, speeding towards her with its lights flashing. After a while, the police car pulled up behind the Maserati. The traffic officer in the passenger seat opened the door and got out, saying unhappily, "Why are you parking here? Don't you know this is the outer ring road? Can you park anywhere you want?" The traffic police knocked on Sophie's car window. Driver's license and vehicle registration. Sophie breathed a sigh of relief and said as she took out her ID, "Officer, they forced me to stop. I don't know what they were going to do." The three men pretended to be calm. Two of them returned to the car, and the remaining one dealt with the traffic police. He forced a smile and said, "Officer, she just blocked our car. We were just impulsive." After checking Sophie's ID, the traffic officer walked up to the SUV and demanded sharply, "Driving license." After checking their ID, he yelled at the men, "How dare you drive a car to compete with a girl? Get out of here." After driving the SUV away, the traffic police gave Sophie another lecture. Drive more carefully next time and don't get angry with others. There are no surveillance cameras on this road, and it's hard to explain the scratches and bruises. Hurry and leave. Don't affect traffic. Sophie thanked him, started the car, and left. She didn't take it to heart and just thought that she was not paying attention to the other person. How could she have known that if the police hadn't showed up unexpectedly, the consequences would have been disastrous? Chapter 95, Wishful Thinking. When I got home, it was already 11 o'clock. Sophie took a short break and sent a WeChat message to Leo. "Want some late-night snack?" "Leo, I'm at your door." Sophie took a breath, picked up her bag, and went out. The second-generation rich man stood upright at the door, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Sophie was stunned and looked at him in confusion. On a first date, there should be a sense of ceremony. Sophie looked at the ruffian face and curled her lips helplessly. "If you want to eat, go ahead. If you want to date, go find your good friends." Leo said nonchalantly, "You've sued all my good friends in court. They've been busy selling everything they have and have no time to spend with me." Sophie raised her lips and said with a hint of mockery, "Heartbroken." Leo, jealous? It seemed as if everything had returned to the beginning of our encounter. But it is a new beginning after all. Sophie didn't get angry like she used to when she heard these two words. She just rolled her eyes and said coolly, "Do you want to go eat or not?" "Go, go, go." Leo smiled and said, "It's just that I've already bought these flowers. You can't let me throw them away, right? They cost hundreds of dollars. I really can't bear to part with them." Reluctant? You, a guy who throws money around in a bar like it's paper, would be reluctant to part with a few $100s? Sophie pursed her lips, and after a moment of stalemate, she finally compromised and took the flowers and brought them home. When I went out again, Leo had already pressed the elevator button. Like a distinguished butler, he made a gentlemanly and elegant "please" gesture and said with a smile, "It's a pleasure to serve you." Sophie's face was cold as she strode into the elevator and said unhappily, "Leo, don't be so flirty." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Leo walked into the elevator, pressed the close button, and then held out his hand. "Here, you received the flowers. Shouldn't you thank me?" Sophie looked at the outstretched hand, muttered a response, and gently shook it. Leo smiled lightly, paused, and asked, "Tell me, what do you want to eat?" Sophie blinked and thought, "Skewers? Crayfish? Look, it's already this late. Let's just go to the nearby night market and eat some street food instead of messing around." Leo didn't find it abrupt or pretentious that this rich young lady, who had grown up in a wealthy family, would eat at a roadside stall. In fact, it is just that the rich people in TV dramas are portrayed too unrealistically. In order to highlight that some wealthy characters do not despise the poor, they deliberately portray it as a noble virtue for a rich daughter or a young master to occasionally eat a meal at a roadside stall. This is really superficial and ignorant. "Is your throat still sore?" Leo asked. Sophie nodded a little. "Leo, so you still want to eat skewers and lobster?" Wishful thinking. "Sophie, there's something wrong." About half an hour later, the two arrived at Chun Chang's food stall. Since Chun Chang's death, this restaurant has been run by Chun Ting and Shen Hong. However, they changed the chef, and the food they made can no longer taste the same as Chun Chang's. So many of their old customers have left. It was only 11:30, which should have been the busy time for the food stall, but there were only 2 tables of people sitting there. Seeing Leo coming, Chun-Ting hurried out to greet him, smiling brightly. Brother Chu, you're here. Is this my sister-in-law? Hello, sister-in-law. Leo smiled and turned to look at Sophie. Although Bing Mayer never liked people linking her and Leo to a husband and wife relationship, she was, after all, a well-educated and well-mannered woman who knew how to consider Leo as face in front of outsiders. She smiled lightly and replied, hello. Chun-Ting invited the two of them into the food stall and said, Brother Chu, is it lamb ribs tonight? Leo nodded. Give me a small portion, a little spicier, and a portion of braised lamb with less seasoning. Leo, timidly from a few tables away. Leo remained calm, took out a cigarette case from his pocket, and said to Sophie, I'm going to have a cigarette. As soon as he walked out of the food stall, Chun Hong followed him out. With long hair draped over her shoulders, a graceful figure, and a lovely appearance. Such a beauty attracted the attention of several passers-by as soon as she appeared. If they knew that this beauty was actually a him, how would they feel? Now, Chun Hong ignored the looks of passers-by, walked up to Leo, and whispered, I heard from Chun-Ting that you gave her a lot of money to take Grandpa to see a doctor. Thank you. Really, thank you. Leo took a deep puff of a cigarette and said coldly, I did it for Chun-Chong. Chun Hong lowered his head, was silent for a moment, and then repeated, thank you. How's the old man's condition? Leo asked. Chun Hong, it's still getting worse. This can't be solved with money. Leo smiled evilly. You should know what I mean. Chun Hong opened his mouth, frowned, and nodded heavily. I know. That's good to know. Leo flicked the ash from his cigarette and said, you can't face Chun-Ting like this, so it's better for you to die. I give you dignity, so you should be decent. If you're not decent, I'll help you be decent. Don't bother you. I can end it myself. Chun Hong said, thanked again, and then returned to the food stall. Leo finished his cigarette leisurely before going in. Soon, Chun-Ting brought up 2 dishes. Sophie, who loved spicy food, looked at the lamb and clear soup in front of her, then looked at the lamb ribs that the bastard ordered for her, and frowned unconsciously. Eat, be careful of the heat, Leo said with a smile, and started eating. Sophie glared, sipping her soup with a spoon, occasionally glancing at Leo as he devoured his meal. She found her lamb soup increasingly difficult to swallow, but after all, her cold wasn't completely gone. She envied him, but she knew what was right and wrong. She knew the playboy was doing it for her own good. He couldn't just bite Lu Dongbin, could he? After eating a small portion, the ice beauty wiped her mouth and said, I'm done. Leo took a look and said, drink some more soup to warm yourself up. You'll be completely healed tomorrow. Sophie pursed her lips and said, no more drinking. Let's go home. We have to get up early tomorrow. Leo put down the bone in his hand, wiped his hands, and said, okay. Sophie, I see you didn't eat well this time. How about we make another dinner date? When is a convenient day for you? Let's go for hot pot. The very spicy kind. Sophie. Leo stopped talking. There's a long way to go, huh? Let's go home. Due to Chun-Ting's repeated obstruction, Leo was ultimately unable to pay. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the couple drove away. However, not long after driving out, Leo felt something was wrong. There were 2 cars behind him, and they seemed to be following him. Chapter 96, Don't Think of Me. Leo remembered that when he was halfway through his meal, the 2 cars stopped not far from the food stall. At that time, one of the cars had its headlights on, and it dazzled his eyes, so he took a special look. Leo couldn't help but feel a little alert when he just set off, and they followed him. But it's hard to say whether it's just a coincidence. To verify his hypothesis, Leo deliberately circled twice, but the 2 cars were still following closely behind him. Could it be such a coincidence? They were definitely being followed. Leo secretly wondered about the other party's background. Considering what had happened recently, he was most likely the person behind President Gene. He had previously used Mr. Gene to target the father and son, but he hadn't succeeded in getting rid of either of them, and he had even silenced Mr. Gene. How could he give up halfway after going through so much trouble? He would definitely resort to some other tricks. Apart from them, there's probably no one else, right? It couldn't be that Ida Jing, a celebrity in the Beijing circle. She was nothing in Jiangcheng. How could she dare to challenge Truman? Leo looked at the rearview mirror from time to time and glanced at Sophie out of the corner of his eye. After thinking for a while, he changed gears and stepped on the accelerator. With the help of the GTR's godlike performance, he turned the corner and left the 2 cars behind him out of sight. It is important to find out who the other party is, but nothing is more important than his own wife. For safety reasons, Leo decided to send this beauty home first and then drive out by himself. It will not be difficult to lure them out. The sudden acceleration left Sophie confused. She glanced at the speedometer and saw it was nearly 130. Leo, the speed limit is 90. Leo grinned, reached out and pressed a green button on the center console, and said calmly, "It's okay." Sophie stared at him suspiciously. "That button is used to change the license plate," Leo explained. Sophie was stunned for a moment, not understanding why his car had such a high-tech feature. However, she wasn't thinking about being caught speeding, but rather that she was genuinely a little scared. She frowned and said, "Too fast. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble?" Leo raised an eyebrow and said with a strange smile, "Sophie, you may not believe this, but you're the first person who thinks that I'm driving 130 kilometers per hour fast and is worried about accidents." After hearing this, Sophie looked at the complicated center console and the unusually long handlebar. She felt that this car, despite its ordinary appearance, was not an ordinary car at all. She asked in confusion, "Are you a good driver?" Leo looked at her with a smile in his eyes, pursed his lips, and did not respond. Soon, the couple arrived at the underground garage of the community. Sophie was nervous all the way, but her worries were in vain. This dude was really good at driving. No matter how fast he was driving, the car was always very stable and did not make her feel carsick. Leo parked at the gate of the residential complex so I could go to the supermarket to buy some groceries, but I got so nervous that I forgot. "Leo, you go up first. I'm going to buy something at the gate of the community." As soon as she entered the elevator, Sophie pressed a button for the first floor. Leo didn't press the button on his floor and smiled. "I'm going shopping too. Come with me." In the quiet night, the two walked side by side. The street lights in the community were dim, and the moonlight was cold and lonely. Leo turned his head from time to time to look at the beautiful profile of the beauty next to him, with a smile on his lips. Sophie felt his gaze and felt a little awkward, but she didn't say anything. The two of them walked quietly. After buying things in the supermarket, they were about to return to the community when, as luck would have it, they met Li Bin and his group. "Hey, Brother Chu," a man in his 30s with 7 or 8 ruffian-like younger brothers, had a certain presence, but he respectfully and fawningly called Leo, who is several years younger than him, "Big Brother." "You live here?" Leo twitched his lips. Li Bin, stop yelling, it's awkward." Li Bin smiled awkwardly and looked at Sophie beside Leo. "Is this my sister-in-law?" "Hello, sister-in-law." The younger brothers behind him shouted in unison. "Hello, sister-in-law." "Sophie." Leo also felt awkward. Seeing that Li Bin looked a little fussy, he said, "What are you doing here so late at night? Do you live here too?" Li Bin waved his hands repeatedly. "How can I afford to buy a house here?" As he spoke, he pointed to a barbecue restaurant not far away. "I had a few drinks with the brothers and came over to eat barbecue." "Chu, Mr. Chu, do you want to join us?" Leo, "No, you guys go eat. My wife and I will go home first." Okay. As soon as they entered the community, Sophie asked, "How do you know these people? They're obviously not serious people." Leo said calmly, "We met while drinking at the bar." "Then why do they call you Big Brother?" Sophie asked suspiciously. "And that fat guy, he also calls you Big Brother." Leo pondered for a moment and evaded the question. "Maybe it's because I'm handsome and rich." Sophie rolled her eyes at him. "Shameless. Thank you for praising me so much." Sophie was speechless for a moment. After walking for a distance, she suddenly stopped, looked up at Leo, and said abruptly, "Leo, do you have feelings for me?" Leo did not deny it. "It's not excessive to have feelings about your own wife." Sophie gradually stopped, looked up at him, and said seriously, "We can't do that. Don't spend too much time on me, and don't be too nice to me. I think the way we are getting along now is just right." Leo smiled faintly. "How do you know it won't work if you don't try?" Sophie looked a little embarrassed to speak. After thinking for a while, she said, "You should have noticed that I can't have normal contact with the opposite sex. Leo, I have a disease, a very serious mental illness." Leo's eyes flashed with a hint of heartache, and his tone was extremely gentle. "It's not a terminal illness. It won't be a problem." Sophie frowned and said coldly, "Even if I'm not sick, we're not suitable for each other. Leo, you're a promiscuous person. You have feelings for me, maybe just because I'm pretty and you want to have some fun, right?" Leo took a deep breath, his eyes flickering. He wanted to explain, but didn't know how. He laughed and muttered, "You understand me quite well." The two of them didn't say anything else and returned home in silence. Sophie opened the door, paused, turned to look at Leo, standing behind her, and said with an unnatural expression, "Good night." Leo held out his hand. "Good night." Sophie pursed her lips and shook it gently. "Thank you." Then, go into the room and close the door. Leo took a deep breath helplessly and did not plan to go home. Instead, he walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the basement floor. At the same time, he took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Lao Wu. Don't sleep. I'll be there soon. I have something to do. Bye. When they reached the basement floor, the elevator door slowly opened with a clatter. Leo put his phone in his pocket, and when he looked up, he was surprised to find a large group of people standing in front of him. There were at least 14 or 15 of them, all tall and strong, wearing hats and masks, and holding machetes in their hands. Chapter 97 Elevator Fight. The group saw Leo. They were obviously stunned. Leo immediately realized that these people must be looking for him. He must have been planning to break into the house, but he ended up showing up at the door himself. Leo was not panicked at all. His eyes suddenly became sinister, but he was unarmed at the moment. Facing more than a dozen strong men holding sharp blades, he was afraid that he would not get any advantage. Not to mention him, even if Tyson came, he would probably be stabbed twice. After all, no matter how good your kung fu is, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. Before he could think of a countermeasure, the group of people brandished machetes and rushed into the elevator with murderous intent. Leo was quick-witted and quick-handed. He raised his hand and tore off the surveillance camera. At the same time, he clenched his other hand into a fist and punched the left temple of the strong man who rushed in first. The man's head slammed against the inside of the elevator with a bang. His left eye suddenly became bloodshot, and he fell to the ground twitching. The next second, 3 machetes came towards him at the same time. Leo dodged sideways, grabbed one person's wrist with one hand, and snatched the knife away with a twist. With the other hand, he grabbed the torn surveillance camera and smashed it hard on the man's face, directly poking out his right eye. Suddenly, a wailing sound resounded throughout the underground garage. However, the gang was not intimidated. Instead, they became more and more courageous. They all rushed into the elevator, squeezed Leo into a small corner, and slashed at him with knives. It can be seen that these people must have been battle-hardened in their daily lives and had many fights with others. Otherwise, how could ordinary people have such ruthlessness? Due to the limited space, Leo couldn't use his fists and feet at all. Facing the mad attacks from the swords, he used his quick wits to cut off the neck of a nearby person and put the person in front of him to serve as his human shield. Although the small space is too restrictive for me, isn't it the same for that group of people? You only see the shining machete chopping back and forth, but in fact most of the time it hits the meat shield, and it doesn't take much strength at all. Leo fought while defending, and when he saw an opportunity, he would strike with a fatal blow, either stabbing or slashing, basically aiming at the opponent's chest or head, with murderous intent in his eyes. The elevator beeped, indicating it was overloaded. The 4 stabbed men stepped out. The beeping stopped abruptly, and the elevator door slammed shut. 2 minutes later, the elevator became quiet. After a few seconds, the elevator door slowly opened, and a strong smell of blood suddenly rushed out. The elevator was stained with blood everywhere, and there were corpses lying all over the place, which made people's scalps numb. Leo stood alone in the middle of the elevator with several deep and shallow cuts on his body. He was breathing heavily, and his whole body was dyed red. He pressed the door open button with one hand and held a knife dripping with blood in the other hand. His eyes were extremely cold, as if he had returned from hell. After taking a few deep breaths, Leo kicked a body to the door, blocking the elevator door. He then stepped out and leaned against the wall. He took out a cigarette and lit one. Then he called Li Bin, basement garage in building 6. Come and help me, hurry up. Then he called Lao Wu again. Come to my house, something happened. After hanging up the phone, the rich second-generation rich raised his eyelids and saw that among the 4 people who had just run out, 2 were already dead. 1 was seriously injured and kept rolling his eyes, and the remaining one was not too seriously injured. He was holding his stomach and leaning against a pillar, blood constantly flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his face was hideous due to pain. Leo held the cigarette in the corner of his mouth and walked over. When he passed the dying man, he was kind enough to step on his neck, twisted it lightly, and sent him on his way. The man leaning against the pillar had a face full of fear. He supported himself with his hands and tried to move backwards, as if the person walking towards him was not a human, but a ghost that was taking his life. Leo took 2 or 3 steps forward, squatted down, and asked, "Who sent you here?" The man trembled with fear, stopped moving backwards, and trembled, "Hey, hiya gi. Plaza hiya." Leo had never heard of this person before and wondered, "Brother Heir, who is he?" "He's a gangster, very, very famous, the man said, coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Leo frowned slightly, suddenly raised the knife in his hand, and stabbed it into the man's thigh. Ah, tell me everything you know. The excruciating pain made the man sweat profusely. After wailing for a while, he seemed to be unable to bear the torture any longer and said like a bamboo tube pouring beans, "It's a celebrity named Ida Jing. He asked Heir for help and asked him to deal with you." Leo suddenly realized and laughed. I really underestimated this great intellectual. Huh, you even know my address so well. It seems you guys put in a lot of effort, right? The one who followed me tonight was one of yours. Yes. I originally thought of stopping you in a secluded place, but I didn't expect you were driving too fast and I lost you. I reported the situation to Heir, and he told us to come directly to your house and kidnap you, and your wife too. Leo's eyes suddenly turned sinister, and he muttered, "How dare you? Where are they now, huh?" At MJ Bar. That's Heir's place. He booked the place tonight to celebrate his girlfriend's birthday. As he spoke, as if to make amends, he added, "Tonight, all of Heir's men are here, and they're all ruthless characters. I know you're a good fighter, but he has a lot of people. You'd better not mess around." Leo was thoughtful. If no action was taken tonight, Heisey would not be able to contact his younger brother all night and would definitely guess that something had happened. At that time, regardless of what he would do, I'm afraid that Ada Jing would definitely run away. How many people? Do they have guns? The man swallowed and said, "There are at least 50 or 60 of us, not including the brothers who are busy elsewhere tonight. There aren't many guns. They're hard to get. As far as I know, only 4 or 5 people have them. Just a bunch of rabble, huh? Huh, Heisey? I wonder who gave him the courage." Leo took the cigarette, but from the corner of his mouth, and put it out on the ground. Just at this moment, a telephone rang from the body whose neck had just been broken not far away. Leo strode over, took out his cell phone, and saw that the caller ID was Heir. "Don't play tricks. I'll spare your life." Leo returned to the sole survivor and handed him the phone. Delay for a moment. "You know what to say, right?" The man nodded repeatedly, as if he had been pardoned. After taking a few deep breaths, he answered the phone. "Hello, second brother, Guzzi went to buy cigarettes. This idiot didn't even bring his phone. You two are having an affair." Heisey sounded a bit nervous, probably having gotten too high again. He cursed. "Hasn't it been done yet? We're waiting in their underground garage. They haven't come back yet. Fuck, it's already past 1. Heisey roared. "You bunch of losers, you can't even follow a person. Go eat shit." "Brother, let's just wait here. They'll be back sooner or later. If they do, we can just do it in the underground garage. It'll be safer for us." "Humph. Hurry up. Lao AI is in a hurry to go abroad. Don't let me down." Yes, brother. If there is any situation, I will report it to you immediately." After hanging up the phone, Leo took the phone away and patted the man's face with a smile. This young man is teachable. As he was speaking, Li Bin and his group came running over in a hurry. Chapter 98, Don't Ask About My Past. "Boss Chu." Leo in the dim light. He quickened his pace. "What happened, Mr. Chu?" Leo stood up and raised his hand towards him. "Keep your voice down." Li Bin ran over and saw Leo covered in bright red. His eyes widened immediately, and he asked in astonishment, "What's going on? Mr. Chu, were you hurt?" "It's okay. I was stabbed a few times." "Li Bin, help me clean up the scene. It would be bad if someone comes and sees it later." Li Bin gasped for breath and looked around. He saw 3 bodies lying not far away. A flash of fear flashed in his eyes. Dead. Although he is a gangster, Li Bin is at best a big gangster. He can handle minor fights, but he has never experienced such a scene. Leo pursed his lips and said nothing. Although it was late at night and the occupancy rate in this residential complex was not very high, there were still night owls returning home at this time. If he hadn't been afraid of being discovered if he delayed too long, he wouldn't have wanted to use Li Bin and his men at all. "Damn it. If you dare to hurt Mr. Chu, you'd better die 800 times. Li Bin plucked up his courage, thinking that since Leo could call him under such circumstances, he would probably accept him. He had a deep understanding of Mr. Chu's abilities and knew that he was not an ordinary person. If he could follow him to build a big career in the future, he would bring honor to his family. Thinking about it, he waved to his brothers and said, "Go get those." At this point, he suddenly froze and asked Leo, "Boss Chu, how should we deal with this?" Leo looked down at the lucky guy and asked, "Where's your car?" "There it is. The door is unlocked. The keys are in the car." Leo looked in the direction the man pointed and saw two SUVs and a large jean bay parked not far away. Li Bin, have your men drive those three vehicles over here, load all the bodies inside, and clean up the scene. Li Bin nodded. Isn't one enough? As soon as he finished speaking, the thief Huang Mao who had stolen Jean Tianliang's mobile phone from the police force suddenly screamed, and then his legs went limp and he sat down on the ground, staring straight at the elevator as if he had seen a ghost. The others were puzzled and looked toward the elevator. Ah. For a moment, some were screaming, some were vomiting, some were scared silly. Anyway, no one could remain calm. Li Bin's heart trembled with fear, his legs went weak, and he looked at Leo tremblingly, saying in disbelief, "You did this alone?" Leo took a breath and said seriously, "Li Bin, I didn't want to involve you, but the situation is really urgent. Please help me. After the matter is done, you will get the money." Where had Li Bin ever seen such a horrifying scene? He swallowed several times before gradually coming to his senses. He trembled and said, "Okay. No. I just want to help you. What's the money? Brothers, hurry up. Everyone, lend a hand." Leo patted him on the shoulder and said, "Good job," then took off his blood-spattered coat, wiped the blood from his face and neck, and took another elevator upstairs. When I got to my floor and stepped out of the elevator, Sophie was carrying a bag of garbage and putting it at the door. Seeing several bloody scratches on Leo's body, the icy beauty froze in her hunched body. She looked startled and stunned for a moment before she said, "What's wrong with you?" Leo felt a headache. Why wasn't she asleep yet? After a wry smile, he said calmly, "I went to the car to get something, ran into two drunks, and got into a fight." "Have you called the police?" "No, they're also seriously injured." "It's even." Sophie looked at the wounds on Leo's body and found that his left hand was still dripping with blood from time to time. She thought that the wound on his left arm must be serious. After thinking for a moment, she was about to speak when she heard Leo say, "It's getting late. Go to bed. Good night." After saying that, Leo smiled at her and turned to walk into his house. As soon as he entered the door, the second-generation rich man took off his upper body, went to the sink to wash the blood off his body, then found iodine and bandages, and sat in the living room to bandage his wounds. The two wounds on his chest were very shallow and did not need to be bandaged. The wound on his left arm was caused by blocking a knife. Fortunately, the person who attacked him did not use much strength at the time and did not injure his muscles or bones. After tying a tight bandage, the bleeding was barely stopped and it was not serious. What's painful is that there's a cut on my back that is neither deep nor shallow. Although it is not bleeding much at the moment, I have no way to deal with it. It seems that I can only wait for my brothers to come before I can deal with it. Just at this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Leo was stunned. It was impossible for his brothers to come so quickly. It must be Sophie. Thinking about it, he casually put on a piece of clothing and went to open the door. Outside the door, it was Sophie. At this moment, Leo was wearing a shirt with the buttons unbuttoned. His strong chest muscles were faintly visible, and his 8-pack abs were fully exposed. Coupled with his face that was 3 parts ruffian and 7 parts handsome, he was simply the perfect ideal for thousands of women. Seeing this, Sophie lowered her head unconsciously, her tone cold but with a hint of shyness and concern. "Put on your clothes. I'll take you to the hospital." Leo was quite surprised and raised his lips to ask, "Feeling sorry for me?" Sophie twisted her neck, not wanting to look at the beautiful scenery before her. She pursed her red lips and said, "Hurry up." "No need," Leo smiled. "I wrapped it myself." As he said this, he took off his shirt and exposed his left arm to prove it. Sophie frowned, looked straight ahead, and glanced at the wound on Leo's chest that had been cleaned up and his left arm where the bleeding had stopped. At the same time, she was surprised to find that he still had several scars on his body, which looked very old. "Leo, do you get into fights often? Is that why you keep bandages at home?" Leo chuckled. "When I was in school, the practical class teacher always praised me for my strong hands-on ability." "Sophie," after a moment of silence, he curled his lips and said, "I just saw that you have an injury on your back. Can you reach it by yourself? Do you want any help?" Leo was shocked and even thought he was in a dream. This flower from the high mountain actually has a time when it approaches on its own initiative. In fact, Sophie just felt that Leo had been taking good care of her mental illness recently. It was not reasonable for her to ignore his pain right now, right? "Okay, I'll trouble you then." Leo leaned forward, moved away from the door, paused, and then said, "Sophie, your illness, if you can't force it, forget it." Sophie shook her head slightly and walked in. Leo walked towards the sofa while taking off his clothes, but Sophie behind him couldn't help but stop and looked extremely surprised. This bastard had tattoos all over his back. There's a sword tattooed on the entire spine, and a pair of wings on the left and right. It looks lifelike and sinister. Leo sensed her strangeness and smiled faintly. Mind? Sophie pursed her lips, and after a moment's pause, she strode over, picked up the cotton swab and iodine on the table, and carefully treated the wound. Only then did she realize that Leo's back was not smooth like that of ordinary people, but was ridged and bulging, and seemed to be covered with scars. A closer look revealed that his entire back was like this, which made people feel cold in their hearts. Could it be that this tattoo is to cover scars? Then these dense scars are the culprit of his mental illness, caused by torture at others? Thinking about this, Sophie felt mixed emotions. If this was true, then what had he been through? Leo seemed to have guessed what she was thinking and said calmly, Sophie, don't ask me about my past, okay? I'll explain it to you if I get a chance. Sophie didn't respond. She found her hands were shaking, so she took a few deep breaths and continued to treat the wound. A few minutes later, the wound was bandaged, but since Sophie was so clumsy, it was hard to describe the bandage. Leo joked, if I don't stop you, you're going to wrap me up like a mummy. Sophie washed her hands, and without stopping, returned home without saying a word. She found that she really didn't understand Leo at all. Chapter 99, Unexpected Gains. Sophie left. Leo took a moment to relax, put on his clothes, and went to the underground garage. Li Bin and his team had almost cleaned up the battlefield. When they saw Leo coming down, they all looked frightened and didn't dare to look him in the eye. Mr. Chu, it will be done soon. Thank God. No one has come here for a long time. Li Bin's old face was pale, and he came forward enthusiastically. Leo handed him a cigarette and said, Thanks. Don't leave in a hurry. Just stay here. I'm going to run some errands. I'll be back later to deal with the 3 cars. Also, today's affairs must be kept confidential. Do you understand? I understand. Don't worry. Mr. Chu, do you need help later? Otherwise, I'll go with the brothers. Leo interrupted him mid-sentence. Li Bin, don't get too close to me. It's for your own good. At daybreak, I'll transfer the money to you and share it with the brothers. Just consider it your hard work fee. Don't refuse. Li Bin looked depressed and disappointed. Okay. Leo patted his shoulder and said, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to call me, and I will definitely help you. After hearing this, Li Bin couldn't help but feel comforted and said with a smile, Oh, I know. Leo didn't say anything else. After calling Lao Wu, he drove away. 2:30 in the morning. Because MJ Bar was booked out by black fans, it is now a mess and is crowded with a large group of hooligans, all of whom are his elite soldiers. The protagonist of today's birthday is a young girl with heavy makeup. Judging from her mental state, she has probably taken a lot of drugs. At this moment, she is dancing a sexy and hot pole dance crazily on the stage, which has attracted cheers from the audience. Ida Jing sat with Haizi, already slightly tipsy, watching the performance on the stage with great interest. He couldn't help but think of the Ice Beauty in his mind. He thought that most of his property had been transferred out of the country. After he succeeded in getting Sophie, he would slip away to the United States. Even if Truman found out that he and Haizi did it, he would be unable to do anything to him. Haizi was so high that he was intoxicated and his head was shaking when he spoke. After Ada Jing reminded him several times, he remembered the brothers he had sent to kidnap Sophie and Leo. After glancing at the time, he cursed and called. However, after calling several times, no one answered the phone. Ida Jing suddenly felt something was wrong and asked, could something have happened? Haizi was in a daze, his brain completely poisoned by the white powder. He swore, it's okay, and then made another call. But this time, his phone inexplicably lost signal. Ida Jing looked at her phone and found that there was no signal. Although she didn't know what was going on, she became more and more uneasy. She pretended to be calm and said, I feel a little uncomfortable tonight. I'm going to rest for a while. You guys play. Just as he finished speaking, a delicate and pretty girl who looked weak and frail walked into the bar abruptly, stood at the door, and looked inside. She looked like she was looking for someone, or like she was counting the number of people. A thug sitting at the bar drinking said angrily, Hey, can't you see the sign is off? We're closed tonight. Get out of here. Another burly thug stood up, walked forward with a lewd smile on his face, and stood in front of the girl, saying, Sister, do you want a drink? Come on, brother will treat you. Ouch. Why are your hands full of calluses? TSK, brother is so distressed. Ha ha. As he said this, he turned around and looked at the brothers at the bar, raising his eyebrows proudly. But when he turned around again, the lewd smile on his face suddenly froze. A gun was pointed right at his neck. Xiaoqing raised her youthful face and looked at him calmly. Her eyes, which were a little shy just now, were suddenly filled with murderous intent, and her finger pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The sudden sound of a gunshot startled everyone present. Following the sound, I saw a tall and strong younger brother fall to the ground. The petite figure hidden behind him was suddenly exposed to the public's view. The next moment, I saw the girl holding a gun with both hands and started shooting indiscriminately. At the same time, a poker-faced man wearing a cross necklace and a big guy rushed in. The poker-faced man held a scimitar in his hand and moved his weapons with great ease, stabbing the man in the neck with every blow, leaving no chance of survival. The big guy was extremely powerful. Under the green light of the bar, he looked like an angry Hulk. He picked up a gangster and punched him in the face with just one punch, causing the gangster to die on the spot. Xiaoqing looked thin and weak, but she controlled the gun very steadily, and every bullet hit the target. She changed the magazine and loaded the gun in one go, which was pleasing to the eye and showed how much rigorous training she had undergone before. The sudden gun attack caused everyone present to run for their lives or hide in corners, praying to God that they could escape. For a moment, the bar was in chaos and noisy. Ida Jing was so scared that she wet her pants and lay under a table trembling. Heise finally reacted at this moment and yelled at his brothers to grab their weapons. But apart from a few people with guns who responded, no one else dared to show their heads. In less than 2 minutes, the bar gradually quieted down. Leo, who was smoking at the door, pushed the door open and walked in. Looking at the mess on the ground, he walked toward Xiaoqing and said with a smile, "You really saved me a lot of trouble." Xiaoqing lowered her head in embarrassment and handed the gun back to him. Leo said, "You should keep it. The Ruger 57 suits you very well. It's not only practical, but also looks good." Xiaoqing's pretty face turned red when she heard that. She lowered her head and bit the corner of her lips. Her shy look was so charming. The other two brothers were cleaning up the remnants in a corner. The third brother pulled out a scantily clad girl from under a table. It was Heise's girlfriend. She was so frightened that her face turned pale, and tears welled up in her eyes as she cried, "Brother, please let me go. I'm just a dancer. Please let me go." The third brother never attacked women, but on the way here, Leo gave a death order that no one should be spared except Ida Jing. Just when he was in trouble, a shadow suddenly flashed behind him, and then a scimitar stabbed into the girl's neck. The fourth brother blinked calmly, glanced at the third brother, and said, "Why are you standing there like an idiot? Go do something." Third brother, umaba. After a moment, the fourth brother looted Ada Jing out and threw her at Leo's feet. Almost at the same time, the third brother also discovered Heise hiding under the stage. Just as he was about to take action, he saw Heise suddenly burst into laughter and roared crazily. "Leo, I know who your father is looking for, the one with the tattoo on his arm. Haha, can you spare my life, Brother Chu? Ha ha ha." Leo originally had no intention of having any dealings with the gang leader, but upon hearing this, he was instantly shocked and delighted. He kicked Ada Jing, who was begging for mercy, aside and said excitedly, "Third brother, bring the person over here." Heise was carried over by the third brother like a wild dog. Because he had inhaled too much powder, he was now intoxicated and became crazy, laughing nonstop. Leo grabbed his hair and asked, "How did you know Ben was looking for that guy?" "Ha ha. Brother, I'm a gangster after all, a well-known figure. Ha. I know the person your dad is looking for. Isn't it a coincidence? Yesterday, a friend asked me about him. I knew that my friend was working as a dog under your dad, so I asked a few more questions. He said it was your dad who was looking for him. Ha. But I didn't want to offend the person your dad was looking for, so I didn't say anything. I'm awesome, right?" Leo continued patiently. "Tell me, who is it? You beg me." No, I beg you, I'll use this information to exchange for my life, okay? No. Plus my big brother AI. Okay, Brother Chu." The fourth brother held the cross and rubbed it gently, muttering, "Hey." Leo gave him a look, signaling him to be patient for the time being, then smiled and said to Heise, "Okay, it's a deal. You say I won't touch you. You have to swear. You have to swear an oath." Ha. Heise said crazily. Leo agreed as if coaxing a child. "I swear, I promise not to touch you too, or I'll get hit by a car when I go out. Is that enough?" People who take drugs are much less intelligent than those who drink. They're just idiots. When he heard Leo swear, Heise immediately compromised. Okay, you are a great man. No, a good man. A great good man. Huh? The guy your dad found has a string of Russian words tattooed on his arm. Das. V. Dahlia. Ha! There's also the letter L at the end, right? His name is Su Dong, nicknamed Dongzi. Yes, he's a drug dealer. I bought all my magic powder from him. Ha ha! It's very pure. Do you want some, Brother Chu? After hearing this, Leo's eyes lit up immediately. I didn't expect that there would be such a big surprise tonight. It seems that these two people really can't die for the time being. Chapter 100, are you testing me? After thinking for a moment, Leo winked at the third brother, and the big guy immediately understood and knocked Heise unconscious with a light palm. Ida Jing was terrified and hurriedly knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Boss Chu, I have been blind to the truth. Please forgive me this time. He really couldn't understand how a playboy, a wealthy dandy, and a bastard with no skills in the eyes of the black fans could have three killer-like warriors. The dozen or so strong men sent tonight were all Heise's most capable minions. How on earth did he manage to escape? Could it be that he was prepared? Leo sighed and said with a wicked smile, I'm not the Tea Emperor. Why are you kneeling to me? I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I will never dare to do it again. I deserve to die. Ida Jing kept slapping her face. Her attitude of repentance was very sincere. Force is never the best way to solve problems, but it is very effective in making evil people repent. Honestly, when you harassed Sophie, I initially just wanted to give you a little warning, Leo said. But when I found out about all the bad things you'd done, I swore I'd expose you, you bastard. Humph. But I never meant to kill you. You were the one who was seeking death. Ida Jing was terrified. After trembling for a while, she suddenly pointed at Heise and shirked responsibility. It's all his fault. It was Heise who insisted on causing trouble for you. I was about to go abroad, and before he could finish his words, Leo kicked him hard in the face and said angrily, You're a scholar. Even if this black guy is a piece of shit, he still cares about you as long as there is a glimmer of hope. And you, however, let him take all the blame? You beast. The ancient said, Those who are loyal are usually butchers, and those who are unfaithful are usually scholars. This is indeed not without basis. Ida Jing's face was covered in blood after being kicked, but he still kept begging for mercy. Leo huffed and said, Never mind. I promised you, black brother, I won't kill you. Hee. But first, you have to bear with it for a while and come with me. Leo looked at the fourth brother and said, I'm leaving first. You stay and clean up. Pretend it's a gang fight. When you're done, go to my basement garage and clean it up there too. The fourth brother worked hard and nodded slightly. The group left the bar and returned to the villa by Emerald Lake. Ida Jing was knocked unconscious by the third brother while in the car. Now that she had just woken up, she was beaten up again by the third brother. The beating was so horrible that it was beyond recognition. After she fainted, the third brother tied her hands and feet and threw her into a warehouse. Heise smoked too much and couldn't wake up at all. Leo had seen too many drug addicts abroad and knew that even if he forced Heise to wake up, he would be unconscious and no different from a fool. So he simply had Lao San tie him up and throw him into the garage, waiting for him to wake up. He also specifically instructed Lao San to make sure he lay on his side. Otherwise, if he vomited, he would easily choke to death. After tossing and turning all night, the brothers were really tired. After washing up one by one, they sat on the sofa to rest. Leo was thinking about his next plan. He took off his shirt and asked Xiaoqing to apply some anti-inflammatory medicine and re-bandage the wound. The third brother looked at the wounds and was so angry that he went to the warehouse. He pinched her rinzhong and poured cold water on her. After a long time, he finally woke Ida Jing up and then knocked her unconscious again. The fifth brother is full of energy. Among the brothers, he rarely does physical work and always uses his brain. Now that he has Xiaoqing, he is even more relaxed. Currently, he is leaning on the sofa, holding a book called Self-Learning Chinese, which is specially designed to fool foreigners, and reading it intently. After bandaging the wound, Leo noticed that Lao Wu was reading a book. He thought about it and realized that his Chinese had improved a lot recently. I wonder who gave him such great motivation. He walked over, picked up a box of Oreos on the table, took one for himself, handed one to Lao Wu, and jokingly said, What are you doing? Are you going to take the postgraduate entrance examination? Lao Wu glanced at the Oreo that was handed to him, but didn't take it. He said with a playful smile, Brother, I actually fell in love with a girl. You won't be shocked, right? Leo smiled oddly. If you remove the word like, I might be shocked. Come on, tell me which girl. Do I know her? The fifth brother hesitated. Let's keep it secret for now. To be honest, I confessed my feelings to her, but she gave me a test, saying that if I could learn Chinese well, she would agree to it, so I want to learn Chinese well. When it comes to his brother's personal relationships, Leo always helps when he can, and never interferes with those who don't want to be helped. Since Lao doesn't want to say anything, let him be. Here, have one. Leo handed another Oreo to Lao Wu. Lao Wu glanced at Oreo, then at Leo, and said with an unnatural expression, Brother, you asked me to investigate Yangshio before. I checked out a few days ago. He ate a box of cake from his eldest brother and was hacked to death. I think you are testing me now, right? Now, after a moment of silence, Leo threw the box of Oreos onto the table, sat down next to Lao Wu, and said, Let's get down to business. Contact your old friends from your hometown and get some equipment. Lao Wu nodded and said, Okay, I'll arrange it shortly, using the card your father gave you. Leo waved his hand. It's better not to let Ben know. Let's use our own overseas account. It was almost 5 o'clock when the fourth brother returned to the villa. The others were already asleep. Only Leo was sitting on the sofa smoking. Nailed it. Yeah. The fourth child nodded, went to the bathroom to wash up, and returned to the living room to ask Leo, Are you still not going to bed? Leo smiled faintly. I finally got a clue. I can't sleep. You must be exhausted. Go to bed first. The fourth brother blinked blankly and said, I can't sleep either. Then he walked to the statue of Guan Eri, knelt down upright, and recited silently while holding the Bible. Leo couldn't help laughing. He went over and lit 3 incense sticks for Guan Eri, jokingly saying, Second Master, this is really hard for you. Please bear with me. After that, he sat down beside the fourth brother, pointed at his head, and asked, Have you checked again? The fourth brother nodded slightly. We checked it last year, but they still couldn't remove it. The doctor said that apart from the inability to control the facial muscles, there's no other interference. But the bullet is slowly moving. If it presses on the nerves, it could be life-threatening. Leo took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said, If it really comes to that, promise me that you will try to take it out no matter what. The fourth brother lowered his head and remained silent for a long time before speaking. Brother, this may be my fate. Not only am I unable to express myself now, I can hardly even feel anything except killing. I have no reverence for life at all. I'm just a killing machine. Leo refilled his cigarette and said, I know a psychiatrist. I'll introduce him to you someday. Chapter 101, You Have No Choice. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Leo had just fallen asleep on the sofa when he was suddenly awakened by a heart-wrenching roar. The fourth brother, who was still reciting the Bible in front of the statue of Guan Eri, suddenly stood up and subconsciously drew the scimitar at his waist. Xiaoqing also rushed out of the kitchen, holding a kitchen knife in her hand, and looked at Lao Si. Leo pinched his brows, his voice a little hoarse from smoking too much all night, and said, Heisi is awake. Lao Si, bring him out. After saying that, the third brother put on his clothes and walked out of the bedroom. After saying hello to Leo, he smiled foolishly at Xiaoqing. At the same time, Lao also came downstairs, looking a little silly as he still hadn't woken up. After a while, Heisi was dragged out by Lao Si. The drug addict finally regained his composure. He looked at Leo and the others one by one, desperately trying to recall what happened last night. After a long while, he finally pieced his memories together. He smiled bitterly and sighed, Wow, you guys are so cruel. I killed over 50 people last night, and all of them are gone? Leo, I really misjudged you. Awesome, you're so fucking awesome. After all, he started from scratch and fought his way to his current success. His courage is indeed extraordinary. Even in his current situation, Heisi did not seem to be frightened. He even had the leisure to tease a few people. Girl, your shooting skills are really accurate. Wow, last night really broadened my horizons. Hey, that scimitar in your hand is pretty good. Give me one when you can. You Hulk, with fists as big as casserole pots. I will remember you, huh? Leo, if I had a few brothers like these, the whole Jiangcheng would have to bear my last name. Leo remained calm and motioned for the fourth brother to untie Heisi. He then pulled out a cigarette case, tossed one to Heisi, and took one himself. After lighting it, he said, Let me ask you a question first. Do you remember the guy you were talking about last night? Heisi reached out to Leo for a lighter, lit it, took a deep puff, and said nonchalantly, Remember, Dongzi, I didn't lie to you. The person your father is looking for is him. Leo continued to ask, Did you tell him that Truman was looking for him? Heisey smirked. Hey, yesterday. No, the day before yesterday, I just found out you were looking for him. You raided my house last night, so how could I have the time to tell him? Besides, he and I don't have much of a relationship. We're just seller and buyer. Everyone in the underworld knows the same thing. Don't talk too much. It's none of my business anyway, so why should I tell him all that? At this point, Heisey paused and said with a smile, Brother Chu, what on earth did this Dongzi do? Did he dig up your Chu family's ancestral graves? I feel that he is very important to your Chu family. I moved him out last night in a hurry, but I didn't expect it to be useful, huh? Leo didn't explain. Stop talking nonsense and make a deal. Heisey shrugged. I know. You want me to help you ask Dongzi out. Let's talk about the terms. You can't let me work for nothing, right? Leo raised his lips and said, Why don't you raise it? Heisey pondered for a moment and said, Last night, such a big incident happened. The police will definitely give me trouble. I guess my bank account has been frozen by now. Hey, you're making it impossible for me to stay in Jiangcheng. How about, give me 200 or 300 million, and I will go abroad to live a carefree life in the future. Hey, your Truman family is rich and powerful. You're not so stingy as to be reluctant to give such a small amount of money, right? If it really doesn't work, just let your father come and talk to me. Leo's face gradually faded, and he said coldly, Just to remind you, I chose to make a deal with you just to save some trouble. Now that I know who he is, I'm not worried about not being able to find him. It would just waste a few days. Do you understand me? This is also the reason why Leo kept Heisey. After all, Su Dong is now a drug dealer. People in that line of work are not only mysterious in their whereabouts, but also extremely vigilant. Using Heisey to lure him out will save a lot of trouble. If he looks for him himself, who knows how much time and energy will be wasted. Furthermore, Ben is casting a wide net now, and there is no guarantee that Su Dong will also get the news. It is better to act as soon as possible to avoid any changes. Heisey took 2 puffs of his cigarette and frowned. So I have no choice? Working for you for free. Leo, 10 million. Blackie flicked the ash off his cigarette and glared at Leo. Chew. Don't think I'm really stupid. Once we catch Su Dong, will you let me go? TSK. Leo, you said it yourself, you have no choice. Either you trust me and take the 10 million and run away, or I'll send you off right now. Heisey was silent for a long time, until he finished smoking a whole cigarette and said in a deep voice, Let me meet Lao AI. Leo glanced at the third brother, and soon, the third brother dragged the dying Ida Jing out. Heisey was stunned. Fuck, I almost didn't recognize him. He beat him like a pighead. Leo, from now on, don't touch Lao AI. I promise you to ask Dongzi out tonight. With the skills of your brothers, it won't be difficult to take him down. After that, let Lao AI and I go. As for the 10 million, I'll give you a card number. Transfer half of it to me later, and then prepare a boat for me. I have to see you do these 2 things with my own eyes. Leo smiled faintly and agreed. Okay, let's go to South Bay Pier now. I happen to have a boat, so I'll take you to see it later. Heisey, Leo, you'd better keep your promise, or I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Leo was helpless. I swear Leo, will never touch a hair on your head. Believe me. Heisey, after all, there is no hatred between us. Your men stabbed me 4 times, and I ransacked your house. We're even. Now you're still helping me. Why would I kill you? 10 million is really a small amount of money to me. I won't feel bad, but you're only worth this much. I won't give you more. Heisey was skeptical, but in his current situation, he really had no choice but to hope that Leo was a trustworthy person. Tell me, how do we make an appointment with him tonight? Leo asked. Easy. Heisey picked up Leo's cigarette case and lit one for himself. Dongzi is only average in the D circle. I've been buying good from him for a few years now, and I always buy at least 100 kilograms. After that, besides using it myself, I also sell it to several nightclubs. Among my clients are few celebrities. It helps to earn some pocket money. So, in a way, he could be considered my superior. As long as I ask for goods, it's not difficult to find him. Leo seemed to be thinking about something. You are the one who is in charge of MJ Bar. There was such a big commotion last night. He must know that something happened to you. It's probably not easy to meet him. We need to think of another way. Heisey smiled and said, Don't worry. They have spies in the government office. As long as they find out that I'm not in the hands of the police, they won't be suspicious of me. As for what happened last night, just make up an excuse for him. My purchases start at 100 kilograms. How could he resist such a temptation? It's nothing more than being cautious, bringing more people, and choosing a transaction location that's easy to escape. Leo was still a little worried. Can you make sure he comes in person? Heisey smiled and shook his head. You really don't understand this business. How could he let me, a small-time trader, handle such a large volume? Do you think he's a Mexican tycoon with elite troops under his command? Old 5. Is he praising my hometown with its simple folk customs? Leo thought it over. He arranged for the brothers to go, saying, You 3 and Xiaoqing go with Heisey tonight. Sudong must know me. It's not convenient for me to show up, otherwise it will scare him. Got it, big brother. Old 5. Have Heisey tell you his card number and transfer the money in front of him. Leo then called Old 4 aside and whispered, Be careful tonight. After we agree on the transaction location, go scout it out. If Heisey tries any tricks, take him out first. Chapter 1, O2 Not Yours? At night, around 11 o'clock, Leo sat alone on a fishing boat in South Bay, smoking one cigarette after another. Ida Jing was tied to the stern of the boat, with tape on her mouth. Her eyes were so swollen that she could only squint. At this moment, she was leaning her head against the railing, looking at the vast sea with a look of despair. He probably had guessed his own fate and seemed much more indifferent than before. Leo was a little uneasy, even though he was very confident in his brother's abilities. After Heisey and Su Dong agreed on a location, the fourth brother also went to scout it out. He was fully prepared, but the other party was a drug dealer, not an ordinary gangster. How could he not worry? About 10 minutes later, the third brother called and said, Brother, we've got it done. There are only 7 of them. Kill them all except Su Dong. Leo sighed, finally relieved. Are you okay? It's okay, the third brother paused and said. When the fight started just now, the fifth brother used Heisey as a cover. Heisey was shot in the arm. Well, as long as you're all okay, bring them back together. About half an hour later, the brothers returned triumphantly. As soon as I got off the car, I heard Heisey complaining. Leo, where did you pick up these foreign brothers? Damn, they used me as a meat shield. Ha ha. Judging from his crazy tone, he's probably high on drugs again. Leo ignored him and looked at Su Dong, who was being held by the neck by the third brother, and asked, Do you know me? Su Dong had been severely persecuted by the D product. He was skinny and had dark circles under his eyes. In the hands of the third brother, he looked like a stray dog that had been hungry for 8 days. He looked at Leo tremblingly and nodded. I know him. Leo stood up, walked to Su Dong, rolled up Su Dong's sleeve to confirm the tattoo. But just in case, he took out his mobile phone, took a photo of Su Dong, and sent it to Chen Hong. After a while, Chen Hong replied, It's him. Although he has lost a lot of weight, I can recognize him at a glance. Chen Hong had escaped death from Su Dong's hands, so he must still remember Su Dong's face clearly. Leo took a deep breath, his expression unable to hide his excitement. After searching for many days, he finally found this key person. Leo, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Heisey shook his head. Under the paralysis of a D-grade drug, he did not feel the pain of the wound at all. Leo glanced at him and smiled faintly. Thank you for tonight. Go chat with your brother AI for a while. I'll find someone to help you treat your wound. You can leave after it's done, otherwise you will die on the boat. Hey, you're quite particular. Ha ha ha. Heisey laughed crazily for a while and said, Okay, I'll listen to you, but give me my money first. Leo glanced at Lao Wu, who immediately took out a large box from the car, put on the bow of the boat, and opened it for Heisey to take a look. Heisey was overjoyed, dragging his suitcase to the stern, happy like a child, and chatting with Ada Jing about the future. In fact, the future can be long or short, expected or not. Leo did all this just to let Su Dong see it. Su Dong, since you know me, you should know why I'm looking for you. Leo said, I've never liked killing people, and I know you were just working for someone else back then. Tell me everything you know, and I'll let you go. I'll also give you some money, just like I did with Heisey. Deal. After hearing this, Su Dong's frightened eyes gradually turned into doubt. I already told your people at noon. That's all I know, really. Leo was stunned. What did you say? My people. Su Dong was also stunned. Isn't he yours? I thought you still wouldn't let me go, so... What the hell is going on? Su Dong swallowed his saliva and said, tremblingly, At noon, 2 young men found me. Without saying a word, they pointed a gun at my head. Then they looked at the tattoo on my arm and said they were from the 3rd room of the Truman family. They asked me if I knew why they were looking for me. I was also very puzzled at the time, but when I thought about it carefully, it was probably related to what happened 10 years ago. Apart from that incident, Truman and I had nothing to do with each other, but I still couldn't figure out why they found me. I tentatively asked them, but they didn't say anything. They just threatened me, saying that I knew everything in my heart. I, I told them everything I knew back then. After that, they left, threw me 50,000 yuan, asked me to keep it a secret, and said that Truman would never bother me in the future, so I couldn't worry. But I know that if I'm targeted by Truman and Jiangcheng, there's no way I'll survive. No matter why they didn't kill me, I was planning to escape tonight. But Heisey suddenly contacted me and said he wanted to buy 200 kilograms of goods. I thought it would be a good opportunity to make some money for my escape, so I fell in your trap. Master Chu, to be honest, when I first saw you, I thought you still didn't intend to let me go. Leo thought to himself that the two young men mentioned by Su Dong were probably not Ben's men. If they were Ben's men, they would have died long ago. How could they have fallen into his hands? But to be on the safe side, he still called Ben. What if that old fox really wanted to keep Su Dong? It would be better to find out. The call took a long time to get through. Hello, son. Leo said unhappily. Let me ask you something. Did you find Su Dong at noon? There. Who? What? The one with the tattoo on his arm. You found it. Ben asked excitedly. What's his name? Leo took a deep breath. It seemed his guess was correct. But if it wasn't Ben, who could it be? Besides the two of them, could someone else be investigating the incident from 10 years ago? Could it be the old man? Leo's mind was in a mess. The old man had disliked his mother, so there was no need to investigate the cause of her death, right? Not to mention his aunt and uncle. Who in those two families would have the time to bother? Hey, son, why aren't you talking? Ben called out from the other end of the line. What's your name, Dong? Leo curled his lips and was about to hang up, but suddenly he heard a faint broadcast voice coming from the other end of the phone. Welcome to New York. And Chu Lee's childish laughter. Ben, when did you go to New York? Haha, I just arrived. I just got off the plane. I have some work to do. Leo, didn't you withdraw from the overseas project? What kind of business could it be? And with that little girl, Ben knew he couldn't hide it anymore. So he coughed for a while and said, well, Lily's mother won the beauty pageant, so I came to celebrate. Also, Lily missed her mom, so I brought her along to see her. I'll book a flight the day after tomorrow, and I'll be back. Fuck you. You're really a whoremongering overseas. Go die out there. After hanging up the phone, Leo lit a cigarette angrily. Now is not the time to worry about Ben's romantic affairs. As for the two people Su Dong mentioned, let's put them aside for now. The most important thing is to ask Su Dong clearly about what happened back then. Su Dong, listen carefully. The person who came to see you at noon was not my man, but I promise that as long as you cooperate well, I will never kill you and will give you more money. I'll tell you. Su Dong nodded repeatedly. Brother Jun led us to do that thing 10 years ago. Paul Yun? Leo asked. While Lu Jun at the time, he was doing pretty well on the Jiangcheng streets, dealing in drugs and smuggling, and also doing dirty work for wealthy people. That night, he was also working for a big shot, and he brought us with him, right here at the dock, to kidnap your mother. Liu Yun. Leo pondered, can we contact him? Su Dong shook his head. Back then, after the kidnapping of your mother, about 5 or 6 months had passed. It was almost the end of the year anyway, and Jun's smuggling ship was accidentally caught by the police. He was also caught red-handed and sentenced to more than 8 years. None of those bigwigs cared about him. I only visited him in the first 2 years, but not after that. We brothers all dispersed, and each of us was busy with our own lives. Although Jun is out of prison now, he has no contact with us, and I don't know whether he is dead or alive. Leo, what does he look like? How old is he? Su Dong said, he's big, with a ponytail, and as for his age, he should be almost 50 now. At this age, it's no wonder he didn't contact us. He can't turn things around. Lu Jun's characteristics are exactly the same as what Chun Hong said about the person who beat Jiang Xiuji on the yacht. Leo's eyelids twitched for a while, and he unconsciously clenched his fists and asked Su Dong, where's Lu Jun's home? Su Dong pondered and said, the Buyuan mansion in the east of the city was confiscated 10 years ago. The more than 10 properties under his name were all confiscated. At this point, Su Dong paused and seemed to remember something. Oh, I remember that Junge got drunk one time and said that he had brought honor to his family, and that when he had free time, he would go back to his hometown, Xining Village, to build an ancestral temple. Because my girlfriend at the time was also from Xining, I always remembered it. Leo's eyes lit up. Did you tell these words to the two people who came to see you at noon? Su Dong shook his head. No. I was being held at gunpoint at the time, and my mind was completely blank. How could I possibly remember these things? Get in the car, let's go. Leo made a quick decision, threw his car keys to the fourth brother, and then poked his chin towards the fishing boat. After the G-class drove away, the fourth brother did not get on the GTR, but turned around and got on the fishing boat. At the stern, Heise was still chattering, planning the future for Ada Jing. Brother, you will follow me from now on, and don't think about the United States. Let's go to Thailand and make a name for ourselves. Haha, you are resourceful, and I am brave and good at fighting. We are a perfect match, a perfect match. The tape on Ada Jing's mouth had been torn off, and the ropes on her body had been loosened, but she had no intention of escaping. She was even too lazy to talk to Heise. She sat on the railing like mud, staring at the box full of money in front of her, and smiled bitterly. Come to think of it, if I had gone to the United States earlier, how could I have ended up in this situation? At this moment, the expressionless and ruthless Korean came over. Without saying a word, he drew the scimitar from his waist and stabbed it into Ada Jing's neck, and blood splattered all over Heise's face. Heise, who had been high for a long time, was slow to react. He was stunned for a long time before he reacted and roared. You fucking lied to me. Leo, you fucking lied to me. You said you wouldn't kill us. The fourth brother blinked calmly, slashed Heise's neck with a knife, and muttered, My name is not Leo. Heise covered his neck with his hands, blood continuously flowing out from between his fingers. He fell to the ground, twitching, staring fiercely at the killing machine with his eyes. The fourth brother wiped the knife on his clothes and said, My eldest brother said that if you weren't involved in drugs, he'd actually like to be your friend. Also, we found out that the 5 million was transferred to your sister. Don't worry, I won't ask for it back. Go on your way with peace of mind. In reality, Heise had anticipated this, which was why he had Leo transfer money to his sister. It was just that he was so excited that he started imagining a miracle. For some roads, the ending is determined from the moment you take the first step. The city is 2 hours away from Xining Village. In the car, Leo asked Sudong, Have you heard Lu Jun say who he was working for when he kidnapped my mother? Sudong, no. Tell me exactly what happened that night. Okay, Sudong recalled. That night, after we stopped your mother's car, I watched her drive her from the shore while another brother brought your mother onto the yacht. I heard Brother Jun tell your mother to hand over something, and when your mother refused, beat your mother. Leo timidly swallowed his saliva and continued. Later, June asked me to kill her driver, but I accidentally let her driver run away and drove away with our car. There was a lot of money in the car. We quickly chased him, but in the end we couldn't catch him. Because of this, June almost beat me to death. Where did you take my mother? Who did you contact? Leo asked. We all went after your mother's driver, and when we came back, the yacht had already left. But later, a friend told me that June had someone kidnap you as well. They also drove the yacht a long way out, and it collided with a large cargo ship full of containers on the sea. You and your mother were both unconscious at the time, and 2 workers took you aboard the cargo ship. June also went aboard, but when he came back, he was covered in wounds and had a finger chopped off. Leo heard the words freighter and container. His eyelids trembled and his hands on his knees suddenly tightened. Do you know anything else? Sudong noticed that Leo's tone suddenly became cold, and he couldn't help but shudder and said tremblingly, No, I'm just a small fry. Master Chu, you should wait until you find Brother Jun and ask him, but I'm afraid he's not at home. Shut up your jinx. The third brother looked at the rearview mirror and said unhappily. Leo didn't ask any more questions, but leaned his head against the car window and looked out silently. As he had hardly slept the entire night before, it didn't take long for this second-generation rich man to fall into a deep sleep, his consciousness instantly falling into an unforgettable nightmare. The cries of seagulls, the surging waves, and the whistling sea breeze. The container that was converted into a cage was pitch dark, and a teenager was put on a dog leash and locked in the cage. There was a voice there, as if from hell. How do you pronounce the character Wong with 1 stroke removed? The dream was like a slideshow, with each scene flashing by rapidly. Under the flickering light, blood was everywhere. The voice from hell was laughing wildly, wearing a clown mask, revealing only a pair of eagle-like eyes. The young man lay on the wooden board, crying and begging for mercy while answering the question seriously. Can't answer? This doesn't seem like an obedient child. Let me think, which part of your flesh should I cut? Your back seems to be completely rotten, haha. You probably don't know, but behind that one-way mirror, standing right now, is your mother. She's watching with her own eyes as I cut off piece by piece of your flesh and feed it to the dogs. Ha ha. She must be enjoying it just as much as I am. Ha ha ha. Chapter 104 Unbelievable. Leo woke up from his dream. The car had already arrived at the entrance of Xining Village. Su Dong was probably addicted, his body was shaking, and he kept sniffing his nose. Leo glanced at him, his eyes filled with disgust, and said in a deep voice, "Do you know the specific address?" "No, I don't know." As he was speaking, he saw a faint yellow light ahead. When the car got closer, he realized it was a small shop. From inside came the sounds of rock, paper, scissors and the noisy sounds of several men drinking. Xiaoqing turned around and asked Leo, "Master, can I go and ask around?" "No." Leo took out 100 yuan and handed it to Su Dong. "Go, buy a pack of cigarettes," and asked casually. Su Dong took the money and got out of the car, trembling. The countryside is not like the city, where people are more friendly. Besides, Lu Jun was a big shot in the past, so it was not difficult to find out his home address. After a while, Su Dong walked out of the store, got into the car, and said, "Go straight ahead. There's a power pole at the entrance of the alley. Turn in, and it's the second to last store on the left." Someone asked about it just now. Upon hearing this, the third brother immediately stepped on the accelerator. Leo also suddenly became uneasy, wondering who on earth was investigating this matter. If he was looking for the real culprit behind the scenes, there was no need to ask Su Dong about what happened back then. Another question is, when Shun Hong escaped, why wasn't Lu Jun, a laborer, immediately silenced? Could it be that Lu Jun was important to them? Why then, after Lu Jun was arrested for smuggling, did they not intervene? There's so many things wrong here that Leo can't figure it out. Soon, the G-Class arrived at the entrance of an alley with a telephone pole. The third brother was about to turn in when Leo stopped him. "Stop here and get out." Xiaoqing moved quickly, took out a gun, loaded it, and then handed it to Leo. Although Su Dong was a drug dealer, he didn't have even half the courage of Heisey. His body trembled even more violently, and he stammered, "Master Chu, I won't go down, right?" Leo looked at Lao Wu. "You stay and watch him." Then, he took Lao San and Xiaoqing out of the car and quietly walked into the alley. The moonlight was hazy and everything was silent. When I reached the center of the alley, I could vaguely see a commercial vehicle parked at the end. Leo lowered his voice and said, "Be careful and keep them alive." Lu Jun's house was a small courtyard house that was very common in rural areas. The three of them slowly approached along the wall. When they were only about 10 meters away from the door, a man with a gun suddenly walked out. He was probably assigned to stand guard at the door. He looked around vigilantly and happened to see Leo and the other two. It was impossible to rush over and kill him silently from such a distance. Besides, the man had already raised his gun. In desperation, Xiaoqing had no choice but to shoot. Bang! A gunshot completely broke the silence in the alley. Leo made a gesture to the third brother, then rushed to the door with Xiaoqing. The third brother understood what was going on and made a circle, waiting for Leo and Xiaoqing to start a fight with the people inside at the door, and then he climbed over the wall to get in. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire lasted for nearly a minute before it stopped. Xiaoqing pushed the door open and searched every room carefully to make sure there were no other gunmen. Leo stood in the yard, glancing at the three corpses on the ground and the dying gunman who was about to become a corpse. He couldn't help but frown and shouted, "Old three." "Hey!" The third brother responded and came out from corner of the yard. As expected, he dragged a gunman with a bloody face and threw him at Leo's feet. At the same time, he tossed a gun over with his other hand. "Brother, I just heard someone calling him captain, so I tricked him. He must know a lot." Leo glanced at the gun that the third brother threw over and frowned. "It's made in Germany. It's from a prominent family. Who are you from?" The man had only been hit by the third brother's punch and was now dizzy. After a long while, he finally said, "We are from the Yi family." "The Yi family?" Leo was stunned. "Which Yi family?" Yongxing Group. Leo had heard of this person. He was a big shot in the Jiangcheng business community and was on par with Ben. But what does this have to do with him? Just as he was thinking about it, Xiaoqing poked her head out from a room on the east side and called out, "Master, come and take a look. Keep an eye on him." Leo instructed the third brother and strode toward Xiaoqing. As soon as he entered the house, he saw a mess everywhere. Those people were probably looking for something. By the window, a man about 50 years old was lying on the ground with a dagger stuck in his heart and blood still flowing from the wound. "He died not long ago," Xiaoqing said. Although the corpse did not have a ponytail, Leo knew that it was most likely Lu Jun. "The person we finally found is dead." Leo didn't give up and asked Lao Wu to bring Su Dong over. "Is that Lu Jun?" Su Dong was already somewhat delirious due to his drug addiction. He stared at the corpse tremblingly for a while, then suddenly collapsed to the ground, thinking it was Leo's doing. He cried and begged for mercy. Master Chu, please let me go. Please let me go. Leo said gloomily. I ask you, is it Lu Jun? Yes. It's Yun. It's Yun. You've already killed him. You can't. You can't kill me again. Master Chu, please let me go. Leo's heart sank to the bottom. After taking a deep breath, he dragged Su Dong to the yard and asked, Look, are there any of these people who came to see you at noon? Su Dong searched for a while, then pointed at the two bodies and said tremblingly, Him, them, it's them. Leo walked up to the captain who was captured by the third brother and tried his best to control his emotions. He said coldly, Tell me everything you know. The captain swallowed shudderingly and nodded. Our chairman received word that Ben was looking for someone with a peculiar tattoo on his arm. He's never gotten along with Ben, so he asked us to investigate to see what Ben was looking for. When he heard it was Lu Jun, the chairman was overjoyed and told us to hurry and find him and bring him back. Leo asked suspiciously, Overjoyed? The captain hummed. Our chairman knows that Lu Jun did Ben's dirty work a long time ago, so he wants to get some dirt on Ben from Lu Jun. Leo's heart suddenly tightened. Lu Jun used to do Ben's dirty work. This matter is becoming more and more unbelievable to him. Chapter 105, How could it be them? After a long silence, Leo noticed something and asked, Why don't you kill Su Dong? Su Dong. The captain said, We found Su Dong in the hotel. It wasn't convenient to take action, but the chairman said it was okay to keep him. He would eventually let Ben know that Lu Jun was in his hands and use this to threaten Ben. But you have clearly killed Lu Jun now. It wasn't us. He committed suicide. He really committed suicide. He wouldn't say anything we asked, so we just thought we could look for it ourselves to see if we could find some account book or something. But when we weren't paying attention, he took a dagger and stabbed himself in the heart. Leo was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. While wondering whether these words were true or not, he turned around and went to the room where Lu Jun was to see if he could find any clues. The room was filled with valuable furniture. In one cabinet, there were 2 cases of Mount Ai liquor and several priceless watches. Several paintings and calligraphy hung on the walls. Leo, who had loved calligraphy since childhood, took a look at the signature and recognized it as belonging to a renowned Chinese artist. This level of quality was completely out of place in his house. It was obvious that after Lu Jun's release, he was still being supported by someone powerful, but they didn't want him to be seen in public, hence his secluded location. There are 2 photo frames on the TV cabinet. One is an old photo of Lu Jun wearing an apron, holding a kitchen knife in his left hand, and smiling brightly. The other is a girl about 6 or 7 years old, wearing a red dress, and her eyes and eyebrows are somewhat similar to Lu Jun. Leo took these 2 photos and accidentally found a few boxes of medicine next to the set-top box. Upon closer inspection, he found that they were imported anti-cancer drugs. The second-generation rich man suddenly frowned, turned around, and looked at Lu Jun's body, his eyes fixed on the dagger on his heart. After looking for a while, he looked at Lu Jun's left hand and found a shallow scratch on the tiger's mouth. He was already suffering from cancer and was dying. Considering the fact that he was left-handed and the direction in which the dagger pierced his heart, Lu Jun really committed suicide. At this moment, Lao Wu's voice suddenly came from the yard. Who? Come out. Leo hurried out of the room. The third brother had already rushed to the room in the corner. After a while, he dragged out a woman in her 40s. The woman was plump, and her attire didn't look like that of a peasant. Instead, she looked like a noblewoman. She wore fashionable high heels and a valuable necklace. She burst into tears when the third brother dragged her out. After seeing the corpses all over the yard, she was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't know anything. Lao looked at Leo. I just heard her phone ring. Who are you? Leo asked. E. The woman hesitated and lowered her head tremblingly. Leo kicked Su Dong and asked, Is she Lu Jun's wife? Su Dong trembled and shook his head. Brother Jun is a cautious person. He has never let anyone see his family. But I heard him say that his wife died and seemed to have left him a daughter. Leo pointed the gun at the woman and shouted, Who the hell are you? I'll count to 3. If you don't tell me, I'll shoot. 1, 2, the woman said in panic. I am Jun's woman. Leo said nothing, staring into her eyes. The woman was horrified by the look and continued. I'm his lover. We've been together for 20 years. After he got out of prison, we agreed to meet once a week. If I had known it would be like this tonight, I would never have come. Leo fell into deep thought. After a moment, he helped the woman up and walked towards Lu Jun's room, saying, "Don't be afraid. I never hurt women. What's your name?" The woman cried and said, "Hongmei." When the two walked into the room and saw Lu Jun's body, Hongmei's first reaction was not fear, but heartache. She threw herself on Lu Jun and burst into tears. Leo checked the time and roughly estimated that Xining village was located in a remote area. Even if someone heard the gunshots and called the police, they wouldn't be able to arrive so quickly. So he lit a cigarette and said calmly, "Let's chat, Sister Hongmei." Hongmei wiped her tears and stood by the window in fear, sobbing, "Who are you?" "It's not important." Leo pointed to the sofa and said, "Sit down. Can you tell me what just happened?" Hongmei sat trembling on the sofa and said, "Just now, Jun asked me to go to the side room to get him a cigarette. I just went in, and before I could turn on the light, I heard a group of people rushing in. I peeked from under the door curtain and saw that those people had guns, so I didn't dare to make a sound and quietly hid under the bed." "Ooh. What did you hear?" Leo asked. I just heard them say something about Ben, and Junga started cursing at them, and then there was all this bang 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 noise like a house raid." Leo looked at Hongmei's harmless face, took a puff of his cigarette, and said abruptly, "I'm curious. Who is the person Lu Jun is willing to die to protect?" Hongmei's eyes were slightly evasive. He knew so many important people before. I didn't know." Leo shook his head and said, "Anyone who does dirty work for a powerful figure will inevitably be silenced. Furthermore, Lu Jun did something stupid 10 years ago and let a witness escape. Even in this situation, his master didn't kill him and was willing to take the risk of being found out. Could it be because he loved him?" Hongmei curled her fingers unconsciously, looking a little uncomfortable. "What are you talking about?" I don't know. I'm just a mistress. I didn't understand it before, but now I do." Leo laughed. Lu Jun has leverage over his master, and this leverage has always been in the hands of the person he cares about and trusts the most. I guess Lu Jun told his master that if anything happens to him, this leverage will be exposed, right? Hongmei pursed her lips, lowered her head, and said nothing. Leo sighed. "You've been with him for 20 years. Haha. We're definitely more than just friends, right?" He decided to commit suicide because, firstly, he was dying, secondly, he knew he couldn't escape death tonight, and thirdly, he figured his death would immediately lead to the assassins leaving, preventing you from being discovered. "Sister Hongmei, be sincere and tell me what evidence Lu Jun has gathered." Hongmei's breathing was trembling. After closing her eyes in despair, she said, "Will you let me go?" "Leo, I'm just checking something. There's no need to kill you." Hongmei wiped the tears from her face, and after a long inner struggle, she said, "Brother Jun gave me a memory card before." "Where?" Hongmei looked at Leo, considered for a while, then raised her trembling hands, took off the necklace from her neck, and broke it hard. A memory card the size of a fingernail fell out of it. Over the years, whenever Junji went to help someone, he would ask me to record it for him, and occasionally he would secretly record it. I put all on this card and also noted the date and name. Leo was overjoyed. After taking the memory card, he said, "Sister Hongmei, please come with me. Don't be afraid. I will never hurt you, okay?" "Hongmei, I want to say no, but I have to dare." Just at this moment, the fourth brother also arrived. Leo asked the third brother to tie up Su Dong and the captain of the Yi family, and take them away together with Hongmei, including Lu Jun's body. Moreover, Lu Jun's bloodstains were also wiped clean. The third brother was very puzzled. What's the point of bringing a dead person? Leo didn't explain this, but just urged them to leave quickly. On the way back, Leo couldn't wait to ask Lao Wu to turn on the computer and read the memory card. Hongmei was sitting next to the two of them. Seeing the blonde foreigner open his computer, she was so confused that it took her a while to realize that she had set a password on her memory card. Just as she was about to say something, she saw that the foreigner had already opened the memory card page. Among the teeming records, it took Lao Wu a while to find a document from June 10 years ago. There was a recording in the file, and it started with a voice Leo was very familiar with. "Don't be too rude, after all, she is my woman too." Then, another man's voice said, "Yeah, say something nice to her." Finally, it was Lu Jun who said, "Boss Chu, Boss Zhao, don't worry, Lu Jun will take care of this matter. I paid her so much money. Are you still worried that I can't handle her?" Note: on the evening of June 14th, at 1920, at the Huaishu Hall of Qian Restaurant, I met Ben and Zhao Yunbua. Boom, boom. Leo clenched his fists, his joints made a crisp sound, and his eyes were suddenly filled with viciousness. Ben, my own father. Zhao Yunhua, his own father-in-law. How could it be the two of them? Chapter 106. It's too smooth. After returning to the villa by the Emerald Lake, the captain of a Yi family and Su Dong were thrown into the warehouse together. Because Su Dong was almost insane due to his drug addiction, the third brother was really impatient and knocked him unconscious with a critical strike, which scared the captain into silence. In the living room, Leo's face was ashen, his eyes were sinister, and he stared at the computer screen in front of him without saying a word. The brothers looked at each other. Xiaoqing picked her fingers nervously. She used to be a member of the Zhao family, and now her ex-master was involved in this matter. For a moment, she didn't know how to face Leo. But the one who is suffering the most, even living a life worse than death, is his own young master. The more Xiaoqing thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Leo. When the fourth brother came back, he was still driving the GTR. He was not in the same car with Leo, so he didn't know what had happened. He just felt that the atmosphere was very depressing, so he asked, "Brother, didn't you find out?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Wu next to him poked him in the waist. Leo nuzzled his back teeth with the tip of his tongue, slowly raised his head, and a very forced smile appeared on the corner of his lips. He said to everyone, "It's already late at night. Let's go to bed. Xiaoqing, clean up a room for Sister Hongmei. Oh, and get her a set of toiletries as well." After saying that, he looked at Hongmei and said, "Sister Hongmei, please stay here peacefully. If you need anything, just tell Xiaoqing directly. The things he gave me are very useful. After I figure out all this, I will return your card and give you some money. Then, you could take the money and leave Jiangcheng. This city is not safe for you." Hongmei seemed to sense that he had no ill intentions towards her, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She nodded gently and said, "Okay." The brothers all went to their respective rooms. The fifth brother glanced at Hongmei, then looked at Leo. The two looked at each other, turned around, and walked upstairs. The fourth brother also lived on the second floor. After going upstairs, he leaned against the stairs and waited for the fifth brother. He whispered, "Is today not going well?" The fifth brother was calm and composed and said casually, "It went smoothly." When he reached the door of his room, he turned around inexplicably and said, "It went so smoothly." The fourth brother looked at the roundworms in the eldest brother's stomach and blinked blankly, not knowing what was going on. Leo was the only one left in the living room downstairs. He carefully looked through all the records in the memory card. There were more than 10 records related to Ben. Among them, there were 3 things that, although there was no recording as evidence, Leo knew that Ben had done those 3 things. The authenticity of this memory card was beyond doubt. In fact, before returning to China, Leo had asked his second brother, who had returned early, to investigate Ben. It can even be said that his first suspect in that incident was Ben. The reason is very simple. 10 years ago, he and his mother were tied to a giant cargo ship. At that time, all the ports in Jiangcheng that could dock giant cargo ships were controlled by Truman, and the general manager in charge of port operations was Ben. But when he later escaped abroad and called Ben to ask him to check the cargo ship at the port, Ben said he couldn't find anything. It was for this reason that he did not dare to return to China easily at that time, but stayed abroad, constantly honing himself, and only returned to China to seek revenge after accumulating some strength. It was for this reason that he was so furious when he found out that Ben had installed a bug in his car. Moreover, until now, he has never called Ben Dad. He doesn't trust anyone with the surname Chu. The Sunny Boy back then had long since died on that freighter that was comparable to hell, and died in that cage filled with perverted laughter and a strong smell of blood. But no matter what, Ben is still his biological father. The recent interactions have gradually reduced his suspicions about Ben. Unexpectedly, Bah! Leo lit a cigarette, leaned back on the sofa, and rubbed his temples. After a moment, he took out his cell phone and called Ben. "Son, have you found any clues about that thing?" Ben asked urgently. Leo was silent. After taking 2 puffs of his cigarette, he said, "No. When will you be back?" Ben pondered for a moment and said, "The day after tomorrow." "Son, what have you found out?" Leo stood up and walked out the door with heavy steps. "Come back the day after tomorrow and come directly to my place." Ben was suspicious. "What's wrong?" Leo smiled faintly. "You have to do me a favor." "What's the matter?" "Don't ask. You can definitely help." Leo said this coldly, hung up the phone, and then called the second brother again. 10 minutes later, the second-generation rich man turned around and walked into the door and went straight to the warehouse. The captain of the Yi family was leaning against the wall, just about to fall asleep, when he heard someone come in. He widened his eyes in surprise and looked at Leo tremblingly. Leo ignored him and stomped hard on the sleeping Su Dong several times, kicking the drug addict awake. Ah, Master Chu. Master Chu you. Leo made a hushed gesture and said with a wicked smile, "Let me ask you a question. If your father killed your mother, what would you do to him?" Su Dong, who was addicted to drugs, was confused. It took him a long time to react, and he shuddered. I don't know. Leo seemed to be talking to himself, saying, "If it were me, I would definitely kill him." Su Dong nodded repeatedly and agreed. Yes, yes. He deserves to be killed. Let me ask you another question. When you're in a bad mood, will you kill someone? Su Dong swallowed and shook his head slightly, but seeing Leo's sharp and cold eyes, he nodded tentatively. Leo patted his face and said grimly, "Su Dong, I'm in a bad mood tonight. Please help me." Huh. Su Dong gasped and said in panic, Don't kill me. Master Chu, don't kill me. What I hate most of my entire fucking life are drug dealers like you. I used to have a very good brother in America, a lifelong friend, but he got addicted to drugs and turned his back on everyone, betraying his friends. Huh. Guess how I killed him, huh? Su Dong's pupils suddenly contracted, and his tongue was so stiff that he couldn't speak clearly. Chu, let's go. Don't wake anyone else, and don't make this place dirty. I'll burn the money I promised you. Leo ignored Su Dong's pleas and dragged him out. As he closed the door, he warned the captain, "Stay quiet. You're still useful for now. Once I finish my business, I'll personally take you to the Yi family in 2 days." Chapter 107 Lu Cece, Don't Disgust Me. At the same time, at the Yi family's house, although it was already late at night, the sounds of lovemaking could be heard from the master bedroom on the second floor. About 10 minutes later, a ghostly figure walked out of the room, probably wanting to go to the living room to get a glass of water to moisten his throat, but he found that the lights in the living room were on, and sitting on the sofa was Yi Tianyi, the eldest son of the Yi family. "Tianyi, why aren't you asleep yet?" The woman was drenched in sweat, but she didn't look tired. She walked lightly to the water dispenser, swaying her hips. As she filled her cup, she said, "You just got back from China. Are you still having trouble adjusting to the time difference?" The rich young man, named Yi Tianyi, was leaning on the sofa, playing games on his mobile phone. When he heard the woman's question, he raised his eyes and said, indifferently. The woman took a sip of water, walked forward, and gathered her sexy white gauze nightgown. She smiled sweetly and said, "Still can't stand me?" Yi Tianyi was a little indifferent to this stepmother who was middle-aged but still charming, and said, "I'm used to it or not, you still entered the Yi family." The woman's manners were charming, and her smile was even more seductive. Although she was already in her 40s, there was no trace of time on her pretty face. Her skin was fair, tender, and smooth, and her figure was well-maintained. The right parts were curvy, and the right parts were straight. No one would doubt that she was a young woman in her 30s. Chat for a while. Yi Tian glanced at the beauty and said coldly, "Go talk to my dad." "What? Do you think I'm old and ugly and you can't bear to look at me?" He. The woman sat on the sofa, arms folded across her chest, looking at Yi Tianyi with seductive eyes. Yi Tianyi was a little impatient and said unhappily, "Lu Cece, don't disgust me." The woman said without getting angry or annoyed, "I saw you couldn't sleep, so I wanted to chat with you to cheer you up. Look at you. You're like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, aren't you?" Well, everyone in Jiangcheng knows that Master Yi has high standards. How can an old woman like me be worthy of talking to you? I guess only the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng can catch your eye, right? Yi Tianyi paused playing the game, raised his eyelids, and said gloomily, "Go back and serve your master. Don't bother me." Lu Cece raised the corner of her lips with an evil smile, and a sinister look flashed across her eyes. "I heard that before leaving the country, Master Yi tried his best to kiss that beautiful lady. Unfortunately, things are unpredictable, and he was sent abroad before he could make a move." Is that true?" Yi Tianyi pursed his lips tightly and said nothing. Lu Cece said with regret, "Alas, time flies by. I wonder if the sweetheart of the past is still the sweetheart of Yishao now? But even if she is, it's too late. Sophie married one of Truman's illegitimate children years ago. What a pity, isn't it?" Roll. Yi Tian frowned, as if he was afraid that the person in the master bedroom would hear it. So he didn't dare to speak too loudly, but his tone was extremely cold. Seeing this, Lu Cece stopped bothering herself and stood up and walked towards the master bedroom. When he was halfway there, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Yi Tianyi with a mocking look and said with a smile, "It is said that Yi Xiao was fearless in the past, and there was no woman he could not get. But I see. Why does Yi Xiao seem to have been smoothed over by time? Ha! Let me advise you. Some things are not destined to be yours. No matter how much you want them, you can't get them. Ha!" After saying that, Lu Cece turned and left, with a barely perceptible cunning glint in her eyes. Yi Tianyi was so irritated by these words that he no longer had the heart to play games. He punched the sofa angrily, put on his clothes, and slammed the door and left. At noon, Leo came to Jiangdong prison and met Zhao Yunhua. This was the first time I met my father-in-law in my life, and I didn't expect it to be in such a place and under such circumstances. Zhao Yunhua had a kind face, and this face of a kind man seemed out of place with the prison uniform. Although it was the first time he met Leo, how could he not recognize his son-in-law? He just didn't know why he suddenly came to see him. The two of them picked up the phone in front of them through a layer of transparent glass. "Leo, why are you here?" Zhao Yunhua said with a smile. Leo got straight to the point. "I have something to ask you." Seeing his gloomy face, Zhao Yunhua suddenly had a bad feeling. He paused and said, "What's the matter?" 10 years ago, on the evening of June 14th, around 7:30, where were you? Zhao Yunhua seemed to have trouble remembering, frowned, and said, 10 years ago? Leo reminded, "Qian restaurant, Huaishu Hall." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunhua was stunned. He stared at Leo for a long moment and said in astonishment, You know? Leo hummed, his narrow eyes as if icy. "Who did you eat with?" Zhao Yunhua's expression darkened, and he pursed his lips, not knowing what he was thinking about. Leo stared at him without blinking. "Lu Jun. Who else?" Zhao Yunhua closed his eyes. Since he could already say Lu Jun's name, was there any need to ask the remaining one? Instead of answering, he asked, "Leo, does Sophie know about this? Answer my question." Zhao Yunhua took a deep breath, and, after a long silence, he said, "Your father." Since there was a prison guard standing in front of him, Leo didn't say anything more. After staring at Zhao Yunhua for a while, he was about to hang up the phone. "Don't mention this to Sophie," Zhao Yunhua said with a guilty look on his face. Leo paused, hung up the phone, glanced at the face of the prison guard next to Zhao Yunhua, and turned away. After getting out of prison and into the car, the second brother sent a message. "The gunman you arrested is indeed from the Yi family. He used to be Yi Yongsheng's bodyguard, but he resigned 5 years ago. I guess he was hidden in the dark by Yi Yongsheng and was used to do dirty work." Leo replied, "What else?" "Second brother, it's in progress." Leo exited the WeChat interface, leaned back in his chair, and thought about something when he suddenly called Wang Long. "Huh? Nephew, you finally remembered me," Wang Long said happily. Leo was in no mood for jokes and got straight to the point. "Uncle Long, are you free the day after tomorrow? Can you help me with something?" Yes. If you ask me for help, I will put aside the biggest problem." "Okay, I'll let you know when the time comes." After hanging up the phone, Leo went home. On the way, I unexpectedly received a call from Sophie. The rich kid parked the car on the side of the road, looked at the word Sophie on the screen, took a deep breath, and answered the call. Sophie, where are you?" "Emerald Lakeside." "Oh." Leo rarely spoke without being mean. The icy beauty almost thought it was her own illusion. After a pause, he said, "How was your injury?" "It's okay. I went to the hospital and got some bandages." That's good." The two fell silent at the same time. After a moment, Sophie took a breath and said, "Then I'm hanging up." She seemed to feel that something was wrong with Leo today, but she didn't dare to ask too much. Just as I was about to hang up, Leo suddenly said, "Sophie, let's have dinner together tonight." Sophie hesitated for a moment. "Yeah, okay." Chapter 108. Why is it nourishing? In the evening, Xiaoqing was cooking in the kitchen, but she was still feeling uneasy. Zhao Yunhua was involved in that incident, so Leo had to ask her about it, right? But until now, Leo hadn't asked her anything, and his attitude towards her was still the same as before. The more this happened, the more uneasy she became. She always felt that Leo would abandon her just because she was a member of the Zhao family. She really couldn't bear to leave. She had finally integrated into the big family of these brothers. For the first time in her life, she really had some friends and people who cared about her. She really couldn't bear to lose all this. Just as I was feeling lost, the third brother walked in with a sad face and said in a muffled voice, "Xiaoqing, can you make me a bowl of dumpling soup? I feel like I'm about to become depressed. Tell me, how could this happen? How could it be like this? I can't figure it out." I need to drink some dumpling soup to nourish my brain. Xiaoqing looked up at him with the same sad expression. I'm sad too, but I really don't know how to make dumpling soup. The third brother hung his head and was silent for a moment before saying, let me help you pick the vegetables. Xiaoqing refused and said, third brother, I can do it myself. You're too big and will get in the way. You better get out first. After a pause, the girl seemed a little curious and asked casually, you are 2 meters tall, right? The third brother shook his head, the fat on his face swaying back and forth. Not even close, 1.98 meters. Xiaoqing, just as he was speechless, a faint laugh suddenly came from outside the kitchen door. Then, the foreigner appeared at the door, holding the Chinese self-study guide that he couldn't put down. He said with a smile, hey, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Lao-san, I have something to say to you. If you like Xiaoqing, just tell her directly. You Chinese are always so reserved and will miss out on many opportunities. I swear. Xiaoqing was speechless again. The third brother's face flushed. After coughing a few times, he frowned and said, what time is it and you're still laughing? Do you believe I can beat the shit out of you? Lao Wu's smile froze on his face. He shrugged and said sarcastically, Xiaoqing, you must promise him. I swear you're the first girl he has ever fallen in love with. But first, think about it. Every night from now on, there will be a 300-pound guy. How do you say it? Wait, I just learned a word. Let me look it up. Lao Wu flipped through the book and raised an eyebrow, saying, Qin Shan Yading, yes, that's the word. The third brother rubbed his hands together. Then pronounce it, Tai. Damn it. I'll make you concentrate on the 3 flowers first. Xiaoqing was embarrassed and angry. She lowered her head and stomped her feet. Brother Lao Wu, what nonsense are you talking about? As soon as the words fell, a sinister aura suddenly approached, and the 3 of them immediately stopped. The fourth brother's face remained unchanged for thousands of years, looking harmless. He looked at the 3 of them and said, where's the eldest brother? Hasn't he contacted you? After learning from the third brother what happened in Lu Jun's house last night in the morning, this killing machine has been wanting to talk to Leo, but he didn't see Leo the whole day. The 3 of them shook their heads in unison. Xiaoqing said, no, he was gone when I woke up this morning, and he hasn't come back since. What the hell? The fourth brother was puzzled and turned to look at the fifth brother. Lao Wu rolled his eyes left and right, spread his hands and said, I don't know either. The 4 of them looked at each other in silence for a moment. The third brother tentatively asked the fourth brother, what if big brother wants to do something to his father? What if you... Before he could finish his words, the fourth brother blinked calmly and said, just kill him. Why bother with so much? The fifth brother subconsciously took a few steps to the side. The third brother also swallowed his saliva and leaned down to mutter to Xiaoqing, stay away from this guy. Be careful that the lightning will hit you and hurt you. The fourth brother was not good at talking. Seeing that his arrival ruined the atmosphere, he turned and walked towards the living room and happened to meet Hongmei, who had just walked out of the room. Hongmei glanced at the handsome face nervously, but didn't stop walking. After passing by, she murmured to herself, this guy is so quiet and gentle. He must be a very gentle person, right? At 7 o'clock in the evening, Leo picked up Sophie downstairs of the company. Didn't I stipulate that overtime is not allowed? Sophie, wearing her seatbelt, replied, I've accepted 2 advertising collaborations and have been working overtime to finalize them. Leo smiled faintly. Why do you always keep yourself so busy? Sophie glanced at him and said, because I'm doing the same work as the boss. Leo was a little embarrassed by the choking and changed the subject. What to eat? I've ordered hot pot. You treated me last time, so I'm returning the favor. Sophie turned on the navigation and placed her phone on the center console. She seemed to feel the chair back was a little too far forward, so she lowered her head to move it back. But this car wasn't like hers. It didn't have electric adjustment. As soon as she adjusted it, the backrest suddenly fell down, and she fell directly onto the passenger seat. Leo looked at the pale face, suppressed his laughter, and carefully adjusted the back of the chair. Are you used to adjusting your chair? Are you okay? Sophie was embarrassed and annoyed. She said unhappily, your car is so packed with advanced technology. Why don't you upgrade the seats? Leo started the car and said as he turned the steering wheel, it was originally electric, but I took it apart. Sophie was puzzled. Why? Wouldn't an electric one be more convenient? Leo smiled and said, it's convenient, but sometimes it's not convenient. Sophie rolled her eyes, not knowing what this bastard was saying, but she noticed that Leo looked very tired. His face was very haggard, his eyes were bloodshot, and his eye sockets were a little blue. Didn't sleep well? Yeah, a little insomnia. As he spoke, the car stopped at the intersection and waited for the red light. Leo turned his head, a smile on his lips, and extended his hand to Sophie. Didn't you forget? Shouldn't you shake hands when you meet? Sophie didn't hesitate. After shaking hands, she asked, have you taken any anti-inflammatory medicine? The relationship between the two can be best described by the underworld saying, if you respect me 1 foot, I will respect you 10 feet. Leo, eat it. He smiled very gently, and his beautiful peach blossom eyes were also full of tenderness. But Sophie always felt something was strange. Why was this dude so serious tonight? What's wrong with you? Leo shook his head and said nothing. The light turned green, so he looked away and concentrated on driving. The beautiful CO, standing by, felt puzzled, but didn't dare to ask any more questions. She pondered secretly while glancing at Leo from the corner of her eyes from time to time. Leo, just watch it openly. I won't charge you. Sophie pursed her lips. It seemed that there was nothing wrong. It turned out that she just didn't sleep well. Soon, the two arrived at the hot pot restaurant they had booked. Waiter, hello. Would you like a large or small pot? Leo, big. Sophie, small pot. One with extra spicy butter, one with... At this point, he looked at Leo and said, tomato? Nourishing? It's still nourishing. Now, I like spicy food too. Sophie raised her eyelids, a look of satisfaction in her eyes, as if she had gotten revenge. You're injured. You can't eat spicy food. Leo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had been wondering the whole time, why was this ice beauty so proactive today, even booking a place in advance? Could it be that she was trying to get revenge for not letting her eat spicy food last time? But why is it tonic? I didn't sleep well, not because I was weak. Sophie glanced at him, said nothing, and turned to order from the waiter. Chapter 109, Emotional Scene. The couple ate hot pot and chatted casually. Leo really felt that his nourishing pot food was tasteless and ate very slowly. On the other hand, Sophie was too busy to eat lunch and kept eating with her head down. After a long while, she seemed to feel someone was looking at her, and she raised her eyelids uncomfortably, then met those loving peach blossom eyes. When Leong said, why are you looking at me? Eat your meal properly. Leo pulled out a piece of paper and handed it over, smiling. Slow down, I'm not going to snatch it from you. Sophie rolled her eyes at him, took the tissue, and wiped her mouth. Sitting at the next table was a mother and her 2 children. The 3 of them were talking and laughing. The mother hardly ate anything as her attention was all on her 2 children. She would sometimes answer their wild questions, sometimes pick up food for them, with a happy smile on her face. Being a mother is the greatest job in the world, bar none. The couple looked at them at the same time, as if something in each of their hearts had been touched upon, and the atmosphere suddenly became dull. Leo picked up a piece of beef and put it into the pot, his eyes filled with memories. When I was a child, my mother did the same. She would coax me to eat first, and then eat herself. Sophie recalled her mother, her eyes suddenly moist. She clenched her chopsticks tightly, as if trying to suppress some emotion. She lowered her head and bit her lip. After a moment, she sighed, forcing herself not to recall the past. She asked, your mother must have been a very gentle woman, right? Yeah. Leo nodded happily. Very gentle, but only to me and my grandmother. To Ben, he slaps him almost every time we meet. Sophie blinked, looking curious. Leo put down his chopsticks and said with interest, Ben met my mom after his first marriage ended. He had promised to marry her, but my husband refused to agree, even though she was pregnant with me. Later, my mom ignored everyone's advice and insisted on giving birth to me. As a mother, how could she have the heart to abort her own child? Did you know that Ben got married for the 2nd time on the day I was born? Sophie's heart trembled. No wonder this rich kid never had a good face towards Ben. In the past, she thought that Leo's treatment of his father was extremely disrespectful, so she always treated Leo coldly. Now, if it were her, she would probably be even worse. Leo continued, my mom was very stubborn. From that day on, she completely left Ben and raised me on her own. She never asked Truman for a penny, but the old man was so persistent that he often came to her to ask for forgiveness. Every time he came, my mom beat him without mercy. Later, when I was 6 years old and about to go to school, my mom was busy, so Ben took me back to Truman, and their relationship eased a little. Mentioning Truman, Leo's eyes dimmed unconsciously. My mother thought at the time that Truman could give me the best education and the best growth, but she didn't expect how unwelcome I would be at Truman. Inside and outside, no one treated me as a human being except Ben. Can you believe it? Even the old housekeeper's grandson bullied me. Hey, whom had been busy. He would be away for several months, and when he came back, he could only stay for a few days before he had to go back to work again. Later, when I was in junior high school, my mother came to visit me at school. I wasn't paying attention, so she saw the marks on my body from being beaten. That day at the school gate, my mother cried like a madman. Later, she took me away, but she was already a doctor of medicine at the time and was often sent by her unit to conduct secret research, which she was required to keep secret from her family. She would be gone for months at a time. During those years, I lived with my grandmother until my second year of high school. Having said that, Leo stopped abruptly. Sophie felt a little depressed for a moment when she heard about his past, with a hint of heartache in her eyes. She wanted to ask what happened next, but she remembered what Leo said to her that night. Don't ask about my past. So he didn't say anything. Isn't that a bit of a letdown? Leo smacked his lips and said, hurry up and eat. I finally get to have a meal with you, and I don't want you to be unhappy. In fact, he really just wanted to have a meal with Sophie tonight, without any purpose or intention, and certainly not for Sophie to pity him. Talking about these past events is just a reflection of my emotions. Sophie lost her usual coolness. She hesitated for a moment before abruptly saying, I wronged you before. I apologize. Leo was a little confused. What? Sophie said seriously. I mean, my attitude towards you before was that I always thought you were a shameless bastard. Leo couldn't help but laugh. So I'm not an asshole now? Sophie nodded. A bit shameless at best. After a pause, she added, You're welcome. Leo swallowed the words, thank you for the compliment, and smiled brightly. At this moment, four men in luxurious clothes walked into the hot pot restaurant. The leader was Yi Tianyi, the young master of the Yi family who had just returned to China. As soon as he entered the door, Yi Tianyi looked around as if he was looking for someone. Sophie and Leo in the corner. Yi Tianyi raised an evil smile at the corner of his lips and walked forward confidently. Leo had just put a fish ball into his mouth when he saw several people approaching him. He was confused and wondered who these people were. Sophie looked up. Her expression froze instantly. Her eyes seemed a little surprised, and she unconsciously moved her chair to the other side. Seeing this, Leo's face suddenly darkened, and he looked at Yi Tianyi with a sinister look. Yi Tian glanced at him, then looked at Sophie again, and said with a smile, Miss Zhao, how are you? Sophie frowned and greeted him coldly, Master Yi. Sophie, for years ago, I told you I would definitely get you. Remember? Huh, I didn't expect to run into you by chance today. It's just right that I want to let you know I'm back. My promise remains unchanged. Sophie, Mr. Yi, please be respectful. As soon as he finished speaking, Leo suddenly stood up, his gloomy expression showing a hint of surprise, or perhaps joy. Young Master Yi? Are you Yi Yongxing's son? Looking across the entire Jiangcheng, the only person who could be called Young Master Yi is Yi Yongxing's son. Leo was still thinking this afternoon about how to approach the Yi family, and now this opportunity has come right to him. Yi Tian glanced at him with disdain in his eyes and said, Hey, Mr. Chu, although we are all competing for our fathers, you have to face the reality. I am not an illegitimate child, and you are not Chu Xiaoyan's beloved child, or Chu Haoran, the eldest son and grandson of the Chu family. I advise you not to be so cocky. When I was playing Jiangcheng, you were still a model student. Leo, Sophie said hurriedly, fearing that her man with super hands-on skills would get into trouble again. I'm done eating, let's go home. However, Yi Tianyi had no intention of giving way. He stared at Sophie with a vicious look and said, Sophie, when I was pursuing you 4 years ago, you acted cold and aloof and said you didn't like rich second generations like me. How come you're marrying into the Truman family now? And marrying a bastard. Do you look down on my Yi family? Let me tell you, Before he could finish his words, Leo suddenly grabbed his hair, pulled his head, and pressed it into his pot. Chapter 1, 10 Arrogant and Domineering. The manager of the hot pot restaurant noticed something was wrong and rushed over to try to mediate. However, before he even got close, he saw this horrifying scene. Leo held Yi Tianyi's head tightly. The young master of the Yi family was completely unprepared. When he reacted, his face was already hanging on the edge of the pot. Fortunately, it was a small pot, and Yi Tianyi's face was big, so his forehead and chin rested on the edge of the pot, and his head could not be stuffed in. However, the soup in the pot was boiling and steaming. In just a moment, the rich young man who was so arrogant just now let out a heart-wrenching scream like a pig being slaughtered. The 3 friends who came with them were immediately frightened and stood there dumbfounded. Although fighting was a common occurrence for them, they usually relied on their family background to bully the weak and had never encountered anyone resisting them. Therefore, they rarely felt what it was like to have a beating heart. Furthermore, Leo's behavior just now could not be considered a fight. That was really brutal. The underworld has its own rules. Punching, kicking, and even slashing with a knife rarely go for vital parts. Who has ever seen someone shove their head directly into the pot like he did? Even in a gang fight, they wouldn't just chop off someone's head with a knife. In public, he dared to do such a heavy hand. Is this illegitimate son of Truman crazy? Even if his background is powerful, isn't he afraid of being spanked by his father when he gets home? The three people who are also second generation don't have such courage. For them, they could be fearless outside, but they must never let their fathers hear about the good things they have done, otherwise they will suffer a lot. Blocking the credit card and not giving money to spend is a small matter, but some fathers are very disappointed with their children. Their own glory and face have been completely ruined by their rebellious sons. How can they feel good without skinning them alive? Sophie was also frightened and pale. After a moment of shock, she reacted and quickly persuaded Leo, calm down and don't do anything rash. Leo smiled evilly, looking like a gangster, and pressed for another 3 or 4 seconds before pulling Yi Tian's head up. In just a short moment, Yi Tian's entire face seemed to be steamed, and it was so red that it seemed like it could be pinched to bleed. There was a wolfberry hanging on the tip of his nose, and a blister was visible to the naked eye. His eyes were tightly closed, and he couldn't open them no matter how much pain he was in. His face was hideous, and it made people's scalp numb just looking at it. Grandson, listen carefully. Sophie is my wife. If you dare to harass her again, I will kill you. As he spoke, Leo glanced at the people around him who were filming him with their phones. Instead of restraining himself, he threw Yi Tianyi to the ground. He seemed to be still a little angry and kicked Yi Tianyi in the crotch several times, cursing as he kicked. Who the hell do you think you are? Pretending? I'll let you pretend. I'll let you pretend. Your dad is so great. Huh? If he was here today, I would beat him up too. Leo, that's enough. Sophie was terrified. She walked around the table to Leo's side, holding Leo's arm tightly with both hands, trembling slightly. Stop it, I want to go home. Leo turned his head to look at her, his eyes softened immediately, and he raised his lips and said, Okay, let's go home. Sophie breathed a sigh of relief and turned to get her bag. Yi Tianyi rolled on the ground in pain, covering his face with one hand and his crotch with the other, his body curled up into a ball, looking like he was in excruciating pain. In fact, this young master had heard from his friends when he was abroad that Sophie married Truman and married an illegitimate child. Thinking about how no matter how hard he pursued her before, he was ignored by Sophie, he was very angry at the time. Could it be that the eldest young master of the Yi family was not as good as Truman's illegitimate child? It was fate that tried to persuade Sophie 4 years ago, but her love proposal failed. He had planned to use some tough measures on her, but something unexpected happened, and he was sent abroad by his father. Otherwise, he would have been tired of playing with that beauty by now, right? As the saying goes, the more you can't get something, the more you want it. Having just returned home last night, Yi Tian was once again provoked by his coquettish stepmother in the middle of the night. He could no longer endure it, and this is what happened today. He really didn't expect that Truman, this illegitimate son, would be even more arrogant and domineering than him. The three friends just stood there, and only when they saw Leo and his wife walking away did they squat down and help Yi Tianyi. Leo walked to the front desk, took out the only 10,000 yuan in cash from his purse, threw it over, and said nonchalantly, Meal money and compensation money for you. If it's not enough, I'll transfer more to you. The girl at the front desk looked at this extremely dandy, extremely arrogant young man and nodded repeatedly, saying, Enough, enough, enough. On the way back, Leo sent a WeChat message to Lao Si while driving. Stay at my house. Just as I put my phone away, I heard Sophie say, Leo, can you please stop hitting people so carelessly in the future? And you hit me so hard. If this turns out to be a big cauldron today, have you ever thought about the consequences? Leo smirked. I estimated his face was too big to fit in. I was just trying to scare him. Change your temper, Sophie said gently, pausing before adding, Be a good person. Leo said lazily. He flirted with my wife in front of me. Should I praise him? You can call the police, Sophie said rationally. But you can't do anything, or he'll call the police and bite you back, and you'll be held responsible. Yeah, huh? Leo laughed helplessly. There are some rules I really don't understand. For example, if a bad guy bullies my woman, my parents, or my child in front of me, I can't hit him. Instead, I have to stay calm and call the police. If I get beaten, I can't fight back. Otherwise, it will be considered mutual assault. Isn't that ridiculous? Sophie opened her red lips slightly, but was speechless. On this point, she seemed to agree with Leo's prejudice, but there are some things that cannot be commented on casually, and I dare not write about them. After a moment of silence, Sophie suddenly said, Leo, thank you. Sophie was a little embarrassed. Thank you for protecting me today and for offending the Yi family for me. Leo chuckled. It's even. Sophie was puzzled, but she quickly remembered the slap she had given Tina before. But at that time, she was just forced by the situation, not for Leo. The phrase even is really far-fetched, but the debt is real. You have to be careful recently. The Yi family is not like the Gao family. They don't fight back or talk back when you hit them. I've heard a long time ago that Yi Yongsheng and Uncle Jiqing have never gotten along and have been fighting openly and secretly. Their influence in the Jiangcheng business community is equally divided. With your making such a fuss today, the Yi family will definitely be in trouble. Sophie said worriedly. Leo said nonchalantly, Don't worry, at worst, I'll just fight for my beloved. Sophie frowned and said, I'm not kidding, Leo. Yi Tianyi is not a good guy. He used to hang out with gangsters. Do you know what ridiculous things he did 4 years ago? Leo was curious. What? Sophie. 4 years ago, he was drunk and causing trouble on the street. He even held a gun and forced a man to kneel down in front of him. Oh, so arrogant. Sophie hesitated for a moment and said, Do you know who he asked to kneel down for him? Who? Chu Haodan. Is there such a thing? Leo was very surprised. Did Chu Hauer kneel down? How could you not kneel in that situation? Sophie said, However, the Yi family paid a heavy price to calm your grandfather's anger. Moreover, it is said that Yi Yongsheng was afraid that Chu Hauer would cause trouble for his son, so he sent Yi Tianyi abroad overnight. Leo mused, muttering, Interesting. Chapter 111, What a Joke. The sky had long since darkened, and Jiangcheng officially entered a state of grotesque light. The moonlight, unusually bright, parted wisps of mist, enveloped the distant horizon, scattering across the shimmering sea, creating a vast expanse of silver. In a moment, the moonlight spread to the coast, illuminating the streets and alleys, the mountains, lakes and gardens, and the magnificent buildings. The visible light dispelled the visible darkness, but could not penetrate the gloom beneath the brightly lit streets. The silver-gray GTR sped along the city's main thoroughfare, the streetlights on either side linked together like a string, a rewind of lightning speed. Inside, the couple, whose love had seemed shattered from the moment they married, but who were in fact absolutely made for each other, sat in silence, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. Dropping Sophie off at home, Leo asked for a handshake as per custom. Sophie was puzzled. You're not going home? I'm going to live by Emerald Lake, Leo said. Sophie shook hands, opened the car door, and got out. As she closed the door, she curiously said, Be careful, then turned and walked towards the elevator. Sophie. Leo looked at the pretty figure and suddenly called her. Sophie turned around. Huh? Leo smiled faintly, his eyes filled with an indescribable mixture of emotions, and said, Good night. Sophie felt puzzled and paused before responding. Good night. After watching the icy beauty get on the elevator, Leo put away his smile, glanced at the Raptor parked not far away, and then left with peace of mind. It was already 10 o'clock when we returned to Emerald Lake. None of the brothers slept and sat in the living room board. Seeing Leo coming back, they all stood up to greet him. Leo carried a large bag of fried chicken and handed it to Xiaoqing. I bought some midnight snacks for you, have some. They looked at each other, and after Leo changed his shoes, they followed him to the living room and sat on the sofa. Eat. Why are you all looking at me? Leo smiled lightly, paused, looked at the reserved Hongmei, and said, Sister Hongmei, you should eat something too. Just treat it like you're at home. Don't be restrained. Hongmei shook her head slightly and forced a smile. I don't eat at night. Leo didn't force it. He picked up a piece of fried chicken and ate it while saying to Lao Wu, Go get a bottle of wine. I've been suffering from insomnia for the past 2 days. If I don't drink something, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. Lao Wu responded and turned to get some wine from the wine cabinet. Xiaoqing's eyes were filled with heartache, and she said in a bitter voice, Master, you have to take care of yourself. It's okay. Leo looked very tired, his eyes drooping, and he said softly, You should eat something too, the third brother said sullenly. Brother, we all know about you beating Yi Tianyi. It's all over the internet. Should we go to the Yi family tonight and make some noise? Leo shook his head. No, let's wait for the Yi family's reaction. In short, be prepared to fight at any time. The power of the Yi family cannot be underestimated, so we can't be careless. After saying that, Lao Wu brought out a bottle of red wine. Oh my God, look what I found. Roman Empire, 1990. This wine costs at least $100,000 now. Leo rubbed his temples and smiled. You're really good at picking. Pour a glass for everyone. Sister Hongmei, you should try it too. This wine is hard to buy in France, not to mention China. Hongmei continued to refuse, so Lao Wu simply handed her the wine glass and said indifferently, Hey, my eldest brother actually wanted to thank you for providing him with the clue. That's all. You don't think we're going to poison you, do you? My God, if we wanted to kill you, there's no need to waste such good wine. Hongmei waved her hands repeatedly and said hurriedly, No, I didn't mean that. Old Five, stop talking nonsense. Leo said, raised his glass towards Hongmei, and said sincerely, Sister Hongmei, thank you so much. Hongmei hesitated, as if she felt that if she refused again, it would be really ungrateful, so she took a light sip. On Thursday evening at 9:30, Ben arrived in Jiangcheng on time. As soon as he landed, he was picked up by the third brother and taken to the Emerald Lake. As soon as he entered the villa, Ben laughed and said, Son, what's the matter that makes you look for me so urgently? In the living room, Leo was sitting on the sofa. Lao was still on the second floor and hadn't come down. Hongmei was standing timidly behind Leo, not daring to look at Ben. Xiaoqing came forward and found a pair of slippers for Ben, speaking a little uncomfortably. Chairman, change your shoes. Yeah. Ben smiled and nodded. Seeing his son's face was gloomy, he was about to ask something when he heard Leo say, Don't change it. It's not necessary. Ben was stunned for a moment, the smile on his face gradually fading. He stepped forward, took a quick look at Hongmei, and asked doubtfully, Son, is this your new nanny? Leo scoffed. I think she's the one you've always wanted to find. The person I want to find? Ben was puzzled and looked at Hongmei again. Hongmei was standing opposite him, with Leo sitting on the sofa between them. Although Ben's expression was not serious at the moment, and there was even a hint of smile in the corner of his eyes, Hongmei suddenly felt a little breathless when she saw him like that. Her breathing became shorter and shorter, and a thin layer of sweat broke out on her palms, as if the air around her suddenly cooled down, making her feel cold in her heart. Do you know Lu Jun? Leo asked suddenly. Ben frowned suddenly. His eyes fell on his son's face, wondering what he was thinking. Leo's eyes flushed red as he gritted his teeth and said, 10 years ago, on the night of June 14th, in the Huaishu Hall of Qian restaurant. What were you, Zhao Yunbo and Lu Jun plotting? Ben's eyes flickered for a moment, and he asked in astonishment, How did you know all this? You hid it well enough. Leo suddenly pulled out a gun and pointed it at Ben, his eyes full of evil. Old man, you really don't deserve to live. Ben took a deep breath. Leo, listen to my explanation. Still want to lie to me? Huh? You're not explaining anything. Leo fired resolutely. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he was afraid that he would soften his heart in the next second. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 112, Another Face of Hongmei. 3 shots in a row hit Ben's heart, and blood splattered everywhere. Ben was hit and staggered back a long distance. He looked at Leo, who shot him with disbelief. He raised his hand with difficulty, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't have the chance to speak. He fell straight to the ground, and the blood under him gradually spread on the ground and continued to expand. Leo took a few deep breaths, and the knuckles of his right hand, which was holding the gun, turned white from exerting too much force and was shaking constantly. Hongmei was so scared that her legs went weak, and she covered her mouth tightly. Xiaoqing stared at Ben lying in a pool of blood for a long time, then looked at Leo and lowered her head, wanting to say something but stopping herself. The third brother was stunned. He didn't expect his eldest brother to be so decisive. But now that things have come to this, no matter how much he thinks or feels, it is meaningless. No matter what, as long as it is Leo's decision, he will not question it. Brother, what should we do about Zhao Yunbo? Leo tried hard to control his emotions and said gloomily, I've already made arrangements at the prison at noon. He won't survive tonight. After saying that, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then turned and looked at the trembling Hongmei. His eyes seemed to be considering whether to kill her or not. Hongmei felt a chill on her back and immediately fell to the ground, begging for mercy. Don't kill me. You said you wouldn't kill me. Sister Hongmei, Leo said in a deep voice, I'm very grateful for the clues you provided me, but you know too much, and I'm worried. Hongmei was terrified and trembling. I won't tell anyone. Believe me, I really won't tell anyone. As long as you let me go, I will leave Jiangcheng immediately. Goodbye. Leo no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger decisively. However, as luck would have it, the bullet jammed at this moment. Hongmei was so frightened that she rolled her eyes and opened her mouth wide, but she could hardly breathe. After a long while, she begged for mercy again. Please let me go. I have elderly people at home. Please. Ooh. Leo stared into her eyes intently, and after a moment, he sighed and said, Oh, it's God's will. Sister Hongmei, you'd better forget everything you saw in the past few days. Otherwise, it will not only harm you, but also your family, understand? I understand. I won't say anything nonsense. Leo put away his gun. You've been able to keep Lu Jun's secret for 20 years. I trust your words. Let's go. Thank you. Hongmei felt as if she had been pardoned. She crawled towards the door, fearing that the rich kid would change his mind the next second. However, no one noticed that the middle-aged woman glanced at Ben's body out of the corner of her while running out. Hongmei ran out of the villa area as if escaping, looking back every few steps, still with lingering fear. She ran along the road for a long time before she finally got a taxi. However, as soon as she got on the car, the woman who survived the disaster suddenly changed her expression. There was no trace of panic and fear, but a smile of success on her face. The driver turned around and looked at her with the same sly grin. Just as he was about to speak, Hongmei put her index finger to her lips, signaling him not to speak, and then made a circular gesture. The driver understood immediately and drove around for more than 20 minutes. When they drove to the beach, Hongmei patted him gently and signaled him to stop the car on the side of the road. Then she began to take off her clothes until she was left with only her underwear. Then she took the coat handed to her by the driver, wrapped it around herself, opened the car door and got out, throwing all her clothes, shoes, mobile phone, and necklace into the sea. After getting in the car, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The driver curled his lips and said, There's no need to be so cautious, right? Luckily, I brought a coat. Otherwise, what would you wear? It's so cold. Hongmei snorted and said, Be careful. Leo has a foreign hacker under his command, and he's very skilled. At this point, Hongmei couldn't help laughing. Finally done. Ha, what a bunch of idiots. Let's get going and go back quickly. About half an hour later, the taxi drove into a private winery. Hongmei couldn't wait to get out of the car and ran excitedly barefoot into a suite in the winery. In the room, Lu Cece was sitting comfortably on the sofa, shaking the red wine glass gently in one hand and answering the phone with the other. Seeing Hongmei come in, Lu Cece hurriedly stood up, took a pair of slippers, and squatted down to put them on Hongmei herself. Hongmei couldn't help being moved, with tears in her eyes, but because Lu Cece was on the phone, she didn't say anything. That's it. I have something else to do here, so I'll hang up first. Lu Cece hung up the phone, threw the phone on the sofa, and then hugged Hongmei excitedly. Xiaomei, I don't know how to thank you. Hongmei smiled and shook her head. Are you still being distant with me? Lu Cece took Hongmei's hand and sat on the sofa together. Then she poured a glass of wine for Hongmei herself. Come, I toast you. Hongmei, I should toast you too. The two clinked their glasses joyfully, and after taking a sip of red wine, Hongmei said, Leo also said that everything had been arranged in the prison at noon, and Zhao Yunbo would not survive tonight. Well, even if he doesn't do it, I will find a chance to do it. Lu Cece suppressed her smile, paused, and asked, Hongmei, is Ben dead? He's dead, shot 3 times in the heart. I even took a closer look at his body. There's absolutely no chance of him surviving. Lu Cece asked again, Are you sure you weren't followed on the way here? I'm sure, Hongmei said confidently. I made a few detours and didn't find anyone following me. Just in case, I threw away my phone and everything else, including my clothes and shoes. In short, I threw away everything that could be tracked. Good. This beast is finally dead. Lu Cece's eyes were sinister for a moment, but soon softened. She held Hongmei's hand and said sincerely, Xiaomei, since the decline of my Lu family, you have suffered a lot with me. This time when you went to Leo, I was always worried about your safety. Fortunately, you returned safely. Now that the revenge has been taken, follow me and enjoy life. Chapter 113. Pretend to be dead. Hongmei was moved once again, unable to help but call out the name she hadn't called in years. Miss, I went there expecting death, but I didn't expect Leo to relent and let me go. Coincidentally, he actually shot me, but the bullet jammed. I tried to beg him again, saying I had elderly people at home to support. He hesitated, said it was God's will, and let me go. Lu Cece sighed and looked at Hongmei with concern and heartache. It really is God's will. Xiaomei, it's my father and my brother's spirits in heaven who are blessing you. Hongmei nodded gently, her eyes filled with resentment as she recalled the past. Leo and Sophie got away with it. With the evil deeds those two bastards Ben and Zhao Yunbo committed back then, their children don't deserve to live. Lu Cece scoffed. Sophie is just a pretty face. It's easy to make her disappear. As for Leo, he's quite capable, but he beat up Yi Tianyi, so how could Yi Yongsheng let him go? Ha ha. Fight, the harder the better. In fact, I actually hope Leo can kill that bastard Yi Yongsheng. As soon as he finished speaking, all the smart curtains in the room suddenly moved by themselves and slowly closed. The smart speaker on the table also, strangely, started playing music automatically. At the same time, the sweeping robot in the corner also turned on automatically and flew around like a headless fly. Hongmei felt a chill down her spine and wondered if she had seen a ghost. Lu Cece frowned, thinking that there was some bug in the smart housekeeper system. She picked up the phone on the table and was about to call the staff to come and take a look, but the room suddenly became quiet. The inexplicable silence was even more eerie than the hustle and bustle just now. Lu Cece looked around, feeling a little uneasy. When she lowered her head to make a phone call, she found that her cell phone had inexplicably lost signal. In the courtyard, a bodyguard was smoking idly when he suddenly heard a buzzing sound overhead. Looking up, he vaguely saw a red dot flashing in the night sky. After a moment's identification, he finally realized what it was and muttered, "Where did this drone come from?" Just as he was wondering, the next second, a gun was suddenly pointed at his neck. Time goes back to an hour ago, by the Emerald Lake. Hongmei stumbled out of the villa. Leo stood by the window and stared at her, watching her run towards the gate of the community until she disappeared from his sight. The rich second-generation rich man suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, lowered his head, and smiled faintly. During this gap, the third brother stood there, looked at Leo standing by the window, and took 2 or 3 steps to Ben. It seemed that he was going to deal with the body. He squatted down, clamped his hands on Ben's shoulders, but did not rush to drag him. Instead, he muttered, "Chairman, you were very nice to me before, except for deducting 1 month's salary and year-end bonus from me. But how could you do such a thing? Do you think you should die? Hey, you can't blame my eldest brother. I will burn 2 paper girls for you later. No, I will burn a bunch of them for you. You can rest in peace, Just when he said this, Ben couldn't hold back his laughter. He opened his eyes and looked at the idiot, and suddenly sneered. The third brother casually said, "Fuck," and yelled, "Zombie." At the same time, he instinctively raised his fist as big as a casserole and smashed it hard at Ben's face. Huh, Ben gasped, but luckily he reacted in time, turned his head to the side, and shouted, "No, no, no. I'm not dead. You idiot." Third brother. Leo watched the fool crack the floor tiles with 1 punch, and was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly said, "It's fake. I just did it for Hongmei to see." The third child. "You think my CPU is very durable, right?" Xiaoqing seemed much calmer. She was a little surprised when Leo fired the gun just now, but she was an expert with guns after all. She stared at the bullet hole on Ben's body for a moment and figured out the clue: blank bullet. Moreover, although the blood looked very realistic, it did not smell bloody. Therefore, the girl concluded that her young master was acting. Ben sat up, glared at the third brother, and stretched out his hand, saying, "Why are you standing there like an idiot? Help me up." Oh, the third brother hurriedly helped him up with a copy of 100,000 Ys in his eyes. He wanted to ask, but didn't dare to open his mouth. Ben covered his heart, looked at Leo, and complained, "Didn't you say that blank bullets don't hurt? Wow. And you shot me 3 times. Is it really that serious?" Leo said calmly, "Just playing for fun. It's quite fun." Ben's mouth twitched, and after a pause, he pointed at the third brother and said, "You big fat guy. You're so vindictive, huh? It's just 1 month's salary, and you're still holding a grudge against me." The third brother muttered, "There's also a bonus, a total of 20,000. Ben didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Your big brother doesn't give you money to spend. Huh? I earned that myself." Okay. Ben finally lost his temper and said to his son, give him 20,000 later and I'll lend it to you. Good boy, he almost got beaten to death with one punch. Ben stomped on the floor tiles that the third brother had cracked and said, look at that. You could kill a donkey with that punch. The third brother, Chairman, you are not a donkey. Ben, I was a little puzzled as to how my son managed to resist strangling this guy to death. Okay, go wash up. Leo looked at his father, who seemed to find it a little funny. He pursed his lips to suppress his laughter, and then said to Xiao Qing, find him a change of clothes. Yes, master. Ben took a breath and cursed. Damn Wong Long. What a mess of blood plasma. It's sticky and disgusting. Anyway, son, your shooting skills are pretty good. You're pretty accurate. As he said that, he took off his coat. After hearing this, the third brother looked at the blood bag tied to Ben's body and some strange little mechanisms, and then he remembered that when he went to the airport to pick him up, he saw Wong Long's shadow in the parking lot. So, he asked the big director to get some props for filming. The third brother scratched his head and asked in confusion, Brother, did you see from the beginning that there was something fishy about Hongmei? Isn't she Lu Jun's lover? Leo smiled faintly and said, well, we'll know her exact identity in a moment. Third brother, I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd be exposed if you weren't careful. The third brother said, oh, and was even more confused. Then why go through all the trouble to put on such a show for her? Wouldn't it be better to just beat her up and make her confess? Leo was always extremely patient with his naive brother. He smiled and said, think about it. Under normal circumstances, no matter if I get any clues or not, I would never let Lu Jun's lover live. I would definitely kill her to silence her. How could Hongmei, who pretended to be Lu Jun's lover, not think of this? So, she's working for the person behind the scenes with the mentality that she will die. With such determination, I am afraid she will not speak even if she is beaten to death. Originally, I just wanted to put on a simple show and play hard to get. But then I thought if I don't act seriously, she'll definitely suspect I've seen through her, and she'll definitely be on guard. It's better to play along. Once everything goes as she wishes, she'll definitely report to her master immediately. The third brother suddenly realized. So, we're using her to take down everyone behind her? Leo, smart. The third brother smiled proudly. I understand. That recording is also fake, right? The fifth brother said it was real yesterday and had not been processed again. TSK, I was kept in the dark by you. Leo's smile faded a little, and he said, the recording is real. The third child? Inside the huge head, there seemed to be two little people twisting dough twists. At this moment, Lao Wu, who had long guessed Leo's thoughts but had been hiding on the second floor to avoid being exposed, slowly walked down the stairs, holding his computer in his hands, and sat down next to Leo with a smile, saying, someone picked her up? Leo stood up. Get ready. We'll be leaving in 10 minutes. Chapter 114, it's not a debt of love. It's a debt of blood.